See 2082 Holy Emperor. Along with the mighty emperor prestige in the sky, a large cloud of multicolored breath was formed, surging with the wind. Everyone's eyes froze instantly. Holy Emperor. Almost at the same time, everyone's sea of consciousness shook at the same time. Saint Cloud with you. This is the symbol of the Holy Emperor. Unexpectedly, there was a powerful sage emperor who came to Lingyun Pavilion. However, when everyone looked up at the sky and the figure falling from the colorful holy cloud, they were all stunned. Because no one knew who this holy emperor was. After all, on the Outland continent, the holy emperor can be counted on the palm of one hand. And the holy emperor in front of him is obviously not the holy emperor of any strong sect in the Outland continent. In Lingyun Square, the leaders of the bipolar sect, Tianyahai Pavilion, and Lulan Mountain just glanced at the sky, and their expressions all changed. Others don't know it, but they know it well. This person is surprisingly the Golden Rainbow Saint Emperor, one of the 10 great Saint Emperors of the Lone Star Field in the 10 Directions Star Field. Of course, the so-called Lone Star region has more than 10 holy emperors, but the top 10 holy emperors are the 10 most powerful. There are a total of 9 continents in the 10 Directions Starfield, and the Lone Starfield is one of them. Although it is the smallest in size, it is nearly 10 times larger than the Outland continent. All eyes were gathered on the sky, the colorful holy cloud that fell. When the holy cloud landed, Elder Lin, Elder Ding, and Elder Lulan Beauty all stood up at the same time and bowed in salute. See Emperor Jinhong. See Emperor Jinhong. See Emperor Jinhong. Although the Shuanghai region where Tianyahai is located and the Sanshan region where Lulan Mountain is located are stronger than the Lone Star region, but in the face of the coming of the Holy Emperor, the strength of the 10 Directions Star region is a must. After all, in the 10 Directions Starfield, the Supreme Emperor represents the existence of the pinnacle of martial arts. Hey, you're welcome, you're welcome. Emperor Jinhong shook the jade fan lightly in his hand, with a smile on his face, but he was extremely easygoing. After nodding in return, he strode out and went directly to the main stage, in front of Ling Xuantian and the 3 major forces. This is Pavilion Master Ling, right? Xia Jinhong came here uninvited, no wonder, he. Looking at Ling Xuantian, Emperor Jinhong smiled. There, it is a great honor for me, Lingyun Pavilion, to have the Golden Rainbow Sage Emperor here. In Ling Xuantian's sea of consciousness, the words of the High Priest's introduction echoed, a look of surprise appeared on his face, he quickly reacted, and quickly replied. Good. That's good. After Jinhong Shengdi finished speaking, he was not polite, glanced over, and sat directly on Ling Xuantian's chairman, picked up a glass of spiritual wine, and drank by himself. This scene fell into the eyes of others, but they dared not have any objections. Although it's a pretentious guest who takes the host's place, but he is a holy emperor, so attending a banquet is not like sitting down. Just now, I see that you seem to be arguing. After drinking a glass of spiritual wine, Emperor Jinhong raised his head, his pupils flickered a few times, glanced at everyone present, and said softly. In my opinion, it's just a trivial matter. Don't hurt the harmony between the foreign continent and the 10 Directions Starfield. A million years ago, the 2 continents signed a boundary contract, but it was evidenced by the heavenly law of the 10 star fields, and what was made was a blood oath, and there were guarantees from those few. While speaking, Emperor Jinhong bowed his hands in salute, paid homage to the sky, and then continued. How about, let me make a suggestion to handle the matter properly, what do you think? When the Golden Rainbow Sage Emperor spoke, he always had a smile on his face. With his golden eyes, he glanced back and forth between the big bosses in the Outland continent and the 3 big bosses in the 10 Directions Star region. In addition, he was sitting in the main seat, which happened to be in the middle of the 2 sides, and his aura was like a rock on Mount Tai, suppressing the audience. I would like to listen to the arrangement of the Holy Emperor. The bigwigs of the three major forces glanced at each other. Quickly replied. I don't know about the Golden Rainbow Sage Emperor, what advice do you have? Ling Xuantian glanced at the high priest, but received a careful look. Ling Xuantian's face remained unchanged, but he didn't directly agree, but asked rhetorically. Today is originally the celebration of the noble sect. Hearing Ling Xuantian's question, Emperor Jinhong smiled lightly and said. So, according to the rules of the ceremony, there should be a martial arts competition. About the issue you were arguing about just now, I think it's better to let the junior geniuses of both sides meet friends with martial arts and compete for a while. In the end, the winner is respected, and all other parties must obey the winner's decision, and be convinced. Everyone, what do you think? After the Golden Rainbow Sage Emperor finished speaking, he raised his head and looked at both sides, only to find that the outer land continent frowned. There is one more point. Today is a celebration, and both sides are living in harmony. Therefore, during the sparring, it is better to stick to the point and not use martial souls, whole cards, and other ultimate moves. Moreover, for the sake of fairness, I will personally set up the enchantment to suppress the cultivation of the challenger genius, and keep all of them at the same cultivation level. When these words landed, the bigwigs from the outland continent and the geniuses on the emperor list immediately looked relieved. What's more, the eyes of militants like Miaolian Unju and Little White Bear are even brighter. Originally, I was worried that the three major forces in the 10 directions starfield, with powerful genius cultivation bases, would not be opponents at all if they were to compete in a battle. Now, it is possible for the Holy Emperor to set up an enchantment to suppress the cultivation bases of both sides to be the same. Governor Ling, Great Elder Jiang, and High Priest, I believe you also want to take this opportunity to see the strength of the geniuses in the 10 directions starfield. At the same time, if you can win, wouldn't it be a good opportunity to boost Zhongwei? Emperor Jinhong spoke again, persuading. However, Ling Xuantian's face turned cold with just a flash of his eyes. This competition looks fair, but in fact there is still a gap. Just imagine, the combat power of a warrior is determined by the 3 types of martial soul, cultivation base, and kung fu. Even Emperor Jinhong has sealed the martial soul and cultivation base. But for the powerful forces in the 10 directions starfield, the exercises practiced by the disciples of the sect are definitely much more powerful than the exercises of the outland continent. Cultivation techniques determine the level of true energy and the strength of the physical body. These are the basics of a warrior. Fighting with such a gap, the hope of victory for the outland continent side is very small. But now it is the Holy Emperor who speaks, and the 3 major forces are watching, and there is no way to refuse. Ling Xuantian had already rejected it once before, but now that the Holy Emperor is in charge, if Ling Xuantian refuses again, this matter will not end properly at all, and if the face is torn at that time, the consequences may be even more serious. Ling Xuantian glanced at the 3 major forces and Emperor Jinhong, and he had a vague guess in his heart. I'm afraid that all of this is due to their collusion in advance. Otherwise, look at the 3 major forces. Why did they deliberately bring genius disciples from the sect here? This is not a long-awaited preparation. Moreover, Ling Xuantian can still feel that they are not only targeting Chu Yan, but also have other bigger plans. Lingyun Pavilion is willing to fight. After pondering for a long time, Ling Xuantian finally nodded and agreed. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C 2083 Battle of the Continents. Ling Xuantian's words were like the beating of war drums. As the master, after Ling Xuantian let go, other powerful sects in the outland continent would naturally not refuse. Moreover, from the bottom of their hearts, they also have a heart to fight for the 10 directions starfield. There is no first in literature, and no second in martial arts. This has always been the case in history. War. Jiang Yuchuan shouted heavily, his eyes were full of red. I'm a demigod, I never want to provoke a fight, but I don't refuse to fight. I don't believe that the genius disciples of my demigod will be worse than their Shifeng Xingyan. His words, like a spark, directly ignited all the surrounding forces of the major sects in the outer domain who came to participate in the celebration. That's right. The high priest gave a heavy pause on the wooden stick in his hand, and suddenly turned his head to look at Miaolian Enju behind him. When she stared at her, Miaolian Enju only felt her calf tremble, and an ominous feeling suddenly rose in her heart. However, as the first genius of Ding Temple, he absolutely cannot escape. This time, the three major forces that came here are all 10-star fields, and the continents in the first 5 directions. I don't believe that they can be so strong. The elder of the Ta tribe is a strong man. This time, Chen Yuanji of their clan is one of the top 10 and just happened to come to the celebration. I didn't expect that things would come to this point. The 3 major forces, plus the Golden Rainbow Sage Emperor, we can only fight an outland continent. Like the Ta clan, the elders of the Hushan sect also brought Guishan to participate in Chu Yan's celebration. The Wangxing Peak battle had just ended. Although Chu Yan won in the end, most of the newly created top 10 Emperor list geniuses were convinced by Chu Yan. Therefore, this time, except for the Wu clan and Tianlingzong, who did not send anyone to attend the celebration, 5 of the top 10 geniuses on the Emperor list were present. With such a lineup, the big sects of the outland continent are full of confidence. Fight it. I'm afraid they are a bird. That's right, this time, as long as we defeat them, they won't dare to bully me in outland continent in the future. That's right, even if you lose, you have to kill a few of them, and you won't lose if you lose. It makes sense. It's not a loss anyway, let's fight. You said something to me, and under the rush of chatter, a group of bigwigs from the outer domain immediately settled down. And behind them, the Emperor list geniuses of outland continent are also full of fighting spirit, and their whole bodies are constantly gushing out. Such a good opportunity, regardless of winning or losing, has an extremely important effect on their martial arts cultivation. Okay. Now that everyone has decided. After some discussion, Ling Shuangtian saw that everyone was fighting, so he said, all our sects unite and fight with them from the 10-direction starfield. Sage Emperor Jinhong, who was sitting on the main seat, immediately had a smile on his face when he heard the words from Outland Continent. Inadvertently, the Golden Rainbow Emperor's eyes swept across the direction of the bipolar sect, Tianya Hage and Lulan Mountain not far away, and the corners of his mouth lightly lifted. And the bigwigs of the 3 major forces also had secret joy on their faces. Finally entered the pit. After spending so much effort and going around in such a big circle, they finally got them to be obedient. I will preside over this battle. The rules are very simple. After scanning the 2 sides back and forth, the Golden Rainbow Sage Emperor saw that everyone was in agreement, so he announced. We're just 2 sides, 5 players each, and in the end, 2 out of 3 games. How about it? As soon as the words fell to the ground, Shifeng Starfield nodded directly and said, okay. Just do as the Golden Rainbow Sage Emperor said. However, on the side of Outland Continent, a group of bigwigs, complexions darkened and their brows frowned slightly. Will this 3 rounds be too few? The high priest spoke directly and raised different opinions. Not bad. 3 rounds are too few. The other bosses also nodded. In their view, this time is a good opportunity for the geniuses in their sect to fight against the geniuses of the 10-direction starfield. Therefore, if the number of rounds is too small, maybe there will be no chance to play a battle, and that would be a pity. Okay. Then change it to 5 games and 3 wins. The Golden Rainbow Sage Emperor seems to be very talkative, and he doesn't need to discuss with the three major forces at all before making a decision. Or? Jiang Yuchuan looked at the boss beside him, and tentatively asked. Since there are three major cases, it is better to change each case to 5 rounds. Of course, the same person is allowed to play 2 times. The high priest, as expected of an old man, glanced at the number of geniuses behind the three major forces, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. His proposal can not only avoid that a certain powerful genius among the three major forces has won 5 rounds in a row. At the same time, it also allowed almost all the powerful sects on the Outland continent to have at least one chance to fight. As the words fell, all the bigwigs in the Outland continent, including Sage Emperor Jinhong, turned their heads and looked in the direction of the three major forces. No problem. Just follow the rules you said. But I didn't expect that the three big brothers didn't even think about it, so they nodded and agreed. Okay. Now that's the case, let's start. When Emperor Jinhong opened his mouth, he raised his right hand lightly, and with just one wave, nearly 10,000 tables in the middle of Lingyun Square were all reduced to dust. In addition to the one in front of him, at the same time, a large piece of golden light, like a golden cloud, rushed to the middle of the square, and began to surge continuously, as if it was condensing into a barrier like a domain. Obviously, the Golden Rainbow Sage Emperor has already started to set up the battlefield. Everyone disperse and give up the middle position. Ling Shuangtian also shouted loudly, causing the surrounding crowd to quickly give way. In less than a few breaths, the venue was instantly completed. The golden enchantment covers nearly half of the area of Lingyun Square, which is enough for battle. The two sides began to choose geniuses for the battle. A 5-man team battle like this requires not only strong strength, but also coordination. On the mainland side of Outland, the first battle was played by the geniuses of the Hushan sect, headed by Guishan. However, the Sanctus of the Demigod clan and Qin Qianer from the Anti-Ammon also joined them. The two top 10 in the imperial list can be said to be a luxurious lineup, plus the Saint of the Semi-Protoss, who is good at supporting skills and can improve the other 4, a lot of combat power. On the other side, the three major forces seemed to be extremely casual, without even discussing. When they saw the Outland continent, they sent 2 female warriors, the beautiful elders from Lulan Mountain, and waved lightly. 5 female disciples walked out behind them, all of them were extremely beautiful, and they turned their hands, and each of them held a qilong silver needle, which was as long as a forearm. Walk. Guishan led the team, and with a wave of his hand, the 5 geniuses from Outland continent directly stepped into the golden barrier. Also entering at the same time were 5 female disciples from Mount Lulan. First battle, start. The Emperor Jinhong spoke and announced the start of the battle. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. Hashtag C2084 5 Female Battle Formation. Following the sound of the Golden Rainbow Emperor's fall, Guishan shouted directly in the golden barrier, urging the Emperor's body to move. Roar. A roar of a tiger shook the heavens and the earth, and the entire battlefield trembled. The phantom of a saber-toothed tiger as tall as a hill appeared behind Guishan, and the majestic aura of the beast spirit rushed in all directions. The body of a violent tiger. With another shout, golden light surged from Guishan's body, and golden tiger stripes appeared on his skin all over his body. The tiger roars in the sky. Exercising the imperial body, Guishan's whole aura changed drastically. When he lifted his right hand, a tiger claw-shaped gang force was drawn straight out. 3 sharp tiger claws pulled the 3 sharp blades out of the void, towards the first 3 Lulan Mountain female disciples opposite, and grabbed them hard. Call out. Call out. Call out. There was a long howl piercing the air, with the faint sound of a tiger roaring, and the 3 gang claws shot straight out. In all directions, everyone's eyes were wide open, and they all looked nervously at the golden enchantment. On the other side, the 5 geniuses of Lulan Mountain also raised silver needles in their hands, and dazzling silver lightning flashed around the silver needles and shot out. The war broke out in an instant. Boom! 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 In the golden enchantment, countless explosions of air and thunder exploded, and all kinds of dazzling brilliance erupted together. This war broke out from the very beginning, and the Emperor-list geniuses of the Outland continent did their best. On the one hand, it was almost the first time for them to fight against the geniuses of the 10 Directions Starfield, and at the same time, they also wanted to show their faces in front of all the bigwigs in the Outland continent. Compared to them, the 5 beautiful disciples of Lulan Mountain formed a 5-cornered battle formation, but their faces were calm, and they seemed much calmer when they attacked or defended. What everyone didn't expect was that a battle would come to an end in less than 100 breaths. At the beginning, Guishan urged the tiger body to bring along the other 4 geniuses, and the explosive combat power was astonishing. In addition, all of them used powerful imperial bodies and martial arts, and in terms of momentum, they were much stronger than the 5 Lulan beauties who just stood there and formed a battle formation. Therefore, the first 10 breath time once had the upper hand. However, as the battle progressed, the strength of the Lulan female warrior was quickly revealed. Guishan and others' attacks on them had very limited effects. However, the silver needles in the hands of the Lulan beauties are astonishingly powerful. Each needle is like a lightning bolt. The speed is hard to distinguish with the naked eye. In addition, the 5 Lulan beauties are like one body, and they cooperate very tacitly between advancing and retreating. Therefore, after 20 breaths, the battle situation reversed. Although everyone's cultivation has been suppressed to the first level of the Middle Martial Emperor realm, the martial arts and martial arts of Lulanzong's female disciples are obviously stronger than those of the Outland continent. In addition, the ranks of the imperial body and spirit soldiers are also much higher. They didn't even use the imperial body, and only used the 5-person battle formation to suppress Guishan and others, who had begun to gain momentum. At this time, among the surrounding crowd of spectators, all the bigwigs and geniuses from the Outland continent all darkened their expressions. Everyone can see that the outcome of this battle has been decided. Guishan and the other 5 geniuses just gritted their teeth and persisted, hoping not to lose too badly. Sure enough, after a stick of incense time, the female Lulan disciple who was leading suddenly flipped her hand and took out a long black whip. With a sudden swing, Guishan was directly pulled out of the air, and was tied into a palm by the long whip. This time, the Outland continent, which had lost its main force, was defeated like a mountain. Dozens of snow-white lightning bolts wove into a grid, and covered the other 4 people overwhelmingly. Boom, boom, boom. There was a sound like thunder from the 9 heavens, and Qin Qian'er and others who were submerged by the power grid were all injured, bleeding from the corners of their mouths, and fell on the ground of the square, and their breath was scattered. At this moment, the entire Lingyun square was filled with dead silence. Although, before the battle, Outland bosses are all mentally prepared, knowing that they may lose. However, seeing Guishan and Qin Qian'er, the 2 top 10 players in the Emperor list, lost so thoroughly and quickly, they still couldn't accept it. You know, this Lulan Mountain is only the power of the 3 mountains region, which ranks 3rd from last in the 10 Directions Star region. But the random 5 female disciples easily defeated Guishan and the others without even using the Emperor body. There is so much difference between the power of Outland continent and 10 Directions Starfield. Jiang Yuchuan, Ling Xuantian and other big bosses all had dark faces and extremely ugly faces, as if their hearts were blocked by something, and even breathing was a little uncomfortable. Lost. In the first battle, Outland continent lost miserably to 10 Directions Starfield. This is easy to spot just by looking at the sneer and contempt on the faces of the 5 returned Lulan female disciples. Isn't this too strong? Senior brother Gua, you are the top 10 on the emperor's list. And Qin Qianer is also on the top 10 of the emperor's list. Oh my god, this still suppresses their cultivation, otherwise, I'm afraid the defeat will be faster and worse. Is the 5-person battle formation of the Lulan sect so powerful? The last long black whip seems to be a primordial spirit treasure. With just one whip, Guaishan was defeated. Strong. Too strong. The geniuses of the 10-star fields are too strong. I'm afraid they are more than 10 times stronger than our outland continent. What do we do now? Countless surprises and sighs resounded through Lingyun Square. The atmosphere in the entire square instantly became solemn and depressing. Before the start, many people still had hope and enthusiasm, but after this battle, everyone felt as if they had been poured cold water and completely withered. Everyone has to admit that the gap between the two sides is not generally large. In the first battle, Lulanzong wins in the Three Mountains region. Sage Emperor Jinhong sat on the main seat, holding a glass of spiritual wine in his hand, calm and relaxed. It seemed that the result was as early as he expected. Now, start the second round. Pavilion Master Ling, send out disciples. Ling Xuantian was stunned when he heard the words, and suddenly showed a bitter expression, and slowly turned his head to look at the other big man behind him. The audience was silent. At this time, on the other side, in a spiritual peak only 10 miles away from Lingyun Square, Chu Yan, who was in the cultivation hall, seemed to have turned into a huge cocoon of light. The majestic spiritual power of heaven and earth has turned into substance, flowing around the light cocoon like water, pouring a large amount of pure spiritual power of heaven and earth into the light cocoon. Swish! In the light cocoon, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly opened, and 2 sharp eyes rushed out like golden swords. Boom, boom. As the eyes passed by, the huge cocoon of light exploded immediately, turning into a surging wind that filled the sky, ravaging the entire training hall. Well. Opening his eyes, Chu Yan suddenly felt that there were 10 messages from Ling Xuantian in the disciple's jade talisman in his arms. As soon as he lowered his head, took out the jade talisman, and swept away his consciousness, a helpless smile suddenly appeared on Chu Yan's face. The cultivation is too deep, and the celebration is forgotten. Chu Yan suddenly jumped up from the ground and walked quickly towards the gate of the training hall. 1 second to remember Ace Hang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2085 Immovable Gold Stamp. In Lingyun Square, the second battle has already begun. This time, on the side of the 10 Directions Starfield, it was the bipolar sect who fought. However, when the disciple of the bipolar sect wearing a black robe appeared on the stage, it immediately aroused the wrath of the big bosses and geniuses in the surrounding outlands. Because there are only 3 geniuses of the bipolar sect fighting this time. According to the rules, 3 out of 5 rounds, the Shuangjiazong, Tianyahage and Lulan Mountain, the 3 together, a total of 5 battles. Therefore, in the first 3 rounds, the 3 big sects will play in turn, and in the last 2 rounds, they will play in a mixed manner. Or, there won't be the last 2 games at all. As long as there are 3 majors, those who play in the first 3 rounds take turns and win every round. Then, under the rule of 3 out of 5 rounds, there is no need to compare the last 2 rounds. But right now, the bipolar sect only sent 3 disciples, 2 less than the stipulated number. What does this mean? It can only mean that, of course, it cannot be that the bipolar sect wants to lose. Therefore, it is only possible that the bipolar sect believes that 3 people are enough to win. It can also be understood that the bipolar sect wants to tell everyone in terms of numbers that their Xuanhai region is no worse than the Sanshan region, or even stronger. This kind of deliberate and purposeful behavior fell on the outland continent, and in the eyes of everyone, it completely changed. Damn, they only have 3 people. This is simply looking down on our outland continent. Too arrogant. Although the sects of the 10 Directions Starfield are strong, they don't have to be like this. The first battle was just a test, but in this second battle, the gap is getting bigger and bigger. The problem is, if you lose this battle, in the case of 5 against 3, then... My God, this battle must not be lost. The crowd was so excited that it created a fiery wave, and Lingyun Square was roaring. Ling Xuantian and other bigwigs from the outer domain were even more ashen-faced and their eyes were blazing. Yumiro. You go. The elders of the Sancho League, with a fiery temper, yelled directly, and called out Gong Yilua, who was sitting cross-legged in the crowd, to come out. The next moment, under the gaze of countless eyes, Gong Yilua, dressed in green, walked lightly towards the central barrier of Lingyun Square. Although his steps were light and almost silent, every step he took still made everyone present tremble. This person who just won the 3rd place in the Emperor ranking battle in the Outland continent was originally a genius who was definitely determined by the Emperor ranking battle, second only to Long Tianyao. Moreover, according to the forecast at the time, Gong Yilua was also the only genius on the list who had a chance to fight Long Tianyao. Although because of Chu Yan's appearance, Gong Yilua's ranking finally fell to 3rd. However, it is undeniable that Gong Yilua's strength can definitely represent the pinnacle of geniuses in the Outland continent. Gong Yilua. He has always been a legendary figure among the young generation of Outland continent. This casual warrior who came from a humble background, practiced alone all the year round, and did not join any sect, was stronger than all the geniuses cultivated by the sect's massive resources. To be able to do this, in addition to talent, there is also extremely harsh hard work to do it. Years of solitary practice allowed Gong Yilua to develop a serious character. Therefore, when the boss of the Sancho League asked him to play, he just got up slowly and walked towards the battlefield calmly without saying a word. It's just that, step by step, an extremely icy killing intent on his body rapidly increased. Swish. 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 Immediately afterwards, on the mainland of Outland, Chen Yuanji from the Ta tribe, In Tian from the Gongha tribe, Moji from the Double Star sect, and Mialian Unju from the Dean Temple flew out in a flash. The 4 rushed towards the Golden Barrier and stood behind Gong Yilua. This time, the lineup sent by Outland Continent, if placed in the Emperor ranking battle, could almost shake the entire Wangxing Peak. Among the 5 people, 4 are in the top 10 on the Emperor list, and in terms of strength, Mialian Unju will definitely reach the top 10 in the Emperor list. Luxurious, even ultra-luxury lineups. Such 5 people are enough to sweep the entire young generation of Outland Continent. In the second battle, Outland Continent must not lose, nor can it afford to lose. Therefore, the big bosses send all the strongest geniuses in their hands to the field at once. Su, in their minds, even if they are not comparable to the 3 major forces, at least they have to win a game. Everyone can see that after this battle, there is no one on the Outland Continent who can win the Emperor list genius, and there will be a 3rd battle. Therefore, the second battle was almost a desperate battle. The second battle, start. The Golden Rainbow Sage Emperor, seeing the 5-man team sent from the Outland Continent in the Golden Enchantment, glanced slightly, glanced at the bosses of both sides, and with a deep smile on his face, he announced directly. Boom. 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 Almost at the moment Emperor Jinhong made the announcement, the great battle broke out instantly. Gong Yilua and Mialian Unju have all seen the first battle, so of course they know that the 3 of the Shuangjiazong who played this time are definitely not easy to deal with. Moreover, they wouldn't be so stupid that the bipolar sect played with 3 people because they didn't want to win. On the contrary, there is only one reason why Bijazong used 3 people to fight the 5 of them, and that is that they believed that the 3 people's fighting power would surely win. Therefore, these 3 bipolar sect disciples will only be stronger than the previous 5 female disciples of the Lulan sect, not weaker. Because of this, Gong Yilua and Mialian lived in peace with them. As soon as the battle started, there was a murderous intent and they rushed straight up. Gong Yelua and other 5 people, although it is the first time to fight for the team, but as the top 10 in the Emperor list, they have so much practical experience. Just the moment when their figures charged violently, the 5 of them separated immediately, the 3 of them as the tip, with Gong Yelua, Moji, and Yin Tian as the frontal attack. Miaolian and Chen Yuanji turned left and right, forming a big pocket, thinking surround the 3 people of the bipolar sect directly. However, without waiting for them to rush over, a disciple of the bipolar sect raised his hand, and still threw out a large net shining with golden light, and the 3 of Gong Yelua rushed forward with their hoods on. The golden light filled the sky, like a golden sky falling, directly enveloping the bodies of the 3 of them. Miaolian Unju on the right and Chen Yuanji on the left glanced at each other, and their faces were shocked. This is too strong. As soon as he made a move, the 3 of them were suppressed. Without waiting for the 2 to react, the remaining 2 disciples of the Xuanji sect separated from the left and the right, like a thunderstorm, and rushed to the left and right at the same time, killing Miaolian and Chen Yuanji. Boom! Boom! Under a counter-attack, Miaolian Unju held a talisman and opened an immovable Vajra seal, but was still blasted 10,000 steps away, and the blood in her body was tumbling wildly. On the other side, Chen Yuanji was directly blasted out of the battle area of the golden barrier, with blood spurting from his mouth, obviously severely injured. In less than 3 breaths from the beginning, 3 people were trapped, and 1 person was abolished. Outland Continent, with 5 against 3, was instantly at a disadvantage. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C 2086 Sun and Moon Double Wheel. Boom. Boom. Amidst the violent noise, a large piece of red light rushed out from Gong Yelua's body in the middle of the golden barrier, and blasted the golden net covering the 3 of them into powder. The 3 broke through the net and came out, their eyes were red and their bodies were full of anger. Thinking about the 3 of them, they are the top 10 geniuses in the imperial list, but they were trapped as soon as they played, how could they not be angry? However, before they could stand still, the young disciple led by the Xuanji sect stepped in front of the 3 of them. 2 huge fists, like mountains, rushed out and smashed straight at the 3 of them. Without any suspense, 2 of the 3 figures were thrown into the air, and Gong Yelua, who was the only one who could still stand, was also half-kneeling on the ground, with veins all over his face and his whole body trembling violently. It was as if, at this time, Gong Yelua was carrying a huge mountain on his back, and even the true energy in his body was tightly suppressed. Apart from barely supporting, there is no resistance at all. On the other side, the young man from the bipolar sect who sent Chen Yuanji flying from the right, with a look of astonishment on his face, and his figure flickered, came to the front of Miaogong Unju together with the fellow from the left. It seems that because Miaolian Unju resisted the blow just now, it was extremely unexpected. "You, what are you doing?" Seeing 2 bipolar sect disciples surrounding her, Miaolian Unju was so frightened that her face turned green. She groped around her body with both hands, took out pieces of Jinwo talismans, and held them firmly in her hands. There is no need to doubt that Miaolian Unju has no fighting spirit at all at this time. With just one move, Chen Yuanji's opponent was blown away. It was not something he could fight against. What's more, now there are 2 against 1 of him, and there is no chance of winning. Feudo Mingwang Curse. A disciple of the bipolar sect frowned slightly as he looked at the talisman in Miaolian Unju's hand. "You are the disciple of the high priest." Under a soft question, this bipolar sect disciple raised his right hand. He didn't need the other party's answer at all, he was just a little curious, but the person who could cast the Feudo Mingwang curse could only be done by warriors with the blood of the high priest. Therefore, the guy in front of him who looks upright but has wretched eyes is definitely the high priest's direct disciple. After all, the profession of high priest seems to be passed down in one line. How many weights can the high priest of Outland Continent have? Humph. With a soft snort, the disciple of the bipolar sect shot directly. The monstrous palm prints, nearly 100 feet in size, pressed straight towards Mialian Unju, who turned around and wanted to escape. Fudo Ming King Curse. Amid the loud shouts, Mialian Unju was so frightened that the hairs all over her body exploded, and she threw out the talisman in her hand. Boom! The void trembled, golden light soared into the sky, and a huge golden sitting Buddha phantom appeared, smashing the palm print into pieces. The bipolar sect disciple was stunned. Unexpectedly, this genius from the Outland Continent could block his own attack with the high priest technique. However, Mialian Unju's behavior made him completely explode. After all, whether it was the previous battle or this battle, the geniuses of the 10 Directions Starfield were almost crushed against the geniuses of the Outer Land Continent. Including in front of you, the 5-member team in the Outland Continent has already abolished 3 people, except for the green-robed warrior in the middle, who is the one in front of you. However, the green-robed warrior in the middle has been completely suppressed by his senior brother. It seems that only one move is needed to end the battle. In this way, the only thing left is that the one in front of him is still alive and kicking. This made him feel ashamed. Therefore, when the disciples of the bipolar sect burst out, the true energy of their bodies rushed out, turning into a golden sun and a blue moon, but they had already started to use the top-level skills of the bipolar sect. In an instant, above the sky, the golden sun and the blue moon erupted with terrifying power, almost shattering the entire sky. Like a dying star. Descended from the sky, hitting Mialian Unju, who was almost stunned. This move is one of the strongest killer moves of the elite genius disciples of the bipolar sect. Facing such a terrifying attack, Mialian Unju swung out 3 talismans at the same time. Boom! 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 3 huge golden Buddha shadows collided fiercely with the sun and moon wheels in the sky. The exploding air wave, like a tsunami, enveloped the entire golden barrier battlefield, and the energy that swept out hit the barrier laid down by the golden rainbow sage, making a loud noise that shook the sky. However, after a few breaths, the airwaves on the battlefield dissipated, and everyone was stunned to find out. Mialian lived in peace, and she was still standing there alive. Except for the trembling of the whole body and the paleness of paper, there is no trace of scar. At this time, Gong Yelua had already been kicked out of the field, and the 3 elite geniuses of the bipolar sect gathered in front of Mialian Unju. Their eyes were like 3 hungry wolves staring at the lamb that had escaped from the flock. No one doubts that in the next breath, these 3 elite disciples of the bipolar sect will tear Mialian into pieces. Admit defeat. On the rostrum, the faces of Ling Xuantian and the big bosses were extremely ugly. However, in this battle, even if there is still Miao Lian living in peace, the defeat is already settled, and it is meaningless. Ha ha ha. Elder Lin of the bipolar sect laughed wildly and waved his hands. The 3 disciples of the bipolar sect on the battlefield gave Mialian Unju a hard look, turned around and left, and returned behind Elder Lin. On the battlefield, Mialian Unju felt the pressure on her body loosened, and her whole body collapsed to the ground. Her body was sweating profusely, and her eyes were full of horror. Powerful. Too strong. Facing the Outland Continent, the 5-member team composed of the top 10 in the Emperor ranking, the bipolar sect with only 3 players on the field, eliminated all of them in less than 2 moves. In all directions, all the bigwigs and geniuses from the Outland Continent would never have imagined that the gap between the 2 sides would be so large before the war. No wonder, so many geniuses from the Outland Continent want to join the 10 Directions Starfield. Governor Ling, Great Elder Jiang, High Priest, I'm sorry, but I have won the bipolar sect. Elder Lin looked extremely smug, and glanced slightly out of the corner of his eye at the beautiful elder of the Lulan sect, who was not far away, with the same smug expression on his face. However, the beautiful elders of the Lulan sect ignored her directly. "How about it, do you still want to fight in the third game?" In a blink of an eye, Elder Lin looked at the outland continent in front of him, with a playful smile on his face. Seeing the other party's pale face, he became more and more proud, and then said, "I just don't know if there is anyone in your outland continent who can appear, or dare to appear." Ha ha ha. The wanton laughter was like a loud slap in the face, slapped on the faces of all the foreign bosses present. A blushing color appeared on their faces. That's right, these outland natives are too weak. These can also be called Emperor List geniuses, and they can't even compare with a single finger of mine. That's right, just now they didn't even have 30% combat strength, so they all knelt down. That's too bad. This kind of rubbish, the elders have come all the way to recruit. I really don't know what to think. Yes, at this level, in any city in the 10 Directions starfield, you can grab a lot of them. People like them, going to the 10 Directions starfield will only pollute our heaven and earth aura. When the disciples of the three great sects heard the words of Elder Lin of the bipolar sect, all kinds of mocking voices rang out. His face was full of disdain, as if, in their eyes, these geniuses from the outland continent were worse than rubbish. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C 2087 Lord Jinfeng. Facing the 10 Directions starfield, the genius disciple sneered, and the eyes of everyone in Outerland continent were full of anger, and, aggrieved. However, they could not speak a word. Because, after the 2 battles, the top 10 on their side had suffered a terrible defeat. The facts are right in front of them, so how can they refute them? All the bosses and geniuses, with veins all over their faces, fists clenched, and blood almost gushing out of their eyes, glared at these geniuses from the 10 Directions starfield. Too arrogant. Don't pay attention to warriors from the outland continent at all. Damn, these guys are too arrogant. What the hell, dare to be arrogant in Lingyun Pavilion. At the corner of the rostrum, Xie was so furious that he almost jumped up, shouting non-stop. If the eldest brother is here, he can blow them to pieces with one punch. No, no. I can't stand it, I want to fuck, I'm going to deaf them to death. Xie, whose face was flushed, was about to fly into the air. However, a small hand stretched out and pushed Xie back to the ground. Hurry up, the boss will be here soon. Little White Bear and Chu Yan have a spiritual contract, and within 10,000 miles, Chu Yan's condition is crystal clear. Therefore, the moment Chu Yan opened his eyes, Little White Bear knew Chu Yan's state for the first time. The corner of the mouth was raised slightly, and the Little White Bear grinned, looking into the distance. The arrogant faces of the group of people in the 10 Directions starfield, said lightly. Unlike Xie, Little White Bear has followed Chu Yan for the longest time, so he should be much calmer in terms of temperament. She had already seen that today's match was obviously a game deliberately set up by the guys from the 10 Directions starfield. Moreover, this layout is very likely aimed at the boss Chu Yan. What they have to do is to help Chu Yan at the critical moment. On the rostrum, Ling Xuantian, Jian Yuchuan, and the high priest made eye contact. After discussing with their spiritual senses, the eyes of the three dimmed. As Elder Lin said, there is no one to fight on their side of Outland Continent. Therefore, in the third round, they could only continue to admit defeat. Our outer continent, we recognize. However, just as the high priest was about to say the last word, a shout suddenly sounded in the sky. Who said that my outland continent has no one? With a sound of landing, 2 figures fell from the sky. I saw a man wearing a gold-rimmed white robe and holding a golden knife, with a face full of empty air, striding across the air and landing towards Lingyun Square. Beside him, a man with an expressionless face and the majesty of a dragon, also fell towards Lingyun Square. These two people are exactly Long Tianyao and Tianlingzong, Lu Tianming. With the appearance of these two people, the Lingyun Square erupted instantly. Look, Long Tianyao. It's Long Tianyao. Haha, there's also Lu Tianming with the dual combat body of heaven and spirit. It's all right now, I finally have a strong man from Outland Continent. Senior brother Long, senior brother Lu, Kildo Shifang Starfields. Very good. In desperation, the appearance of Long Tianyao and Lu Tianming caused the extremely depressed people in the Outland Continent to be filled with excitement. The battle strength of Long Tianyao and Lu Tianming amazed the world in the Wanxing Peak Emperor ranking battle. If it weren't for Chu Yan's sudden appearance, these two people would definitely be the top candidates on the Emperor list. After all, after the Battle of the Emperor list, the evaluations of some of the most powerful people in the Outland Continent, this time in the Battle of the Outland Continent, apart from Chu Yan, the three most powerful people are Long Tianyao, Lu Tianming and Wu Tianlin. Phew, just come. On the rostrum, the high priest let out a long sigh of relief, and spoke softly. This sound attracted Ling Shuangtian and Elder Jiang to turn their heads and look at him. According to what he said, Long Tianyao and Lu Tianming were called by the high priest. Oh, yes, the two of them. I called. Seeing the eyes of Ling Shuangtian and Jiang Yuchuan, the high priest admitted. Among the geniuses in our Outland Continent, apart from Chu Yan, they are the only ones who can fight against the geniuses of the three major forces. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the high priest's face was full of smiles, but there was a chill, and he said viciously. Unfortunately, that kid Wu Tianlin didn't give me face, Wu clan, just wait and see. Before Ling Shuangtian and Jiang Yuchuan could react, the high priest turned his head, looked at Miaolian Unju behind him, and shouted. How about you, boy? If you can't die, just follow me. Ah, still on. Hearing Master's words, Miaolian Unju trembled in fright, with an expression on her face that she was about to cry. Nonsense, how dare you disobey my master's order? You have to think clearly about the consequences. The high priest stared fiercely at Miaogong Unju, his tone full of threats. Go. I'll go, can't I? When Miaolian Unju heard the words of the high priest, she dared to speak harshly, and immediately gave in, and hurried to the battlefield. Ling Shuangtian and Jiang Yuchuan, who were standing aside, saw this scene, and their faces immediately turned black. This pair of master and apprentice really has personality. However, regarding Outland Continent, the only high priest and the successor of the high priest, both of them directly chose to ignore it. Because of the appearance of Long Tianyao and Lu Tianming, the morale of the geniuses in the Outland Continent, who were originally low, suddenly had hope again in their eyes. In addition to Miaolian Unju, Gua Yishan and Chen Yuanji, who swallowed the golden elixir, also rushed to the battlefield. In this way, the five-member team from the Outland Continent was formed again. Moreover, Long Tianyao, who stood at the front, was holding a golden knife, and his momentum was like a rainbow. His whole body exuded strong confidence. Although Wang Xingfeng lost to Chu Yan in the battle at Wanxing Peak, Long Tianyao, who returned to the sect, retreated for 10 days. When he left the customs again, the original Long Tianyao, who looked down on the world, came back again. As soon as he received the summons from the high priest, Long Tianyao hurried over. He was completely convinced of Chu Yan. Therefore, in this battle, Long Tianyao was not only for himself, but also for Chu Yan. As a genius, in addition to competing in combat power, he also has to practice martial arts. Long Tianyao has already regarded Chu Yan as his real opponent, and decided to compare him well, even if it is hundreds or thousands of years. The heart of the strong recovered, Long Tianyao's martial arts will skyrocketed, and his cultivation base and strength improved at the same time. At this moment, Long Tianyao was at his absolute peak. Even facing the genius of the 10 Directions Starfield, he has the heart to fight. Different from other geniuses from the Outland continent, Long Tianyao was born in the Heavenly Star sect, located at the junction of the 10 Directions Starfield and the Outland continent. Therefore, he often discusses and fights with the geniuses of the 10 Directions Starfield. In this battle, he is at least 30% sure, and joining forces with Lu Tianming, he may be able to fight. Not far away, on the rostrum, seeing Long Tianyao and Lu Tianming from the Outland continent appear, the faces of the 3 major power leaders and Mrs. Tian showed surprise on their faces. It's interesting, this battle, let me do it. Immediately, a voice rang out, and a young man with a pair of cold eyes walked out of the camps of the 3 major forces and appeared in front of everyone. Jin Feng. You. Elder Lin and the elders of the 3 major forces were startled at the same time. They didn't expect that Jin Feng would suddenly fight. However, after Jin Feng walked out, he didn't even look at the 3 big brothers. He turned his head, looked at the Golden Hong Sage Emperor, and cupped his hands slightly. This battle, I will fight alone. The words fell to the ground, and without waiting for the Golden Hong Sage Emperor to answer, he directly strode out and walked towards the Golden Barrier single-handedly. Jin Feng. Hee, it's so lively now. Emperor Jinhong glanced at the background, not only did not get angry because of his rudeness, but murmured with a smile on his face. It can be seen that this Jin Feng has an extremely unusual identity. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2088 Counterattack. The young man who came out of the 3 major forces in the 10 Directions Starfield is amazing. From the rostrum to the Golden Barrier on Lingyun Square, it is only 10,000 steps away. However, with the distance of about 10,000 steps, the young man walked calmly, without any aura on his body, and looked like an ordinary person. However, with his normal body shape, every few steps he takes, his muscles will become stronger, and his height will also increase a little. By the time everyone stared at him closely and stepped into the Golden Barrier, this person's height had reached nearly 10 feet, and the muscles all over his body bulged like pieces of steel. With a body as thick as an ancient giant beast, standing in front of Long Tianyao and the other 5, he grinned, and the young man's face was full of grinning. You trash from the Outland continent, if you meet me, Jin Feng, you are unlucky. This loud shout sounded like thunder, buzzing, shaking Lingyun Square slightly. Just as the faces of Long Tianyao and the others showed solemnity and astonishment, the 3 major forces in the distance directly exploded the pot first. Jin Feng. Isn't it? Master Jin Feng is here too. Oh my god, it's just a mere Outland continent, yet Master Jin Feng even went out in person. It's over, this time, these people in Outland continent are dead. When a group of geniuses from the 3 major forces in the 10 Directions Starfield heard the name Jin Feng, they all showed a look of shock and awe. Obviously, this Jin Feng's identity is really extraordinary. Only you. On the battlefield, Long Tianyao hit the opponent with a monster-like body for a long time, looked at Jin Feng with sharp eyes, and asked. Ha, I am enough to deal with you rubbish. As soon as this statement came out, the entire square and all the people from the Outland continent were stunned at the same time. None of them expected that in the 3rd battle, only one person would be sent to fight on the side of the 10 Directions Starfield. What's more, it was the team of 5 led by Long Tianyao. What? Who is this Jin Feng? Isn't this too arrogant? One person challenges 5 people, is he here to be funny? That's right, even if their geniuses in the 10 Directions Starfield are stronger, they won't be able to fight 5 of them. It must have been watching the 2 previous battles, and running up to show off its prestige, it's really courting death. That's right, don't even look at it, the one standing opposite him is Long Tianyao. A group of geniuses from the outland continent couldn't bear it, they all spoke together and shouted loudly. The arrogant and contemptuous attitude towards Jin Feng aroused the anger in the hearts of each of them, who were geniuses from the outland continent. Even on the rostrum, Ling Shuangtian and the High Priestess and several other bigwigs showed increasingly ugly faces. In the previous two battles, it was fine to lose. But now, those geniuses in the 10 Directions starfield are becoming more and more presumptuous, even daring to fight alone. It's completely an arrogant attitude that doesn't take them out of the mainland. However, fortunately the High Priest had the foresight to call Long Tianyao and Lu Tianming over. With the combined strength of the two of them, it is definitely enough to deal with a genius in the 10 Directions starfield, not to mention that there are 3 other geniuses to help. Especially that Miaolian Anju, the High Priest technique in his hand, the power of Fudo Mingwang Curse, just blocked the strongest blow of the elite disciple of the bipolar sect. As long as he uses the High Priest technique again in this battle to block the opponent's attack, he will be almost invincible. Because everyone has seen that in the previous battle, Miaolian Anju still had a lot of talismans in his hands, and one battle was enough. On the battlefield, Long Tianyao and Lu Tianming looked at each other, then turned their heads to look into Jin Feng's eyes, showing a smile at the same time. You alone, against the 5 of us. Very good, let's try. Confidence appeared on Long Tianyao's face again. All that flashed in his pupils was the light of victory. If the opponent is 5 people, Long Tianyao is only 30% sure, but now, the opponent is only 1 person, it is almost 100% chance of winning. The third battle, start. On the main stage, Emperor Jinhong announced loudly. Boom. Boom. Almost the moment the sound fell, 2 sonic booms exploded at the same time where Long Tianyao and Lu Tianming were standing, like 2 meteors, heading straight towards Jin Feng. In the eyes of the two of them, this battle is not a question of defeating the opponent, but a question of who will defeat them. After all, the 10 Directions starfield has won 2 games in a row, and its strength has already shocked everyone in the outland continent. If someone can defeat the genius of the 10 Directions starfield at this time, it will definitely be famous in the entire outland continent, and even in the 10 Directions starfield. In addition, the opponent was so aggressive that he dared to fight alone, facing the 5 of them. It was definitely a godsend opportunity. On Long Tianyao's body, the golden thunder and lightning wrapped the golden knife in his hand, and he slashed out a beam of lightning knife nearly 100 feet high, and slashed fiercely at Jin Feng who was in front of him. And not far away from him, Lu Tianming directly exploded his dual combat body. With the fusion of the Tianhu combat body and the Tianlong combat body, Lu Tianming's combat power instantly increased by 5 times. The body of a dragon and a tiger, the most powerful imperial body in the outland continent, under the burst of power, the fists of the dragon gang and the tiger gang blasted out together. Huh! Twin souls. And the body of a dragon and a tiger. Jin Feng, who was directly opposite, saw Long Tianyao and Lu Tianming's attack, but his face changed slightly, and his eyes showed surprise. I didn't expect these 2 ants to have some surprises. It's just that the strength is too weak. While shaking his head to appraise, Jin Feng's aura was constantly improving. He raised his hands and pushed them flat with his palms. Immediately, 2 palm prints as big as city gates shot out across the sky, one left and one right, and slammed into the 2 oncoming attacks. Boom! Boom! The 3 moves collided, and the entire void was completely exploded, and the sky was full of air waves, and the entire Lingyun Square was trembling violently. Miaolian, it's now. In the cloud-like battlefield, Lu Tianming's roar suddenly exploded. Great Sun Vajraseal. Without any hesitation, a red light exploded directly in the turbulent air waves all over the sky. Through the thick mist, everyone could see that in the hazy mist, a tall red Buddha figure violently came out, and the 2 Vajras in his hands, like 2 magic whips, slammed forward the tall figure of Jin Feng. Tom! Tom! Two earth-shattering muffled sounds, like an avalanche and an earth crack, exploded in everyone's ears. It felt like there were two mountain peaks, collapsing not far away. As Jin rushed away again, all the mist just now was blown away, revealing the situation on the battlefield. Everyone raised their eyes and looked shocked. Tread! 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 I saw that Jin Feng's tall body was blown away by Long Tianyuo's three people's almost perfect combo. Although there was no obvious injury, with a pair of fleshy palms, they barely blocked the attack of the three, but they were still blasted back more than 10 steps. At this moment, the team from Outland Continent actually gained the upper hand. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C 2089 3 Flower Tops. The entire Lingyun Square fell into silence in an instant. The two sides were attacking each other in this move, but it happened in an instant, but it revealed too many surprising details. First, the cooperation of the three of them was smooth, which made people dazzled and stunned. This temporary team has such a strong cooperation, one move after another, the power is far beyond everyone's expectations. In addition, the most astonishing thing is that Mialian Anju, who was so pale with fright in the last battle, unexpectedly has such a terrifying attack technique in addition to her strong defense. Hey, who said I can't beat people? At this time, Mialian Anju had a smug face, and the wretched smile on her face was completely exposed. You must know that the important blow to repel Jin Feng was his great son King Kong seal, which absolutely shocked everyone's attention. Hiding the ultimate move in the snow, at the critical moment, the technique shocked everyone, not only made everyone look at Mialian Anju with admiration, but also made everyone look at the mysterious high priest technique with admiration. In all directions, all the disciples of Outland Continent had expressions of surprise on their faces. In the first counterattack, Outland Continent had the upper hand, which was impossible in the first two battles. Seeing hope, they were naturally excited. However, on the rostrum, the faces of Ling Xuantian and the high priest sank slightly, and there was a heavy look in their eyes. Different from ordinary disciples, as big bosses, they saw the key point at a glance. The five of them teamed up and used all their killing moves. The sudden attack only made that Jin Feng take a few steps back, and did not cause any harm to the opponent at all. Moreover, this attack is better than being sudden. Obviously, before the battle, Long Tianyao, Lu Tianming, and Mialian Anju had already communicated and discussed with their spiritual senses before they launched such a swift attack. Moreover, the three of them planned this attack in advance, and the result they want is probably far from just letting the opponent take a few steps back. This time, I'm in trouble. Not only Ling Xuantian and the High Priestess saw it, but on the battlefield, Long Tianyao and Lu Tianming also looked at each other solemnly, and there was a hint of bitterness in their eyes. According to Long Tianyao's plan, in this attack, he and Lu Tianming not only used the strongest attack, but also exposed Mialian Anju's trump card. Originally, it was hoped that with this move, the power of the three of them joining forces would defeat the opponent with one move and revive morale. In that case, as long as they win the next 2 rounds, they will win the Outland Continent. But now, the big move is successful, but the effect is far from what Long Tianyao imagined. Ha ha ha, the rubbish of Outland Continent, 5 people teaming up, that's all. Jin Feng's breath was calm, he looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, and when the others heard his words, Chi was stunned. Yes. The 5 teamed up and used all their killer moves, but they only made the opponent take a few steps back, this. Now, let me show you, what kind of real genius is on the star list. With a wave of Jin Feng's hand, 3 balls of true energy rushed out from the top of his head, quickly transforming and congealing, but in the blink of an eye, 3 huge flowers formed and bloomed quickly. 3 flowers gather on the top. In Jinfeng's body, the berserk aura rushed out like layers of waves, wave after wave. 3 giant flowers bloomed one after another, and Jinfeng's aura rose 3 levels in a row, and his whole person changed completely. At this moment, above his head, 3 flowers gathered together, and a vast force enveloped his whole body, with bursts of rays of light, like a god descending from the sky. What? The pupils of Long Tianyao and Lu Tianming shrank at the same time. They never expected that there would be such a big difference in the aura of a warrior. It was as if, just now, he was just a stronger ordinary person, but at this moment, he had become the most powerful martial arts emperor. In the entire Lingyun Square, all the geniuses and bigwigs from the outland continent, who were smiling just now, were all frozen at this moment. No. Impossible. How could there be such a strong aura at the first level of the martial emperor realm? Long Tianyao and Lu Tianming, who were still in astonishment, saw that on the opposite Jinfeng, on the hands, the 3-color light poured out like a torrent. When autumn comes, September 8th, after my flowers bloom, 100 flowers will kill. The word kill landed on the ground, Jinfeng's face and the corners of his mouth curled up, and he entered together, and his figure rushed out. Long Tianyao and Lu Tianming's expression suddenly changed, and their whole bodies exploded with qi, and they all shot together. The thunder knife is like a dragon, strong enough to circle a golden shield, blocking in front of him. The dragon and the tiger screamed together, and the fists blasted out by both fists, like a dragon and a tiger running, slammed into the rushing Jinfeng. Both Long Tianyao and Lu Tianming felt an unprecedented crisis. When they made a move, they did not hold back a single line and used all their strength. Everyone be careful, this Jinfeng is stronger than we imagined, we must. Long Tianyao tried his best to mobilize his true energy, and at the same time he hurriedly transmitted his spiritual consciousness to inform others. However, he didn't finish his sentence. Boom. Boom. Amidst the earth-shattering sound of the air storm, the huge thunder saber shield, and the dragon and tiger Xuanhuan blasted out by Lu Tianming, Jinfeng, who was charged by the storm, raised his hand with a 3-color fist light, piercing through them in succession. 2 people defend. Bump. In the next breath, the 3-color fist glow directly hit Long Tianyao's chest, completely blowing up his body shield. Puff. Long Tianyao was blown away by a punch, and was thrown into the air. He opened his mouth and spewed out a big mouthful of blood mist. He hit the golden barrier in the distance and bounced to the ground. Although he didn't hit the ground directly, and managed to stand still, Long Tianyao stood there with his eyes wide open, completely congested with blood, and under the trembling of his whole body, 3-color rays of light shot out from outside his body. Obviously, the remaining force of that punch was attacking his physical body, making his aura violent and unable to suppress it at all. Good, so strong. Long Tianyao's eyes were full of fear, looking at Jinfeng, his face was full of shock. The power of mere ants also wants to block my Jinfeng. A joke. After blasting Long Tianyao away with one punch, Jinfeng's aura became more and more violent. With one step, the void was shattered, just like an ancient barbarian god, punch after punch, constantly blasting out. Not good, go back. Seeing this scene, Lu Tianming, Miao Lianunju, Qin Yuanji, and Gui Yishan's expressions changed, and they went crazy. The sky turns, the night sky kills 7. Both hands formed seals, and swept out, 7 3-color fists, like a stream of light, shot all over the sky and blasted straight at Lu Tianming who was fleeing. Dragon and Tiger Rampage. With a sweep of consciousness, Lu Tianming's face changed drastically, he turned around abruptly, raised his hand and punched out. Boom. Amidst the violent noise, Longgong's fist shattered the 3-color light fist directly. However, without waiting for Lu Tianming to breathe a sigh of relief, the second punch, the third punch, the 7th punch broke through the storm and came straight. Violence. 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 Lu Tianming's eyes were wide open, he looked like he was crazy, and he kept punching, blocking one punch after another. However, the speed was too late, and by the fifth punch, he had already reached 3 steps in front of him, directly blasting his body-protecting energy to pieces. With bloodshot eyes, Lu Tianming could only watch helplessly as the 6th and 7th punches hit his chest heavily. Swish! Without any suspense, just like Long Tianyao, he was thrown into the sky, spewed out big blood, crashed into the barrier wall, and bounced to the ground. However, after being punched twice, he was much worse than Long Tianyao, but it was extremely difficult for him to even stand up. Humph! Another piece of rubbish. Now, there are 3 of you, go to hell. With a roar, above Jin Feng's head, 3 phantoms of giant flowers all brightened up. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2090, Sword Broken Lingyun. Facing Jin Feng's crazy attack, on the battlefield, Miao Lian lived in peace, Qin Yuanji and Gui Yishan were all violent. Immovable Vajraseal. War Tiger Charge. Tower Turning Glass. The cards were all out, and the 3 of them made a move, trying to block it. However, amidst the 3-color air waves that filled the sky, the fists kept falling, like a flood peak, falling straight down towards the 3 of them. In the face of such an attack, anyone would feel a sense of powerlessness in their hearts. Boom! 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 Amidst the 3 loud bangs, the 3 people who were rushing to fight were all sent flying, crashing into the golden barrier in the distance, and rolling to the ground with injuries. There was a sound of landing, and the dust and mist splashed 3 feet high. As Gui Yishan, Qin Yuanji and Miao Lian Enju rolled to the ground, the audience was completely silent. All the bosses, the geniuses of the Emperor's list, saw such a result, their faces were full of shock. Lost, lost. That's it, lost. For Long Tianyao, such a powerful 5-person team actually only supported 3 moves. On the rostrum, Ling Xuantian and other bigwigs all had faces as black as the bottom of a pot. Their consciousness swept across the battlefield, and found that Long Tianyao's 5 people were in chaos, and they couldn't recover their combat power in a short time. This Jin Feng's attack has such a terrifying back move. Humph. A place of rubbish like the Outland continent is indeed full of garbage. With a long ending, Jin Feng grinned, and his figure flashed out, rushing towards Long Tianyao and others in the distance. Bump. 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 I saw that where Jin Feng's figure flashed, he raised his right foot, 1 kick at a time, and kicked Long Tianyao and the 5 of them flying all over the sky. At this time, Long Tianyao, Lu Tianming and others didn't even completely suppress the turmoil in their bodies. Facing Jin Feng's surprise attack, they were like lambs, without the slightest power to resist. So, under the watchful eyes of countless pairs of eyes, the top 5 in the Outland continent were kicked around by the enemy like a ball. Shame! What a shame! Seeing the geniuses on the imperial list who were humiliated by that Jin Feng rolling around in the golden barrier, everyone in the Outland continent was all angry. Even the Golden Rainbow Sage Emperor seemed to deliberately not announce the end of the match, just watching with a joking smile on his face. Stop! On the rostrum, Ling Xuantian shouted loudly, and the Emperor's prestige on his body surged out like a river, sweeping the audience. You know, this is Lingyun Pavilion, and Ling Xuantian is the master, and everyone else can be said to be his guests. But now, Long Tianyao and the others were so humiliated, the most humiliating, of course, was him, the host of the celebration. This loud shout of Lei Wei made everyone in the audience stunned at the same time. However, only Jin Feng on the battlefield seemed to have expected it long ago. He just turned his head slightly, glanced at the furious Ling Xuantian on the rostrum, and then slowly raised his right foot, and kicked hard in front of him again. Guishan kicked away. Click. The strength of this kick was obviously greater than just now, and at the same time as the bone crack sounded, there was almost substantial flame spurting out from Ling Xuantian's eyes. Bold. With a roar of anger, Ling Xuantian rushed out, and the Berserk Emperor Wei swept across the sky of Lingyun Square with a large wave of might. Stretching out one hand, palm prints appeared horizontally, and directly patted Jin Feng below. This palm was so powerful that if it fell, even Jin Feng would not be able to bear it at all. Stop. At this moment, behind Ling Xuantian, in the direction of the rostrum, a ray of golden light shot towards the palm print made by Ling Xuantian, and exploded. Boom, boom. This collision was so powerful that it seemed that even the sky was going to explode. In the next breath, the majestic power of the Holy Emperor swept across the audience, directly sweeping Ling Xuantian from the air down. Well, the Golden Rainbow Emperor. After landing, Ling Xuantian turned his head and looked behind him, but realized that the person who shot was none other than Sage Emperor Jinhong. With a glance, not only Ling Xuantian, even Great Elder Jiang and the High Priest were angry. They naturally saw that Jin Feng's evil deeds were simply his intentional connivance. Otherwise, why not immediately remove the barrier to stop Jin Feng's humiliating behavior? Governor Ling, calm down. Emperor Jinhong, with a stiff smile on his face, looked at the angry Ling Xuantian and said softly. The rules of the martial soul world, where disciples compete and learn from each other, and elders are not allowed to intervene. Pavilion Master Ling doesn't know such a basic rule. Now that the victory is not decided, and no one admits defeat on the battlefield, you just intervene. Such behavior is not a loss of the status of the master of a cabinet. Sage Emperor Jinhong's words landed resoundingly, but with obvious contempt. These words fell into the ears of Ling Xuantian and other big shots, but made the anger in their eyes even more violent. The game is tied. I have lost my status as an elder. Dog, fart. Being trampled on the prestige of the sect in this way, what kind of dog does he care about? He looks like an elder. Even a blind person can tell that this Golden Rainbow Sage Emperor is definitely in the same group as the three major forces. Jin Feng must die. Ling Xuantian's eyes were full of murderous intent, and he looked at Jin Feng, who was on the battlefield, with a grin on his face. At the moment when Ling Xuantian was about to explode, the high priest on the rostrum thumped the wooden stick in his hand and spoke in a cold voice. Sage Emperor Jinhong, this is the Outland Continent, and I, the high priest, am not dead yet. As the words fell, the Jinhong Emperor suddenly turned his head and looked at the high priest with a smile on his face. His face gradually sank, and a pair of pale golden pupils kept flickering. Okay. Let's give the high priest a face. After pondering for a long time, Emperor Jinhong finally chose to take a step back, and with a wave of his hand, the golden barrier was removed from Lingyun Square. Swish! Almost at the moment when the barrier was removed, Ling Xuantian rushed out with astonishing speed, rushed through the void, pushed away two air waves that suddenly separated, and rushed straight towards Long Tianyao and the other 5 people. With a wave of both hands, the true energy was drawn out, capturing the bodies of Long Tianyao and the other 5, and directly brought them back to the rostrum. On the battlefield, Jin Feng, who was attacked by Ling Xuantian's violent air wave, suddenly shook his body a few times, and a stern look flashed in his eyes. In the end, he still grinned and said nothing. Not only Ling Xuantian, but even this Jin Feng knew in his heart that now is definitely not the time for the two sides to start a war. Therefore, both sides chose the greatest degree of restraint. It's just that the anger and humiliation that arose after the first battle had already grown. On the side of the rostrum, Long Tianyao and 5 people were covered in blood, and their spirits were like gossamer. Although they would not be damaged, they were basically half useless. Damn it! It's such a heavy hand. Mialian Unju screamed in pain, and couldn't help cursing. The high priest at the side, seeing the apprentice's miserable state, trembled with anger, but there was nothing he could do. Next, there are 2 more games, you outland continent, are you still fighting? Emperor Jinhong glanced at the 5 people lying on the ground, sneered, and asked. As the words fell, hundreds of foreign bosses and tens of thousands of disciples stared at him fiercely with red eyes. If it wasn't because they couldn't beat them, and the opponent came to the 10 Directions starfield, they would have gathered and killed them long ago. On the contrary, on the side of the 3 major forces, the elders and geniuses are all full of ridicule and extremely proud. Who is not convinced? Come up. Standing on the battlefield, Jin Feng's arrogant provocative voice, driven by his true energy, exploded the entire 9 mountain ranges. Garbage from the outland continent, come here. It doesn't matter whether you come with 1 person or a group of people. I, Jin Feng, will take care of everything. In the end, I will definitely let you all know how trash you are. Ha ha ha. 1 person challenged the entire continent. Everyone in the audience stared angrily, but no one dared to speak. But at this moment, in the depths of the peaks of Lingyun Pavilion, on top of a tall spiritual peak, there was a radiant and shocking sword energy, as if it was about to cut through the sky. Where the sword light passed, a straight avenue suddenly appeared in the void. A figure, with black robes flying, came stepping forward. From top to bottom, the Emperor's majesty was like a tide, like the 9 heavens god of war, turning into a startled rainbow and shooting directly at Lingyun Square. End of chapter. 1 second to remember. Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2091 Xingtian Pavilion. Coming from the sky, the imperial prestige is like a tide. At this moment, Chu Yan had a look of astonishment on his face. Isn't it a celebration? Why is there a murderous look in Lingyun Square, and the atmosphere is so dignified? And in the middle of Lingyun Square, a tall martial artist, with a strong aura, looked at him with a grinning grin on his face. On the rostrum, there was an extremely familiar figure. It is Chu Yan's master, Ling Xuantian. And Master Ling Xuantian looked at the martial artist in the center of the square, with killing intent and anger in his eyes. Such a scene fell into Chu Yan's eyes, and the doubt on Chu Yan's face suddenly became more and more intense. With a sweep of his gaze, Chu Yan suddenly found that not only Ling Xuantian, but also the other bigwigs on the rostrum, all of them looked at the other 3 groups with pale faces and red eyes. These guys, where did they come from? Chu Yan looked at the 3 groups of people, but found that all of them had strong aura and amazing cultivation, but they didn't know any of them. Obviously, these people are not from Outland Continent at all. The most important thing is that when Chu Yan kept scanning the audience, he finally saw Long Tianyao and others lying on the ground in the corner of Lingyun Square, who were almost half useless. Chu Yan's gaze instantly became sharp. Long Tianyao. Lu Tianming. Could it be that they took advantage of the celebration held in Lingyun Pavilion today, and came to make trouble? In Chu Yan's heart, the anger was not surging, and when he was about to rush down, suddenly, his eyes fixed on another person who was also lying down. Mialian lives in peace. Chu Yan was taken aback for a moment, but what he didn't expect was that Mialian Unju was lying with Long Tianyao and others, and his injuries were too horrible to bet on. At this moment, Chu Yan frowned, his face full of doubts. Firstly, Chu Yan has seen the talisman of Mialian Unju before. It is powerful and has a strong defense. Even in the secret realm, the remnant soul of the Holy Emperor failed to break through the defense of Mialian Unju. At the same time, if Long Tianyao and Lu Tianming came to mess things up, how could Mialian Unju lie with them? All of a sudden, all kinds of strange phenomena in Lingyun Square in front of him completely confused Chu Yan. However, following Ling Xuantian's gaze, Chu Yan looked towards the middle of the square, the tall warrior who stood there roaring sharply, the killing intent in his eyes kept rising. Because Chu Yan was getting closer and closer to Lingyun Square, and Chu Yan finally heard the roar of the tall warrior clearly. Garbage from the outland continent, come here. It doesn't matter whether you come with one person or a group of people. I, Jinfeng, will take care of everything. In the end, I will definitely let you all know how trash you are. Ha ha ha. One person, provoking the entire outland continent. Arrogant enough. But, this guy, did he find the wrong place? This is Lingyun Pavilion. If he is in another place, don't say that he provokes the entire outer continent. Even if he provokes the whole world, Chu Yan doesn't bother to pay attention. But now, daring to be so arrogant on his own territory, it seems that he should be courting death. Swish. Swish. In the binoculars, 2 5-color divine lights lit up, and the pupils of the unicorn turned, looking straight at each other. Huh. Swallow blood. With just one glance, Chu Yan could see that the familiar and powerful blood and true energy in that tall warrior's body surged crazily. No one is more familiar with this kind of true energy than Chu Yan. Because, this is a warrior of the Ming clan, who uses a special blood art, which can not only devour other people's blood to improve one's own cultivation, but at the same time, of course, it can also make the opponent's blood go abnormal. This is the bloodline advantage of the Ming clan warriors. However, correspondingly, there are advantages and disadvantages, and Ming clan warriors do not have martial souls. And the tall young man in front of him, who seemed to call himself Jin Feng, was swept by Chu Yan's unicorn pupil, and he didn't find a trace of martial spirit. Therefore, this guy probably has a great relationship with the Mingzhu. No wonder the Ming clan didn't come to make trouble for him during this period of time. It turned out that they were holding back here. Swish. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan's figure, like an ancient fierce beast, exploded with a sword intent all over his body, carrying a terrifying imperial prestige, and slammed down towards the square below. However, at this moment, 2 divine consciousnesses suddenly rose from below, rushing straight into Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Chu Yan, hurry back. Chu Yan was taken aback by the speaker's voice, and subconsciously stopped. Because, this voice came from your emperor. As Chu Yan's close friend, Lingyun Pavilion held a celebration for Chu Yan, and when Chu Yan reached the top of the Outland Continent Emperor list, how could the emperor not come? However, after arriving at Lingyun Pavilion, Huang, who represented Tianqi Tower, did not make any noise, but hid himself in the crowd. Until the appearance of the 3 major forces in the 10 directions starfield, and after that, the appearance of the Golden Rainbow Sage Emperor, the Warrior Emperor Huang's heart finally became a reality. In particular, the one called by the 3 major forces as Lord Jinfeng was even more eye-catching, looking into the depths of Lingyun Pavilion from time to time, and almost 90% of all spiritual consciousness was locked on the back peak of Lingyun Pavilion. He was very worried that Chu Yan would appear suddenly and fall into the trap set by others long ago. As the deacon of Tianqi Building, there are few people in this continent who are more informed than him. Therefore, before coming to Lingyun Pavilion, Huang deliberately retrieved all kinds of news related to Chu Yan from the Tianqi Building. But after this investigation, the result made Huang's face turn pale with shock. The Hades are doing something. Moreover, this matter is not only aimed at Chu Yan, but at the entire human race. And the beginning of this plan was to start with Chu Yan. That Jin Feng was only used to force Chu Yan to take action and defend the Shifeng Starfield, Xingtian Pavilion. Jin Feng, formerly known as Mo Yao, was one of the millions of Mingzhu teenagers who were sent to the 10 directions starfield since he was a child. It's just that, among these millions of Mingzhu youths, less than 100 of them have finally grown up and are useful. Most of the other millions of Mingzhu youths are already dead. As for Jin Feng, he was one of the top 10 among the 100 people who survived. Xingtian Pavilion, a very special force in the 10-direction starfield. It is also the only existence that can connect with God's domain and use it as a backing, surpassing all forces in the 10-direction starfield. And Jing Feng is Xingtian Pavilion, a disciple of the foreign pavilion stationed in Shuanghai region. Because of the special status of Xingtian Pavilion, in the entire 10-direction starfield, no matter how strong or weak the power is, all bigwigs and warriors who see Xingtian Pavilion must respectfully address them as master. Because the owner of the Xingtian Pavilion is a strong man in the domain of God. No one has ever seen the master of the Xingtian Pavilion, but he controls the 10 directions of the star field, with nearly 30% of the power of heaven. Back then, the power that had offended the Xingtian Pavilion was waved out by the avatar of the master of the Xingtian Pavilion, and a trace of the power of the 10-direction star field waved out, suppressing the entire sect into powder. Up to now, the land of the Gate of the Power named Tianqing Zone is still thousands of miles of white land, with no grass growing, and a dead forest. The situation that Huang got was about Xingtian Pavilion and the Mingzhu layout, but it was aimed at Chu Yan. This made Huang, from the moment he arrived at Lingyun Pavilion, more worried about Chu Yan's appearance than anyone else. However, things are often like this: the more you worry about something, something will happen. Jing Feng, all kinds of provocative actions made all the warriors angry, and finally succeeded, forcing Chu Yan out. If you don't stop now, Chu Yan will cause disaster. 1 second to remember. Ace Hang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2092 Chu Yan returns. The figure of Huang was like a flash of lightning. While stopping Chu Yan, he soared into the sky and came in front of Chu Yan. "Dear Emperor, you." Chu Yan looked at Huang. Although he hadn't seen him for a long time, he was not a little happy, but rather solemn. As the deacon of Tianqi building, although Chu Yan and Huang have a good relationship, they rarely meet each other. "Chu Yan, this matter is extremely complicated." This time, the 3 major forces from the 10-direction starfield came to deliberately arrange to humiliate Lingyun Pavilion and the Outland continent. On the surface, it was under the guise of recruiting geniuses on the Emperor's list. In fact, it was to deal with the entire human race. Huang's face was full of anxiety, and he explained quickly. "That Jing Feng, I'm afraid they specially invited him to force you to take action. If you make a move now, you will definitely take advantage of their wishes, and at the same time, cause a catastrophe." With a serious face, worried that Chu Yan didn't know the serious relationship, Huang's tone was extremely serious. Although, as the deacon of Tianqi building, he was also full of grief and indignation when he saw the warriors of the Outland continent being humiliated just now, but before breaking out of the Haotian continent with Chu Yan, Huang was also the emperor in charge of the Billion-Mile Sea area. Therefore, in terms of scheming, Huang is no worse than any big boss, and those vicious people. Swish! A ray of white light came, but only flickered twice, and the figure of the little white bear also appeared in front of Chu Yan. "Boss, something is wrong." Little White Bear glanced at Huang and nodded. A rare expression of solemnity appeared on his small face. Those guys from the 10-star fields and the 3 major forces humiliated the geniuses of the Emperor list, Lingyun Pavilion and Outland Continent. It seems to be intentional. The situation is not clear now, so you better not show up. Like Huang, Little White Bear is only worried about Chu Yan's safety, and other things are irrelevant to her. Insulting Lingyun Pavilion. In Chu Yan's eyes, a red light flashed, and a terrifying breath gushed out from the depths of his eyes. 10-direction starfield. 3 major forces. He deliberately came to Outland Continent to humiliate the genius of Emperor Bang and Lingyun Pavilion, just to force him to make a move. And that Jing Feng obviously has the aura of the Ming clan's bloodline skills, which must involve the hatred between the Ming clan and himself. But so what? For Chu Yan, Lingyun Pavilion should not be trampled on. Anyone can't do it, even the emperor. Seeing the red light in Chu Yan's eyes, Huang and the little white bear were taken aback, and secretly said badly. The two of them are the people who are most familiar with Chu Yan, besides Yuer. Therefore, seeing the red light in Chu Yan's eyes, they knew that with Chu Yan's character, they might be in trouble. Anything may change before Chu Yan makes a decision, but if Chu Yan makes a decision and wants to change, even if the sky collapses, it is absolutely impossible. Chu Yan, don't come here. At this moment, another sound transmission of spiritual consciousness rang in the ears of Chu Yan and the others. But below, Ling Xuantian, who is full of anger and has red eyes, is suppressed. I will deal with things here. There was a tinge of bleakness in the consciousness that followed, and even Chu Yan could feel that Ling Xuantian gritted his teeth and said it word by word. Chu Yan, who is very familiar with Ling Xuantian, couldn't feel the feeling of aggrievedness. Handle. How to deal with it. Ling Xuantian, for the sake of Chu Yan and Lingyun Pavilion, I am afraid that he will bear all the grievances on his shoulders. On the ground, Ling Xuantian looked at Chu Yan from a distance, and a flash of determination flashed in his eyes, as if he had made a decision. Good. As Chu Yan expected, Ling Xuantian was prepared to break the layout of the three major forces against Chu Yan and Lingyun Pavilion at his own expense. Lingyun Pavilion, or the human race, can live without Ling Xuantian, but absolutely cannot live without Chu Yan. On this point, Ling Xuantian was extremely sure from the first time he saw Chu Yan. After that, the miracles that Chu Yan created again and again. It also constantly proved that Ling Xuantian's original judgment was correct. Therefore, the current Chu Yan is not only the hope of Ling Xuantian alone, but also the hope of the rise of the entire human race. On the other side, above the sky, Chu Yan, who saw Ling Xuantian's eyes, was shocked. Before he could react, another voice sounded in his sea of consciousness. Chu Yan, Xingtian Pavilion is not you now, you can shake it. With an ancient and majestic aura, this voice suddenly appeared in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, waking him up, causing his brows to frown suddenly. Because this voice came from the blue sky lotus. That mysterious and powerful existence is none other than the green-armored giant. You are afraid of the heavenly Dao Ming curse. Once you use your power, it will be easy to find out. At that time, you will fall into endless crises, and the 10 directions starfield may become your loss. The words of the Qingjia giant made Chu Yan startled again. Holy Heaven Pavilion. This was the first time Chu Wei heard this name, but his heart felt inexplicably tense, which made people tremble. However, the blue-armored giant, who had never spoken much, had only spoken half of what he had spoken before. But now, it is so clear. Obviously, the Qingjia giant is also extremely worried about Chu Yan's current decision and the upcoming crisis. At this moment, Chu Yan was silent. In the sea of consciousness, the green-armored giant told Chu Yan about the Xingtian Pavilion. Especially when he heard that Xingtian Pavilion was related to God's domain, Chu Yan didn't expect that Jing Feng in front of him would be so complicated. Chu Yan, Pavilion Master Ling is right, you can't go down, endure the calm for a while, take a step back, Hage Sky, after a while, you go to the 10 directions starfield, with your cultivation speed and aptitude, today's matter will be settled sooner or later of. Seeing that Chu Yan was silent, Huang quickly persuaded him again. The little white bear on the side looked straight at Chu Yan, his bear eyes flickered, as if he was thinking, and didn't say anything. For her, no matter what decision Chu Yan makes, she will support it. When the people who persuaded Chu Yan saw that Chu Yan was silent and stopped talking, and thought they had persuaded him, Chu Yan raised his slightly lowered head suddenly. Senior Qingjia, Master, Emperor Heir. Chu Yan's eyes were shining like stars, and the corner of his mouth was lightly raised, and the expression on his face was calm and indifferent. Chu Yan like this, just like before. sorry, I can't do it. As soon as the words landed, no matter if it was Huang beside him, Ling Xuantian below, or even the green-armored giant who appeared in the sea of consciousness, all their bodies trembled. All I know is, these people, damn it. Chu Yan raised his head, and in his eyes, the cold eyes were constantly surging, converging into a terrifying sea of flames, which seemed to incinerate the whole world. No matter what happens next, what kind of crisis is there? Anyone who takes action against my relatives and friends, I will make him pay 10 times, 100 times the price. Even so, I will be lost, and I will never recover. I only know that in the journey of martial arts, there is death but no life, there is only progress, and there is no retreat. Chu Yan's words, word by word, resounded through the sea of consciousness of several people at the same time, like thunder, shaking several big brothers. Their pupils shrank suddenly, and they were stunned. Swish. Almost at the moment when the last sentence landed, Chu Yan's figure passed through Huang and Little White Bear in front of him, and blasted down towards Lingyun Square below. The shadow in the black robe across the sky is like a sharp black sword, overcoming thorns and thorns, moving forward bravely. Among them, only Little White Bear's eyes lit up instantly. That's right. This is the Chu Yan she is familiar with. This is the one, from the Haotian continent, stepping on the bones of countless geniuses all the way to the current Chu Yan. And now, Chu Yan is back again. End of chapter. 1 second to remember Ace Hang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2093 First Blood. Seeing Chu Yan, he rushed towards Lingyun Square like a meteorite falling from the sky. Huang froze on the spot, opened his mouth wide, and just looked at it stupidly. But beside him, the Little White Bear jumped up excitedly in an instant, waved his little fist, and yelled. This is my boss. I've seen them upset for a long time, beat them to death. Hearing the roar of the Little White Bear, Huang turned his head, looked at the romping Little White Bear, the corners of his eyes twitched violently twice. Just kidding. Beat him. That's Xingtian Pavilion's overseas disciples, not to mention his terrifying strength to beat up 5 of Long Tianyao alone. Just defending Xingtian Pavilion is enough for Chu Yan to drink a pot. You know, in the 10 Directions Starfield, if you offend anyone, you can't offend Xingtian Pavilion. The kind of power that is backed by the God's domain, almost equivalent to the God's domain, and the spokesperson of the 10 Directions Starfield, even Hunyuan Palace and the Dark Temple, the existence of this level, dare not easily provoke it. Moreover, according to Chu Yan's plan, he is going to the 10 Directions Starfield. In Lingyun Square, Ling Xuantian also had a look of astonishment. His eyes were wide open, and he just wanted to stop Chu Yan, but when he glanced over, he saw Chu Yan, who was charging like lightning, those eyes shining like stars, as if burning with flames, and his whole body was shocked. Chu Yan at this moment shocked him and set off a stormy sea. Therefore, if he stopped, Ling Xuantian would not be able to speak, even a single word. At the same time in Lingyun Square. Following Jin Feng's rampant words, resounding throughout the audience, all the bigwigs and geniuses from the outland continent immediately exploded after being dazed for a moment. This discussion between the two sides, from the beginning to the end, made them hold back their anger, and now it finally broke out. Kill him. This kid is too arrogant. Let's go together. Beat him. A group of angry young geniuses in Lingyun Pavilion, impulsive at first, 7 or 8 of them, their faces flushed, roaring, pulled out their spirit soldiers, and rushed straight to Jin Feng on Lingyun Square. At this time, the 3rd round of the competition was over, and the Golden Rainbow Emperor also removed the barrier because he gave the High Priestess face. Therefore, the current state is not considered a duel, and naturally, there is no barrier protection. This kind of behavior can be regarded as a personal grievance at best, but because of their anger, their brains are congested, and they seem to have forgotten the most important thing. That is, without the enchantment of the Golden Rainbow Sage Emperor, Jin Feng's suppressed cultivation level, due to the restrictions of the rules, has fully recovered. At this moment, Jin Feng's aura of cultivation continued to improve, and the sinister smile on the corner of his mouth became stronger and stronger. With eyes full of murderous intent, staring at the group of Lingyun Pavilion disciples rushing over to seek death, 3 giant flowers bloomed slowly on top of Jin Feng's head, and a smear of blood appeared on the petals. In less than a blink of an eye, 3 huge blood-colored flowers bloomed completely. Flower-killing blood heaven. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Jin Feng pushed out his hands fiercely, and above his head, 3 huge blood-colored flowers toppled over with a bang, rushing toward a group of Lingyun Pavilion disciples in front of them, rushing out a large amount of blood. Boom! 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 Pieces of blood-colored petals shot out, like bloody knives, cutting across the void, and wherever they passed, people's heads, arms, and limbs were thrown into the air. In less than a breath, 7 or 8 disciples of Lingyun Pavilion fell into a pool of blood without even taking 100 steps. On the 7 or 8 heads that rolled to the ground, in pairs of bloodshot eyes, they were full of death and panic. The sudden change, as well as the blood that was sprinkled in the sky, made everyone in the audience freeze on the spot. Boom! Boom! At this point, Jin Feng raised his big feet, and his huge feet rested on the rolling heads, making a muffled sound, and stomped them to burst like watermelons, and everyone woke up suddenly. No one thought that Jin Feng would dare to kill him. Is he crazy? Not good. Not far away. Ling Shuangtian, who suddenly turned his head to look over, glanced over, and his heart sank. The worst outcome I was worried about still appeared. This Jin Feng, and the 3 major forces, including the Jinhong Sage Emperor, this time coming to the Jiuxiao mountain range, I am afraid that it is not only to humiliate the human race, but also to deal with Chu Yan. At this moment, in an instant, black lightning flashed across the sky. In the entire Lingyun Square, the sky and the earth were bright and dark, as if a catastrophe was about to happen. Boom! With a sonic boom in the void, the sword light that charged into the sky broke through the sky and the earth, divided into the same black road, and pointed directly at Jin Feng in the distance. This sword light came like lightning, with momentum like a rainbow, extremely fast and fierce. Just as Jin Feng raised his foot, he was about to step on it when coldness suddenly appeared on his back, and the hairs all over his body almost exploded. Swish! The sword light rubbed against his ear, piercing the air, across his ear, leaving a blood groove. Although this kind of fur injury did not pose any threat at all, the sound of howling swords exploded in his ears, like thunder from heaven and earth, made him dizzy for a while. At this moment, an extremely cold voice sounded. Are you courting death? With this sound, the air between the sky and the earth seemed to drop rapidly. Suddenly, everyone looked up and looked at the sky. There, a shadowy black-robed figure came stepping on the void avenue pierced by the sword light, just now. With a glance, in the eyes of all the bosses and geniuses in the outland continent, Chi-Chi burst out with a dazzling light, and their faces were full of shock. Chu Yan! Chu Yan, the #1 emperor in the outland continent, is here. Even Long Tianyao, who was lying on the ground just now, and the other top 10 on the emperor list struggled to support their bodies and looked up into the air. I saw that in the sky. Chu Yan crossed the sky, and every time he took a step, his aura became stronger. The sword energy surging all over his body made his long hair fly, his black robe fluttered, his eyes as cold as a sword were full of murderous intent, and he stared straight at the tall Jin Feng in front of him. This scene fell in the eyes of everyone, and a chill suddenly rose in their hearts. This Chu Yan, how does it look like, is several times stronger than 10 days ago, on Wanxing Peak. Under the murderous intent, it brought a terrifying breath of death, and even made people breathless. Soon, after a brief absence, all the geniuses cheered in unison. Haha, it's Chu Yan. Chu Yan is here. It's finally here. Strange, isn't it, in retreat? Senior brother Chu Yan, who is number 1 on the emperor list, is finally here. Great. This time, those dogs of the 3 major forces, shit, wait to die. Senior brother Chu Yan, this is completely angry, so terrifying and murderous. The geniuses, who were aggrieved and angry just now, were swept away by the appearance of Chu Yan. Instead, there is a face full of excitement, and pairs of shining eyes. 1 second to remember. Ace Hang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2094 Give it to me. The appearance of Chu Yan ignited the audience. Here, the bigwigs from the outland continent and the geniuses from the emperor list all came from all over the world to participate in the celebration. Therefore, most of them have seen Chu Yan's domineering power sweeping the audience on Wangxing Peak. With his strength, it is absolutely no problem to deal with these geniuses from the 10 Directions starfield. On the other side, Elder Lin from the 3 major forces, Elder Tianyuhage, and Elder Huanzhong Lulan Beauty, looked in astonishment, looking at Chu Yan, who was falling towards Lingyun Square in midair, with 3 pairs of eyes flashing in unison. Light. Before they came, they had heard that Chu Yan's strength was unfathomable, and his combat power was even more astonishing. The body possesses yin and yang attributes, and at the same time has the extremely gold element, the extreme fire element, and the 4 peak attributes. How terrifying. Seeing in all directions, because of Chu Yan's appearance, the geniuses from the outland continent, the big bosses and disciples of the 3 major forces, who cheered together, were full of disdain and contempt. A soil turtle is a soil turtle. Don't they think it's of any use for this so-called outland continent to appear first on the list of emperors? Didn't see before, their continental emperor of outland, from the second Long Tianyao to the top 10 in the entire emperor list, couldn't support Master Jin Feng's 2 or 3 moves together. These local turtles from the outland continent have never seen what a real genius is. Chu Yan. Elder Lin looked at Chu Yan with a strange color and a hint of ruthlessness. Beside him, the elders of Tianyuhage and Lulan Beauty first sized up Chu Yan, then smiled slightly, and looked at Jin Feng on the field in the distance. This Chu Yan is also very ordinary. The rumors are often exaggerated and spread falsely. From the outer continent to the star field below, such a long distance, after so many people spread the word, I am afraid that an ant can also become an elephant. It doesn't matter, anyway, my 3 sects are just supporting today, and Master Jin Feng from Xingtian Pavilion is there. When the 3 big brothers saw Chu Yan appear, they just exchanged a few words with their spiritual consciousness, and they stopped caring. After all, in their view, no matter whether this Chu Yan really possesses the 4 extreme attributes as rumored or not, facing Jin Feng and Xingtian Pavilion will become meaningless. On the court, Jin Feng's lantern-like eyes stared straight at the first moment Chu Yan appeared. Good, very good. It finally appeared, and it's not in vain. It took me a long time to compete with these trash. Jin Feng looked at Chu Yan and murmured, his eyes were bloodthirsty. This time, he took the risk of being judged by Xingtian Pavilion and came to Outland Continent just to get rid of this Chu Yan. As a member of the Ming clan, he had been lurking for tens of thousands of years in the 10 Directions starfield, and it was finally time for him to make a move. Although the identity of the disciples of Xingtian Pavilion is high in the outside world. However, within the Xingtian Pavilion, Jin Feng's identity as a disciple stationed abroad is the lowest existence. Apart from being 1 level higher than the handyman disciples, if you don't make special contributions, you probably won't have the chance to become an official outer disciple for the rest of your life. To put it simply, it is the second-class outer sect disciples of Xingtian Pavilion, who are scattered in the continents of all walks of life in the 10 Directions, and serve as the eyeliner of Xingtian Pavilion. Normally, in the Holy Heaven Pavilion, one would not even dare to speak loudly, and even a random outer disciple of the Holy Heaven Pavilion would be able to instruct him to turn around. Coupled with the various strict rules of Xingtian Pavilion, breaking any of them is death. He has had enough of such days. Fortunately, now is the chance. As long as this time, for the Mingzhu, get rid of this Chu Yan. At that time, the Presbyterian Hall promised him that after returning to the Mingzhu, he can take the position of core elder. Like him, martial arts talent has reached its limit, there is no great opportunity, and it is almost impossible for a martial artist to improve even a small amount of cultivation. Most of them have no desire to cultivate. More, start to pursue rights and enjoyment. There are countless people with such thoughts. After all, every step up to the martial emperor's realm is as difficult as ascending to the sky, and the saint emperor's realm is even more unthinkable. I'd rather be a chicken head than a phoenix tail. The core elders of the Mingzhu, those who want the wind to win the wind, the rain to win the rain, exist under one person and above 10,000. Thinking of this, a satisfied smile appeared on Jin Feng's face. Not far away, Chu Yan had already landed in the corner of Lingyun Square, standing in front of Long Tianyao and others. At a glance, the injuries of Long Tianyao, Miaolian Unju, and others made the cold expression on Chu Yan's face almost turn into ice. Chu. Brother Chu, I am ashamed of the outland continent. Miaolian Unju looked at Chu Yan, her eyes were red and moist, she struggled to support her upper body, looked at Chu Yan, and said with a guilty face. Miaolian Unju's words, like a heavy hammer, slammed into the bottom of Chu Yan's heart, making Chu Yan's heart tremble. They were all in order to protect the dignity of the Outlander continent, the Emperor's list of geniuses, and the dignity of Lingyun Pavilion, so they were seriously injured, and almost half of their bones were broken. No. You are not ashamed. On the contrary, I, Chu Yan, and all warriors from the Outland continent, are proud of you. Chu Yan's words were like thunder, resounding in the sea of consciousness of Long Tianyao and other top 10 emperors, and the sound of thunder rolled. With just one sentence, their eyes, which were full of decadence, instantly lit up, and they looked at Chu Yan's eyes, which kept trembling and were full of excitement. Next, leave it to me. With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, more than a dozen bottles of golden elixirs floated out and fell on Miaolian Unju and the others in front of him. She reached out to take it, and opened the jade bottle. In the rich fragrance of dandelion, Miao Lianjiu and the others just glanced into the jade bottle, and they were all startled. 8 rank golden pills. And, yes, 3. They didn't expect that when Chu Yan shot such a precious 8th grade golden elixir, everyone would get a bottle of it. These are nearly 58th rank golden elixirs, and their value is almost equivalent to the entire wealth of a third-rate sect. Swish. In the astonished eyes of Miaolian Unju and other top 10 emperors, Chu Yan flashed away, but he had already arrived at Ling Xuantian's side on the rostrum of Lingyun Square. Master, I come. Chu Yan bowed to Ling Xuantian, and when he raised his head again, the fighting spirit in his eyes was overwhelming. Good. Ling Xuantian looked at Chu Yan in front of him, stared into his eyes for a long time, finally nodded and said a word. When the word landed, the fighting intent in Chu Yan's eyes flickered, and it directly turned into a cold and biting killing intent. Before turning around, he landed on the rostrum and headed towards Lingyun Square. This extremely simple dialogue between a pair of master and apprentice contains thousands of meanings. Together, in the end, there is only one word, and that is, war. Stop. At this moment, on the rostrum, seeing Chu Yan walking towards Jinfeng on the field, the Jinhong Sage Emperor suddenly shouted. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2095 Life and Death Battle. On the rostrum, Emperor Jinhong looked at Chu Yan's back with a pair of eyes, and shouted. As a holy emperor, look down on the world. And this Chu Yan came to the scene, but only saw his master, but didn't even look at himself. Could it be that he didn't know that when he first came, even the elders of the three major powers in the 10 directions starfield had to bow down to see him? However, after the loud shout, that Chu Yan still strode forward and walked steadily towards the middle of the square. It seems that for the Golden Rainbow Sage Emperor, this shout fell on deaf ears. You. Seeing that Chu Yan had no intention of stopping, the corners of Emperor Jinhong's eyes twitched violently. The smile that had always been on his face disappeared without a trace in an instant. Ignored by. A dignified holy emperor was actually ignored face to face by a small native of the outland continent. With a tang, Emperor Jinhong immediately stood up, opened his mouth and roared. Stop. Following this roar, the violent power of the Holy Emperor on the body of the Golden Hong Sage, like a huge wind and waves, picked up a huge wave of wind and crushed it in all directions. This Chu Yan was the first person he met who dared to ignore him, the Holy Emperor. If he doesn't teach him a good lesson, he won't know that the Holy Emperor is almost a godlike existence to an ordinary warrior like him. That is, at this moment, Jin Feng, who was in the distance in the square, waved his hand and said loudly. Sage Emperor Jinhong, don't get angry, leave this kind of rubbish to me to deal with, I guarantee you will be satisfied. He he he. Jin Feng's words sounded, and the blood in his eyes flashed. Yeah. That's fine too. Hearing Jin Feng's words, Emperor Jinhong nodded, glanced at Chu Yan's back from the corner of his eyes, sat down lightly, and said no more. On the square, the big bosses and disciples from the outland continent all around saw the Golden Hong Sage sitting down, and suddenly felt the pressure on their bodies relax, and the heart that raised the noise finally fell back. Horrible. Terrible. The power of the Holy Emperor, even a strong person in the Emperor Wu realm, cannot bear it. Just now the aura of the Golden Rainbow Sage rushed out, almost even their spirits were frozen, and the true energy in their bodies was completely frozen. However, when everyone turned their heads and looked at Chu Yan, they found that not only was Chu Yan not affected at all, but the sword energy and killing intent on his body became stronger and stronger. Step by step, without saying a word, looking directly at Jin Feng, he quickly walked up to him and stood still. It was you who hurt Mialian Anju and the others. After asking a word, Chu Yan's eyes turned red when he looked at Jin Feng. The anger in his heart and the fighting spirit in his blood can no longer be suppressed. Chu Yan never thought that so many things would happen because he was just a little late. Originally, it was just a simple celebration, but it was changed abruptly by the people of the 10 Directions Starfield. Good. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Jin Feng was full of pride, raised his eyebrows, glanced at Chu Yan with the corner of his eyes, and said with a joking smile. Hurry up and choose people. It doesn't matter whether you choose 10 people or 100 people. I just hope that you won't be more rubbish than them, and you can be more beating up, hee hee. As soon as Jin Feng's words sounded, all the geniuses in the Outland Continent's Emperor list laughed lightly. On the contrary, the bigwigs from the outer domain, including Ling Xuantian, Jiang Yuchuan and the High Priest, all frowned. After all, these bigwigs are different from the Emperor list geniuses. They have never seen with their own eyes how Chu Yan swept the audience at Wangxing Peak. Just hearing the final result, Chu Yan took the first place, so when they heard Jin Feng's words, they couldn't help but looked back. Long Tianyao and the others lying on the side couldn't help feeling a little more. He was very worried, and his face was full of seriousness. Jin Feng. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan spoke. Today, everything you do here, I will return it to you 10 times and 100 times soon. When the words fell to the ground, Jin Feng was taken aback, unable to react. However, at the next moment, Chu Yan raised his hand, stretched his right index finger flat, turned his body slightly, but slowly pointed to the distance. All the disciples of the 3 major forces said. And you? The sound is not loud, but it can be heard by the audience. I, Chu Yan, on behalf of Outland Continent, hereby write a letter of war to challenge all of you, everyone. This battle, including this rubbish, no matter how many geniuses come up from your 10 directions starfield, I will take over all of them. The sound of drinking was like thunder, like a thunderbolt, resounding through the audience. Amid such a voice, all the disciples in the 10 directions starfield, like Jin Feng, were all taken aback. Besides, the thunder in the air was still buzzing, but Chu Yan spoke again. This battle is a battle of life and death. As soon as a word fell to the ground, thunderclouds billowed in the sky. In an instant, the entire Lingyun Square fell into dead silence. In the world of martial spirits, the life and death battle is the highest level battle between warriors. After the appointment, unless one side admits defeat or loses, the battle will continue. The bosses and geniuses from all directions were all dumbfounded. He never imagined that Chu Yan would set a life and death battle with Jin Feng and even the geniuses of the 10-star fields. This is tantamount to a situation of immortality. However, one person can deal with all the geniuses in the 10 directions starfield. Among them, there are also geniuses like Jin Feng who are on the star list. What's the difference between this and courting death? Chu Yan, are you crazy? Ah, boss, good job. Just when everyone stood there stunned in shock, the roar of the little white bear sounded like a blast of thunder on the side of the rostrum in the distance, waking everyone up. Immediately afterwards, there was a tsunami-like burst of laughter from the 3 major faction palaces in the 10 directions starfield. Ha ha ha, this guy, is he here to be funny? Ha ha ha, laughing, I'm laughing to death, a trash, challenge us all. Is he scared stupid? Already incoherent. This guy, you don't have to court death like this. Laughing. I'm dying of laughter. The people in Lingyun Pavilion are all pigs. Send this kind of fool out. The 3 major forces, after a moment of stupefaction, laughed at and disdained Chu Yan's words. Although they knew that the black-robed boy in front of them was number 1 in the Outland Continent's list of emperors. But so what? It's just that he is number 1 in Outland Continent, doesn't he know that he is facing a star list genius? To deal with someone like him, just come to a star list within 1,000, and he can be destroyed with one hand. Moreover, there are 30 geniuses of the 3 major forces here, let alone a native of the outer continent. Even if he is a top 100 genius on the star list, he would not dare to boast like this, dare to challenge all of them at once. What's the point of such a challenge? Among other things, even if Jin Feng was alone in front of him, he might be blown to pieces with one move. 1 second to remember Ace Hang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2096, this is the first punch. Jin Feng looked at Chu Yan in front of him, grinned, his eyes brightened slightly, and said, "Okay. Life and death battle. Very good." Different from others, Jin Feng's dual identities allowed him to have a very good understanding of Chu Yan's strength and record. Before he came to Outland Continent, the Mingzhu told him about Chu Yan's situation in detail. Moreover, Jin Feng also knew that if it wasn't because of Chu Yan's strength, the Ming clan would not use him, a potential dark child in the Holy Heaven Pavilion, to take risks to deal with him. Therefore, Jin Feng was extremely happy about Chu Yan's life and death battle. This is exactly what Jin Feng hoped, and it solved one of his most difficult problems. After all, the battle between the 2 sides was initially agreed to be a discussion. With the Golden Hong Sage Emperor, under the restrictions of the rules, it is really inconvenient to kill people by hand. Unless, before Chu Yanxiang, he rushed towards a disciple of Lingyun Pavilion with a hot head, disregarding the rules. In this case, Jin Feng could be said to be reckless in killing people. The corner of Jin Feng's mouth hooked into a sinister smile. This Chu Yan is dead. On the rostrum, the faces of Ling Xuantian and other bigwigs from the foreign domain sank instantly. Just now, he stopped Chu Yan and prevented him from appearing, just to ensure his safety and not fall into the killing situation set up by the three major forces. But now, Chu Yan actually proposed a battle of life and death to all the geniuses in the 10 Directions starfield. Chu Yan's behavior far exceeded Ling Xuantian's expectations. As for Chu Yan's strength, he, the master, naturally knows that although he is very strong, he can't reach such a terrifying level. This kid. Ling Xuantian's face was full of bitterness, looking at Chu Yan on the field with a helpless expression. Although, the yin and yang dual elements, plus the extreme metal and fire elements, the 4 top attribute powers, once all burst out, should be able to compete with the Jinfeng in front of him. But to fight against everyone, relying on this whole card alone is obviously not enough. Trash, you don't have to think about it. To deal with you, I can do it with one move. Seemingly unwilling to continue talking nonsense with Chu Yan, Jinfeng let out a low drink, and his whole body burst out with genuine energy. 100 flower blood kill. Bloody true energy rushed out, sweeping half of the sky. In an instant, blood-colored true energy surged in the air, condensing into a blood-colored giant flower, exuding infinite power, shooting out thousands of red rays of light, as if the blood had dyed the sky red, and the momentum was shocking. This move was Jinfeng's ultimate move, and it was extremely powerful. Using the ultimate move, Jinfeng knew that Chu Yan was not weak, and at the same time, he wanted to kill him with one move. Holy Rakshasa himself, now. Baihu, Suzaku, come out. Chu Yan stepped out, and his true energy burst out, and the 3 giant figures behind him rushed out of the void. The tall Holy Rakshasa, holding a pair of gold and silver forks and a pair of magic eyes, swept across all directions, and the Rakshasa domain was displayed and rushed to the surroundings. In the sky full of Rakshasa Jinchi, the white tiger martial soul and Suzaku martial soul, one right and one forward, roared out at the same time, crashing into the bloody giant flower that fell in midair. Boom, boom. The violent sound was earth-shattering, a huge air wave exploded, and the sky trembled. The 2 powerful forces of black and red, like 2 flood peaks in the air, collided straight, crushing and attacking each other. Neither side gave in at all. The sky trembled, and the sound of thunder and thunder rumbled endlessly, and the sky and the earth turned pale. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. The confrontation between the 2 forces was all dumbfounded, and their faces were full of astonishment. Unexpectedly, the 2 sides used their strongest strength in the first move of the fight. Moreover, judging from the current situation, it seems that they are evenly matched and evenly matched. However, before everyone could react, there was a sudden change in the sky. Blast me! A whisper, drank from Chu Yan's mouth, was as soft as a string, but like a silver bell, it shocked the audience. Almost at the same time as this sound resounded, in the sky, the spirits of the white tiger and Suzaku Chi-Chi's stature skyrocketed, and instantly grew to nearly 100 feet. The soul body, the tiger's palm and the emperor's fire burst out at the same time. Boom! Boom! The 2 martial spirit attacks swept out, smashing the huge blood-colored flowers in the sky into pieces, and then the Suzaku emperor fire, dancing with the wind, burned the scattered blood-colored true energy into pieces. Nothingness. The sudden change made Jinfeng, who was still proud just now, suddenly startled. His ultimate move was broken. This Chu Yan's 4 elements are extremely powerful, but they are so powerful. This. How can it be? Boom. Almost at the same time as Jinfeng was stunned, the white tiger and rosary bird martial souls rushed out in midair, and poured the power of 2 martial souls into Chu Yan's body. The next moment, Chu Yan jumped up, flew across the air, raised his hand and punched, and blasted straight towards Jinfeng on the ground. Not good. Seeing Chu Yan flying into the air and punching condescendingly, Jin Feng's expression changed suddenly. He raised his arms and threw them in front of him. Roar! Roar! Long Ling and Tiger roaring, Wan Lai's long strength fist, like a shooting star, flew by 1,000 steps away, and hit Jin Feng's bodyguard head-on. The bodyguard formed by the blood-colored true energy was completely deformed by the bombardment, and Jin Feng's body seemed to be hit by a mountain, shooting straight down towards the ground. Tom! Amidst the muffled sound, Jin Feng's body was blasted into the ground, and half of his body almost sank into the ground. At this moment, in the entire Lingyun Square, everyone in all directions had their eyes bulging, their mouths opened, and their faces were full of shock. The four elements tried their best, and with one move, Jin Feng was blasted into the soil. How can this be? Even on Wanxing Peak, when Chu Yan used all four elements to fight against Long Tianyao, he didn't seem to have such terrifying power. But now, it has become so powerful. Swish! Chu Yan, who was in mid-air, succeeded in one move, and did not stagnate in the slightest. He flew straight towards Jin Feng in the soil. Without waiting for Jin Feng to crawl out of the soil, Chu Yan raised his hand and punched out again. Roar! The sound of the roar of dragons and tigers shook the heavens and the earth, and the golden fist of the dragon slammed hard at the intersection of Jin Feng's body and the soil layer. That's where the Sea of Qi in Jin Feng's body is located. What? Jin Feng, whose eyes were bloodshot, saw Chu Yan's punch, and his whole body was full of blood-colored true energy, which gathered towards the place where the sea of energy was, forming an extremely thick shield of energy. However, it didn't have any effect at all. The fist of the Golden Dragon Gang fell, directly smashing the blood-colored bodyguard that had just been condensed, and smashed it heavily into the Sea of Qi in his body. Ah! Accompanied by a muffled and shrill scream, it echoed throughout the square. Jin Feng's entire face was completely distorted. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Under the veins all over his face, there was a face of extreme pain. This is the first punch. Falling in front of Jin Feng, Chu Yan's cold voice was like ice, falling into Jin Feng's ears like the words of a demon. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2097 1UP. In Lingyun Square, Chu Yan, who was full of murderous looks, and Jin Feng, who was trapped in the soil, the whole world fell silent. This is the second punch. A cold voice sounded. Chu Yan raised his hand and punched it down again. Boom! Click! Amidst the muffled sound, came the sound of bones exploding, echoing continuously in the silent square. What's more, amidst the screams of killing pigs, Chu Yan didn't stop at all, and shot again, punching the soil layer. Boom! The fist glowed like a rainbow, and directly blasted Jin Feng out of the soil layer. This is the third punch. Boom! Click! This is the fourth punch. This is the fifth punch. This is the sixth punch. This is... Punch after punch, Jin Feng's sternum, all the way to the bones of his arms, and then to the bones of his thighs and calves, seemed to be completely covered by a golden fist. The meteor-like fist light smashed through, and Chu Yan's combat power was urged to the extreme. Each punch contained powerful fist intent, murderous aura, and true energy, which distorted and changed Jin Feng's bodyguard. The anti-shock force of the fist gang continuously blasted into Jin Feng's body, smashing the bones to pieces. Jin Feng was bombarded by the overwhelming fists, his whole body was jumping and twisting constantly, and the screams that pierced the sky were particularly captivating. Chu Yan's power is controlled very delicately. Therefore, being bombarded by the fist, not only the bones of his whole body were exploded, but also the tiny sword energy contained in the fist rushed into his body at the same time, continuously pulverizing the flesh and blood in every part of his body. Except for the head, everything including the meridians of the whole body and the qi si were blasted to pieces. This is the 81st punch. Boom. With this punch, Jin Feng's whole body was covered with dirty blood, the sea of qi was broken, and without the energy to protect his body collapsed, and he has completely turned into a useless person. And after this punch, Chu Yan finally stopped. Because there is really no place to strike, unless he punches Jin Feng's head violently. When Chu Yan stopped, the entire Lingyun square was silent, terrifyingly quiet. But in fact, from the beginning of the battle to the end now, the time it takes is less than 3 breaths. In such a short period of time, all the bigwigs and geniuses in the audience were as frozen as petrified, their faces were stunned, and they couldn't react at all. I won't kill you. Chu Yan's voice sounded without any warmth. I want you to live, watch carefully, how I continue to abuse them, and, you Hades. As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan raised his leg and kicked Jin Feng, who was like a dead dog, to the side of the rostrum in the distance. The bloody remnant was thrown in midair. Everyone in the audience, with their necks up and their eyes staring straight, drew a parabolic trajectory and followed the Jin Feng's remnant to the rostrum. Only when there was a bang, Jin Feng fell on the rostrum, and in front of one of the 3 major factions, a large canopy of blood splashed out, splashing many people's faces, and they suddenly woke up. Dozens of pairs of red eyes stared fiercely at the black-robed figure in the center of the square, with overwhelming anger. Next one, come up. Chu Yan stood in the middle of the square and shouted coldly. With this cold shout, all the sluggish bosses and geniuses finally came to their senses. Hiss. Oh my god, this Chu Yan is so strong. It's too scary. With just a few tricks, I will give senior brother Jin Feng. The strength of the 4 elements is actually stronger than Jin Feng's 3 flower gathering. No wonder, the 3 major sects will run so far to recruit Chu Yan, this strength is too strong. Amidst all kinds of exclamations, the audience almost exploded. You must know that just a moment ago, Jin Feng was alone in the top 10 of the Outland Continent's Emperor ranking, and he almost won by crushing. But now, too much has turned around, so how strong is this Chu Yan's combat power? The Hades. On the rostrum, Ling Xuantian, Jiang Yuchuan and the high priest heard Chu Yan's last words. They were startled at the same time, and looked at each other. Chu Yan, why did he suddenly mention the Mingzhu? Could it be that there is any connection between this Jin Feng and the Mingzhu? Xingtian Pavilion is a force in the 10 Directions star territory that transcends ordinary existence, but the Mingzhu is a force in the Outland continent. A bad premonition rose in the hearts of the 3 big brothers at the same time. On the other hand, the 3 elders of Shuangjiazong, Tianyahage, and Lilanzong stared wide-eyed. Looking at Chu Yan in the field, strange lights flashed in the 3 pairs of eyes at the same time. Originally, they believed that Chu Yan's strength could never be stronger than the rumors. But now, he suddenly discovered that Chu Yan's strength was several times stronger than the legend. Even the disciples of Xingtian Pavilion were beaten into cripples. This level of combat power is extremely rare even among the geniuses of the same generation in the 10 Directions starfield. The people from the 10 Directions starfield, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why are you shrinking now? The battle of life and death is decided, let's go together. The fighting spirit in Chu Yan's eyes did not weaken at all because Jin Feng was abolished. He looked across the audience like a sharp sword, and his whole body was full of momentum. The big bosses and disciples of the 3 major forces were shocked by Chu Yan's aura, and they were stunned for a while, and no one spoke. However, after a brief absence, these bigwigs and geniuses from the 10 Directions starfield quickly came to their senses. Snort. With a cold snort, Elder Lin of the bipolar sect stood out of the crowd, looked at Chu Yan, and said with a sneer. Chu Yan, don't think that just because you defeated Jin Feng, you dare to be arrogant in front of my three sects. Only you are not qualified enough. With a gloomy and cold face, Elder Lin immediately turned around, looked behind him, and a group of angry disciples from the three sects shouted. This native dare to insult my three sections. If you don't kill him today, my three sects will lose face. You said, can you spare him? Almost as soon as Elder Lin's words fell, the four disciples of the three sects rushed out of the crowd, rushing towards the square with red eyes. Immediately afterwards, three more disciples rushed out and were about to follow, but Elder Lin raised his hand and blocked them. You guys wait a moment to deal with him, for people are enough. Elder Lin stopped the other disciples behind him, looked at Chu Yan with a pair of eyes, and sneered again and again. Chu Yan, even though your talent is amazing, you shouldn't utter wild words and challenge all the disciples of my three sects. There are more than 30 disciples here, even if they are defeated alone, I don't believe how many teams you can stand up to. Among the four disciples who rushed into the arena, two belonged to Tianya Hage, one from the bipolar sect and one from the Lulan sect. The four were majestic, with murderous looks on their faces, and went straight to Chu Yan. All the big bosses and disciples from the outer domain were nervous when they saw this scene. Could it be that Chu Yan really wants to challenge all three disciples with his own strength? 1 second to remember. Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2098 Heavenly Black Flame Crossbow. Seeing the four disciples from the three major forces rushing towards him, the corners of Chu Yan's mouth raised slightly, evoking an evil smile. 4. So what? As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan's figure flashed violently, and instead of retreating, he rushed straight out. Fighting against four people at the same time, there was no thought of taking a defensive position at all, and instead took the initiative to attack. Boom, boom. The holy Rakshasa himself behind him, like the demon god of heaven and earth, rushed forward with Chu Yan's body, crossed the void, blasted the tide of the sky, and swept past. However, when Chu Yan rushed 100 steps in front of the four of them, the four figures in front of him disappeared like smoke in an instant. Huh. Clone. Chu Yan was startled, but he didn't expect that the figures of these four people turned out to be avatars. The consciousness spread out and swept away, but it was discovered that the void in four directions, front, back, left, and right, trembled suddenly, and four figures rushed out, instantly surrounding Chu Yan in the middle. Boom. 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 Four thunderstorms sounded, and the four of them shot at the same time, blasting a terrible attack from front, back, left, and right, and blasted straight at Chu Yan in the middle. Although the four disciples from the three major forces came out in a rage, they were geniuses from the 10 directions starfield after all, far surpassing the geniuses from the Outland continent in terms of brains and actual combat experience. Therefore, after a simple spiritual exchange, they settled on a simple tactic. Lure Chu Yan to the middle, and then besiege and attack him. If it is an ordinary martial artist, in such a predicament, facing four opponents with such strength, he is afraid that he will either die or be injured. However, Chu Yan was completely different. From the beginning to the end, he maintained a high degree of calmness. Therefore, when the siege was formed, Chu Yan's Rakshasa domain had already spread out, flocking in all directions. When the airwaves in the Rakshasa domain passed by, the void seemed to be hit hard, bursting layer by layer, like a torrential flood rushing through the city, and everything it passed was reduced to dust. Such a powerful domain prestige exploded the attacks from all sides at the same time. Although the consumption was a bit high, it was a move that was determined to win by dispelling four people at the same time. What? There was a look of shock in the eyes of the four of them at the same time. There is such a powerful domain prestige that can block the combined attack of the four of them at the same time. Blast me. With a stern shout, Chu Yan slammed both fists together, and two golden dragon gang fists slammed straight out. At the same time, the holy Rakshasa himself behind him, with two gold and silver forks, lit up two sharp lights and shot straight out. Boom! Without any suspense, the four of them were caught off guard by the passing of the fist light and the fork light, and were hit at the same time, their bodies trembling violently, as if struck by lightning. Amidst the four screams, 4 disciples from the 3 major factions flew upside down and hit the 4 corners of Lingyun Square, spraying out 4 streams of blood mist. The power of this punch far exceeded their imagination, and it almost exploded their souls. At this moment, they finally knew why Jin Feng seemed powerless to resist when he was hit by Chu Yan's fist at the very beginning. This fist power is too terrifying. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of dirty blood, the 4 disciples looked at Chu Yan, completely changed. Those trembling eyes seemed to have seen a ghost. Quick! Come on! In the distance, Elder Lin of the bipolar sect on the rostrum saw that Chu Yan had crippled 4 geniuses from the 10 Directions starfield with one move. His eyes twitched suddenly, and he shouted at the 3 geniuses behind him. Swish! 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 Almost at the same time as Elder Lin's roar fell to the ground, 3 blue-robed disciples flew out, holding 3 special spiritual treasures, but they only flew to the boundary of Lingyun Square and stopped immediately. Here, there are tens of thousands of steps away from where Chu Yan is now. If you fight, isn't the distance too far away? But the next moment, when the 3 disciples of Tianya High Pavilion urged their hands to go up to the spirit treasure, and when they sprayed out 3 shocking fire rockets, everyone understood. These 3 Tianya Pavilion disciples were planning to use long-distance attacks to deal with Chu Yan. To know. First, Jin Feng, and then 4 disciples, were all smashed to pieces by Chu Yan's heavy punches. Whether it was the big bosses of the 10 Directions starfield or the geniuses, of course they all saw it. This Chu Yan, with his powerful fists, is a close combat fighter. To deal with him, he must attack from a distance. So, this time, Tianya Hage sent 3 disciples who were good at long-distance attack. And in their hands, they held a broom-shaped spiritual treasure called Heavenly Secret Black Flame Crossbow. Call out! Call out! Call out! Almost at the same time, 3 long arrows burning with thick black flames shot at Chu Yan in the distance at the same time. The foot-long arrow body is almost completely covered by black flames, and the arrow body cannot be seen at all. While traveling through the void, a long black line is left behind. This black flame can even incinerate the void. Huh! Magic flame! Chu Yan's eyes flashed brightly, and after just a glance, he recognized the flame on the arrow, which was an extremely rare magic flame. As an alchemist, Chu Yan is very clear about the spiritual fire in the world. This kind of magic flame, in ancient times, was the life fire of a person who practiced the way of poison elixir. Relying on this kind of magic flame that can incinerate the soul, the only 9-turn poison pill in the history of alchemy was refined. It is said that this poisonous pill made a demigod-level powerhouse his slave, tortured him for 1,000 years, and finally blew himself up to death, leaving not even a trace of divine thoughts behind. However, these are all records in the Tianqi building. Chu Yan was a little skeptical at first, but now he is surprised to see it with his own eyes. There is no doubt that the magic flame arrows shot by this heavenly secret black flame crossbow may not only attack the physical body, but also definitely injure the soul of the warrior. Swish! After thinking about it, Chu Yan didn't think much about it, his figure flashed, and he disappeared on the spot, escaping into the void and darkness. When he reappeared, he was already in front of 3 Tianya Hage disciples. The distance of tens of thousands of steps passed by in a flash. You must know that within the space of this Rakshasa domain, Chu Yan's strength and speed will increase to the greatest extent. The distance of only tens of thousands of steps is not worth mentioning at all. What? Seeing Chu Yan appear in front of them, the three disciples of Xie La Jiao were stunned. Especially seeing Chu Yan within 10 steps in front of him, with a charming evil smile on the corner of his mouth, the scalps of the three of them exploded directly. Die. After drinking one word, Chu Yan slammed with both fists, one left and one right, and hit two disciples at the same time, blasting them both like cannonballs, and flew upside down to the rostrum. The remaining disciple was so frightened that he dropped the heavenly secret black flame crossbow in his hand, turned around and fled. You die for me too. Seeing that the last person was about to escape, how could Chu Yan let it go, raised his hand and punched out, the golden dragon shadow roared out, shaking the void, and slammed heavily on the back of that person. Puff. A mouthful of dirty blood spurted out, and the Xie La Jiao disciple who was thrown into the sky by the blast, his whole body became bow-shaped, and under the reflection, the cracking sound of bones all over his body could be heard. It fell to the ground with a bang, and it had almost turned into a pile of minced meat. Except for one head that was still intact, there was no good piece of meat in the whole body. Snapped. Raising his foot, he crushed the heavenly secret black flame crossbow in front of him, and Chu Yan swept his eyes towards the rostrum. Elder Lin of Tianji sect sneered and said. Who else? 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2099 War. In the blink of an eye, 3 more geniuses from the 10 Directions Starfield were abolished by Chu Yan. Including the previous Jin Feng and the first 4, there were already 8, but it took less than 100 breaths of time. How is this possible? The faces of the big bosses and disciples of the 3 major forces finally changed. Originally thought that natives like Chu Yan would be easy to deal with, but unexpectedly, the situation completely exceeded their expectations. It's just the best of the 4 elements, how could it be so strong? Perhaps, the 4 elements are extremely powerful, which is very rare in the Outland continent, but there are quite a few in the 10 Directions Starfield. However, it seems that there is no such terrifying power as Chu Yan. In particular, fighters who cultivate several attributes at the same time are most likely to experience situations where the strengths of the various elements do not integrate with each other, their combat power fluctuates, and they even go crazy and backfire on themselves. Why is this Chu Yan so strong? The big bosses of the 3 major forces, with 6 eyes, looked at Chu Yan, and their eyes flickered. At this moment, they began to suspect that Chu Yan's trump card was probably not just the 4 elements. Because Chu Yan's 4 elements tried their best, not only did not have the slightest conflict with each other, on the contrary, the fusion was almost perfect. The mutual enhancement of each other made his combat power several times stronger than that of warriors of the same level. Humph. I don't believe it. What kind of whole card can an aboriginal have? Can compare to my genius in the 10 Directions Starfield. Lolan's beautiful elder finally got angry, snorted coldly, turned his head, and looked at my 5 beautiful disciples standing in the first row behind him. Give it to me. With a command, 5 beautiful disciples with fluttering long skirts rushed towards Lingyun Square together. The elder's order, coupled with Lulanzong's Shinzong Zhanzong, the 5 beautiful Lulan disciples are fully confident that they can deal with Chu Yan. Although they have seen it before, Chu Yan's combat power is extremely powerful. However, their Lulan battle formation is dedicated to defeating the strong with the weak, and there are countless strong people who have been defeated by their battle formation. Lulan Quintet, Lock. The leading female disciple, who was as beautiful as a fairy, uttered a word, and 5 streams of purple-blue true energy rushed out, like a 5-pointed star, quickly connecting together. The 5-cornered formation surrounded Chu Yan, directly in the center, and then 5 blue-purple, true energy chains rushed out and shot at Chu Yan. Swish! 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 In the blink of an eye, 5 orchid-purple true qi, like ropes, completely bound Chu Yan's limbs and chest, and it looked like 5 flowers were bound together. It's done. The eyes of the 5 Lulan beauties lit up at the same time. The next moment, 5 silver needles appeared in their hands, drawing out 5 shining silver lights, piercing Chu Yan's 5 vital points. This silver needle is another powerful imperial art of Lulan Mountain. It does not focus on physical damage, but instead focuses on stabbing meridians. Therefore, after being hit by this silver needle, the opponent's combat power will drop drastically. Even if he swallows the golden pill, it is impossible to recover in a short time. For beauties, holding silver needles shining with cold light, stabbed straight at Chu Yan like 5 bee scorpions. At this time, Chu Yan had been tied up by them with the Lulan battle formation, and his body could not move. Therefore, with this acupuncture, it is almost a sure thing, and the victory is guaranteed. However, when the 5 beautiful Lulan disciples rushed 10 steps in front of Chu Yan, suddenly there was a loud explosion. The 5 blue-purple energy chains on Chu Yan's body were all broken in an instant. At the same time, 5 golden fists, like thunder, blasted straight out, and instantly hit the 5 Lulan disciples who were close in front of them. Boom! 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 As if the ball had been hit by a giant stick, as the smiles on the faces of the 5 Lulan beautiful disciples froze, their bodies flew straight upside down, drawing a straight line and shooting straight into the distance. Chu Yan's whole body was surging with air waves, his black robe was flying in the wind, and the golden light shot up and down his whole body, like a god of war. Swish! Without waiting for the 5 beautiful disciples to land, Chu Yan's figure flashed, and the 5 clones rushed out, shooting in 5 directions respectively. Diantian clone, activated instantly. The 5 clones chased after the 5 Lulan disciples. Boom! 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 5 loud bangs exploded, and in the mushroom cloud-like explosion, 5 Lulan disciples were blown up by Chu Yan's avatar. Their bodies were bloody, they fell to the ground, and passed out directly. What? On the rostrum, the beautiful elder of Lulan Mountain was so shocked that his face turned green, and he almost gritted his silver teeth. She never thought that Chu Yan could still win with the 2 unique moves of Lulan battle formation and silver needle. Go to me. Not only the beauty of Lulan, but also the elder Lin of the bipolar sect at this time, seeing Chu Yan, who had completely defeated the 5 Lulan disciples on the battlefield without moving a step from the beginning to the end, suddenly felt a chill rise from his heart. In particular, when Chu Yan slowly turned his head to look at him, with a sneer on his lips, Elder Lin almost went mad. Swish! 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 Following Elder Lin's order, 3 bipolar sect disciples shot out, swung their spiritual knives, and slashed at Chu Yan with monstrous power. Boom, boom. 3 more disciples entered the arena, and a battle broke out with Chu Yan. In the entire Lingyun Square, the air was roaring, and the power of the sword was like a tide. Time passed quickly, and after 100 breaths, the 3 sword-wielding disciples who had been fighting fiercely with Chu Yan ended the battle instantly after Chu Yan drew his sword to meet him. A storm of sword intent swept across. Within 10,000 steps of Lingyun Square, it almost turned into a world of sword shadows. With such a powerful sword intent on their faces, the eyes of the 3 saber-wielding disciples were almost desperate. They all thought that Chu Yan was good at boxing, but they didn't expect that Chu Yan's strongest skill was the way of swordsmanship. Therefore, when the shadows of swords all over the sky faded away, in Lingyun Square, 3 bipolar sect disciples covered in sword marks were lying on the ground, twitching constantly, and the ground was almost stained red with blood. Hiss! 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 This scene fell into the eyes of the elders and disciples of the 3 major forces, and they all gasped. The power of a sword is so strong. Is this Chu Yan a monster? So far, Chu Yan has defeated more than a dozen disciples of the three major forces. Moreover, on top of the most unfavorable battle situation that is equivalent to the wheel battle, he really achieved the result of challenging the disciples of all three major forces entirely by his own strength. The four elements are extremely powerful, domineering fists, coupled with the trembling swordsmanship of ghosts and gods. At this time, Chu Yan was almost invincible in the eyes of all the three major forces. Genius. This is the real genius. The high priest stood on the rostrum, his face flushed from holding back, and he didn't know whether it was because of Chu Yan's big victory or other reasons. After holding back for a long time, he finally said this sentence. On the square, Chu Yan stood holding a sword, his face was flushed, his chest heaved slightly, and beads of sweat could already be seen on his forehead. However, a pair of colorful eyes are still full of flaming fighting intent. War. He uttered one word, roaring like thunder, shaking the entire sky. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2100 The Last of the Crossbow. A thunderous roar resounded through the audience, sweeping across the rostrum like a wave. Faced with such a declaration of war, the faces of all the bigwigs and geniuses of the three major forces changed. As a force and disciple of the 10 Directions Starfield, they were oppressed like this by a native. How could they accept it? Everyone, this Chu Yan is just bluffing. Elder Lin of the bipolar sect stood up and faced everyone from the three major forces. After a series of battles, this guy is already at the end of his battle, and he has already played all his cards. As long as you deal with it carefully and avoid getting close, it will not be difficult to deal with. When the transmission sounded, the eyes of the bigwigs and geniuses of the three major forces lit up at the same time. Good. This Chu Yan has fought several times in a row, and every battle is fierce. Such a step-up battle, even the top genius cannot be consumed. According to common sense, this Chu Yan must have consumed a lot of energy, physical strength, and even martial soul power. So, next, the rest of our geniuses will go together and abolish him directly. Hearing Elder Lin's words, the elders of the other two sects, as well as a group of disciples, nodded in unison, their eyes shining brightly at the same time. Disciples of the bipolar sect, all go to battle. Tianya H disciple, come for me. MT Lulan, go and kill him. The elders of the three sects turned around at the same time, and issued a killing order to the few talented disciples in the sect behind them through voice transmission with spiritual consciousness. So arranged, foolproof. But is that Chu Yan at the end of his battle? As long as all the disciples of the three sects come together, nearly 15 genius disciples are enough to destroy him. On Lingyan Square in the distance, Chu Yan looked at the rostrum, his eyes flickering. Swish. 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 Immediately afterwards, on the rostrum, a large sound of breaking through the air resounded. The figures of the three major forces and the remaining 15 genius disciples turned into a cloud and rushed towards Lingyan Square. 15 gifted disciples activated their true energy at the same time, and the bursts of light from various imperial arts, treasures, and spiritual weapons were overwhelming, and the aura gathered together formed a terrifying wave of power, rushing in all directions. What? This, so many people. Three sects, what are you doing? Why are there so many people? God, they don't mean to. In the entire Lingyan Square, all the bosses and disciples from the Outland continent glanced at the dozen or so imposing disciples of the three sects, all of them turned pale with disbelief. Boom. 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 Ling Shuangtian, Jiang Yuchuan, and the high priestess immediately exploded with imperial prestige and stood up with angry faces. They never thought that the three sects of the 10 Directions Starfield would be so shameless. Ha ha ha, don't get excited, you three. Seeing Ling Xuantian and the other three getting angry, Elder Lin immediately laughed and said. This is what Chu Yan himself said. With the power of one person, we challenge all the disciples of our three sections. No matter how many people we fight, it doesn't seem to violate the rules. Hearing such words, the eyes of Ling Xuantian and the three big bosses turned red. Shameless. Can anyone be more shameless than these guys? First, there is a wheel battle, after consuming most of Chu Yan's true energy, and then attacking in groups. This kind of behavior, not in the 10 Directions Star territory, even among ordinary people, punks fighting on the street, would not be so obscene. This level of earless brazenness is almost outrageous. These three sects, when they first came to Lingyun Pavilion, all of them were full of arrogance, and they all put on a high-ranking stinky expression, but now, they did this kind of dirty and indecent thing, which made everyone feel ashamed. It seems that the power of the 10 Directions Starfield is not only stronger than the Outland continent in terms of martial arts, but also far superior in this shameless and dirty direction. The next moment, Ling Xuantian and the three Outlanders did not directly argue with Elder Lin, but turned their heads together. He looked at the Golden Rainbow Emperor who was sitting in the middle. This Golden Rainbow Sage Emperor is the host of this battle. Seeing the glaring gazes of the three bosses, Sage Emperor Jinhong was full of hesitation and remained silent. As for the three sects, the Golden Rainbow Sage Emperor was already in the same group as them. Therefore, he didn't even think about stopping it, but even he himself, as the emperor and middleman, couldn't hold back the behavior of the three sects. After thinking for a while, when he was about to speak, suddenly, a thunderous sound sounded from Lingyun Square in the distance. Good. With this sound, all the bosses on the rostrum turned their heads to look, only to find that the person who spoke was Chu Yan. Moreover, Chu Yan's next sentence made everyone's eyes twitch at the same time. That's right, solve it once and for all, happy. Chu Yan's eyes brightened brightly, and the true energy in his whole body erupted like a volcano. The Rakshasa domain that broke through was like a black tide, covering all directions. Kiran martial soul, come out for me. Amidst the roar, it was like a golden sun rising, and thousands of golden rays illuminated the entire world. A tall animal body, stepping on 5-color auspicious clouds, stepped out of the void. A pair of 5-color streamering dragon eyes swept across the audience, and the void froze as the eyes passed. The supreme being of the 5 elements, the Qilan divine beast, acts as punishment on behalf of the heavens, and is the ruler of all spirits. Almost at the moment when the unicorn spirit appeared, the power of the spirits on the white tiger spirit and the vermilion bird spirit, which had already dimmed a little, exploded in an instant. Roar! Roar! Chirp! Chirp! The roar of the tiger shook the sky, the crowing of the phoenix shook the night, and the power of the gods and beasts unleashed by the 3 gods and beasts trembled even the world of Kyushu. What? This is... No. Impossible. How is this possible? On the rostrum, the 3 bigwigs from the star field below stared at the Qilan Wuhun in the sky with 6 eyes, almost bursting out of their eye sockets. At this moment, the 9 heavens trembled, and the vision of raging clouds covering the sky made their breathing quicken, and the 3 hearts stopped at the same time. Not only the 3 bosses, but even the Golden Hong Sage Emperor, who was sitting there with a hesitant expression just now, was even more shocked, and the spirit wine in his hand was scattered all over the floor. The soil system is extremely strong. This Chu Yan actually possesses the utmost strength of the earth element. 3 born martial souls, and they are all top-notch martial souls of the 3 systems. Even the Jinhong Sage Emperor, who is the Supreme Sage Emperor, was dumbfounded at this time, with a look of astonishment on his face. Such a genius, even in the upper 3 domains of the 10 Direction Star domain, is probably a top existence. On the other side, on the Lingyun Square, the 15 geniuses of the 3 sects who rushed towards Chu Yan just now were like a rainbow, like a raging tide. They were all shocked when they were swept by the eyes of the Qilin Wuhun. Tremble. They were pale, their eyes were wide open, and their mouths were wide open. They couldn't believe that the scene in front of them was real. In particular, the three terrifying beast martial souls that were nearly 100 feet high looked directly at them like three mountain peaks. It felt like the god of heaven and earth was looking at a group of ants. Just this sense of oppression made their scalps tingle. Quick! Let's do it together! All of a sudden, a genius on the star list roared with anxiety on his face. All the geniuses reacted together, and with their powerful cultivation and martial arts will, they calmed down instantly, and all kinds of killing moves and imperial techniques that had been prepared for a long time were frantically activated and bombarded out in an instant. 1 second to remember. Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2101 Overturn the audience. In the entire Lingyun Square, the overwhelming killer moves and imperial techniques gathered together, like a destructive flood peak, about to destroy everything in the world. Boom, boom. Accompanied by the sound of rolling thunderclouds, the three martial spirits roared together. The power of the berserk martial soul surged out like a tidal wave, collided with the torrent of attacks from the opposite side, blasted the waves, scattered and collapsed in all directions. Clang! The long sword in his hand trembled slightly, and the sound of the sword rushed straight to Jiuxiao. Chu Yan's figure turned into a black startled rainbow, rushed into the sky-shaking airwaves, and killed the 15 geniuses on the opposite side. Not good. He rushed over. More than a dozen geniuses saw Chu Yan rushing towards Shenzhen with his hands in his hands, and their faces turned pale with shock. They witnessed Chu Yan's melee combat ability with their own eyes, and the strong sense of crisis made them even more crazily activate the imperial technique and ultimate moves, trying to stop Chu Yan. The pupil of the unicorn. On the low drink, Chu Yan's eyes flickered with 5 colors of light, and his eyes swept across, seeing through all the devastating attacks one after another. Heavenly Crash Emperor Art, Yuan Lai. The left fist is like thunder, and it goes straight out. All the true energy attacks that the fist passes through are turned into nothingness, and instantly blasts a straight road, flying past. With these 2 whole cards, even in the overwhelming flood of attacks, Chu Yan can continue to dodge and move around with ease. Even if there are some powerful attacks that cannot be avoided, they will be directly blasted by Yuan Lai. The spiritual consciousness locked 50 geniuses at the same time, and the unicorn's pupils were running to the extreme, and all attack trajectories could not escape Chu Yan's sight. After standing in an invincible position, the next step is to counterattack. Call out. Call out. Call out. The shining sword light is like a shooting star in the night sky, and the sword light is like lightning, flashing thousands of miles, passing by, one after another. The geniuses of the 10-star regions were cut off by Chu Yan's sword, and fell from the sky. Down. The tragic cry echoed in the sky of Lingyun Square, like dumplings falling from the air to the ground of the square. Chu Yan holds a long sword and shuttles through the air. As long as he passes by, there is almost no enemy with a single move. At this time, he is like the god of war in heaven and earth, crushing everything. War. 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 Kill. 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 You guys, don't you look down on Outland Continent? Didn't you keep calling trash? Didn't you set foot on the 9 mountains and bully Lingyun Pavilion? Now, you guys are so proud. Tell me, who is trash? With the roar of the sword and the roar, the blood in Chu Yan's whole body boiled to the extreme, and his soul and true energy burst out together. One after another, the disciples were caught up by Chu Yan and chopped off with one sword. As for the other disciples, their faces turned green with fright, except for fleeing in all directions. There were fewer and fewer who dared to stop and fight back. because anyone who dares to attack will become Chu Yan's primary target. At this time, in the sky above Lingyun Square, the battle has completely turned into a one-sided, unilateral absolute crushing. Call out. A dazzling sword light slashed, and the last genius in the 10-direction star field in the air was cut to pieces. The bodyguard exploded, fell from the air, and hit the ground of the square, splashing a large cloud of dust and mist. In an instant, the whole world was cleared. In the vast sky, except for the tumbling air waves and the shaking thunderclouds, which are slowly dissipating, there is only Chu Yan, holding a long sword, surrounded by a tornado of sword intent, looking down at the square below. The genius. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes stared straight at Chu Yan, who was wearing a black robe flying high above the sky, and slowly fell down. Behind him, there are 3 mountain-like divine beast martial souls, with mighty aura and majestic power. Stepping on Lingyun Square, there are sword marks and knife grooves everywhere, and the ground is devastated. More than a dozen talented disciples of the Biji sect, Tianya Hage, and Lulan sect were scattered all over the place. Dirty blood flowed horizontally, screams came and went, his face was full of pain and twists, and he howled endlessly. In addition, before the Wheel War, except for one Jin Feng, those who were lying on the ground of the 3 major sects, there are no fewer than 30 people. At the beginning, it was these people who, with disdain on their faces, laughed loudly at the outland continent, which was rubbish. But now, the only person in the audience who can stand is Chu Yan. In all directions, tens of thousands of eyes, including the elders of the 3 sects, stared blankly at the square. Chu Yan's figure stood upright, completely dumbfounded. The entire Lingyun Square, the entire Ninezun mountain range, at this moment, was dead silent. Especially Elder Lin, Elder Tianya Hage, and the beautiful elder of Lulan sect. Their whole bodies were trembling, their faces were ashen, the corners of their mouths twitched, but they couldn't say a word. Lost. Lost badly. The majestic 10-direction star field, the 3 major sect forces, and more than 30 talented disciples cannot deal with a native of the outland continent. Not only the 3 elders, but also the host and witness of this battle, Sage Emperor Jinhong, had eyes wide open in astonishment, and his face was turquoise. With such an exquisite layout and such a strong lineup, they lost. After going back, how to explain it? The faces of Elder Lin and the other 3 big bosses were extremely ugly, especially when they thought of Xingtian Pavilion. They were even more smug. Especially Elder Lin of the bipolar sect. Although the whole plan was instigated by the Mingzhu, he is the real organizer and executor. Moreover, the most important thing is that he did not inform the Dark Temple about this matter, but decided it privately. It was originally planned that after taking down Chu Yan, it would be easy to say. But now, the result is completely different from what he expected. Compared with the elders of the 3 major forces who were completely confused, the bigwigs and geniuses on the mainland side of the outer domain were stunned for a while, but quickly reacted. Ha ha ha, boss won. The little white bear jumped 3 feet high on the rostrum, screaming excitedly. The rubbish of the 10-direction starfield, I told you a long time ago, don't mess with my boss, let's eat shit now. Humph. Grandma, relying on the identity of Shifeng Starfield, you are so arrogant. The cheering and roaring of the little white bear was like a fuse, instantly igniting the audience. Not only the little white bear, but also Situ Yang, who was in the first emperor, his face was flushed, and the blood in his whole body was boiling with excitement. Ox. That's awesome. My elder brother, alone, overthrew all the talented disciples of the 3 major sects in the 10-direction starfield. Ah. The more Situ Yang thought about it, the more excited he became. He couldn't help but raised his head and let out a long howl. Win. Brother Chuan. Great. It's all gone. Not a single one left. Oh my God. Brother Chu, there are 3 terrifying martial souls, this is too heaven-defying. 3 lives variation pole martial spirit, compared to Long Tianyao, there is one more. Fart, Long Tianyao's twin mutated martial souls can only be considered top-notch, not extreme martial souls at all. Ha ha ha, there are also top-notch geniuses in our outland continent. Domineering. It's so cool. This is a genius. Compared with senior brother Chu, I really have no face. The entire sky of Lingyun Square was almost turned upside down, completely turning into a sea of cheers. Even Ling Xuantian, Jiang Yuchuan and the high priest standing on the rostrum were flushed with excitement. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2102 Lin Mu. All the bigwigs and geniuses from the outland continent were cheering and jumping, laughing and howling like crazy. Suddenly, an inexplicable emotion spread across everyone's faces. That kind of humiliation and depression seemed to be released to the greatest extent. After all, before Chu Yan came, the 3 major forces in the 10 directions starfield should have completely trampled them down like an ant. This depression has now been completely vented. Chu Yan, well done. On the rostrum, Ling Xuantian, Jiang Yuchuan, and the high priest looked at Chu Yan with red eyes, and it took a long time before they said a word with trembling voices. Because, at this moment, almost the entire Lingyun Pavilion, or the entire outland continent, is the most peak and historic moment, so people are so excited that they can't believe what is happening before their eyes. However, when their fiery eyes looked at the young man in black robe standing in the square in the distance, they became extraordinarily bright and confident again. This young man in black, named Chu Yan, guarded the glory of Lingtian Pavilion, and at the same time guarded the dignity of all the people in the outland continent. In an instant, countless gazes looking up and in awe all looked at Chu Yan, and their excited eyes became blurred. However, compared with the excited crowd, Chu Yan looked indifferently, with a pair of eyes burning with murderous intent, looking straight at the rostrum. Aren't you going to make a move yet? As soon as the words landed, the cheering crowd quickly fell silent. What? Not yet. Who shot? Everyone's eyes, following Chu Yan's gaze, looked at the cold face on the rostrum. Bipolar sect, Elder Lin. Everyone was stunned at the same time. The final battle, regardless of life or death. Chu Yan looked at Elder Lin, waved the long sword in his hand, and pointed the tip of the sword straight at the opponent, with the momentum like a rainbow, and the fighting spirit was surging. This time everyone in the audience was a little dumbfounded. Chu Yan, is this battle crazy? He actually opened his mouth and challenged Elder Lin of the bipolar sect. Not only all the disciples, but even Ling Xuantian and other big bosses were taken aback, looking at the two with astonishment on their faces. However, with a glance, they found that Elder Lin's body was filled with murderous intent, and a grin appeared on his face. Has a problem. Several big bosses, all of them are human beings, were startled at the same time when they saw Elder Lin's appearance, and frowned instantly. Ha ha ha. Then, Elder Lin's laughter resounded throughout the audience. He stepped out, swept off the rostrum, and walked towards the center of the square. Xingtian Pavilion, Lin Mu. Almost at the moment when Elder Lin's true energy rushed out, the high priest on the rostrum suddenly exclaimed. Xingtian Pavilion. Lin Mu. Hearing the voice of the high priest, Ling Xuantian and other big brothers suddenly changed their expressions. Even Chu Yan in the distance narrowed his eyes slightly, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. Sure enough. From Wan Xingfeng, Chu Yan felt that there was definitely something wrong with Elder Lin. But this time, the 3 major forces came to Lingyun Pavilion. From the beginning, they said they wanted to recruit Chu Yan, but later, it completely evolved into a vicious killing situation. Among them, it was Lin Mu who was driving it. Moreover, it is extremely obvious that the elders of the other two sects, Tianyihage and Lilanzong, obviously obeyed this Lin Mu. Even the Golden Rainbow Sage Emperor can be invited to act as one of the accomplices. It is impossible to be an ordinary bipolar sect elder. It really is you. At this moment, Lin Mu's identity changed, and all the secrets hidden in the dark were revealed. Chu Yan raised his hand and slashed at Lin Mu, who was striding forward with a sword. Call out. The sword light was like lightning, and with terrifying sword power, it slashed straight at Lin Mu with a sneer on his face. For Chu Yan, all the disciples from the 10 Directions Starfield who just defeated were not as threatening as the Lin Mu in front of him. Also Jin Feng of Xingtian Pavilion. Although the strength is good, it is not like Lin Mu, like a poisonous snake hiding in the dark. It's easy to hide from open guns, but hard to guard against hidden arrows. For such a danger, if it can be found, it must be eradicated. As for his identity in Xingtian Pavilion, one Jin Feng has already been abolished anyway, so it doesn't matter if there is another one. What? It's Xingtian Pavilion again. On the rostrum, Ling Xuantian and Jiang Yuchuan looked at the high priest with expressions of astonishment on their faces. It's not doubtful. After all, the high priest has a special status and is from the Outland continent. What he said will never be false. It's just that I didn't expect that a small Lingyun pavilion in Outland continent would attract 2 people from Xingtian Pavilion. This seems too weird. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, you are very good. You did not disappoint me. Lin Mu, who strode forward, faced the sword light that was coming from the front, but his expression did not change at all, but he opened his mouth and laughed. At the same time, he raised his right hand lightly, and a whirlpool slowly solidified in his palm. This whirlwind, which was as big as a slap, was thrown out by him with a flick of his hand, and collided with the sword light that had been cut in front of him, immediately devouring the sword light completely and twisting it into powder. Chu Yan, who was on the opposite side, saw the whirlwind dissipate after smashing the sword light, and his eyes flashed. The wind element is a mutated attribute of the wood element. If it is cultivated to a great success, it will not be inferior to the mutated thunder element of the fire element. It's just that, most of the Thunder-type warriors are born with the Thunder-type martial soul or body, and it is much easier to practice with the Thunder-type martial arts Emperor art. As for Wind-type fighters, it is possible to comprehend the Wind-type attributes only after they have cultivated the relatively weak Wood-type to achieve great success. That is to say, not every martial artist can practice the lightning element, and they must have some special conditions innately. But the wind element is different. Anyone who is a wood element warrior can try to cultivate, but there are very few people who can really practice. With such a foundation, the difficulty of cultivation has increased by more than 10 times. Obviously, this Lin Mu is one of the very few whose control over the wind element has reached a state of great success. You didn't disappoint me either. Facing such a strong opponent, the fire of fighting spirit in Chu Yan's eyes rose more and more. Although he had just fought a battle with more than 30 disciples from the 3 sects of the 10 Directions Starfield. But, to be honest, this level of fighting has little improvement for him. In martial arts, cultivation is important, and actual combat is even more important. Therefore, a good opponent is often what warriors most hope to meet. Huh. You want to fight me? Seeing the fighting spirit in Chu Yan's eyes, Lin Mu smiled and said softly. Although this body is a bit weaker, you are still not worthy to be my opponent. Hearing this, Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and said. Really? Why don't you give it a try? As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan waved his hand, his true energy surged, and the 3 gods and beasts behind him roared in unison. Ha ha ha, I haven't met someone like you, who is not afraid of death, for many years. Seeing Chu Yan like this, Lin Mu laughed wildly. Soon. If you dare to attack the people of Xingtian Pavilion, your real trouble will come soon. I only hope that when the time comes, you will be alive. I am looking forward to meeting you in the star field below. After all, you are a very good prey. Lin Mu's words made Chu Yan frown instantly. The real trouble is coming soon. Humph. No matter what the trouble is, I will deal with you first. In the next breath, a cold light flashed in Chu Yan's eyes, and the sword energy all over his body instantly condensed together, waving a golden sword light, and slashed straight out. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2103 Trouble is coming. The light of the sword was like lightning, with the power of thunder, it violently cut through the void and exploded layer by layer. With the power of this sword, Chu Yan used at least 80% of his combat power, hoping to use this sword to test out Lin Mu's strength. However, the next scene made Chu Yan's expression startled. I saw that, as the sword light passed by, Lin Mu, who had his hands on his back and a sneer on his face, didn't respond. He just stared straight at Chu Yan with a pair of eyes, and the strange light flickered slightly. Call out. Prick. Almost watching helplessly, Jian Guang slashed at Lin Mu's body without any hindrance, cutting everything in half. Immediately, the two halves of Lin Mu's body turned into a golden light that filled the sky, dissipated slowly, and flew all over the sky. Huh. Chu Yan's face turned cold. Not only Chu Yan, but even on the rostrum, Emperor Jinhong, Ling Xuantian, Elder Tianyuhage and Elder Lulan Beauty were all startled. You actually attacked Xingtian Pavilion. The corners of Jinhong's Sage Emperor's eyes twitched suddenly. He never expected that this Chu Yan would actually kill Lin Mu's avatar. Moreover, that Lin Mu didn't intend to block or fight back at all, and just let Chu Yan kill him with a single sword. What's the situation? Others don't know about it, but the High Priestess, Emperor Jinhong, and the elders of the two major forces know about Lin Mu's situation. Unlike Jin Feng, this Lin Mu is an elite disciple of Xingtian Pavilion. Compared with Jin Feng, his status is like the difference between a handyman disciple and a core disciple. Such a gap is almost enough for a martial emperor rank powerhouse to struggle for a lifetime. But, why didn't Lin Mu fight back? The big guys will never believe it because of the gap in strength. Could it be another conspiracy? Just when everyone was astonished, above the sky, suddenly, a shocking muffled thunder exploded. Boom, boom. This sudden thunder. The big guys, who were a little dazed at first, all trembled, and looked up at the sky at the same time. I saw a thick pillar of lightning, like an electric snake, exploding horizontally in the air, exploding countless lightning sparks, like a grid, completely covering half of the sky. The sky that was already dark was instantly brightened by the lightning, even a little dazzling. Immediately afterwards, the power grids all over the sky quickly gathered together and turned into a huge lightning gate, which was nearly 1,000 feet high and towered above the sky. At first glance, it looks like a gate to the sky. Seeing such a vision appear, all the bosses present all changed their expressions. Those who can create such momentum must have a strong background. At least, it is absolutely impossible to be the power or powerhouse of the Outland continent. Sure enough, after a short while, the huge thunder and lightning sky gate slowly opened, and several figures stepped out from the left and right 2 points away. With just a glance, the expressions of the two elders of Tianyuhage and Lulanzong suddenly changed, and they quickly bowed and paid homage. See the first palace master. See the first peak master. Above the sky, 3 figures descended slowly, all of whom were full of imperial power, like a mountain range thousands of miles away, swallowing the power of the world. Following the bowing words of the two elders, the other bigwigs from the outer domain present immediately realized the identities of the 3 above the sky. These 3 people are Tianyuhage, the first hall master, the first peak master of Lulan Mountain, and the Shuangji sect, the first hall master. The three bosses are here at the same time. What? The first hall master. Oh my god. What's the situation? All the bigwigs and geniuses from the outland continent in Lingyun Square had expressions of astonishment on their faces. What is this for? Thinking of just now, the geniuses of the three major sects were all laid down by Chu Yan. Although they were not beheaded, they were still seriously injured. Could it be that these bigwigs are here to find trouble? With this thought, many people suddenly remembered what Lin Mu said just before he disappeared. Chu Yan, your real trouble is coming soon. Could it be that these three big brothers of the 10 Directions Starfield belong to Chu Yan? Really troublesome. You must know that in the bipolar sect, Tianyahai Pavilion, and Lulan Mountain, the power of the first Hall Master, and Peak Master is second only to the Suzerain and the Elders, and they are the absolute core high level. The strength of these three people is probably not lower than the peak of Emperor Wu. Moreover, the most important thing is that if their identities and status are not extremely important, it is impossible to show up. Always in the secret realm of the sect, practicing in seclusion, hoping to break through the realm of the Holy Emperor as soon as possible. But now, such a big boss actually came, and when he came, there were three of them. Just as everyone was looking at the sky, when three majestic bodies landed in Lingyun Square, on the rostrum, Little White Bear suddenly stretched out his hand, stabbed Situ Yang, and said softly, "Fatty, how is your spirit pattern practice recently? In other words, how far is it from the world's #1 spirit pattern master?" "Bad." "How is it possible?" Hearing Little White Bear's words, Situ Yang jumped up. "My young master, I have long been the #1 spirit pattern master in the world, but I keep a low profile and keep quiet." "Well, that's good, you get ready, find out all the spirit patterns at the bottom of your box, and help the boss later." Little White Bear nodded, his little face was full of seriousness, it didn't look like he was joking. Seeing the expression on Little White Bear's face, Situ Yang was taken aback, his slit-like eyes instantly lit up, and asked, "Help brother? You mean N?" Little White Bear turned his head, glanced at Situ Yang, and nodded slightly. Situ Yang was slightly taken aback, his eyes flickered, and he glanced at the three big men falling from the sky, and he immediately understood. As the three figures in the sky got closer and closer, the majestic emperor's might, like a ninefold sky curtain, suppressed down, causing everyone in the audience to stagnate at the same time. The aura of Emperor Wu's peak cultivation is actually stronger than that of the Holy Emperor. This. Ling Shuangtian looked at the three big bosses standing in mid-air, looking around the audience, and his heart skipped a beat. I saw that the leader was the first palace master of Tianyahai Pavilion, wearing a sea blue robe, with a long beard reaching his neck, and his eyes were like blades. Those who touched him would feel a sudden chill in their hearts. On the left, the first hall master of the bipolar sect was wearing a gold-rimmed black robe, and his aura was like that of an abyssal magic mountain. The aura released was full of dead air. The one on the far right is a woman with a slender figure, a slender waist, and a lotus flower. A white veil covers her face so that people can't see her true face, but only the pair of spiritual eyes exposed, just like the two brightest stars in the night sky, people can't look away after one glance. The bosses of the three major forces are coming together. #C2104, do you want a saint? The bigwigs of the three major forces landed on Lingyun Square, and the two elders who were originally on the rostrum quickly stepped in front of them and bowed again to pay homage. See the hall master. See the great peak lord. See the lobby master. There was a hint of relief in the tone of this visit. Originally, this time they brought the disciples of the sect to the outland continent, but they did not expect such a result. Now, the three big bosses of the sect are here, so next, for this Chu Yan, let them decide whether to kill or move, and the pressure is no longer on him. The appearance of these three bosses was really timely. Bipolar Sect, the first sect master. Xie La Jiao, the first hall master. Lulan Mountain, the first peak master. The elders and disciples from the outland continent, who were all present, heard the voice of worship for the second time, and finally realized that the three strong men who came were really high-level bosses of the three major forces. After this reaction, everyone's faces showed shock. Immediately afterwards, tens of thousands of pairs of eyes moved sideways almost at the same time, and in an instant, they all fell on Chu Yan, who was standing alone in the middle of Lingyun Square. There is no need to guess, the big bosses of the three major forces came at the same time. Of course they came for Chu Yan. Except for Chu Yan, all of them together may not be able to attract even one of them. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes, Chu Yan's face was calm, without any change in expression, just a pair of colorful eyes, looking at the big bosses of the three major forces at the same time, without saying a word. Just now, he personally defeated nearly 30 sect geniuses from the three major factions, and, most importantly, exposed the Qilin Wuhun. Originally, in the previous Wangxing Peak Emperor ranking battle, he had exposed Holy Rakshasa and White Tiger Suzaku, after they won the first place. My 4 series of extremely powerful whole cards. It has spread to almost the entire outland continent. But in the battle just now, he exposed the Unicorn Martial Spirit again, and added an extra Earth-type extreme force. In this way, it became a 5-type extreme force. It happened that the elders of the three major factions were present, so naturally they sent the news back to their respective sects immediately. That's why the three bigwigs from the three major forces came so quickly. Emperor Jiuxiao, Emperor Hohai, and Emperor Yuelu, the three of you are here in person, and we are far away. I don't know why you came to my outland continent today. On the rostrum, the high priest clapped his hands away, with a smile on his face, and said, as a high priest, the relationship with the various forces in the 10 Directions starfield is pretty good. However, these three big brothers are all high-level officials of the three major forces. Conflicts, even between two continents. Such an extreme situation would be absolutely disastrous for the outland continent. So, it's not that the high priest didn't want to deal with it. High priest, you are welcome. Among the three big brothers, the leader Hohai Great Emperor bowed his hand in return, with an easygoing attitude. Hearing these words, the high priest's heart was slightly relaxed, and he let out a sigh of relief. It's okay, I didn't come to ask for trouble. Immediately afterwards, the three bosses turned around together and looked at Chu Yan in Lingyun Square. You are Chu Yan. Emperor Hohai's eyes were like a vast ancient sea, and with a glance, he seemed to see through Chu Yan completely. No, I am. Chu Yan nodded. Very good. Seeing Chu Yan's calm face, Emperor Hohai couldn't help but nodded slightly in approval. I am here this time on behalf of Xie La Jiao, to invite you to join and directly become a core disciple. The status in the sect is based on the rank of elder, and all resources are given priority. Do you agree? When the words landed, the eyes of everyone in the audience were brightened. Tianyahai Pavilion, core disciple. Status and status are at the same level as elders. This condition is many times better than the recruitment condition of the top 10 on the Wangxing Peak. A core disciple is nothing. Just when everyone was astonished, in Lingyun Square, the hall master of the bipolar sect directly opened his mouth and shouted. Our bipolar sect has a quota for the direct disciple of the Supreme Elder, plus a liangyi fruit, which can improve your yin and yang attributes, and the power is 30%. How about it? The conditions offered by the master of the bipolar sect once again made everyone in the audience stunned at the same time. Supreme Elder, direct disciple. The liangyi fruit that can enhance the dual element attributes of yin and yang, and 30% of its power. However, before everyone could cry out in surprise, the beautiful peak master of the Lulan sect on the other side spoke immediately. These things are all dead things, what's there? The beautiful peak master of the Lulan sect, with charming eyes like silk, trembled her body, causing the huge peak on her chest to tremble at the same time. That charm almost made the eyeballs of all the disciples fall out. As long as you join my Lulan sect, female disciples in the sect, you can form a double cultivator, even if you are a saint, it's fine. Biting her vermilion lips lightly, her eyes electrified, the charming Lulan Great Peak Lord is an absolute stunner in this world. In particular, the conditions she offered were almost impossible for any normal man to refuse. Good. As she said, the conditions of the other two cases were dead. Only the conditions offered by her Lulanzong are the most attractive. You know, who is the saint? She is the future suzerain successor of the Lulan sect. If he really becomes a Taoist partner with the saint and becomes a saint king in the future, it means that the entire Lulan sect will be in his hands. In addition, a beautiful saint, it can be said, is almost the pinnacle of wealth and wealth. In an instant, everyone in the audience froze on the spot. Even on the rostrum, the Golden Rainbow Emperor burst out with a breathtaking light. The entire Lingyun Square became dead silent at this moment. Apart from the pounding sound of tens of thousands of hearts, there was only the sound of heavy breathing, and everyone's eyes were blood red. Such a condition, even the Holy Emperor could not refuse. The Lord of the Great Peak of Lulan raised his vermilion lips lightly, revealing a charming smile that was determined to win. Obviously, she also believes that it is impossible for Chu Yan to refuse such a condition, especially compared with Shuangjiazong and Tianyahai Pavilion. For the other two big orders, the conditions offered are nothing more than wealth, resources, and status. Now, her Lulan sect is equivalent to changing the whole sect to Chu Yan. Under such circumstances, who else can offer higher conditions than her? It's just not possible. There seems to be something wrong. On the rostrum, apart from Chu Yan, the only one who could maintain a trace of clarity was Ling Xuantian. He looked at the three big brothers, but his brows were slightly frowned, and a look of doubt flashed in his eyes. Chu Yan's talent is indeed astonishing, especially after revealing the extreme strength of the earth element just now. It is now equivalent to having 5 elements of extreme strength. Hearing Ling Xuantian speak, the high priest turned his head slightly, looked at Ling Xuantian, nodded, and explained. That's right. In the 10 direction starfields, among the first 5 realms, the top geniuses are no more than 3 element superpowers. But what about the last 5 domains? Ling Xuantian asked. This? The high priest frowned when he heard this. In the last 5 domains, although there are not many geniuses of the 4th and 5th divisions, they still exist. At least, the first-class sects in the last 5 domains. As far as I know, there are some powerful sects that use skills and spirits treasure. You can directly bestow such 9-element extreme energy on your disciples. That's weird. Ling Xuantian frowned even more when he heard this. Under such circumstances, there is no need for these 3 sects to offer such terrifying conditions. Especially the Lulan sect, who is simply a catch-up guy. Could it be that the sects of the 10 direction starfield are so worthless? This sentence immediately made the high priest startled. That's right. It's a little strange. #C2105 reject all. Jiang Yuchuan, who was standing next to Ling Xuantian and the high priest, heard the conversation between the two, but his eyes flickered slightly, and he looked at Chu Yan, who was also puzzled in Lingyun Square. I see. Suddenly, Jiang Yuchuan's eyes lit up, and he said urgently. Huh? What? Ling Xuantian and the high priest turned their heads together to look at Jiang Yuchuan. Based on my guess, no. Definitely. At first, he was a little skeptical, but before Jiang Yuchuan opened his mouth, he rededuced the whole thing in the sea of consciousness, and his tone instantly became extremely firm. These three major forces are probably not aimed at Chu Yan, but at the secrets in him. Chu Yan's secret. Ling Xuantian and the high priest were startled at the same time. That's right. High priest, let me ask you, among the geniuses with multi-elements of superpowers in the 10-direction starfield, are there many geniuses who possess both yin and yang superpowers at the same time? Jiang Yuchuan's words were astonishing, but suddenly he changed the subject and asked the high priest. Well, I remember that there seemed to be only 2 geniuses in the star list who possessed both yin and yang elements, and these 2 geniuses were ranked in the top 10 in the star list. The high priest thought for a moment, then quickly replied. That's right. Jiang Yuchuan's face became more determined. They probably don't really want to recruit Chu Yan, but they want to pull Chu Yan into the sect, and then find a way to poach him. The secret of how to make the yin and yang attributes merge together. It is said that among the 10 township Saint Emperors in the 10-direction starfield, the top 3 are all of the yin and yang elements. Among all the Saint Emperors, they are the strongest. Hearing this, the gazes of Ling Xuantian and the high priest brightened, as if they understood what Jiang Yuchuan wanted to say. That's right. Elder Zhang's analysis should be right. Ling Xuantian nodded, and then looked at the 3 bosses of the 3 major forces, with eager expressions on his face, and finally reacted. Good. As long as you recruit Chu Yan into the sect, and then use various names and means to dig out the secrets that Chu Yan has dual element attributes of yin and yang, and at the same time perfectly integrates several elements of the foundation. For these, I dream every day, want to for the great Peak Master, the great Hall Master and others who have broken through the realm of the Holy Emperor, they are definitely treasures. Moreover, after getting Chu Yan's secret, everything that was paid to Chu Yan at the beginning can be taken back. This trick, the tricks of crossing the sea from the sky and blossoming on the tree, are extremely brilliant. How did you guess it? Ling Xuantian looked at Jiang Yuchuan and asked. It's not difficult. Jiang Yuchuan shook his head, raised his hand and pointed at Jin Feng, who was unconscious on the ground in the distance, and said. The closer you get to the peak of martial arts, the more cruel and insidious the open and secret struggle between these forces will be. In the beginning, there was this peak Jin, who possessed the dual identities of Mingzhu and Xingtian Pavilion. He pushed the other 3 sects and wanted to kill people with a knife. Afterwards, there was another Lin Mu, who also had the double identity of Bijizong and Xingtian Pavilion, and was always the manipulator behind the scenes. Seeing that Jin Feng, who was from the same sect and pavilion, was severely injured, he had no intention of helping him at all. From these points, it can be seen that in the 10-direction starfield, all forces and warriors will use almost any means to achieve their goals. Under such an environment, these 3 big bosses can hold high positions, and they are probably masters. How can they act so simple? Without great interest, they certainly wouldn't take out so many benefits and give them away for no reason. After the words were finished, Ling Xuantian and the high priest had a fine layer of sweat on their foreheads. Although they don't want to see that what great elder Jiang Yuchuan said is true, they all know in their hearts that this is true. Hey, I hope that Chu Yan will be safe and sound in the 10-direction starfield in the future. Let's take this matter as a lesson in advance. Ling Xuantian sighed, then turned around, and looked at where Chu Yan was. In his eyes, a flash of light flashed, and his spiritual consciousness shot out through sound transmission. Chu Yan, these 3 major forces have paid a high price to recruit you, but they are fancying you, and you have the secret of the 5 elements at the same time. If you agree to any case, after they get your secret, you will become useless to them, and then you will be in crisis. Where to go, you think twice. Ling Xuantian looked at Chu Yan, his eyes flickered, and he quickly reminded. For Ling Xuantian, Chu Yan is his most valued personal disciple, and at the same time, the key to the revival of the entire human race. Although he is reluctant to give up, he knows that if he wants the real revival of the human race, and for Chu Yan to have the opportunity to embark on the road to the pinnacle of martial arts, he must go to the 10 Directions Starfield. Then, the present hurdle must be passed. However, what Ling Xuantian is more worried about is that even if Chu Yan passes the current level and arrives in the 10 Directions Starfield in the future, the fact that he possesses 5 elements of extreme strength, once spread, the entire 10 Directions Starfield will be against him. Under such a crisis, the 10 Directions Starfield is extremely dangerous for Chu Yan. The sound transmission of spiritual consciousness echoed in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. After a while, Chu Yan turned his head slowly, looked at the rostrum, and gave Ling Xuantian a reassuring look. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan looked at the 3 big men in front of him, looked at the 3 of them, eagerly waiting for Chu Yan's answer. Chu Yan smiled lightly, and said calmly, "I'm sorry. I won't go to Bipolar Sect, Tianyahai Pavilion, or Lulan Mountain." When the words landed, the expressions of everyone in the audience changed. What? Refused? And, all rejected? This Chu Yan, what on earth do you want? One must know that these 3 sects are all sects dreamed of by talented disciples from the outland continent. As long as one can enter it, it will be of great benefit to Emperor Wu's cultivation. In particular, the conditions offered by the 3 sects, even the Holy Emperor, were tempted by them, but Chu Yan rejected them all. This guy, isn't he crazy? Thanks to the great love, I have other plans. Sorry. Chu Yan cupped his hands slightly, with an extremely polite attitude. Hearing Chu Yan's answer, the faces of the 3 big brothers froze at the same time, full of disbelief. Originally, the 3 of them were going to wait for Chu Yan to offer a condition, and then raise their bargaining chips. No matter what the price was, they would recruit Chu Yan. Between at most 3 cases, fight for resources and wealth. However, they never expected that Chu Yan would reject all 3 sects in one go. Not only the 3 big bosses of the 3 sects, but at this moment, even on the rostrum, Sage Emperor Jinhong jumped up, stood up, and looked at Chu Yan blankly, with an expression of disbelief on his face. You know, unless you are a casual cultivator, there are warriors who will not join the sect. Especially in places like the 10 Directions Starfield, powerful sects can not only help you quickly improve your cultivation and strength, but also serve as the most important backing for your cultivation and travel. Without such a backing, it would be difficult to move even an inch in such a dangerous place as the 10 Directions Starfield. At this time, tens of thousands of pairs of eyes trembled in the entire Lingyun Square, looking at Chu Yan. But Chu Yan, who was stared at by everyone, had a calm face, and he didn't intend to change his words at all. Obviously, he had made up his mind. #C2106 Cultivation Secrets. No matter what other people in the audience think or look at, for Chu Yan, these 3 cases don't need to be considered at all. Especially after the previous battle, if the 3 masters had no opinion on him, Chu Yan himself would not believe it. In particular, Jin Feng at the beginning and Lin Mu later made the behemoth Xingtian Pavilion appear in front of Chu Yan for the first time. Moreover, this Xingtian Pavilion was actually related to the Mingzhu, which made him vigilant. The 3 sects in front of me may have some hidden relationship with Xingtian Pavilion. In addition to Ling Xuantian, what he said just now through the sound transmission of the spiritual consciousness, together with the addition of several things, it is absolutely impossible for Chu Yan to join. If you rashly join these 3 sects, not to mention being used by others, even Xingtian Pavilion, it is extremely easy to make trouble for yourself. At the same time, Chu Yan can be sure that if Xingtian Pavilion really comes to trouble him, the big brothers of the 3 sects will never help him with all their strength like Ling Xuantian did. It doesn't matter if you don't enter such a sect. Going to the 10 Directions Starfield, for Chu Yan, is not just martial arts practice, it's as simple as that. According to the words of the green-armored giant in the Sea of Consciousness. From the moment he stepped into the starfield of the 10 directions, the heavenly Dao Ming mantra will be fully activated, and he will also become a person who responds to his fate. The 10 directions starfield is the last continent that connects to the God's domain, and the God's domain is the final destination of Chu Yan. Crisis and opportunity always coexist. Faced with these, Chu Yan has never been afraid, and even a little excited. Therefore, Chu Yan didn't want to add constraints to himself. The sky is big and the earth is big, and it would be fun enough to walk the world with a sword. After all, after reaching the Emperor realm, martial arts cultivation relies more on the understanding of the Tao of heaven and the way of oneself, and the role of exercises and secret books is much smaller than before. After pondering for a moment, Chu Yan looked firmly at the 3 big men in front of him, and said again. The 3 seniors love each other so much, the younger generation can't repay it. I know. Regarding me, the yin-yang dual element, and the special cultivation method of the 3 element, you all want to know a little bit. In fact, this matter is not difficult. Chu Yan's voice was calm, but it was like a thunderbolt, which shocked everyone in the audience at the same time. Not difficult. My God, I figured it out, this is the fusion of yin and yang, as well as the cultivation way of the fusion of the 5 elements. When it came to Chu Yan, it turned out not to be difficult. Especially the 3 bosses in front of Chu Yan, their eyes were straightened when they heard Chu Yan's words, and they wished to catch Chu Yan on the spot and search for their souls directly. So, it's okay to tell everyone. Chu Yan smiled lightly. In this world, there is only 1,000 days to be a thief, so there is a reason to guard against a thief for 1,000 days. Chu Yan is about to go to the 10 directions starfield, and now, the secret of his cultivation has attracted everyone's attention. If I blindly hide and avoid it, I'm afraid it will attract more powerful people. At that time, not only the 3 big bosses in front of me, I am afraid that people who want to explore the secrets of him will come like a tide. If this is the case, it is better to take this opportunity to announce it directly. What? You really say it? When Emperor Hohai heard Chu Yan's words, he almost stared out his eyes, and asked, with a face full of disbelief. Just as Chu Yan, Ling Shuangtian and others guessed, for Chu Yan, the foreign genius who offended Xingtian Pavilion, Emperor Hohai, Emperor Jiuxiao, and Emperor Yuelu came here just to know Chu Yan's fusion of yin and yang dual system's secret. This may be an opportunity for them to attack the realm of the Holy Emperor. The peak of Emperor Wu, respected as the Great Emperor. Although there are not many in the Outland continent, in the 10 directions starfield, there are many big bosses of some big sects who are at the peak of the martial emperor realm. According to the secrets handed down from ancient times, coupled with the ranking of the top 10 holy emperors, all the great emperors guessed that the fusion of yin and yang is probably the only shortcut to break through the holy emperor realm. Therefore, for thousands of years, the great emperors of the 10 directions starfield tried again and again to integrate the 2 completely opposite attributes of yin and yang into the physical body, or the sea of qi. As a result, naturally out of 10, 9 of them exploded and died, and the last one was lucky, but also went mad, and his whole body's cultivation retreated a few realms. Therefore, the fusion method of yin and yang has always been the biggest secret of the 10 directions starfield. Any Lingbao, Jedi, chants and news related to it will attract countless people and become crazy about it. Before the 3 great emperors came, they had originally planned that if there was even a slight possibility of the fusion of yin and yang dual systems in Chu Yan, the sky-high price they offered would really be fulfilled. However, once the secret of Chu Yan is dug up by their soul search, and then handed over to Xingtian Pavilion, they don't care what happens. After all, to offend Xingtian Pavilion, in the 10 directions starfield, is a bigger matter than the sky. Of course it's true. Seeing the suspicious eyes of the 3 great emperors in front of him, Chu Yan smiled lightly and said, I would like to make an oath to the way of heaven. If what I said is false, I would like to be punished by the god of tribulation, and my soul will be destroyed. Boom, boom. As soon as Chu Yan's words fell to the ground, a muffled thunder sounded above the sky, which was the vision of the establishment of the oath of heaven. Ha ha ha, good. Very good. On Hohai Avenue, seeing the oath of the Tao of heaven was established, the last trace of doubt in his heart was completely dispelled, and he laughed wildly and said, Chu Yan, as long as you speak out, don't worry, the three of us will never treat you badly. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Emperor Hohai stepped forward in a big stride, 3 steps directly in front of Chu Yan, with his ears upright, covering Chu Yan with all his consciousness, with a particularly focused expression. Not only him, but even Emperor Jiuxiao and Emperor Yuelu, like him, rushed in front of Chu Yan with a serious face, as if he was afraid of missing a sentence. About the method of yin-yang fusion, it is simple, but it also requires some luck. At the same time, add a basic way of cultivation. Chu Yan didn't mind. The 3 great emperors almost put their faces on them, and said, Luck. It's the spirit of chaos. If you want to fuse the yin and yang dual systems, these 2 completely opposite forces, you must rely on the spirit of chaos as an intermediary to make it possible. At the beginning, Ouyang Nantian told himself that the way to help him break through the emperor realm was the spirit of chaos. Chu Yan is merging with the spirit of chaos, and the most changed thing is the physical body, which almost regenerates his whole body and flesh. And the one who benefits the most is naturally the holy Rakshasa himself, so the spirit of chaos has great benefits for the dual attributes of yin and yang. As for whether they can help people like them to integrate the dual systems of yin and yang, it has nothing to do with Chu Yan. After all, everyone's situation is different, and the secret method, Chu Yan said, is only responsible for his own experience. Spirit of chaos. Emperor Hohai, Emperor Jiuxiao and Emperor Yuelu, the 3 of them were stunned at the same time. Unexpectedly, what Chu Yan was talking about turned out to be this strange thing. #C21079 Series in 1. The legend about the spirit of chaos has been circulating in the 10 Directions starfield, and the 3 great emperors have naturally heard of it. However, this chaotic spirit is extremely rare. Since ancient times, warriors who can find the spirit of chaos can be counted with 1 pair of hands and 1 pair of feet. However, those fighters who fused the spirit of chaos finally broke through the realm of the Holy Emperor. Could it be that it is really? Chu Yan's words made the eyes of the 3 great emperors light up at the same time. For them, although the spirit of chaos is rare and hard to find, they finally have a goal. Compared with the risk of losing them at any time when they closed their eyes and tried randomly, it was nothing at all. Then, there is another one. In the Sea of Consciousness, Emperor Hohai recited silently several times, firmly memorized the spirit of chaos, and asked anxiously. There is another one, which is much simpler. It is just a common sense of cultivation. Chu Yan laughed. As the saying goes, there are 9 attributes in the sky, and the 9 attributes are different, but they contain different numbers. Therefore, among the 9 attributes, there are mutation attributes. Increase. However, have you ever thought about it? In fact, the 9 attributes are originally 1. A series of 9 changes, and what everyone cultivates is just one of the 9 changes, but if you practice the 9 lines at the same time, the 9 sources will return to 1, and the force will be 9 times stronger. What Chu Yan said was brief, but it was enough for the 3 great emperors. Because, upon hearing Chu Yan's words, the 3 great emperors froze on the spot as if struck by lightning. It's not because of the advanced theory of martial arts cultivation in Chu Yan's words, but because, just a few years ago, the Xingtian Pavilion in the 10 Directions starfield was born out of nowhere, and after becoming the endorsement force of God's domain, the cultivation theory put forward, it was exactly the same as what Chu Yan said in front of him. The 9 lines have the same origin, and 99 return to 1. Because this kind of cultivation method is too shocking, it almost breaks the common sense of martial arts cultivation from ancient times to the present. Therefore, it is not widely spread, and only some high-level leaders of powerful forces in the 10 Directions starfield have heard of it. But this Chu Yan in front of him, a native of Outland Continent, how did he know? Even the elite disciples of the powerful sects and powerful forces in the 10 Directions starfield don't know about this Chu Yan, so naturally it is impossible to inquire about it from the 10 Directions starfield. Could it be that he really realized it by himself? In an instant, the 3 great emperors looked at Chu Yan, all trembling in shock, as if they were looking at a monster. And in all directions, other people who heard what Chu Yan said were like thunder from the sky, and they were all shocked. What? 9 lines of the same origin. Cultivate 9 attributes together, how is this possible? It turns out that Brother Chu Yan's combat power is so powerful, because of this. Isn't the reason too simple? Fart easy. You know, cultivating 9 elements of power at the same time, let alone how difficult it is, the risk of backlash can kill you. All kinds of exclamations resounded around Lingyun Square. Although the bosses and geniuses in the audience understand that Chu Yan's words have opened up a brand new way of cultivation for them, and it is far closer to the source than their previous way of cultivation. However, is this way of cultivation really suitable for everyone? After the audience erupted, most of the people fell into deep thought very soon. Everyone was thinking, even deducing, whether it was possible for them to cultivate other attributes at the same time. As Lingyun Square fell into silence, the 3 great emperors in front of Chu Yan were the first to react. 3 different eyes looked at Chu Yan up and down for a while, before Emperor Ho-Hai said, "This time, thank you very much. From now on in the 10 Directions starfield, if you need anything, just come to Tianya H to find me." As soon as the words fell to the ground, Emperor Ho-Hai took a deep look at Chu Yan, shook his head, and turned his head directly, his figure soared into the sky, and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. "Hee, I'm leaving too." Emperor Liu Yu twisted his slender waist, brought a gust of fragrant wind, and walked in front of Chu Yan. His eyes were like silk, and the electric waves flowed, saying, "Chu Yan, you are actually wrong, it's just a pity. If you really want to go to the 10 Directions starfield, be careful of Xingtian Pavilion." With a coquettish smile, the long skirt fluttered, and in the next breath, the beautiful figure of Liu Yu, the beautiful peak master, had disappeared into the thunder and lightning gate of the sky. Like Emperor Ho-Hai, the purpose of this trip has been achieved, so there is no need to stay any longer. At the same time, at the beginning, they opened the heavenly ranks one by one and wanted to recruit Chu Yan, but they didn't mention a word at this time. Obviously, the high priest's previous guess was correct. They wanted to recruit Chu Yan at any cost, just for what Chu Yan said just now. If Chu Yan really agreed to join their sect, the consequences would be unimaginable. On the rostrum in the distance, seeing the 2 great emperors leaving one after another, Ling Xuantian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. Chu Yan is quite a smart kid. In this way, not only will the crisis be temporarily resolved, but at the same time, all those who are interested in him in the 10 Directions starfield will turn their attention to looking for the spirit of chaos. Looking at Chu Yan, Ling Xuantian smiled and praised. From the first time he met Chu Yan, what Ling Xuantian recognized most was Chu Yan's heart and mind. However, Chu Yan's words just now revealed Chu Yan's strongest way of cultivation, which still made Ling Xuantian feel a little pained. However, the immediate crisis was finally resolved. However, at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly exploded in Lingyun Square. Very good. Now you are useless. A loud shout sounded like a thunderstorm, shaking the entire Lingyun Square. At the same time, a wave of extremely powerful imperial prestige, like thunder clouds and raging seas, surged from the sky and the ground at the same time, covering the entire audience. Including Chu Yan, everyone's expression changed at the same time, and they all turned their heads to look. However, it was discovered that this person was the one who had never spoken, the great Emperor Jiuxiao. Bipolar sect, the first Hall Master, Emperor Jiuxiao. Flipping his big hand, there was a black and golden halberd in Emperor Jiuxiao's hand, with a strong soldier's light, breathing like a snake, and the tip of the halberd pointed directly at Chu Yan on his face. Chu Yan, you hurt my bipolar sect, 11 disciples, and killed my bipolar sect elder, capital crime. Today, I will replace Xingtian Pavilion and let you die. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Emperor Jiuxiao waved the halberd in his hand, and a terrifying halberd light shot straight into the sky. Boom, boom. The halberd light charged into the clouds, thousands of miles of thunder light overflowed, and countless thunder and lightning exploded in the entire sky, as if the wrath of the gods was about to come. The halberd light soaring into the sky merged with the thunder light all over the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it multiplied tenfold, turning into a huge thunder halberd, turning its head and rushing down, towards Chu Yan on Lingyun Square, and slashing straight down. #C2108 God's Edict. This knife came suddenly, but the knife was amazing. In an instant, a pot exploded in Lingyun Square. Stop. What a great Emperor Jiuxiao, how dare he touch Chu Yan? Outland Continent, is it your arrogant place? Snort. Several bigwigs from the Outland Continent, especially Ling Xuantian, Jiang Yuchuan and the High Priestess, ran away immediately. For them, at the beginning, Chu Yan fought against all the geniuses of the three major forces, and they couldn't help because of the rules, so that's all. But now, the great battle is over, and Chu Yan has even exposed his own secrets. The Emperor Jiuxiao of the bipolar sect is still unwilling to let go, and dares to attack Chu Yan. Such behavior, happening in front of them, how could they ignore it? And the reason of the Emperor Jiuxiao also made everyone drunk. It even said that Chu Yan injured the opponent's disciple in the life and death battle, and that Lin Mu was an undercover agent of Xingyuan Pavilion, and he was just a clone, so why kill? Could it be that Chu Yan was not guilty if he had to stand still in the battle of life and death and be hacked and killed by the disciples of their sect? Joke. Uncle can bear it, but Aunt can't. The three hair-exploding bosses shot together, and three dazzling attacks slammed into the blade light, smashing it to pieces in an instant. The three big bosses present all have high-ranking martial Emperor realm cultivation bases. They are not comparable to the Holy Emperor, so could they not be comparable to you, the great Emperor of Yuan? The airwaves rushed into the night, the wind surged, and the Lingyun Square was swept by vigor. The great Emperor Jiuxiao, who missed a move, did not change his expression when facing the three big bosses from the outer land, as if he had expected it a long time ago. Ling Xuantian, Jiang Yuchuan, High Priestess, you three, really want to stop me from killing this Chu Yan? Hearing the words of Emperor Jiuxiao, the three of them got angry at the same time. Ling Xuantian shouted. Nonsense. Chu Yan is my disciple. No one can touch him. That's right. Great Emperor Jiuxiao, I respect you for coming from afar, but you can't be so arrogant. Jiang Yuchuan shouted. Emperor Jiuxiao, your reason for beheading Chu Yan is too ridiculous. The high priest held a wooden staff with disdain on his face. If the three great emperors were present just now, maybe there were some threats. Now that two of them are gone, you are the only one, and you dare to be arrogant. Moreover, the bipolar sect is not considered a top sect in the 10 Directions Starfield, and it is not a threat to the high priest and the others. In particular, this Emperor Jiuxiao, in front of all the bigwigs and geniuses of Outland Continent, made a move against Chu Yan. Such behavior is tantamount to oppressing the entire Outland Continent. How is this possible? Ridiculous. Not to mention the words of the great priest, Emperor Jiuxiao smiled instead of anger, and continued to say. Chu Yan attacked Jin Feng first, and then beheaded Lin Mu's avatar, which has alarmed Xingtian Pavilion. Just now I received the decree of divine sin from Xingtian Pavilion, ordering me to behead this son. High priest, what kind of existence is Xingtian Pavilion? Others don't know it, so don't you know it too? It doesn't matter if you stop me, but what are the consequences of blocking the decree of divine sin of Xingtian Pavilion, high priest? You don't know. As soon as the words landed, the high priest's expression changed instantly. Divine Sin Edict. Xingtian Pavilion actually issued a decree of God's sin to Chu Yan. How can this be? Seeing the pale and shocked face of the high priest, Ling Xuantian and Jiang Yuchuan frowned at the same time, with doubts in their eyes. God's edict, what the hell? Not only the two outlanders, but also the other geniuses in the audience all looked puzzled. However, looking at the face of the high priest, coupled with the complacent look on the face of Emperor Jiuxiao, it seems that the invincible edict issued by Xingtian Pavilion to Chu Yan is to list Chu Yan as a great enemy. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the first master of the bipolar sect to directly deal with a junior disciple from an outland continent. However, Chu Yan just injured Jin Feng and chopped up Lin Mu's avatar. Moreover, it is still on the territory of one's own sect, above the battle of life and death. It seems that this is not a big deal. Xingtian Pavilion turned out to be a 10-direction star field, a great sect force, such a trivial matter. Why are you so excited? In Lingyan Square, Chu Yan also frowned, with suspicion appearing on his face. Apart from the exposure of the unicorn martial spirit today, the green-armored giant and the Nantian God Emperor, including his own heavenly Daoming curse, seem to have not been exposed. How could there be such a big reaction from the Xingtian Pavilion? It doesn't make sense at all. Before Ouyang Nantian left, he had reminded Chu Yan that he must be careful when meeting people from the 10-direction starfield, and never summon his 5 divine beast spirits to appear together at the same time. For this, Ouyang Nantian even sealed himself as a reminder and precaution. But at this moment, Huang, who was standing far away from Little White Bear and Situ Yang, had a serious expression on his face. Immediately, the divine consciousness said to Chu Yan. Chu Yan, this is troublesome. Trouble, what trouble? Chu Yan was stunned, and his consciousness echoed. Hearing Huang's voice, Chu Yan guessed that Huang lived in the Tianqi building. Apart from the high priest, there was probably only Huang who knew about this Xingtian Pavilion. This Xingtian Pavilion was originally just a second-rate sect in the 10-direction star region. But a few years ago, it suddenly became the spokesperson of the God realm in the 10-direction star region, and even took over the 10-direction star region. The existence that all forces are in awe of. As for the Xingtian Pavilion, there is a 9-colored God monument erected on the holy mountain of the Zongmen, known as the Holy Heaven Monument. On this stele, words appear from time to time, which are the oracles sent by the God realm to the Holy Heaven. In this oracle, there will occasionally appear the names of some warriors, which are ordered by God's domain, and Xingtian Pavilion must kill enemies who may be detrimental to God's domain. And this kind is called the Decree of God's Sin. This Xingtian Pavilion, as long as it receives the Decree of God's Sin, it will kill all the targets of the Decree of God's Sin at all costs. Huang spoke extremely quickly, and within a few breaths, he explained everything about the Decree of God's Sin to Chu Yan. And Chu Yan, after hearing Huang's explanation, a look of astonishment rose in his eyes. He never thought that Xingtian Pavilion and Xinyu would have such means. From this point of view, no matter how well I hid it, God's domain had already noticed my Tiandaming curse. When the blue-armored giant said at the beginning that his time was running out and the people of God's domain had already started to act, it seemed that he was referring to this. After pondering for a while, all the doubts in Chu Yan's heart were solved. Starting from Wangxing Peak, there is always a hidden force that is targeting him, setting various traps, trying to harm him. It seems that behind all this is the guys from Xingtian Pavilion and Xinyu who are manipulating behind the scenes. It seems that I have exposed too much and given too much information to the enemy. Even if they are not sure, they will not let me go. I'd rather have 1,000 than let one go. The life of an ordinary warrior may not even be as good as an ant for these self-proclaimed gods. In Chu Yan's eyes, the cold light kept flickering. End of chapter. #C2109, not afraid of death. Originally, Chu Yan was still thinking that the people in God's domain were not clear about the appearance of his own heavenly Dao Ming curse. In this way, I still have some time to practice quickly and improve my cultivation as soon as possible. But now, such an idea is no longer possible. No wonder the green-armored giant kept telling himself that time was running out. Xingtian Pavilion has actually received the instructions from God's domain, and issued the decree of God's sin. It seems that it is also because I possess the power of yin and yang of the holy Rakshasa. No wonder, before Ouyang Nantian left, he kept telling me not to expose the spirits of the five-line gods and beasts. In Chu Yan's eyes, a cold light kept flickering. However, this time, the three major forces attacked Lingyun Pavilion for their own reasons, and it was impossible for Chu Yan to sit idly by. Fighting against the geniuses of the three major forces, fighting the whole field alone, using the unicorn martial soul, also exposed that he has the 5 series of extreme strength cards. Although the crisis was resolved, in the end, it was also targeted by Xingtian Pavilion. However, for Lingyun Pavilion and for everyone in the human race, even if this battle has never happened once, Chu Yan will definitely fight again. Nothing to regret at all. Whether it is Xingtian Pavilion or God's domain, sooner or later they will discover their existence, and they will also attack themselves. Now, it's just a little earlier. Fortunately, I have already integrated the spirit of chaos. As long as the matter here is over and I find a place to break through the Emperor's realm, I will have some strength to protect myself. At this moment, in Lingyun Square, a depressing and dignified atmosphere quietly spread. The high priest's face was gloomy, looking at Emperor Ji Yuan and then at Chu Yan. His eyes were bloodshot. He never expected that Chu Yan would be issued a decree of divine sin by Xingtian Pavilion. You must know that in recent years in the 10 Directions Starfield, the number of people who have been subjected to the decree of divine sin by Xingtian tax has reached thousands. But among these thousands of people, none of them could escape the pursuit of Xingtian Pavilion, and all of them were lost in the end. Some even involved sects and families. The massacre of the whole family was horrible. After some effort, the high priest explained the decree of divine sin to Jiang Yuchuan and Ling Shuangtian. After hearing this, the faces of the 3 big bosses showed shock at the same time. What puzzled them was why such a huge monster like Xingtian Pavilion would have a hard time with a junior disciple from Outland Continent. Moreover, what makes them even more afraid is that if they defend Chu Yan and fight against Xingtian Pavilion, will the entire Outland Continent be implicated? After all, even forces like the bipolar sect went all out to attack after receiving the order from Xingtian Pavilion. If there were a few more, all the sects in the Outland Continent, even if united together, would probably be crushed to pieces. What's more, for the sake of Chu Yan, it is impossible for the Outland Continent to have many forces willing to bear such risks and consequences. You 3, you'd better get out of the way. Emperor Ji Yuan, with a proud face, was not worried at all. The high priest and the others dared to stop him. After all, if they stop themselves now, it will be tantamount to disobeying Xingtian Pavilion. Ling Shuangtian was a little anxious, his eyes were blood red, but beside him, Jiang Yuchuan and the high priest had livid faces, gritted their teeth, and had already started to retreat and get out of the way. At this moment, the 3 big bosses are under too much pressure. Offending Xingtian Pavilion for a Chu Yan, the final result, you don't need to guess. Even the forces of the 10 Directions Starfield who offended Xingtian Pavilion will end up with the destruction of their entire clan, not to mention their second-rate mainland forces. Therefore, Jiang Yuchuan and the High Priest could only make such a choice. Although their hearts are full of anger and aggrieved, even though they themselves are not willing at all, but they have to consider for the whole sect. Emperor Jiyuan, Lingtian Pavilion, will advance and retreat with Chu Yan. However, unlike Jiang Yuchuan and the High Priestess, Ling Shuangtian was only stunned for a moment, and then stepped forward with a rainbow in his body, shouting angrily. If you want to move Chu Yan, just step on me, and everyone in Lingyun Pavilion. As soon as the words fell to the ground, disciples of Lingyun Pavilion surged in all directions, moving towards the center of Lingyun Square, quietly gathered. In less than a blink of an eye, a large crowd occupied the scene. Among all the people in Lingyun Pavilion, nearly 90% of the elders and disciples formed layers of human walls in front of Chu Yan. That's right. If you want to move Chu Yan, just step over us. Hundreds of thousands of elders and disciples of Lingyun Pavilion spoke in unison, their eyes were piercing, without a trace of flinching or fear. The voices gathered together created a stormy sound wave, shaking the entire Lingyun peak. You are really not afraid of death. The great Emperor Jiyuan looked at Lingyun Pavilion in front of him in astonishment, his eyes trembling, and his face was full of disbelief. Sure enough, these natives are all pigs and have no brains. For one person, he was willing to pay for the lives of the entire sect's disciples. Could it be that they don't know how powerful Xingtian Pavilion is, not to mention Lingyun Pavilion, even their bipolar sect can't even compare to a little finger. Behind Xingtian Pavilion, there is God's domain. No one answered Emperor Jiyuan's question, but the determined gazes of dozens of pairs were the best answer. Standing behind everyone, Chu Yan looked at the layers of human walls in his eyes were moist. This is the second time. At the beginning, when I was chased and killed by the 10 major forces in the Outland continent, including the Zhangxue Sage Emperor, when I fled back to Lingyun Pavilion, everyone stood in front of me. Today, almost exactly the same scene was staged again. However, this time, Chu Yan will not implicate them again, because, this time, it should be guarded by himself. I, Chu Yan, announce that starting today, I will voluntarily leave Lingyun Pavilion. Become a loose cultivator. A thunderous sound resounded through the audience, but it was like a thunderbolt, causing everyone's eyes to tremble. From now on, anything I, Chu Yan, has nothing to do with Lingyun Pavilion. As Chu Yan's voice resounded through Lingyun Square, a powerful aura surged out from Chu Yan's body, and the Haoyan sword in his hand trembled and screamed, and the sound of the sword was shocking. Chu Yan, don't rush. Of course Ling Shuangtian knew that the purpose of Chu Yan's words was to protect Lingyun Pavilion. However, he couldn't just watch as Chu Yan just went to die. Emperor Jiyuan is the pinnacle of the upper martial emperor realm. No matter how powerful Chu Yan is, he will never be his opponent. However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw Chu Yan's figure turned into a black lightning bolt, past everyone in Lingyun Pavilion, and rushed towards Emperor Jiyuan. Not far away, in the direction of the rostrum, 2 figures, one fat and one white, fired at the same time and approached quickly from another direction. Looking for death. Extreme Yuan slash. Seeing Chu Yan rushing, Emperor Jiyuan sneered, and slashed out with a long halberd in his hand. #C2110 Nantian Broken Knife. Jiyuan slash is the famous martial skill of Emperor Jiyuan. In terms of power, with suspicion, it is enough to sweep away all warriors of the same level and below. Halberd-type spiritual weapons are inherently domineering and powerful, and they are not used by non-strength fighters. Strong physical strength is the key to exerting the power of a halberd. Therefore, under the powerful force, the speed of this halberd was so fast that the naked eye could not distinguish it, and it passed by in a flash. In an instant, the terrifying halberd light cut through the void and fell on the head of Chu Yan, who was rushing over. Not good. Seeing this halberd light cut down, Ling Xuantian's expression changed instantly. Because Chu Yan rushed to Emperor Jiuxiao, the speed itself was very fast, and the speed of the halberd light was even faster. When the two were added together, it was like lightning and flint. Even if it was as strong as Ling Xuantian, it was too late to make a move. Cave Heaven Thousand Worlds, move. The sound of anger exploded and resounded through the air. I saw that Xie Yang, who also rushed from the other side, formed seals with both hands, and shot out a dazzling light of the spirit pattern, like a light arrow, with large ripples, covering Chu Yan. The light of the spirit pattern exploded, wrapped around Chu Yan, soared into the sky strangely, and abruptly flashed past the halberd light in front of him. This trick is the ancient spirit pattern emperor technique that Xie Yang just learned, directly cutting off the void connection and forcibly opening a void channel. Even if Chu Yan himself is unwilling, he can only be removed by this emperor technique. Dodged. Seeing Chu Yan's figure soaring into the sky, Emperor Jiuxiao was slightly taken aback, then a sneer appeared on his face. The next moment, to everyone's surprise, the halberd light that was passed by Chu Yan suddenly lost its target and exploded directly. Hundreds of tiny halberd lights split out, flying all over the sky, chaotically chasing towards Chu Yan. Jiu and Zhan, 1 yuan is 99 and 81, and when combined, Jiu and Wu Shuang. This is exactly the strength of Jiu and Zhan, whether it is a single battle or a group battle, this imperial technique is very powerful. I rely on. It can still be like this. Seeing the halberd shining in the sky, Xie Yang shot at Chu Yan, and immediately cursed anxiously. Ling Xuantian had already reacted and rushed towards this side, ready to help Chu Yan. And in mid-air, Chu Yan's whole body was up and down, and the sword energy rushed into the night. On the Haotian sword in his hand, the 5-color sword light was already gaining momentum, and he was about to cut it off with a wave of his hand. For Chu Yan, with the Haotian sword in hand, the most feared thing is the duel of spiritual soldiers. So far, Chu Yan has never seen a more powerful spiritual weapon than his Haotian sword. Even the 3-pointed, 2-edged spear in Jiao Ming's hand is a few steps lower than the Haotian sword. However, just when Chu Yan was about to make a move and cut all the tiny halberd lights into pieces, suddenly, a violent thunder exploded in the sky above his head. Bold! A sound of thunder from the 9 heavens resounded, resounding through the entire sky, like a thunderbolt, making everyone's mind and body tremble at the same time. Accompanying it was a tide of terrifying coercion, pouring down from the Jiuqiang Tianshao. This coercive aura was so powerful that it made one's soul tremble, and everyone in the audience, including Sage Emperor Jinhong, stagnated at the same time. Even the Holy Emperor was suppressed by this breath. Could it be? Everyone looked up at the sky, seeing the rolling thunderclouds all over the sky, and the figure that slowly emerged like a mountain peak. All of them were astonished, their eyes widened. This is a strong demigod. With this aura and power, it is absolutely impossible to suppress the world, control the sky, and control the earth without cultivation above the demigod level. Since when did Xingtian Pavilion become so arrogant? This dirty hand has stretched out to the outer land. Dog, the decree of the fart god crime, a broken steel, a few broken characters, you will be sentenced to death. I really think of myself as the god of the 10 directions starfield. A joke. Today, I will take you to sacrifice the sword in my heart, and let Xingtian Pavilion and those people know that there is still art defying the way of God in this world. One sound, one sentence, terrifying and ancient voices, continuously exploded in the sky. At the same time, beside the tall figure like a mountain peak, a dazzling ray of light suddenly lit up, and a strong murderous aura rushed to the sky and the earth along with that ray of light. Nantian broken sword. Emperor Jiuxiao, seeing that bright light, suddenly turned pale with shock, and murmured with his lips trembling. Nantian, Divine Emperor. The first knife in the sky, you are not dead. With horror and disbelief all over his face, Emperor Jiuxiao's face was as pale as paper, and deep in his eyes were full of fear. Not only the Emperor Jiuxiao, but also the high priest, not far away, was shocked and his eyes were dumbstruck. Against the divine way. It turned out to be against the divine way. Back then, Ouyang Nantian, who held the skybreaking saber and slashed the Holy Heaven Monument, fought alone against the 3 demigods of the 10 Directions starfield, was alive. How is this possible? The more the high priest spoke, the more excited he became, his eyes were bloodshot and his voice trembled. Ouyang Nantian, the Nantian Divine Emperor, back then, was a legend in the entire 10 Directions starfield. However, what is even more legendary than him is the faction he joined last called Anti-Shinto. The total number of people in this force does not exceed 100, but among them there are 4 demigods who are known as the 4 great demon gods. Among the 4 great demon gods, the most familiar person is Ouyang Nantian, who is known as the number 1 sword in the sky. Against the gods, I don't know when it was created. There are very few people who are familiar with and understand him, and even in the 10 Directions starfield, some disciples of powerful sects have never heard of him. But those sect bigwigs are all engraved with deep-seated memories, and they are as shocked as cicadas when they oppose the divine way. Because the purpose of Anishan Dao is to fight against Xingtian Pavilion and God's domain. It is said that 1,000,000 years ago, the Xingtian Pavilion was originally extremely powerful, but it was only after being killed by Anishan Dao that countless people were killed and injured. Only a few years ago, the light of God's domain fell from the 9 heavens and revived the Xingtian monument, and the Xingtian Pavilion was revived again. After that battle, the prestige of Anishan Dao was even louder than that of Xingtian Pavilion. In particular, compared to Xingtian Pavilion's domineering and detached style, Anishan Dao is much more mysterious, and it is difficult to see the strong men of their power appear on weekdays. Today, this God-defying Dao appeared in Outland Continent for Chu Yan. Destroy. Shouting thunder with one word, the sword light in the sky invaded the sky and fell, like a meteor that destroyed the world, whizzing down. In an instant, above the sky, the violent power of the saber struck down, and the aura of the saber, like the divine light of punishment from the sky, turned into a 9,000-foot saber light, splitting the sky and the earth together, and slashed straight down towards Emperor Jiuxiao. Kamui One Knife. This is the sword light cut out by a strong demigod. Not to mention Emperor Jiuxiao, even the Jinhong sage emperor who was present was so shocked that his scalp went numb. The sword light descended from the sky, and turned all the halberd lights that Emperor Jiuxiao swung into powder, just like a giant beast that smashed a group of lambs into minced meat, without any effort at all. Immediately afterwards, the terrifying blade light came towards Emperor Jiuxiao, and the blade alone was enough to level a mountain range. No, not good. Without any hesitation at all, the Jiuxiao Great Emperor, who was so frightened that his whole body was filled with lifeless energy and frightened away, dared to stay there. His body turned into a lightning bolt, and flew away in the opposite direction. #C2111 Astral Peak. The thunder light transformed by Emperor Jiuxiao drew a long strip of light in the sky, and it escaped extremely fast. I still want to leave. In the sky, the Nantian God Emperor snorted coldly, swung the saber in his hand, and the tall mountain body chased straight after him. Boom, boom. That figure flitted across the sky like a huge sky peak, flying over Lingyun Square, and the huge power it produced shook the sky and the earth with rumbling noises. Within 3 breaths, 2 figures, one in front and one behind, disappeared into the sky. Nearly 10 breaths later, until all the demigod aura gradually dissipated, the bosses and disciples in the entire Lingyun Square all looked relieved at the same time, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Horrible. Terrible. This demigod-level powerhouse against the divine way is so strong that no one can resist. It gives people a feeling that when ordinary people see the coercive coercion of the gods, it seems that the entire way of heaven is suppressed. Oh. Ouyang Nantian. Little White Bear and Situ Yang were different from the others, but they all looked dumbfounded with their mouths wide open. Regarding Ouyang Nantian, both of them have heard from Chu Yan, so they are very familiar with it. But, doesn't Ouyang Nantian only have one remnant soul? Why, seeing it with my own eyes now, it seems that a real demigod powerhouse has descended. It's only been a few months since Ouyang Nan was resurrected innocently. Not only Little White Bear and Situ Yang, but even Chu Yan in Lingyun Square looked puzzled. However, at this time, Chu Yan, with a pair of eyes, was staring dully. On the sky above Yunxiao, the knife just left a knife mark that had not dissipated, and his eyes were completely absent-minded. What a strong knife! This is the real power of the first knife in the sky. Although Chu Yan practiced swordsmanship. However, this is also the first time he has seen a strong demigod make a move. In particular, that knife left a deep imprint in his sea of consciousness, which made him a little dazed, as if he had a flash of understanding, but he couldn't grasp the clue. At this moment, a familiar sound transmission from the consciousness suddenly exploded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, waking him up from a state of trance. Chu Yan, it's not suitable to stay here for a long time, let's go. This voice was precisely Ouyang Nantian, who had just chased after Emperor Jiuxiao. Senior Ouyang, thank you. Chu Yan felt hot in his heart, and thanked him sincerely. Although just now, Chu Yan has already thought of a self-protection strategy, and is confident that he will retreat completely under the hands of Emperor Jiuxiao. However, Ouyang Nantian's move still moved him. Stinky boy, why are you being polite to me? Ouyang Nantian was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and cursed, hurry up and explain to the people in Lingtian Pavilion, and get out of here immediately, I can't last long. Huh. Senior Ouyang, you. Chu Yan was stunned and asked anxiously. You don't really think that my body is resurrected, do you? Ha ha ha, let's talk about this matter later, the key is to leave now. If that Jiuxiao reacts, it will be troublesome. Ouyang Nantian laughed and reminded again. N. Chu Yan nodded. Originally, Chu Yan also guessed that it was impossible for Ouyang Nantian to come back to life. He might have used some means to burst out his peak power in a short period of time. As a result, this Lingyun Pavilion really cannot stay any longer. Swish. 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 The next moment, several figures flashed over from all around, and they all surrounded Chu Yan. It was Ling Xuantian, Jiang Yuchuan, the High Priest, Situ Yang, and Little White Bear. Boss, are you all right? Brother, how are you? Chu Yan. More and more people gathered around Chu Yan and asked anxiously. Everyone, don't worry. Chu Yan showed a smile on his face, looked at the crowd in front of him, and said, the great Emperor Jiuxiao, I'm afraid he will see through Senior Ouyang's methods, and return later, I have to leave. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Ling Xuantian and the others all froze, and their eyes slowly dimmed. They all had helplessness and aggrieved expressions on their faces. The power of Lingyun Pavilion was still too weak for Emperor Jiuxiao and Shuangjiazong. Chu Yan, are you going there? The next moment, Long Tianyao and other top 10 geniuses on the emperor list flew towards the rostrum and landed in front of Chu Yan. You recovered. Seeing Long Tianyao and the others, Chu Yan changed his face and asked. Thanks to your golden core, we are fine. Are you planning to go to the 10-direction starfield? Long Tianyao smiled at Chu Yan and continued to ask. That's right. There's one more thing to do on the Outland continent. After that, I'm going to go to the 10-direction starfield to practice. Chu Yan nodded and replied truthfully. Chu Yan, this time, Lingyun Pavilion is sorry for you. Hearing that Chu Yan was going to the 10 Directions Starfield, Ling Xuantian sighed with a bitter look on his face. He knew that the reason why Chu Yan rushed to the 10 Directions Starfield was because he didn't want to hurt Lingyun Pavilion and worried about the revenge of Xingtian Pavilion. But Lingyun Pavilion has nothing to do about it. In the world of Wuhun, strength is the most important thing, and the weak can only bear the humiliation and be bullied by the strong. Master. Seeing Ling Xuantian's expression, Chu Yan naturally understood what Ling Xuantian was thinking, and said quickly. This matter has nothing to do with Lingyun Pavilion. I originally planned to break through the Emperor's realm after the Battle of Wangxing Peak this time, but go to the 10 Directions Starfield to practice. Lingyun Pavilion has taken care of me, I will remember it in my heart, no matter what time it is, I will be a part of Lingyun Pavilion. Time is running out, Master, everyone, there will be a time later. Chu Yan originally wanted to say a few more words, but in the sea of consciousness, Ouyang Nanshan's voice sounded again, so after bowing to Ling Xuantian, he bowed his hands and said goodbye to everyone in front of him. His eyes flickered slightly, and he swept across the faces in front of him one by one. Then, Chu Yan turned around and his figure rose into the sky. Little White Bear and Situ Yang also turned into a fat one and a white one after bidding farewell. 2 figures rushed to the sky and chased after Chu Yan. Seeing the 3 figures rushing towards the sky, Ling Xuantian and the people in the square all had complicated expressions on their faces. They all knew that it was extremely dangerous for Chu Yan to go to the 10 Directions Starfield this time. However, they opened their mouths, wanting Chu Yan to stay, or to say something, but they just couldn't open their mouths, and couldn't say a word. Judging from the current situation, this is the best ending. Chu Yan. Ling Xuantian felt extremely tight in his chest, he was so depressed that he could hardly breathe. Take care of yourself. As if to vent, but also to see Chu Yan off, Ling Xuantian exploded with true energy and opened his mouth to roar. Brother Chu Yan, take care. Chu Yan, take care. Take care of yourself. Ling Xuantian's roar attracted all the bosses and geniuses in the audience to speak together and growl at the same time. Immediately, countless roars gathered together and resounded over the entire Lingyun Pavilion. The sound shook hundreds of miles, and the sky and the earth roared together. Chu Yan, who rushed out of the distance, heard the roar behind him. He froze and turned his head to take a look. Then, the corners of his mouth lightly raised, and he waved to the crowd below. The next moment, when Little White Bear and Situ Yang caught up, the figures of the 3 turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky together. Chu Yan, come to Star Boundary Peak. I will help you break through the Emperor realm. In the sea of consciousness, Ouyang Nanshan's voice sounded, making Chu Yan's expression instantly excited. #C2112 Ancient Forbidden Gate. Star Boundary Mountains. It is located in the 10 Directions Star Field, on the border with the Outland continent. Once you have been to the Star Boundary mountain range, it is equivalent to stepping into the scope of the 10 Directions Star Realm. In front of you is the continent of the 9-star realm, hundreds of millions of miles away. As for Star Boundary Peak, the main peak of the Star Boundary mountain range is located. The peak is 100,000 feet high, covered with snow and ice all year round, and surrounded by mist. This Star Boundary Peak, on the one hand, has no monsters and beasts, and on the other hand, it does not produce natural materials and earthly treasures, so very few warriors come here. Except for a very small number of warriors who practiced water-type kung fu and physical skills, who would come here to look for the legendary source of ice, this astral peak had not seen a single person for almost decades. Star Boundary Peak. Chu Yan, Situ Yang, and Little White Bear flew all the way for 3 full days, before arriving in front of this tall snow peak that was so angry that it was soaring into the sky. This is the place that Senior Ouyang chose for me to break through to the Emperor realm. Chu Yan looked at the Xiefeng in front of him, but he didn't find that there was anything special about this Xiefeng except that it was extraordinarily tall. Moreover, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness scanned, and he did not find any monsters or elixir at all. Generally speaking, such a place is a place where the aura of heaven and earth is thin, and it is even more unsuitable for warriors to practice. Therefore, Chu Yan was full of doubts about Ouyang Nantian calling himself here to break through the Emperor's realm. Huh. There. Following the exploration of his spiritual sense, Chu Yan's face changed, and he looked at a place in front of Xiefeng, where a huge Xiefeng tree grew, which was nearly 10 feet high, and the entire tree was covered with thick snow. Although there was no obvious abnormality on the outside, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness clearly found that there was a familiar aura above the cedar tree. And that breath was exactly the same as Ouyang Nantian's breath. That is to say, this is a road sign that Ouyang Nantian specially left for himself to guide the direction. Swish! Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Yan was like lightning, and flew towards the cedar with Situ Yang and the little white bear. In an instant, the three of them arrived in front of the cedar and looked around. Boss, here. Little White Bear's demon consciousness is very good at searching, and in just a few breaths, a huge black stone was dug out from a pile of snow. Boom! With one palm, the surface of the black stone exploded, revealing its original appearance. This is an ancient prohibition. With a glance, Situ Yang's eyes widened instantly, and he rushed to the black stone, looked at the dense and complex lines on the black stone, and cried out in surprise. Can it be broken? Chu Yan looked at it and asked. This should be fine. Situ Yang, who claimed to be the world's #1 spirit pattern master, didn't even brag this time, but instead looked dignified. It can be seen from this that this ancient prohibition is not simple. Little White Bear and Chu Yan, seeing Situ Yang's serious face, took out various spirit patterns, took out handprints, and started to break the ancient restriction. They stopped disturbing him and waited patiently. In fact, Chu Yan had already guessed in his heart that Ouyang Nantian asked him to come here, but he didn't show up. He just knew that he would bring Little White Bear and Situ Yang with him, and this ancient restriction should be a test. In the 10,000 years snow peak, the sky is full of snow, and the whole world is shrouded in white. Chu Yan stood on a rock halfway up the mountain, with his hands behind his back, facing the cold wind, looking at the world in front of him. 9 peaks in the 10 directions star field, one peak is higher than the other peak. Here is the 10 direction star field closest to God's domain. I finally came. I hope this time I can break through smoothly, and then I have to go back to the outland continent too. Chu Yan's thoughts were flying, and he kept thinking about the next way, but before he could think for a long time, a powerful mysterious force suddenly exploded behind him. Boom, boom. There was a muffled sound, and a wave of air rushed from behind, like a flood. In Chu Yan's body, the true energy erupted instantly, and the body protector protected the 10 directions around his body, and turned around suddenly. But what I saw was Situ Yang and Little White Bear. Their bodies, like sharp arrows, were thrown into the air by the strong air waves and fell towards the mountain. Condensation. After uttering one word, Chu Yan stretched out both hands, and 2 Gangyuan paw prints came out across the sky, grabbing Situ Yang and the Little White Bear at the same time. Physical strength and true energy erupted at the same time, and the 2 scratches caught Little White Bear and Situ Yang, but the power of the air wave was so terrifying that it confronted Chu Yan's Gangyuan claw. Chu Yan continued to increase his strength and fought against the powerful air wave. It took 10 breaths of time to pull Little White Bear and Situ Yang back to his side. At this time, the terrifying air wave around him has also slowly dissipated, and its power has been greatly reduced. Fatty, what are you doing? The Little White Bear howled angrily, and kicked Situ Yang's ass. Just now, she almost rolled down the mountain. You know, this is a snow peak. If it rolls down from the mountainside, it will probably turn into a huge snowball and roll far away. I don't want to either. Xie just wanted to refute, but when he saw that even Chu Yan looked at him with a sneer, he suddenly froze. Originally, he wanted to show off in front of Chu Yan and Little White Bear, but in the end, he made a big oolong. Grandma, I didn't expect that the power of this ancient prohibition is so strong. Xie face was flushed with anger, and he strode viciously towards the black boulder. He flipped his hands, and two dark golden spirit patterns appeared in his palm. Give me, break! Without the slightest hesitation, Xie, in a rage, threw two dark golden jade talismans towards the boulder. At the same time, his hands formed seals, flying like flowers, and made two spiritual seals. Boom! Boom! As soon as the dark golden spirit pattern hit the black boulder, it exploded directly, and the power of the dark golden spirit pattern, like a stream of water, completely wrapped the black boulder. Under the astonished gazes of Chu Yan and Little White Bear, the power of the dark golden spirit patterns wrapped around the black boulder and melted continuously. Boo! A sound like a bubble bursting softly rang in the ears of the three of them. Immediately afterwards, the black boulder turned into a large black light and quickly twisted and deformed. In less than a few breaths, a golden and black two-color space-time gate appeared in front of the three of them. Sure enough, it's a space-time entrance. In Xie eyes, the light flickered, looking at the gate of time and space in front of him. His face was full of complacency. But soon, a bitter look appeared on his face, especially the two shattered dark golden jade charms before the gate of time and space from the corner of his eyes. His whole body was not well. My Qianquan jade talisman, I only have 3 pieces, and now 2 pieces are wasted. Seeing Xie face about to cry, Chu Yan smiled lightly, swept across the gate of time and space in front of him with his consciousness, and said, "It's safe. Go in and have a look." As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan's figure flickered and rushed into the gate of time and space. Little White Bear and Xie were taken aback, followed quickly, and also rushed into the gate of time and space. The figures of the 3 disappeared in the time-space gate. The time-space gate shrank rapidly and turned into a huge black stone again in the blink of an eye. In the sky, snowflakes fluttered down and landed on the black boulder, and within a short while, buried it deeply again. #C2113 Broken Heaven Sword. Traveling through time and space, time is stagnant. As if in a breath, and as if after a long time, Chu Yan's feet finally landed on the ground again. In front of him, there was a scene full of aura, green mountains, and green waters, which made Chu Yan startled. This is a bit different from the icy and snowy rise just now. The spiritual peak in front of you towers into it, and a green and secluded path winds down from the top of the mountain and connects with an ancient mountain gate. Chu Yan, you are here. A familiar figure stood in front of the mountain gate, looking at Chu Yan with a smile on his face. Senior Ouyang. Chu Yan said in surprise. Where's the great Emperor Jiuxiao? He, that guy, used the teleportation talisman. I don't want to chase anymore, so I just came back. Ouyang Nantian laughed. Come back. Then this is. Chu Yan raised his head and looked at the tall Lingfeng in front of him. Here is the mountain gate against God. Ouyang Nantian explained. Against the divine way. Chu Yan was startled. Not bad. Let's go, I'll take you up there. Ouyang Nantian beckoned, then turned around and led Chu Yan and the others towards the path of the mountain gate and towards the top of the mountain. In Aishandao, the number of people is not large, and it is not considered an ordinary sect force, so there is no official establishment of the sect. Just find this ancient sect ruins as a gathering place. Stepping on the mountain gate path, Ouyang Nantian began to introduce to Chu Yan. So, here, you don't have to be restrained, you can do whatever you want, and there are not many people still in the mountain gate. You mean, let me break through the emperor's realm here in Nishendo? Chu Yan pondered for a moment and asked. Right. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Ouyang Nantian stopped directly, turned to look at Chu Yan, and said in a deep voice. You possess the heavenly Dao Ming mantra, and with the secrets on your body, I am worried that when you break through the emperor's realm, it will cause some visions of heaven and earth, which will be noticed by those people. So, here's the best place for you to break through the emperor realm, and... Having said this, Ouyang Nantian's solemn expression disappeared, he grinned, a strange smile flashed in his eyes and said. Also, there is a God sees worry here, which can help you break through, maybe it will be a surprise. God sees you, this name. Chu Yan smiled awkwardly. Go. It's almost here. Ouyang Nantian raised his hand and pointed. On the top of the mountain in the distance, a corner of a palace has been exposed. It looks extraordinary. Just as Ouyang Nantian said, there are really very few people in this Nishindao. Chu Yan walked all the way, following Ouyang Nantian through the large palace complex, to the place where the palace was arranged, and only met 3 or 5 people along the way. And these 3 or 5 people, with extremely strong aura, just glanced at Chu Yan and didn't say anything. Obviously, they had known about Chu Yan's arrival in advance. Chu Yan, you have a good night's rest here, and tomorrow morning, come to the hall, to find me. Ouyang Nantian said to Chu Yan, and briefly introduced the spirit array and restrictions in the hall, and left directly. Good. Originally, he wanted to ask Ouyang Nantian what he had been doing during the month he was away, but seeing that he seemed to have something else to do, he didn't ask further. After seeing Ouyang Nantian leave, Chu Yan, Little White Bear, and Situ Yang looked around casually. After getting familiar with the environment, they each found a practice hall and started to practice. In the tall golden training hall, the spirit gathering formation is extremely powerful. Chu Yan sits cross-legged in the middle and activates the spirit formation. In just a moment, he can feel the rich spiritual power of heaven and earth enveloping his whole body. Under a feeling of comfort throughout the body, Chu Yan's mind gradually quieted down, and slowly entered into breath adjustment. In the Battle of Lingyun Pavilion, Chu Yan consumed a lot. Although he swallowed the golden elixir, it is still not as thorough as practicing breath adjustment to recover. As the 3 of Chu Yan sank into cultivation, Nua Da's palace also became quiet. On the other side, in the main hall of Anai Dao, more than a dozen strong men gathered, and they seemed to be discussing something intensely. In the middle is Ouyang Nantian, with a calm and composed expression. Even if a dozen people questioned him, Ouyang Nantian didn't have the slightest intention to explain. The silent night slowly passed with the noise. The next day, early in the morning, Chu Yan woke up from his practice. With a look of astonishment on his face, Chu Yan lowered his head and glanced at the spirit gathering formation below him. His eyes were full of brilliance. The effect of this spirit gathering array was far beyond his imagination, and it was even more than twice as strong as any spirit gathering array he had seen for cultivation. This anti-Xinwei is worthy of being the force that destroyed the Xingtian Pavilion 1,000,000 years ago. Just an ordinary spiritual gathering formation is so strong. However, although the spirit gathering formation is very effective, it is of great benefit to Chu Yan's self-cultivation. However, Chu Yan woke up from his practice at the moment when Dongfang Yu's ma turned white. Because, according to the agreement, today Ouyang Nantian will take him to God Sees Sorrow and start to break through the emperor's realm. When he thought that he would break through the emperor's realm immediately, return to the outer continent, kill the Ming clan, and rescue his mother, Chu Yan couldn't calm down at all. After tidying up briefly, Chu Yan saw that the fat man and the little white bear were practicing with all their strength, so he left the hall without disturbing him, and headed for the main hall against the divine way. Walking to the square of the main hall, Chu Yan was surprised, stopped in his tracks, and was not in a hurry to enter the main hall. Because, on the square of the main hall, on a 5-color altar, there is a black spirit sword floating on it, which looks extremely strange. This spirit sword is dark all over, and there are 9 complex spirit patterns on the sword body, but there is no trace of sword energy overflowing. It looks like an ordinary iron sword. This is the heaven-breaking sword. Not far from the gate of the main hall, Ouyang Nanshan's figure appeared. Severing heaven's sword. Chu Yan was startled. That's right. One sword breaks the sky, one sword breaks the sky. Immemorial sword god, the match sword of sword emperor Qingmu. Ouyang Nantian walked to Chu Yan's side, looked up at the black spirit sword on the altar, and explained softly. My Duan Tian Dao was imitated by others and was refined by others. However, it only has its appearance and does not have its divine power at all. There is a huge difference between the two. With a sigh all over his face, Ouyang Nantian shook his head slightly. Heaven-breaking knife. What a difference. Hearing Ouyang Nanshan's words, Chu Yan was stunned for a moment, with a look of astonishment on his face. You must know that in Lingyun Pavilion, Ouyang Nantian held the heaven-breaking saber in his hand, and the knife almost cut the sky and the earth in half. That knife gave Chu Yan a great shock. However, in Ouyang Nanshan's eyes, his heaven-breaking saber is completely different. Then how strong is this heaven-breaking sword? Reminded by Ouyang Nantian, Chu Yan suddenly found that the spiritual connection between himself and Haoyan's sword behind him was suddenly interrupted. Let's go. Come with me. After watching for a while, Ouyang Nantian didn't talk nonsense, and directly took Chu Yan towards God Sees Sorrow. #C2114 God Level Spiritual Source. In front of a black palace, on a tall plaque, the words God Sees Sorrow shone brightly. Chu Yan raised his head and looked at the palace in front of him with a look of astonishment. He didn't expect that the God Sees Sorrow that Ouyang Nantian said would be in this palace. This word. Suddenly, Chu Yan suddenly discovered that above the 3 shining gold characters, an extremely fierce sword energy rushed out, with a hint of coldness, without the slightest killing intent, but it made Chu Yan feel that this sword chi can kill anyone at any time. No killing sword chi. Chu Yan's face changed drastically, and in the sea of consciousness, a bright light flickered, and his mind was shocked. How is it? These 3 words, not bad. Ouyang Nantian glanced at Chu Yan, and after realizing his state, he spoke directly, interrupting Chu Yan's epiphany. Well. Awakened by Ouyang Nantian, Chu Yan was speechless, and glanced at Ouyang Nantian with displeasure. One must know that the opportunity of epiphany is the greatest blessing to the soul of a warrior, even comparable to years of hard work, but unexpectedly, it was interrupted by Ouyang Nantian just like that. Boy, now is not the time for you to comprehend this sword intent. Your cultivation base is not enough. Let's talk about it after you break through the Emperor realm. Of course Ouyang Nantian saw Chu Yan's displeasure, but he smiled and explained. Only after the Emperor realm can we comprehend. Chu Yan was stunned, his face stunned. That's right. I know that you are a swordsman genius, and I guessed it a long time ago. When you see these 3 handwritten characters of Imperial Sword God, Aoki Sword Emperor, you will feel something. Ouyang Nantian explained with a light smile, looking at Chu Yan with an extremely serious expression. However, there used to be sword geniuses like you, but because their cultivation base was too low, they were injured by the Aoki sword chi, and their cultivation base was greatly damaged. The gains outweigh the losses. So, now is not the time. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Ouyang Nantian stepped out with big strides, stretched out his hand and pushed open the door of the hall, and entered the hall. Chu Yan looked up again. Glancing at the 3 words, his eyes lit up, He turned his head suddenly, and looked in the direction of the main hall with a thoughtful expression on his face. The next moment, Chu Yan raised his leg and was about to step into the hall when a voice sounded from the sky behind him. "Ouyang, are you ready to start?" "Hey, this kid is that Chu Yan?" When the sound sounded, Chu Yan immediately turned his head and looked behind him. But all I saw was an old man in a white robe with all white hair and beard, flying down from the air and standing in front of Chu Yan. "Ouyang, you are willing. We are against the way of God. Every 100 years, we only get one entry into the God sees sorrow. You don't use it to solidify your remnant soul, but give this kid the opportunity." Haha. The old man in white robe, while speaking, his eyes were shining brightly, staring at Chu Yan up and down. "White robe chief, why are you here?" In front of the palace gate, Ouyang Nanshan's figure appeared. Seeing the old man, his eyes lit up immediately, and he said happily, "These old guys, although they agree with your idea, they are somewhat worried. Let me take a look." The old man, who was called by Ouyang Nantian as the white-robed manager, smiled and said to Ouyang Nantian, but only for a moment, his eyes returned to Chu Yan. Still with a strange expression on his face, he looked at Chu Yan. Okay. The supervisor is the supervisor, let's take a look, Ouyang Nantian snorted coldly, pretending not to be angry. Ha, there, let's go in quickly." Seeing this, the white-robed manager hurriedly made a ha-ha, greeted Chu Yan, and walked towards the Hall of God Sees Sorrow. Stepping into the hall, a huge rock, nearly 100 feet high, stands in the empty hall. It looked like ordinary rocks on the outside, but Chu Yan's face changed suddenly after only one glance. This is the spiritual source. Chu Yan has never seen such a large spiritual source, almost as high as the main hall. What's more, the powerful spiritual power exuded from this mountain rock gave Chu Yan a feeling of being in Yunshao. Could it be the 9th grade spiritual source? Chu Yan asked in surprise. 9 grades. Hearing Chu Yan's question, the white-robed manager sneered and said, "What is the 9th grade? How can my Jinshan treasure, which is against the gods, be just a mere 9th grade?" Immediately afterwards, the chief manager in white robe showed a look of arrogance on his face, raised his head and raised his chest, and said, "This is a god-level spiritual source." When the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan's eyes flickered in shock, and he turned to look at the white-robed manager with a look of disbelief on his face. God-level, spiritual source. In this world, there is actually a god-level spirit treasure. Chu Yan, against the divine way, is stronger than you imagined. Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Ouyang Nantian smiled. Be stronger. This is also called stronger. Until now, Chu Yan finally understands why the 10 Directions starfield is so much stronger than the Outland continent. It seems that there is no reason. Okay. Chu Yan, hurry up and practice. Remember, you can absorb as much as you can, don't be polite. Ouyang Nanshan's expression became serious, without any trace of joking. Not bad. Just absorb it, you're welcome. Hearing the words, the white-robed manager had a smile in his eyes, and he waved his hand, looking extremely generous. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness swept across the god-level spiritual source in front of him, and after careful investigation, he asked, "If this spiritual source is absorbed, is it not good?" To be honest, when Chu Yan saw the spiritual source, he finally understood the reason why Ouyang Nantian had to let him come here to break through the Emperor's realm. What? Absorb light. Ha. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the white-robed manager laughed out loud, and even Ouyang Nantian had a smile on his face and shook his head. Boy, this god-level spiritual source is my treasure against the divine way. Not to mention you, even the countless strong people who have cultivated here for hundreds of thousands of years, can't absorb much. Just like this cultivation base, I still want to absorb all the light. Having said that, the white-robed manager couldn't help but laughed again. Anyway, you try to absorb as much as you can, and you must be worthy of Ouyang's one-time quota, that's the best. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded slightly, and said, "If that's the case, then I understand." As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan turned around again, bowed deeply to Ouyang Nantian, and said, "Thank you, senior. You're welcome with me." Ouyang Nantian nodded and replied casually. At this moment, Chu Yan looked in front of him, seeing a huge spiritual source that was hundreds of feet high, and in his eyes, a brilliant light flashed. Big. Really big. Not only big, but also god level. Since Ouyang Nantian sacrificed a chance to get a quota and gave it to himself, he must make good use of it. The white-robed manager, as the deacon of the mountain gate who goes against the way of the gods, explained some precautions to Chu Yan, and with Ouyang Nantian, he withdrew from God Sees Sorrow. After the two of them withdrew and activated the restriction outside the main hall, absolute silence was restored inside the hall. Swish! With a flash of his figure, Chu Yan jumped directly to the top of the Lingyuan boulder and sat cross-legged. #C21159 Series Homology. Sitting cross-legged on the top of the god-level spiritual source stone, Chu Yan pondered for a moment, then summoned the holy Rakshasa himself. As soon as the holy Rakshasa himself appeared, the tide-like Rakshasa domain rushed in, covering the entire hall in an instant. One is for the full absorption of the holy Rakshasa himself, and at the same time, with the help of the cover of the Rakshasa domain, the spirit of the gods and beasts can also join in. If such a large piece of god-level spiritual source can be absorbed completely, not to mention breaking through the Emperor's realm, even raising it to another level, it probably won't be a problem. One's own 5 gods and beast spirits must be fully functioning, so as not to waste this precious opportunity. Immediately, Chu Yan no longer hesitated, aroused by true energy. The holy Luosha himself sat cross-legged in midair, and the Raksha Wuji divine art frantically urged. In an instant, the god-level spiritual source below him was full of spiritual light, and 5-color flowing light like a stream of water rushed out of the spiritual source in 2 streams, pouring into the bodies of Chu Yan and Xing Luosha himself. The heinously pure spiritual power made Chu Yan's whole body tremble as soon as it entered the body. Immediately afterwards, the spirit of chaos lurking in Chu Yan's body erupted instantly. Baihu, Suzaku, come out. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan's eyes sparkled, and with a low shout, 2 tall martial spirits appeared behind him at the same time. Roar! Roar! The roar of the tiger shook the sky, the cry of the phoenix startled the night, and as soon as the 2 martial spirits appeared, the power of the martial spirits surged in all directions, and the god-level spiritual source under him trembled slightly, and once again separated into 2 streams of 5-colored water, heading towards Suzaku and Xuanhuan. Rush! Boom! Boom! The 2 divine beast spirits devoured the 5-color spirit sources, releasing dazzling light from their bodies at the same time, just like 2 real heavenly spirit beasts. The aura of divine power spread like a tide. On the body of the white tiger Wuhun, black stripes are shining, changing from black to purple, from purple to red, 9 colors, constantly changing. Not only the white tiger martial soul, but even the Suzaku martial soul, the 9-colored tail feathers behind it also change colors and are dazzling. As expected of a god-level spiritual source. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's eyes brightened. As the master of the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts, Chu Yan knows the sea, and can clearly sense the ecstatic thoughts of the white tiger and the Suzaku Wuhun. At the same time, the power of the 2 martial souls soared like a rocket. Qinglong, Xuanwu, Qilin, come out! Chu Yan shouted again, and summoned the other three martial spirits in the sea of consciousness at the same time who had long been unable to rest. In an instant, the five martial souls faced the sky at the same time, centered in front, back, left, and right, surrounding Chu Yan, and the majestic power of the martial souls turned into five divine lights, rushing into the world. At the same time, outside the main hall, the white-robed manager and Ouyang Nantian did not leave directly, but talked with smiles on their faces. Hee, this Chu Yan is really similar to what you said, very interesting. The white-robed manager laughed. Certainly. When Ouyang Nantian heard the words, the corner of his mouth raised slightly, and he replied, "You have also discovered it, the heavenly spell on this sun. I said it a long time ago, I have verified it with my own eyes, and I can't be wrong. Leaving aside the Tian Daoming curse, what I mean is, this kid actually thinks that he can absorb all of our god-level spiritual sources that go against the way of the gods. He is really an interesting kid." That's true, hee. Ouyang Nantian was startled for a moment, then a strange color flashed in his eyes, and he said with a smile, "The god-level spiritual source of our Anai Shen Dao is the only one in the entire 10 Directions star territory. The Aoki sword god back then should have been brought from the god realm. After hundreds of thousands of years, so many people have absorbed it, but they have not absorbed it. 10% of it. 10%. Hearing Ouyang Nantian's words, the white-robed chief frowned immediately, and said proudly, "Let me tell you, I will check this spiritual source every other month. So, I can tell you very accurately that in the past 800,000 years, at most 1% of this god-level spiritual source has been absorbed." 1%. Ouyang Nantian was stunned, his face full of astonishment. It's not that he doesn't believe the words of the white-robed chief. After all, this white-robed chief holds the position of the deacon of the gate against the gods. He's the only one in the reverse of the gods. After a long time, no one even called his original title anymore. Of course. Even if this kid, as you said, possesses the heavenly Daoming curse and the 9 elements of the same origin, this time, if he can absorb 1,000th of it, it will be considered good. The white-robed manager turned his head, glanced at the God Sees Sorrow Hall, and continued. Against God, the number of people is less than 1,000, but they are all powerful, far surpassing any powerful sect in the 10 Directions starfield, and even rivaling the Xingtian Pavilion at its peak. In the final analysis, this god-level spiritual source has contributed a lot. Whether it's a breakthrough in cultivation, comprehension of imperial techniques, or even recovery from trauma, as long as you practice within the range of this god-level spiritual 100 steps, you will definitely get twice the result with half the effort, and there is no failure. That's why Nashendo decided that each member has only one chance per year, otherwise, everyone would gather here, and all kinds of Xinqi skills would conflict, so it would be strange if they didn't stir up trouble. This time Ouyang Nantian's remnant soul returned to the sect, and once he returned to the way of rebellion, he used the highest level summoning order. The summoning order was issued, and thousands of members who rebelled against the divine way rushed back to the station in a desperate situation in various places in the 10 Directions starfield. Originally thought that the Xingtian Pavilion was coming, or something earth-shattering happened. But when he returned to the Zhongmen, after listening to Ouyang Nantian's words, the entire Nishan Dao erupted instantly. God's curse. The 9 lines have the same origin. Could it be that the sword command left by the Aoki sword god back then is about to be fulfilled? In the battle a million years ago, although Anai Shen Dao severely damaged the Xingtian Pavilion and almost destroyed the entire sect, in the end, the appearance of the strong man in the realm of the gods also severely injured Anai Shen Dao's vitality, and he had to switch to a dormant state. According to the heaven-breaking sword instruction left by the founder of Anai Shen Dao, if no genius with the heavenly Daoming mantra and the same origin of the 9 systems is found, Anai Shen Dao will never be born again. As a result, more than 1,000 powerhouses who survived against the gods scattered to the major martial arts worlds, looking for them separately. For hundreds of thousands of years, among the more than 1,000 powerhouses who rebelled against the divine way, there have been people who have been corrupted by time and lost in the endless river of time. However, not to mention a genius possessing these two, even one of them can't be found at all. No matter how hot the flame is, no matter how strong the belief is, it will not stand the baptism of time. Hundreds of thousands of years later, even the Aoki sword god has been lost, and more of the remaining strong against the gods have begun to forget and be disappointed. As a result, an Aishan Dao divided into two factions, one of which insisted on the Duantian sword mantra of Aoki sword god, and was still struggling to find it in the major martial arts worlds. The other faction began to concentrate on cultivation, and like all the top powerhouses in the 10 Directions starfield, they began to look for methods and opportunities to break through the divine realm. I hope that one day, I will break through the realm of the gods, lead the way against the gods, return to the realm of the gods, and complete the ultimate mission of the way against the gods with my own strength. Boss, if this kid breaks through the Emperor realm this time, does it prove that he is the person we are looking for? Ouyang Nanshan's eyes flickered slightly, he looked at the white-robed manager, and said with a straight face. Oh. Hearing Ouyang Nanshan's words, the white-robed chief was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and sighed. Heaven's Daoming curse cannot be verified by people with strength like me, and we have found a few geniuses with 9 attributes in the past hundreds of thousands of years, but in the sentence of the same origin of the 9 systems, the most important thing is the word same origin, but it is a completely different concept. I hope. #C2116 True Peak Condition. In front of the main hall, Ouyang Nantian was slightly taken aback when he heard the words of the white-robed manager. Looking back at the closed hall, Ouyang Nantian frowned slightly, his eyes flickered, and a touch of confidence emerged. Anyway, I believe that this kid is the one we are looking for. Ouyang Nantian turned his head and said to the white-robed chief. If he really is, after breaking through to the Emperor realm this time, the 10 Directions starfield will be full of excitement, hee. Infected by Ouyang Nanshan's emotions, the white-robed supervisor smiled slightly. Although, in the past hundreds of thousands of years, there have been many times, almost exactly the same earth-shattering news, but in the end, it all turned into disappointment. Therefore, not only him, but also other people who are against the way of the gods, will no longer believe easily, but choose to watch quietly. For a while, in front of the main hall, the two stopped talking, and each was thoughtful. In the hall behind them, Chu Yan was still sitting cross-legged on the top of the boulder with his eyes closed. Surrounding his body, there are Suzaku in the front, Xuanhuan in the back, Qinglong on the left, White Tiger on the right, and the Qilin Wuhun in the middle. The 5 color streamers all over his body, falling on the other 4 spirit beasts, connecting with each other, turning into a huge 5-pointed star spiritual array. The majestic god-level spiritual source picked up huge waves, and was crazily drawn out by the huge 5-cornered spiritual formation, forming a huge spiritual source vortex, pouring into the entire formation, every corner. Not only Chu Yan and the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts, but even the holy Rakshasa himself sitting cross-legged in mid-air, his golden and silver eyes are bright, constantly devouring the pure spiritual power in the 5-pointed spirit array. Since Chu Yan awakened the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts, the number of times they have been summoned at the same time is countless. It's not that Chu Yan didn't want to, but because, summoning 5 divine beasts at the same time and mobilizing them with all their strength, the amount of true energy required is too huge. Even if it is the current Chu Yan, coupled with the support of all the golden cores, if he tries his best to mobilize the 5 divine beasts, he can only persist for about 10 breaths at most. Therefore, for a long time, Chu Yan would only summon 3 divine beasts at most to fight or practice. But now, the situation is completely different. With this large piece of God-level spiritual source, Chu Yan no longer has to worry about consumption. Therefore, under full urging, the martial souls of the 5 beasts, gods, and beasts directly evolved into a natal spiritual formation, causing the aura of the martial souls to sweep across the entire hall like a raging sea. And Chu Yan himself, the whole body, has turned into a body of 5 colors at this time, and the body like spar has undergone amazing changes. The center point of the 5-cornered spirit array, the most pure 5-element qi swaying down, poured into the top of Chu Yan's head like a waterfall. In the past, Chu Yan used the qi of the 5 elements in a continuous stream, but now, it is like a river, flowing in endless streams. Fortunately, according to Ouyang Nanshan's guidance, Chu Yan found the spirit of chaos, transformed his body, and cultivated his martial arts foundation to the limit. In this way, there is no obstacle for Chu Yan to break through now. At the beginning, there were several god-level spiritual sources of 5-color streamers. At this time, almost the entire spiritual source boulder erupted with dazzling light. It was as if the entire god-level spiritual source boulder had been completely ignited. A huge amount of spiritual power not only poured into Chu Yan, the 5 great beast spirits, and the holy Rakshasa deity, but even a lot rushed into Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, turning Chu Yan's entire world of sea of consciousness into a 5-color divine light world. In the pagoda hall, the 9 darks, the 8 great dragon clan war guards, and many Een puppets, all crazily devoured the power of these terrifying spiritual sources in the world of consciousness sea, and would not waste a single bit of it. Chu Yan's 32 inner alchemy moved in unison, galloping like the sea. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin, and yang, the 9 attributes, work together, and the power of 9 different attributes is integrated into the 5-cornered spirit array above Chu Yan's head, and the 9-colored light soaring. Chu Yan fell into the most mysterious state of cultivation in history. Since stepping into martial arts, this is the first time Chu Yan has practiced with all his strength, and the effect is amazing. Of course, Chu Yan didn't relax completely. He separated a large amount of spiritual consciousness, controlled the Rakshasa domain, and released the maximum degree of Rakshasa's true energy, completely covering the entire hall. Don't say it's outside the hall, even if it's inside the hall, shrouded in thick black mist in front of you, you can't even see the middle position, the terrifying scene of cultivation, and the scene of 9 colors rushing into the night. Time flies by, and after falling into cultivation, time has no concept at all. In particular, Chu Yan's firepower was fully fired, and he was improving crazily without wasting a single bit of time. In less than 5 days, Chu Yan felt that the bottleneck of the imperial realm in his body was about to collapse with a burst. However, with a sweep of Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness, he restrained all his power and did not directly attack the emperor's realm. At this time, choosing to break through directly is definitely not the best choice. Of course, Chu Yan would not miss such a majestic power of the spiritual source, and constantly let all his power devour as much of the power of the spiritual source as possible. Whether it is the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts, the holy Rakshasa, the 32 inner alchemy, and others, none of them have reached the point where they cannot bear it. Therefore, if you choose to break through now, then, if you want to leave here, it will be difficult to come in again. So, Chu Yan sank into cultivation again. Outside the main hall, Ouyang Nantian and the chief manager in white robes were still waiting, chatting occasionally. It seems that 10 days have passed, and Chu Yan is still practicing. Ouyang Nantian turned his head back from time to time, glanced at the closed palace door, and said softly, "It should be soon." The white-robed manager also turned his head, glanced at the palace gate, and said, "For the other strong ones, enter the practice of God seeing sorrow, as little as 3 days, and as many as 7 or 8 days. Even if it is Chu Yan, a genius with 9 attributes, and breaking through the bottleneck of cultivation, I believe it will not exceed 10 days. Therefore, based on the estimates of Ouyang Nantian and the white-robed manager, Chu Yan may finish his training and walk out of the hall on the 10th day. However, the actual results seem to exceed their estimates. In a blink of an eye, 15 days passed. But there was no movement at the closed door, it was still dead silent. At this time, the faces of the white-robed manager and Ouyang Nantian both showed a look of astonishment. Strange. It's been 15 days, why are you still practicing? The white-robed chief frowned, his face full of doubts. Hey, it's better if you don't move. Hearing the words of the white-robed manager, Ouyang Nantian smiled lightly and said, "This kid stays for a long time, and the rewards will be greater. After all, I changed the quota once, so I can't suffer too much." "Boss, you can't be reluctant, you're God-level spiritual source." Hearing Ouyang Nantian's teasing words, the chief manager in white robe laughed. "Of course I can't bear it. There is only one piece of this God-level spiritual source, and it took a huge price to preserve it. However, this kid has only broken through the Emperor's realm. If he reaches the sky, he can absorb 1,000th of it. It's nothing." The two of you said one sentence, and I said one sentence, teasing and laughing, and didn't care too much. However, in the blink of an eye, another 10 days have passed. Originally, the two who could still tease each other a few words at the beginning, finally could not calm down. End of chapter. #C2117 Deduction against the sky. Ouyang Nantian's performance was more irritable than that of the white-robed manager. Because Chu Yan was brought by him, this God-seeing worry was also the place he chose for Chu Yan to break through. Chu Yan will not have an accident. Stopping suddenly, Ouyang Nantian held back for a long time, and finally asked the most worrying question. Hearing this, the white-robed manager directly shook his head, saying, "Impossible. This spiritual source in the Great Hall of God's Sorrow has been practiced for so long, how many people have come to practice it, not to mention being obsessed, even if it is impossible to cultivate, there is no one. This is a God-level spiritual source. It can not only improve your cultivation, but also nourish your soul. Don't you, a remnant soul, know this better than anyone else?" "That's true." Hearing the white-robed manager's words, Ouyang Nantian's expression relaxed a little, but the worry on his face was still very obvious. "Ouyang, if you are really worried, I can help you and take a peek." Seeing Ouyang Nantian's anxious expression, the white-robed supervisor couldn't help jokingly said, "The majestic Nantian God Emperor who defied the divine way, the first sword in the sky, would actually look like this," which made the white-robed chief can't help but want to laugh. "Really? That's the best, hurry up. Hurry up." Ouyang Nantian's eyes lit up when he heard the words of the white-robed manager, and urged him urgently. While speaking, Ouyang Nantian wanted to reach out to push the door, but the moment his hand touched the palace door, he stopped. "That's right, if you break in like this, you may disturb Chu Yan's cultivation, and by then, nothing will become something." While the white-robed manager was speaking, he pushed his hands flat, and a powerful force of martial soul gushed out from his body. A rectangular light and shadow rose from behind him, gradually appeared with the urge of true energy, and transformed into a huge golden abacus, floating above the head of the white-robed chief. Abacus. Seeing the Wuhun of the white-robed chief executive appear, Ouyang Nantian's eyes suddenly lit up. According to legend, this day's abacus can evolve the operation of all the rules of heaven and the world, and even change the rules of operation. It is an absolute heaven-defying martial spirit. It is precisely because of this that the white-robed chief executive joins against the gods in order to protect himself. Heavenly secrets, thousands of tricks. As soon as the words landed on the golden Tianyan abacus, golden Z beads with imprints of spirit patterns began to jump rapidly. At the same time, under the guidance of the white-robed chief executive, a golden light was cast towards the gate of the god Sees Sorrow not far away. Following the golden light entering the palace gate, the beating of the golden beads on the Tianyan abacus in midair became more and more intense. At the same time, a golden cloud appeared in front of the two of them. In the cloud and mist, the colorful light is shining brightly, and a black phantom appears in the illusion, and some strange lights can be seen flickering in the blur. Huh! Why can't I see clearly? The white-robed manager and Ouyang Nantian were startled at the same time, their faces full of astonishment. It's all black mist, you can't see anything. Ouyang Nantian stared at the colorful cloud, but no matter how wide his eyes were, he still couldn't see anything. This is impossible. The chief manager in white robe had a shocked look on his face, he couldn't believe it at all. You must know that the reason why his abacus is a heaven-defying thing is that it can realize a part of the power of the heavens, and peep into all the existence and rules of the world. Therefore, since he awakened his martial soul, there have been no restrictions and warriors that cannot be seen through by his martial soul. Even an existence whose cultivation base exceeds the divine realm cannot pass through his martial soul Tianyan. Break it! The chief manager in white robe was shocked, and the true energy in his whole body exploded directly, frantically pouring into Tianyan's abacus in midair. Immediately, 108 golden beads on the entire Tianyan abacus jumped up and down, and the golden light they cast was as thick as a pillar. Immediately afterwards, on the calculated cloud and mist, the picture began to become clear. I saw that through the layers of black mist, Chu Yan's figure had completely disappeared, and was completely wrapped by a dazzling 9-color mysterious light. Among these 9-color profound lights, the majestic 9-element original spiritual power, like layers upon layers of huge waves, surged in the hall, rolling and making noise. What frightened the two of them the most was that within the 9-colored mysterious light, the rich power of heaven seemed to come from an immemorial eternity, and the aura released was extremely powerful. This is the ancient prehistoric aura. The power of the origin. The breath of the origin of heaven, how is this possible? Just when the white-robed manager and Ouyang Nantian were astonished and wanted to take a closer look, suddenly, a burst of cyan black force rushed out, directly dispelling their deduction. In midair, the Tianyan abacus hummed and vibrated, returned to the body of the white-robed manager, and disappeared. Ouyang Nantian and the white-robed manager stood on the spot in a daze, as if petrified, their eyes straightened. That's the aura of the heavenly spirit, absolutely unmistakable. After a long time, the white-robed manager was the first to wake up, and shouted in surprise. That's right. It's not the prehistoric aura that roams between heaven and earth, nor is it the prehistoric aura of heaven, material, and earth treasures. It seems to be released from a prehistoric spirit array, composed of several powerful forces. The power fluctuates. Prehistoric atmosphere. Ouyang Nantian nodded, also with a look of astonishment. It seems that the two of us are worrying blindly. There is a big secret in this kid. Breaking through to the Emperor's realm is not a problem at all. The white-robed manager smiled. No. I've never found such an aura on this kid before. What's going on? Ouyang Nantian said with a puzzled face. There is also that cyan profound energy, which is terrifyingly powerful. It seems to be. At the end, the blue profound energy that dispelled Tianyan's martial soul made the two of them tremble in shock, and they remembered it very clearly. In Chu Yan's body, the existence of the green-armored giant is not at all the two of them, including the Tianyan Wuhun, who can peep. Even if they wanted to do it again, they probably wouldn't be able to break through the protection of the blue profound energy. The two shook their heads at the same time, their faces full of sighs, and they became more and more confused about the situation of Chu Yan in the hall. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom, boom. A terrifying force, like a volcanic eruption, rushed out of the main hall of God Sees Sorrow. Immediately afterwards, the earth-shattering roar of dragons and tigers resounded through the entire sky. Ouyang Nantian and the white-robed manager were shocked at the same time. Swish! 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 Several figures flew over from the distant spiritual peak, and they all landed in front of the palace gate, obviously attracted by this shocking vision. White-robed chief, what's going on? A middle-aged man in golden armor, with a resolute face, said in a deep voice. Should be. Hearing the man in golden armor's question, the white-robed chief and Ouyang Nantian looked at each other before answering. It should be that Chu Yan has begun to break through the emperor's realm. Hearing the words of the white-robed manager, the face of the newly arrived against the gods' powerhouse changed at the same time. What? Breaking through the emperor realm, making such a big commotion. End of chapter. #C2118 Heavenly Punishment Thunder Tribulation. Hearing the white-robed manager's explanation, the several strong against the divine way who rushed over just now all had expressions of astonishment. Emperor realm, in the way of defying the gods, can be regarded as the existence of the lowest level of cultivation. Even in the 10 directions star field, they are only of medium strength, not considered strong. The lower martial emperor realm, in many sects, can only be regarded as the strength of outer sect disciples. However, no one has seen that a warrior breaking through the emperor realm can create such a mighty momentum. This Chu Yan is the kid Ouyang Nantian mentioned. The man in the golden armor asked. Not bad. Ouyang Nantian nodded and smiled. How long has he been in ecstasy? The man in the golden armor raised his head, glanced at the 9-colored mysterious light rushing out from the hall of Shenjianku in the sky, and asked in a startled voice. 20 days. The white-robed chief steward replied with a serious face, and he was very sure. 20 days. Including the man in golden armor, the expressions of the few strong men who had just arrived all changed. Ordinary warriors in the emperor realm, it takes at most 8 days to cultivate and break through in it, and even the geniuses on the star list in Anishan Dao, it took only 10 days to break through the emperor realm. That's right. Ouyang and I have been guarding here for 20 days, and we can't go wrong. I thought that this kid would break through in 10 days at most, but I didn't expect it to be 20 days now. This kid is the one I've ever seen, and it took the longest time to break through to the emperor's realm in God's sorrow. I guess it may be related to his 9-line body. Swish. 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 Among the spiritual peaks in all directions, there are constantly strong people who defy the divine way, gathering. Each of them has a strong cultivation base, and the emperor's prestige is like a tide. As soon as they landed, they heard the words of the white-robed manager, and their expressions changed in shock. At this time, the 9-colored black beam of light on the great hall of Shenjianku began to move towards the surrounding sky, like a ripple of water, spreading towards the entire sky. Everyone was shocked, but they could only wait patiently. For that Chu Yan in the palace, they began to look forward to it in their hearts. Time goes by, as fast as a white horse flies. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days passed, and there were more and more strong people against the divine way who gathered in front of the great hall of God's sorrow. No one left, and the strong men who had received the news and rushed back to the mountain gate station all rushed over immediately. They just took a look at the 9-colored mysterious light in the sky that was getting bigger and bigger, and all of them the face fell silent in shock. As for the chief officer in white robe, Ouyang Nantian, and the warrior in golden armor, the complexions of the three of them became more and more serious. Tianing, from your point of view, if this continues, will this Chu Yan directly rise to a world level? Looking at the large 9-colored mysterious light in the sky, the white-robed chief manager asked in surprise. A realm of heaven and earth. Emperor Tianing, who was wearing golden armor, trembled slightly, turned his head suddenly, and looked at the white-robed chief steward, his eyes trembling endlessly. It took 800,000 years to go against the gods, and countless geniuses have been recovered. Among them, even the genius who is currently on the star list, when he broke through the Emperor realm, he only rushed to the third level of the lower martial Emperor realm. Emperor Tianning didn't answer the words of the white-robed general manager, but absorbed the surroundings, and hundreds of eyes looked over. Although everyone was full of disbelief, there seemed to be a bright light in their eyes. In front of the main hall, the scene of hundreds of people was silent. No one answered the question of the white-robed manager, and the scene was dead silent. After a full 100 breaths of time, Emperor Tianning finally opened his mouth and replied. If it's as Ouyang Nantian said, and with my god-level spiritual source that defies the divine way, it may be possible for this Chu Yan to surpass the third level of the lower martial emperor realm, and maybe he can reach the fifth level. The next martial emperor realm, fifth layer heaven. Hundreds of pairs of eyes in the audience focused on Emperor Tianning at the same time. That is a full half of the heaven realm. Breaking through the bottleneck of the martial emperor realm in one breath, you can even raise the realm of 5 levels of cultivation. What a joke. This is the bottleneck of hitting Emperor Wu's cultivation base, it is a breakthrough. You must know that the most difficult thing for a warrior to improve his cultivation level is to break through the bottleneck. In this world of martial arts, countless martial artists, I don't know how many, are stuck in the bottleneck of their cultivation, and even for a lifetime, they cannot break through. This Chu Yan can really do it. All the people present were stunned when they heard what Emperor Tianning said. However, they all knew that Emperor Tianning was definitely not someone who talked nonsense. In particular, the 9-colored mysterious light surging like a tide in the sky of the Great Hall of Shenjianshu at this time is really earth-shattering. At least, in the past hundreds of thousands of years against the Tao, there has never been a warrior who has broken through the Emperor's realm and can induce such a terrifying vision. Ouyang Nantian, you are really willing. Emperor Tianning turned around slowly, looked to the side, and laughed with Ouyang Nantian, who had the same tense face. I even gave this Chu Yan the opportunity to consolidate my soul. Are you so sure? Hearing Emperor Tianning's words, this time Ouyang Nantian did not answer. However, the corner of Ouyang Nantian's mouth curled up, and he looked at the hall in front of him without taking his eyes off it. However, Emperor Tianning didn't seem to give up. He stared at Ouyang Nantian closely, his eyes flickered, as if he was thinking about something. After a long time, Ouyang Nantian said quietly. I've said everything I need to say. Believe it or not, but I'm sure. However, there is one thing I forgot to say. This time, when I went to look for Chu Yan, the people of Xingtian Pavilion had already issued the decree of divine sin and sent the Emperor Jiuxiao of the bipolar sect to attack Chu Yan. As soon as the words landed, the expression on Emperor Tianning's face suddenly changed. What? Xingtian Pavilion sent a great emperor to deal with this, Chu Yan. Isn't this Chu Yan only at the peak of the quasi-emperor rank? This, could it be? As if asking and answering himself, he slowly withdrew his gaze, and when Emperor Tianning looked at the main hall in front of him again, the radiance in the depths of his gaze shone even more. At this moment, above the sky, a thunderous sound suddenly resounded. Boom, boom. Everyone looked up, only to see that the originally bright sky turned dark in an instant. A large black thundercloud surged from the distant sky like a black tide, with no end in sight. In this black thundercloud, countless thunderbolts of various colors exploded, as if the heaven and earth were enraged, and God's punishment was about to come down and destroy the mortal world. Heaven's punishment thunder tribulation. Emperor Tianning, Ouyang Nantian, the chief steward in white robes, and a group of powerhouses against the divine way raised their heads to the sky and exclaimed. How can the heaven's punishment thunder calamity attracted by Chu Yan be so big? Boom, boom. Thunderclouds surged, and the 9-color thunder light was like countless electric snakes, cruising through the thunder clouds, constantly condensing and gestating. In less than an instant, a large cloud of 9-color thunder and calamity broke away from the sea of black thunder clouds and floated towards the sky above the hall where everyone was. End of chapter. #C2119 as you choose. Rays of thunder light exploded in the 9-colored clouds in the sky, printing the entire sky with colorful lights. Everyone looked up and looked at the thunder cloud in the sky, knowing that Chu Yan was about to break through. However, that piece of 9-colored thundercloud did not fall into the heavenly punishment thunder calamity for a long time, but instead continued to gain momentum and expand, and its volume became larger and larger. This is probably 10 miles away. The 9-color thunder cloud actually reaches a range of 10 miles, isn't that too much? Look, it has already risen to 20 miles. Several experts against the divine way looked at the 9-colored thunderclouds in the sky, their faces full of astonishment. Heaven's punishment thunder calamity will appear when breaking through every realm of heaven and earth. However, ordinary warriors are just 2-color and 3-color thunderclouds, and top-level 9-color thunderclouds like this rarely appear. Moreover, the higher the level of Lei Jiayun, the smaller its volume. According to the historical records of Anai Shindao, the largest 9-color thunder cloud is only 150 miles away. As far as the 9-color thunder cloud is recorded in this 150 miles, it was still in ancient times that a son of God used 3 divine weapons to survive the thunder disaster without any risk. In the end, he didn't want to, but he attracted a 9-color thundercloud for a full 150 miles. It only took 3 thunderbolts to blast the whole Shenxi into scum, and his body and soul were all destroyed. After dozens of breaths, in the sky, Chu Yan's 9-color thunder calamity stopped at a size of 35 miles. Seeing this scene, Ouyang Nantian and others also had expressions of astonishment. You know, Chu Yan just came from the outland continent, and there is absolutely no way to have artifacts on his body. At most it is just 1 or 2 fake artifacts. Without the artifact, the 9-color thundercloud has an area of 35 miles, which is absolutely terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, although the 9-colored thundercloud stopped and continued to grow, within the thunderclouds, the lightning snakes of various colors were still condensing and gestating. Very beginning. It was only the thickness of a long arrow, but in the blink of an eye, it increased to the thickness of an arm. Ouyang Nantian below saw this scene, his face tightened immediately. Such a powerful thunder tribulation is extremely dangerous. If Chu Yan fails to cross the tribulation this time, even though there are a group of powerful people against the divine way present, it can be guaranteed that Chu Yan will not be damaged. However, if you want to cross the catastrophe next time, the power of Lei Jiayun will be doubled. This is the 9-color thunder cloud, which is many times stronger than the ordinary thunder cloud. Must be one time, get through it successfully. Ouyang Nantian secretly gritted his teeth in the sea of knowledge. On the other side, in the Hall of God's Sorrow, Chu Yan, the 5 great beasts, and the holy Rakshasa himself are still frantically devouring the power of the spiritual source. At this time, 30 days had passed since Chu Yan entered the hall. On the top of the head, the holy Rakshasa himself, the gold and silver 2-color tattoos on his body became more and more obvious. And the 5 divine beast martial souls are even more powerful, and the aura of the heavenly spirit and divine beasts picked up forms a wind in the hall, stirring the endless void into dust. Outside the hall, the faces of Emperor Tianning, the white-robed chief steward and others became increasingly ugly. Above the sky, in the 9-colored thunder cloud, the divine punishment thunderbolt has gathered momentum to the size of a large pillar, with a diameter of nearly 5 meters. Every time it exploded, the sky suddenly trembled. What is this Chu Yan doing? Emperor Tianning frowned, his face full of worry. Such a thunder disaster, not to mention Chu Yan, even if he did it himself, he might not be able to withstand it. That Chu Yan, how could there be hope? Now it seems that this Chu Yan, with the attributes of the 9 elements, has attracted such a powerful 9-color thunder calamity. I am afraid that there is no hope of getting through it at all. Among the crowd, a tall and strong man with surging fire power all over his body said. If Chu Yan fails to cross the tribulation, the impact on Anai Shindao will not be small. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Emperor Tianning and the white-robed chief steward were startled at the same time, turning their heads to look at the fire-powerful man, frowning slightly. Xuanhuan, the influence you mentioned is? Emperor Tianning asked in a deep voice. Brother Tianning, I go against the way of the gods. I have been a genius in searching for the Duan Tian Duan Yu for hundreds of thousands of years. Hearing Emperor Tianning's words, Emperor Xuanhuan seemed a little emotional. This Chu Yan, Ouyang Nantian said, he must be. The news spread, and all the brothers are full of hope. So, if this kid fails to cross the tribulation, I'm just afraid that brothers. Having said that, Emperor Huishuan didn't say anything more, but the meaning behind his words couldn't be more obvious. The white-robed supervisor and Emperor Ning Tian looked at each other, their faces becoming more and more gloomy. The meaning of Emperor Xuanhua's words, the two of them naturally understood. Things in this world are not afraid of being hopeless, what is afraid of is giving you hope, but in the end it will turn into disappointment. Humph. Xuanhuan, I have confidence in Chu Yan, we will bet against each other. Ouyang Nantian looked at Emperor Xuanhuan and shouted. Good. Hearing Ouyang Nantian's words, Emperor Xuanhuan grinned and said. If this kid can successfully overcome the tribulation, you can choose one of the hidden treasures in my Xuanhuan Peak. However, if that kid fails. Hey, I'm not greedy, I want your heaven-severing blade. How about it? Breaking the sky blade. Ouyang Nantian's face trembled, and his eyes turned cold when he looked at Xuanhuan. As the body of a remnant soul, Ouyang Nantian's last sliver of demigod power was placed in his own sky-breaking blade. If he loses the broken sky blade, then he really only has the last Tao consciousness left in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. At that time, not to mention the hope of resurrection, I am afraid that the day when the body and soul will die is not far away. Okay. That's it. Just when Emperor Tianning and the white-robed manager looked at Ouyang Nantian at the same time, and were about to stop him, Ouyang Nantian nodded fiercely, and roared with bloodshot eyes. Hearing that Ouyang Nantian agreed, a playful smile appeared on Emperor Xuanhua's face. Against the divine way, among the powerful, they are called brothers, and the most important thing is faith. Therefore, upon seeing this scene, Emperor Tianning and the white-robed chief executive could only shake their heads, not wanting to say anything else. Soon, the front of the hall became quiet again. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days have passed. 40 days. After Chu Yan entered the God Sees Sorrow Hall, it took a full 40 days. Even the 9-color thunder calamity above the sky has been gathering momentum for more than 10 days, and its power is becoming more and more terrifying. Even just looking at it will make people tremble. It is simply unimaginable that when the thunder of heaven's punishment as thick as a palace falls, everything will be reduced to nothingness. You know, the area of this hall has reached the size of 10 miles. It is equivalent to saying that among the 9-color thunderclouds in the sky, the tribulation thunder that is gathering momentum is also 10 miles long. Ouyang Nantian stood in front of the hall, clenched his fists, his eyes were blood red. Now, he hopes that Chu Yan will break through quickly, but also hopes that Chu Yan can stay longer and absorb more God-level spiritual sources. This kind of contradictory thoughts, in the sea of consciousness at the same time, made him live like a year, suffering a lot. And beside him, looking up from time to time, the Xuanhuan Emperor, who was nearly 10 miles away from the thunder calamity, was smiling all over his face, looking calm and composed. Boom, boom. Finally, above the sky, the 9-color thundercloud roared loudly, and the 9-color thunder that exploded illuminated the entire sky. A thunder calamity as thick as a mountain descended from the sky, and slashed down towards the main hall below. #C2120 Thunder Catastrophe Mutation. When this thunder tribulation fell, everything between heaven and earth disappeared, only this terrifying giant thunder remained. The thunder that seemed to be destroying everything was so powerful that it carried the terrifying wrath of heaven in the sound of rolling thunder. Retreat! Emperor Tianning, seeing the thunder calamity falling, immediately shouted. Swish! 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 In front of the great hall of God's sorrow, the figures of hundreds of Taoists flickered in unison, and they retreated 10 miles away in an instant. Heaven punishes thunder tribulation, and no one is allowed to intervene, otherwise the thunder tribulation will change and the consequences will be disastrous. If you get too close, or if someone wants to help you cross the catastrophe, the heaven's punishment thunder robbery will directly evolve into a superimposition of everyone's cultivation base, and the thunder tribulation will be lowered again. At that time, the power of thunder tribulation will increase several times. Therefore, including Ouyang Nantian, everyone immediately exited the scope of the heaven's punishment thunder tribulation, and could only watch nervously. It was like the wrath of thunder from heaven, like all the thunder and lightning between heaven and earth, gathered together and flooded down towards the main hall of God's sorrow. Boom! The terrifying sound of thunder exploded, shaking the heavens and the earth, and the entire Nishan Dao trembled. In the 9-colored thunderclouds above the sky, the thunder calamity seems to be endless and endless, continuously pouring down from the thunderclouds, even the void between the sky and the earth is trembling. Immediately afterwards, the spiritual peak where Jiuxiao was located began to shake violently, and even the main hall of Jiuxiao trembled violently. Not good. Quick! Let's all shoot together. Emperor Tianning glanced at it, and his expression changed drastically. Amidst the roar, the golden light in his hand shot out directly, rushing towards the Lingfeng in front of him. All of a sudden, the rest of the Nintendo didn't dare to be negligent, and they all shot together, all kinds of light swayed out, and began to suppress the foundation of Lingfeng. Hundreds of experts against the divine way took action, and Lingfeng quickly stabilized. However, on the top of the Lingfeng peak, the great hall of God's sorrow has been completely shrouded by thunder. Ouyang Nantian stood in front of everyone. Eyes full of bloodshot eyes, looking at the terrifying thunder calamity in front of him, his heart almost reached Nuko's eyes. With such a powerful thunder tribulation, even a middle-ranking martial emperor might be able to blast it to pieces with just one strike. But not far behind him, Emperor Xuanhuan and a few other people had sneer faces all over their faces. Dead. Absolutely not alive. This thunder tribulation, under the gaze of everyone, bombarded the great hall of God's sorrow, and it took 100 breaths of time before it disappeared. Emperor Tianning and the white-robed chief steward had gloomy faces and trembling eyes. The power of the 9-color thunder tribulation far exceeded their imagination. Ordinary thunder calamity, when it falls together, it will dissipate in just a few breaths. However, Chu Yan's thunder disaster lasted for 100 breaths, and it didn't mean to dissipate. Is this the rhythm of wanting to completely smash Chu Yan into scum before he is willing to give up? Brother Tianning, I heard that in the ancient times, among the 99 kinds of thunder calamities, there was one called heavenly damage calamity. Could it be that this is the heavenly damage thunder calamity? A strong man against the divine way said. Heavenly damage thunder tribulation. Including the great Emperor Tianning, hundreds of gazes were all absorbed by this sentence, and they all turned their heads to look. That's right. Heavenly damage and thunder calamity were very common in the ancient times. According to historical records, in the era of primordial monstrousness, those peerless evildoers were born according to the destiny of heaven, and geniuses with the power of primordial power in their bodies would encounter this kind of thunder tribulation. The Tao of heaven is born with the power of primordial spirit. If there is power of primordial spirit in the body of a warrior, it is an existence that absolutely defies the heavens. The Tao of heaven will never allow his existence, and it will send down the heavenly damage thunder tribulation. This kind of tribulation thunder, even if it is a monstrous genius with great luck in his body in the ancient times, 9 out of 10 will be lost. However, Hongmeng Tianyun, not to mention now, even in the ancient times, it has long since disappeared, and there is no way it will exist again. The words of Emperor Tianning fell into the ears of the others, and they all gasped. Although I don't know, how did that Chu Yan attract heavenly damage and thunder tribulation? But now, with the addition of 9-color thunder cloud and heavenly lost thunder tribulation, this Chu Yan might really be lost. Such a terrible thunder calamity, not to mention Chu Yan, I am afraid that no one can survive this strong man in the Nishan Dao when he breaks through the Emperor's realm. Brother Tianning, is there a way to help Chu Yan? When Ouyang Nantian heard that he had mentioned the Heart of Noise Eye, he almost jumped out and asked quickly. Chu Yan is definitely the genius he is looking for, a real genius, and most of such geniuses have to go through countless disasters before they can grow up. In the world of martial spirits, there is no shortage of evildoers and geniuses at all. What is lacking are evildoers who can grow up in countless disasters. Of course, Ouyang Nantian, as a strong demigod, is very clear about this truth. Therefore, he didn't want to look at Chu Yan and lose it like this. In that case, it would definitely be a huge loss to the rebellious god. Emperor Tianning shook his head, and said with a tense face, impossible. You know what kind of existence the heavenly Tao thunder tribulation is. That doesn't belong to the category of martial arts at all, it belongs to the power of heaven, and it doesn't matter how high or low a warrior is, he can intervene. Otherwise, not only will he not be able to help him, but he will also be harmed. Although he already knew the answer, upon hearing such an answer, Ouyang Nantian's heart tightened even more. Is there no other way for us? Seemingly unwilling, Ouyang Nantian murmured, as if asking others, but also as if asking himself. No. Emperor Tianning was afraid that Ouyang Nantian would do something stupid, so he said firmly. As these words fell to the ground, the bloody fire burning in Ouyang Nantian's eyes finally dimmed, his face was full of disappointment, and his face became paler and paler. Just as everyone was discussing and their faces were full of tension, the thunder disaster in the sky finally began to dissipate. In front of the Lingfang, the main hall, and the surrounding void, the sky trembled, and it began to slowly return to calm. Pass. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they all looked up. However, after only one glance, everyone's eyes trembled in unison, and their faces changed drastically at the same time. I saw that the 9-color robbery clouds for tens of miles above the sky had no intention of disappearing at all, and were still surging, as if they were gestating some more powerful thunder. What is the situation? Thunder tribulation in the Emperor realm, only one wave of attacks. The 9-color thundercloud didn't disappear, could it still be there? Without waiting for everyone to react, the 9-colored thundercloud in the sky was suddenly shaken, and a huge thunder crystal gushed out, smashing down towards the lower part and the main hall. Boom, boom. Lei Jing flew through the air and made a deafening sound of explosion. The power was several times stronger than before. Thunder crystal. Damn, how come there is still a thunder crystal? Lightning turns into reality, is this going to blow us into scum even against God's way? My God, the thunder crystal recorded in this historical material actually exists. Everyone looked at the huge stone-like thunder crystal falling from the sky, everyone was dumbfounded, and they were all stunned. Someone's thunder calamity turned into a thunder crystal descending into the world. Chu Yan. Hundreds of gazes all looked at the hall, all of them stunned. #C2121 The next Emperor Wudi, 9th Heaven. Following Lei Jing, he slammed into the main hall, and everyone rushed towards the main hall with their spiritual consciousness, wanting to check the situation of Chu Yan in the hall. However, no matter how high one's cultivation level is, as long as these divine senses enter within 10,000 steps of the thunder crystal, they will be directly pulverized into dust. It is impossible to detect it all. For a moment, hundreds of people trembled, watching helplessly. The thunder crystal broke through the roof of the main hall, descended into the hall, exploded countless 9-color thunder lights, and rose into the night. What is even more astonishing is that this kind of Lei Jing's birth lasted for a full day. During this day, the great hall of God's sorrow was shrouded in thunder crystals, and every breath trembled in the terrifying thunder calamity. As time got longer and longer, everyone's hearts became more and more tense. Many people even feel irritable because of excessive tension and attention, but there is no result for a long time. Why isn't it over yet? A voice sounded like an introduction, instantly igniting the surrounding emotions. That is, whether it is death or life, there must be a result. I've been waiting for so long, do I have to wait forever? Who can think of a way to break the thunder crystal barrier and see what's going on in the palace? Among the surrounding discussions, someone's eyes lit up. That's right, break the thunder crystal barrier. Take a look at the situation in the hall, you will know. Not bad. Why don't we break through? Emperor Xuanhuan said. Fart. However, before he finished speaking, Ouyang Nantian would directly curse. This thunder catastrophe is a vital existence for every warrior who crosses the catastrophe. If Chu Yan succeeds in crossing the thunder catastrophe, he will turn into a blessing and ascend. If you break him now, do you really want Chu Yan to die? Heavenly Tao thunder tribulation, do not intervene, do not interfere and destroy. In this way, almost every martial artist knows it, and even every sect forces classics have introduced it emphatically. In Wuhun world, in the countless years of history, in order to successfully overcome the tribulation, various means and methods have been devised. But in the end, there are a few more who can succeed. The final result is either loss or being backlashed by the Tao of Heaven. The consequences are unimaginable. Shut up. Even the great Emperor Tianning, who was standing by the side, shouted angrily in a deep voice, and opened his mouth to reprimand. At the same time, there was a stern look in the eyes, looking at Emperor Xuanhuan. Against God, like-minded, like brothers and sisters. A group of warriors who went against the Tao of God and against the Tao of God gathered together, and most of them possessed some special secrets, which were not tolerated by the Tao of Heaven, and joined the Tao of God against God. Hundreds of thousands of years later, no matter whether it is against the Holy Heaven Pavilion, the God realm, or the warriors who are against the way of heaven, they are constantly flooding in and joining, and the nature of the way against the gods is also changing subtly. The reason is that I have been silent for too long because I am against the divine way. The original intention is gone, the boiling blood will be cold. However, this does not mean that core members like Emperor Tianning, the white-robed supervisor, and Ouyang Nantian have changed their will. Not only Emperor Ningtian, but also the white-robed chief officer and Ouyang Nantian, all looked at Emperor Xuanhuan with a hint of anger. Just talking casually. Emperor Xuanhuan smiled awkwardly and murmured. Ouyang Nantian glanced at Emperor Xuanhuan, and didn't say any more. Everyone waited patiently again. This time, after 5 days, the thunder crystal anomaly that originally enveloped the hall suddenly increased, and the power of thunder and light increased sharply. Everyone looked up in unison, staring closely at Lei Jing's changes. But it was discovered that the power of thunder and lightning began to weaken very slightly. After half a day, the faint reduction can already be seen clearly with the naked eye. 3 days later, outside the entire main hall, the terrifying thunder and lightning that shrouded it had almost disappeared. Only the cracked hole on the top of the main hall was still overflowing with thunder light. This time, Lei Jing's power lasted for nearly 5 days. And Chu Yan, who was in the hall, was surrounded by lightning and light all over his body, and the Suzaku martial soul behind him sucked wildly with his mouth, swallowing the last piece of thunder crystal directly. Immediately afterwards, the color of its right wing also completely changed to purple-blue. The left wing is vermilion, the right wing is purple and blue, the left is the fire element, and the right is the variation of the thunder system, with the same root and the same origin. The disappearance of Lei Jingdian's power also caused great changes in Chu Yan's body. Boom, boom. The nine-color mysterious light erupted like a volcano, and the light that rushed out reached Jiuxiao, almost covering the light of the nine-color thunderclouds in the sky. The dazzling light pierced the eyes of all the people who went against the divine way in front of the hall. Immediately, the chief officer in white robe, Emperor Ning Tian and others saw a two-color divine bird soaring into the sky, and then disappeared into the sky. Immediately afterwards, a figure, bathed in nine-colored mysterious light, soared into the sky from the opening above the main hall. This figure, the golden light above the two fists exploded, and a cyan dragon's shadow behind him emitted a shocking dragon's breath, resounding through the heavens and the earth. Break it! With a yell, above the right fist, the golden dragon gang fist rushed out like a golden dragon, and slammed into the nine-color thundercloud above the sky. Boom, boom. The sound of the air explosion shook the sky and the earth, fists collided with thunder clouds, thunder and lightning were like waterfalls, and golden light filled the sky. I saw that the nine-color thundercloud that was nearly 30 miles away was directly smashed into a big hole, and the sunlight above the sky, through the big hole, sprinkled down, just shining on Chu Yan, who lived on the top of the hall and stood upright like a mountain. Body. The next moment, above the nine-color thundercloud, a large hole continued to spread, and the thundercloud quickly dissipated. Everyone, their faces were full of shock, their mouths were opened wide, their eyeballs almost popped out, and they stared straight at the figure bathed in the golden light of heaven on the top of the temple. All of them were stunned. Fist and thunder calamity. Damn, do you want to be so violent and domineering? Although it is against the way of God here, the behavior of this Chu Yan is too against the sky. Even the heavenly Tao thunder tribulation dare to smash it. Ha ha ha, okay, overbearing enough, I like it. Among the crowd below, Ouyang Nantian, who was full of surprise, was the first to react and laughed wildly. Swish. The next moment, Chu Yan's figure flashed, and he landed directly on the ground in front of the main hall, walking in front of Ouyang Nantian. Thank you, Senior, for your success. Chu Yan bowed. You kid, I've said it all, don't be polite to me, come, let me see, huh. Ouyang Nantian's face was full of ecstasy, but his eyes looked at Chu Yan impatiently, but after just a glance, his eyes were straightened in shock. The next martial Emperor Jiuxiao. Ouyang Nantian almost screamed and roared. Hearing Ouyang Nantian's exclamation, all the surrounding God-defying powerhouses swept over with their spiritual senses. After some investigation, everyone's eyes froze. It's almost a world level. I don't know who it is, the voice trembled, and the voice rang out, causing everyone in the audience to react at the same time. Ha ha ha, good. 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 Emperor Tianning looked at Chu Yan with a smile on his face. The other strong against the divine way also had surprises on their faces, and their eyes were shining brightly. In the audience, only Emperor Xuanhuan turned into a liver-colored face, wryly smiling, and kept shaking his head. #C21 22 1.5 less. Chu Yan, this time he broke through the Emperor's realm and fully raised the ninth heaven. Only one level away, it is a whole realm of heaven and earth, soaring directly to the first heaven of the Middle Emperor Wudi. This kind of achievement, not to mention against God, is definitely the first among countless sect forces in the 10 Directions starfield. Emperor Xuanhuan looked into Chu Yan's eyes, twitching constantly, his face full of disbelief. Such a terrifying thunder calamity, 9-color thunder cloud and heavenly lost tribulation not only did not die, but their cultivation base skyrocketed. This is too incredible. Back then, hundreds of years ago, the strongest genius found by An Dao was only promoted to the fifth heaven. However, to become a member of the rebel god, the strength and knowledge are not bad, and naturally understand a truth. That is, the greater the crisis, the greater the opportunity. Chu Yan, how did you suddenly break through to the next martial emperor Jiuxiao? Ouyang Nanchan's face was full of joy, and he asked loudly. This? Hearing Ouyang Nanchan's question, Chu Yan felt a little embarrassed, and after a moment of pondering, he opened his mouth and said. I have a lot of martial souls, so I can absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth faster. Since I stepped into martial arts training, I have never practiced with all my strength. I am worried that my true energy will not be enough to support me. But this time, with the support of this God-level spiritual source, I can finally let go of my hands and feet and practice with all my strength. It's just. Chu Yan smiled awkwardly, turned his head and glanced at the God Sees Sorrow hall behind him, and said. It's just that the God-level spiritual sources absorbed are a bit too much, I'm sorry. As soon as these words landed, everyone in the audience, including Emperor Tianning, changed their complexions at the same time, especially the white-robed chief. The corners of his eyes twitched twice, and he quickly dodged and rushed into the hall. Only half a breath later, in the hall, a terrifying howl resounded throughout the entire world. My God-level spiritual source, unexpectedly, only half of it is left. There was a terrible scream. All the powerhouses against the divine way flashed in unison and rushed into the hall. With a quick glance, everyone in the audience had a stern face, their eyes twitched, and they gasped. I saw that the God-level spiritual source boulder, which was originally nearly 100 feet, was only about 50 feet at this time, and its height and volume had been reduced by almost half. 50%. 50%. Emperor Tianning opened his mouth wide, turned his head slowly, the bones in his neck made a cracking sound, and turned his head to look at Chu Yan with difficulty. His face twitched and his eyes trembled violently, as if he had seen a ghost. Not only Emperor Tianning, but also the other powerhouses in the audience all looked at Chu Yan twitchingly, their faces full of disbelief. The white-robed manager turned his head fiercely, his eyes were bloodshot, and stared at Chu Yan, as if he was going to eat him alive. You. Raising a trembling hand, pointing at Chu Yan, the white-robed supervisor said you for a long time, but finally he couldn't say a word. Ha, well sucked. In the audience, only Ouyang Nantian, with a happy expression on his face, laughed loudly and said. Our rules against God's Dao have been set. There are only two restrictions on absorbing God-level spiritual sources in God's sorrow, one is the time limit, and the other is the limit of breaking through the realm. Chu Yan came out as soon as he broke through the Emperor's realm, without any violation. Hearing Ouyang Nanchan's words, the white-robed chief's face instantly turned purple, his chest heaved violently, as if he wanted to swallow Ouyang Nantian alive. The God-level spiritual source, that is the supreme treasure against the divine way, and it is also the only God-level spiritual source brought back from God's domain by Aoki Sword God back then. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, no matter how many strong people have come to practice and absorb, it has only consumed less than 10%. But today, why did I meet such a monster? Standing in front of the crowd, Chu Yan was also a little embarrassed. Although this time, the practice was very cool, and after the breakthrough, he soared to the 9th level, but he also caused a lot of harm to others. You don't need to think about it to know that this God-level spiritual source, even in the domain of the gods, is probably a very powerful spiritual treasure. However, no matter how strong the spiritual source is, it can't withstand the crazily devoured and absorbed by him, the 5 great beasts, the holy Rakshasa, the 9 underworld, the 8 dragon warriors, and the black marsh lion and scorpion. Especially Chu Yan, the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts, and the 3 of them, Saint Raksha, surrounded the god-level spiritual source and devoured it for almost 2 months with full firepower. If he was on the scene at that time, he would probably go crazy straight away. It's not my own stuff, so of course I don't feel bad, it's coming as soon as possible. In the past, when Chu Yan got the spiritual source, he cherished it very much, absorbed it slowly, and tried not to waste the spiritual power in the spiritual source. However, Ouyang Nantian exchanged his own quota for the god-level spiritual source provided by Anai Shindao. Of course, Chu Yan was not careful, and he wasted it or not, and it was over if he devoured it with his life. Swallowing more, and swallowing less, they all owe Ouyang Nantian a favor anyway, and Chu Yan will not feel indebted to Anai Shindao at all. Half less. You kid, how did you do it? The white-robed supervisor circled around the god-level spiritual source a few times, his face almost crying. For so many years, he has been responsible for guarding this god-level spiritual source, and he is usually reluctant to use it himself. But now, 50% of it was swallowed up by this Chu Yan at once. All around, hundreds of strong men against the divine way gradually reacted when they heard Ouyang Nantian's murmur. Looking at the god-level spiritual source in front of them, their faces were full of pain and the corners of their eyes twitched. Are you all right? Chu Yan felt a little embarrassed when he saw everyone's faces twitching. Call. Hearing this, Emperor Tianning let out a long breath, suppressed the depression in his heart, shook his head, forced a wry smile on his face, and said, It's nothing, this god-level spiritual source has been here for hundreds of thousands of years, and it can be considered to be of great use today. Useful. In the audience, hundreds of powerhouses against the divine way raised their heads together and looked at Emperor Tianning. Anyway, later on, Ouyang Nantian will choose the most valuable item among the treasures of Emperor Xuanhuan, and donate it to Anai Shindao. Emperor Tianning turned his head suddenly, his eyes were bloodshot, staring at Ouyang Nantian, said. Oh. Yang, I said, right. Yes. Yes. Originally, he wanted to resist, but seeing Emperor Tianning's appearance of eating people, Ouyang Nantian's Adam's apple rolled up, and he nodded heavily. That's good. Hee. Different from the distorted Emperor Xuanhuan, who was standing next to him, Emperor Tianning's ugly expression finally turned a little better. After all, there are many good things in the treasure of a great emperor. What's more, among the treasures of Emperor Xuanhuan, he definitely knew which one was valuable, and it was just used to make up for the loss. Who did I recruit, whom did I provoke, my dragon blood pool? Emperor Xuanhuan was almost howling in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it directly, the bitter water was flowing in his stomach. Chu Yan, you have devoured so many god-level spiritual sources, can you bear it? Ouyang Nantian looked at Chu Yan, looked him up and down, and asked with concern. End of chapter. #C2123 Emperor Body. The god-level spiritual domain is not comparable to the ordinary spirit sources of the 7th and 8th ranks, and it can even be said that it is more than 10 times stronger. Such a large piece of spiritual source, still at the god level, was devoured and absorbed nearly half of it by Chu Yan in front of him within 2 months. Except for the skyrocketing cultivation base, there was nothing wrong with it. Logically speaking, a martial artist, whether it is the sea of energy or the physical body, has a limit of endurance, and it is impossible to absorb the spiritual energy and spiritual power of the world infinitely. Emperor Tianning looked at Chu Yan, looked up and down, his eyes full of doubts. The power of 50% god-level spiritual source is terrifying, even thinking about it is terrifying. Even if it is against the gods, it has increased time and realm restrictions for hundreds of thousands of years, but it has been absorbed for hundreds of thousands of years, and only about 10% has been absorbed. This Chu Yan didn't die, but was still alive and kicking. What exactly is this kid's imperial body? Emperor Tianning was extremely curious. Abnormal. Absolute pervert. Not only Emperor Tianning, but also a group of strong men who defied the divine way all approached Chu Yan. Everyone's eyes looked at Chu Yan up and down, as if they were watching a prehistoric beast that slipped out of the prehistoric world. Stared at by hundreds of pairs of eyes, although Chu Yan's face was calm, the hairs all over his body stood on end. He wasn't afraid. These people discovered the secrets of his Wuhun and body refining technique. Anyway, Ouyang Nantian brought himself here, and probably told these people about his situation. The ultimate mission of an Aishan Dao is to fight against the Dao of heaven and the realm of the gods. There are some special existences against the sky in these people, and none of them are normal. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. The truth couldn't be simpler. Humph. This kid has devoured half of the spiritual power of my god-level spiritual source. Don't you want to give me an explanation? Emperor Xuanhuan, seeing the strange and dignified atmosphere at the scene, immediately felt that this was a good opportunity, so he quickly opened his mouth and said. After all, his divine dragon blood pond must not be able to keep it, and holding his breath made him extremely uncomfortable. And the perverted Chu Yan in front of him. It was the guy who made him lose his most precious spirit treasure. How could Emperor Xuanhuan let him go so easily? What? Xuanhuan, are you looking for smoke, kid? Ouyang Nantian immediately became angry when he heard it. Don't think that I'm just a body with a remnant soul now, so I can't deal with you. Ouyang Nantian went into a rage on the spot, not giving Emperor Xuanhuan any face at all. However, the Nantian Divine Emperor, before his loss, had reached the semi-divine realm. Even in the Tao against God, he was still ranked among the top 5 existences. Although it has been damaged, but the power of the whole body is still the same as before. When the words hit the ground, the face of Xuanhuan Great Emperor suddenly changed. Don't say it. This Ouyang Nantian did not know where he retrieved the heaven-breaking blade. After possessing it, just arousing the power of the blade on the sky-breaking blade was not something that Emperor Xuanhuan could resist. The first knife in the sky back then, the powerhouse in the demigod realm, the Nantian God Emperor, didn't blow it out. Humph. You won't lose the Lingbao and want to take your anger out on Chu Yan. Hearing Ouyang Nantian's words, the blushing Emperor Xuanhuan immediately shouted. You. Shocked by Ouyang Nantian's momentum, coupled with the questioning, Emperor Xuanhuan couldn't react. It took you a long time before he said. I'm just worried that Chu Yan's body can't bear it. If something goes wrong, then I will suffer a great loss against God. Finally, Emperor Xuanhuan yelled out the doubts in everyone's mind. Hearing this sentence, Emperor Tianning and others also looked at Chu Yan and nodded slightly. Really, if something goes wrong with Chu Yan, then an Aishan Dao may miss the most important genius for them. This matter really needs to be clarified. Ouyang Nantian opened his mouth, and when he was about to say something else, Chu Yan spoke first. Senior Ouyang, if you have any questions, seniors, you can investigate as you please, and I will not refuse. After Chu Yan finished speaking, the aura on his body was restrained instantly, and all the Emperor's aura disappeared completely. At the same time, a hand stretched out to Emperor Tianning with a calm smile on his face. To be honest, the changes brought to Chu Yan by breaking through the Emperor realm this time are really too great, and the cards have increased a lot. However, Chu Yan is not worried about what these people who go against the divine way will find out. Seeing Chu Yan stretching out his hand actively, the eyes of Emperor Tianning and the white-robed supervisor suddenly lit up. That being the case, they certainly would not miss such an opportunity. So, Emperor Tianning stepped out and walked in front of Chu Yan. A purple light gushed out of his hand, followed Chu Yan's palm, and rushed into Chu Yan's body. The purple light split into two, heading towards the Sea of Qi and the Sea of Consciousness. In Chu Yan's Sea of Consciousness world, on Wuhun Mountain, 3 Wuhuns are floating in the air. Not far away, a tall tower stands, black air billows, and in the sky, the Holy Spirit pattern is like a golden sun, illuminating the entire sea of consciousness. After some investigation, whether it was the three gods and beast spirits, the Holy Spirit pattern or the pagoda hall, Emperor Tianning was a little surprised. However, as a great emperor with extensive knowledge, apart from being a little surprised, he didn't find anything bigger. On the other side, in Chu Yan's Qi, there are 32 inner alchemy, divided into 9 attributes, and the 9-color alchemy is surging, which looks extremely extraordinary. I see. After a while, Emperor Ning Tian withdrew his divine sense probe and spoke softly. You actually divided your own inner alchemy into 32 pieces, and cultivated 9 different attributes. Good. Very good. As soon as the words fell to the ground, all the strong against the gods around looked at Chu Yan in astonishment. 32 inner alchemy, how difficult it is to practice. One must know that in the world of martial spirits, the number of warriors who have practiced multiple inner alchemy is not small, but at most there are only a few. The more inner alchemy there are, the slower the improvement speed of cultivation base will be. For ordinary warriors, even if it is an inner alchemy, it is as difficult as climbing to the sky, let alone impossible. If they want to cultivate to the realm of Emperor Wu, the difficulty will be increased several times by themselves. What does this mean? It can only be said that this Chu Yan has absolute confidence in himself. However, this kind of self-confidence comes from Ku. Rely on those 3 destiny martial spirits. It's still that huge spirit pattern that looks very mysterious. Or, there are some secrets hidden in that pagoda. The investigation of spiritual consciousness can only detect so much without harming the other party. Therefore, Emperor Tianning is now more suspicious than before investigating Chu Yan. I'm just curious, what has happened to your imperial body after breaking through the imperial realm? Emperor Tianning thought for a long time and finally asked the biggest doubt. Breaking through the emperor realm is definitely a huge watershed for a warrior. If before, the refinement flow practiced by warriors could only be called physique, then after breaking through the emperor realm, they would be promoted to emperor physique. At this moment, any body refining style will undergo earth-shaking changes, and even mutate. Although the chance of mutation is not high, at least 50% of most geniuses in the 10 directions starfield will mutate when they break through to the emperor realm. From then on, the physical body and the way of heaven merged, opening up a brand new path of cultivation, which can be regarded as laying the most solid foundation for the great path of martial arts. That the physical body is extraordinary, and the golden body is immortal. My imperial body. Hearing this, Chu Yan smiled lightly, looked around, stretched his neck one by one, and looked at his rebellious people. #C2124 Ward. Above the emperor realm, among the thousands of top-grade emperor physiques, the one ranked first is the Hongmeng divine physique. The second one, called the divine body of heavenly Tao, is only possible for a peerless genius who is born with Tao and destiny. The third type is the body of the Son of God, a martial artist with the blood of a god-level powerhouse, born with it, and awakened after breaking through the emperor's realm. The top 3 emperor physiques are almost all inborn, and they cannot be cultivated at all. You can't be the 3 great gods, right? Emperor Tianning couldn't help it, and asked in a startled voice. The great emperor body. Chu Yan was startled, and looked at Emperor Tianning with a puzzled look on his face. 3 great emperor physiques, the primordial god physique, the heavenly Tao divine physique, and the Son of God physique, these 3 emperor physiques. Ouyang Nantian on the side smiled slightly and explained to Chu Yan. After listening to Ouyang Nantian's explanation, Chu Yan directly shook his head, denying Emperor Tianning's guess. Seeing Chu Yan's statement, all the powerhouses against the divine way relaxed and were slightly disappointed. Back then, in the battle of god emperors in God's domain, I once saw a peerless genius with a majestic divine body. Emperor Tianning raised his head slightly, looked into the sky, his eyes shrank, and he fell into memories instantly. Battle of the God Emperor. Chu Yan was startled. That's right. The God Emperor's battle is hosted by God's domain, where hundreds of millions of top geniuses from the entire martial soul world, from every continent, gather together to hold a top genius battle. Hearing this, Chu Yan was shocked. God's domain dominates countless continents, billions of geniuses. Such a scene, how spectacular it would be, that is the real battle of the world's #1 genius. In Chu Yan's eyes, there was a flash of fire. Although I wasn't qualified to participate back then, I accompanied Aoki Sword God and went there once. Emperor Ning Tian continued. Chu Yan was startled. Hearing what Ouyang Nantian said, this Emperor Tianing. It is the existence of the top 5 in Anai Shindao. You must know that among the top 5 experts in Anai Shindao, he is the only one who has a cultivation level of the Great Emperor. It can be seen from this that this person's combat power is far beyond imagination, and even he is not qualified to participate in the battle of the God Emperor. Chu Yan, with your current cultivation base, it is impossible to participate in the God Emperor War, so practice hard. Maybe in the future, you might really be able to participate in this battle of the God Emperor. Emperor Ning Tian looked at Chu Yan with fiery eyes, and naturally knew what he was thinking, so he encouraged him. We go against the way of God, although we were created in God's realm, and were later forced to these 10-star fields, but they don't know that we go against God's way. There is still a power lurking in God's realm, and the power is not weak. Hee. Emperor Tianing was full of complacency, including all the surrounding powerhouses who defied the divine way. All of them were also smiling. Obviously, this matter is not a secret, and everyone in Anai Shindao knows it. However, Chu Yan's eyes lit up, and his face changed instantly. He didn't expect that Anai Shindao could survive and develop under the eyes of the enemy. About this matter, I will tell you later when you join us against God. Seeing Chu Yan's expression of interest, Emperor Tianing smiled and stopped talking. Okay. It turns out that Chu Yan has successfully broken through, so let's end the matter here. Waving his hand, Emperor Tianing announced. Ouyang, Chu Yan will leave it to you next time, just follow the plan we discussed. Good. Hearing Emperor Tianing's words, Ouyang Nanchan's face brightened, and he quickly agreed. What plan? Chu Yan asked. Go to my residence hall, I'll tell you. Ouyang Nantian greeted Chu Yan, jumped up, and flew towards a spiritual peak in the distance. After a while, Chu Yan followed Ouyang Nantian to his Nantian temple. In the guest hall, Ouyang Nantian looked at Chu Yan and asked with a smile. Chu Yan, you have broken through the realm of Emperor Wu now, what's your plan next? Hearing Ouyang Nanchan's question, Chu Yan's eyes turned cold for an instant, and a murderous aura surged out of his body, and he replied without any hesitation. I plan to go back to Outer Land, go to the Hades, and save my mother. After waiting for so long, it finally came today. A long time ago, Chu Yan made an oath that when he breaks through the martial emperor realm, he will kill the Mingzhu, save his mother, and reunite the family. The patriarch of the Ming clan is that Songshu, a sage emperor with extremely strong cultivation. In the past, Chu Yan only had the quasi-emperor rank, so it was impossible for him to be his opponent. But now, after entering the realm of Emperor Wu, Chu Yan finally has the confidence to fight against him. Perhaps, it is still very dangerous and there is a possibility of loss, but Chu Yan will not wait any longer, nor can he wait any longer. Good, very good. Hearing Chu Yan's answer, Ouyang Nanchan's eyes lit up, and he didn't intend to stop him at all. When the time comes, I will go with you. Ouyang Nantian smiled slightly, and the skybreaking blade in his hand trembled slightly. Thank you, Senior. Hearing this, Chu Yan's expression immediately brightened. With Ouyang Nantian here, at least, he has a whole card to save his life. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, Chu Yan still did not want Ouyang Nantian to make a move. After all, with Ouyang Nanshan's current situation, every time he makes a move, his remnant body will become weaker. Now that you have broken through the realm of Emperor Wu, it is better to seize the time and consolidate the foundation of your cultivation before setting off for the outer continent. In addition, here is something that should help you. With a wave of his right hand, several streaks of light flashed and flew towards Chu Yan. Tianjinmu. With just a glance, Chu Yan's eyes instantly brightened. This day's golden wood is one of the materials for refining the divine elixir, and it is the treasure of heaven and earth that Chu Yan wants most at present. Not long ago, in the Battle of Lingyun Pavilion, Chu Yan beheaded Lin Mu, and found a pill formula from the stored jade talisman that fell from his body, which was exactly the pill formula of the divine pill. Originally, Lin Mu was going to hand it over to Xingtian Pavilion, but he didn't expect that when he bumped into Chu Yan in Lingyun Pavilion, his clone was cut off, and this divine pill formula naturally fell into Chu Yan's hands. I know that you are not only a warrior, but also an alchemist. It is better to give you a spirit treasure than a god-level elixir. After all, this divine pill, even those who are strong in the divine realm, want to get it. After reaching the semi-divine realm, it is extremely difficult to advance to a small realm. Only this divine pill is the only shortcut. So, Chu Yan, don't waste your talent, this alchemy, you have to practice hard. Ouyang Nanshan's words made Chu Yan's eyes shine, and he nodded heavily. Besides, there are still a few magical medicines in the treasury of Anai Shandao. I'll look for Tianing later and see if I can get them. Hee. When Ouyang Nantian thought that today outside the God Sees Sorrow Hall, Emperor Tianing confiscated the dragon blood pool he welcomed, he felt itchy with hatred. But these few god-level elixir, Anai Shandao and no alchemist, it's useless to keep them, but there is a chance to get them. Senior Ouyang, I would like to ask, in front of the main hall of Anai Shandao, that heaven-breaking sword. Seeing that Ouyang Nantian was about to leave, Chu Yan hurriedly asked. End of chapter. #C2125 3 Prophecies. Hearing Chu Yan mentioning the heaven-breaking sword, Ouyang Nantian was startled, and then laughed. When he was at the main square of Nishan Dao at the beginning, Chu Yan expressed a deep interest in the Duantian sword, but Chu Yan, this Duantian sword is the sword of Aoki Sword God, the founder of Anai Shandao in ancient times. Ouyang Nantian thought about it, and decided to tell Chu Yan about the Duantianjian. Before the Qingmu Sword God was lost, he left behind his supporting sword, and at the same time integrated his lifelong swordsmanship into the Duantian sword, and left 3 prophecies. 3 prophecies. Chu Yan was startled. First, the heavenly Dao Ming curse, the source of the 9 elements. Second, the battle between gods and demons against the sky. Third, the broken sword returns, and fights against yin and yang. Ouyang Nanshan's words were sonorous and powerful, but every word was so clear that Chu Yan was taken aback for a while. The point is that Chu Yan didn't understand a single word, except for the 2 familiar ones, heavenly curse and war of gods and demons. Chu Yan, you are not yet a member of Nashendo, so there are some things that I cannot tell you in detail. Ouyang Nantian also knew that it was impossible for Chu Yan to understand. After all, the 3 prophecies against God were considered secrets. When Chu Yan asked, Ouyang Nantian could only briefly speak. However, the heaven-breaking sword. Thinking of the black iron sword suspended for 700,000 years on the altar in the square of the main hall, Ouyang Nantian glanced at Chu Yan, but grinned. Chu Yan, one thing is certain, all the swordsmanship of Aoki Sword God is hidden in this Duantian sword. You have to know that Aoki Sword God is a strong man who breaks through with the way of the sword and reaches the God realm. His swordsmanship, in this 10-direction star field, no one can beat him, and it can even be said that it is far inferior. Ouyang Nantian didn't say much about the legend of the Qingmu Sword God, but it made Chu Yan's blood boil when he heard it. Senior. I heard that after a warrior breaks through to the divine realm, he is an immortal existence. Since the Aoki sword god is so powerful, how did he lose it? Chu Yan thought of it suddenly, and asked directly. In the divine realm, above the Holy Emperor, there is no one stronger. According to the legend, the way of the Holy Emperor is to cultivate the immortal golden body. However, after stepping into the Holy Emperor, there is only one way to break through to the legendary God realm. That is to create a world of the Tao of Heaven of one's own, to nurture the rules of the Tao of Heaven with one's own way, and to reach the highest state of chaos and infinity, in order to achieve the great consummation of the divine realm. Therefore, no matter if it is God's domain, 10 directions starfield, outland continent, Haotian continent, or even divine kingdom, these world continents. In fact, it was all in the ancient times, the world of chaos and infinity of those powerful gods. A strong man in the divine realm integrates his soul with these worlds, transcends the rules of life, and becomes the master and master of the world. This is also the original source of heaven. Since the incarnation of the heavenly world, how can it be damaged? It is impossible. Someone can destroy the whole world together. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Ouyang Nanshan's eyes flickered, and after pondering for a long time, he shook his head and said, Chu Yan, you have just stepped into the realm of Emperor Wu. It's better not to know about these peak martial arts. However, what I can tell you is that God realm is not truly invincible. Including me, when I cultivated to the semi-God level, I was always looking for opportunities to break through the God level, but in the end, forget it. The most important thing for you now is to concentrate on cultivation and strive to improve your cultivation level. The rest are trivial matters. Chu Yan looked at Ouyang Nantian, his eyes flickered slightly, and finally nodded. For Ouyang Nantian, Chu Yan absolutely trusted him. Since he said that knowing this would not be good for him, there might be something special about it. Moreover, he has just reached the realm of Emperor Wu, and he is still 108,000 miles away from the legendary godly realm of the pinnacle of martial arts. Qingmu Sword God is not really lost. His soul has already merged with the 10 directions starfield, and his body has also turned into a star. All that remains is this heaven-breaking sword. What? Hearing Ouyang Nanshan's words, Chu Yan was startled. The spirit and the 10 direction star field merged, and the body turned into a star. Isn't that, the body and soul are all destroyed? Back then, Aoki sword god left a sentence that none of the most lingering sword cultivators could comprehend. Seeing Chu Yan's astonished expression, Ouyang Nantian just smiled, changed the subject, and continued. Sword, the king's weapon, double-edged edge, kills the enemy, also hurts himself. As soon as the words landed, Ouyang Nantian looked at Chu Yan, his eyes flickering slightly. To be honest, Ouyang Nantian, who is a sword cultivator who has realized the Tao with a sword and reached the semi-god state, can't understand Ouyang Nanshan's words at all. In his opinion, a knife is much simpler and more direct than a sword. After all, a knife has only one edge, and it only needs to kill the enemy. But he knew that Chu Yan was a swordsman, and a very talented swordsman. In Lingyun Pavilion, Chu Yan fought against the 3 major powers of the 10 directions starfield, dozens of geniuses and powerhouses, including the Emperor Jiuxiao who faced the bipolar sect later, did not draw their swords. What does this mean? Ouyang Nantian, who is the first knife in the sky, knows it very well. Although knives and swords are different, it can even be said that there is a world of difference, but their roots are both spiritual weapons, and they are the top 2 spiritual weapons on the list of divine weapons. It doesn't matter whether it's a knife or a sword, the real swordsman or swordsman is the same. If you don't sheath your soldiers, you will kill. In that battle, Chu Yan had no intention of killing people, because he didn't want to provoke too many enemies to Lingyun Pavilion before leaving. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, Chu Yan did not draw a sword. At this moment, when Chu Yan mentioned the heaven-breaking sword, Ouyang Nantian naturally had hope in his heart. Perhaps, this Chu Yan can crack the secret of the broken heaven sword that no one has been able to break for hundreds of thousands of years. Sword, the king's weapon, double-edged edge, kills the enemy, also hurts himself. This sentence sounded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, but it made Chu Yan fall into deep thought. His brows were tightly frowned, and his eyes were full of distraction. As for Ouyang Nantian, who was beside him, seeing Chu Yan's state, he didn't say anything, got up quietly, and exited the hall. When going out, Ouyang Nantian went halfway to the door of the main hall and activated the restriction at the same time. Swish! With a flash, Ouyang Nantian flew towards the main peak. In the great hall of Anai Shindao on the main peak, Emperor Tianning has been waiting for him for a long time. Chu Yan, who was sitting cross-legged in the hall, closed his eyes, frowned slightly, and kept comprehending the words just now in the sea of consciousness. Ever since Chu Yan stepped into martial arts, no matter how much he cultivated, he still learned new imperial martial arts skills, but in the end, his real ultimate move is still the sword. However, after practicing Kaitian sword art, Chu Yan discovered that this set of sword techniques was not suitable for him. And the kendo that Chu Yan needs is the way of self. For a long time, Chu Yan has been thinking about this, and even recently, he seldom uses swords in battles. Kendo, the first thing to understand. Chu Yan thinks that his comprehension in kendo is not bad. But today, this sentence echoed in his sea of consciousness, but he couldn't understand it. The sword can be used to kill or hurt yourself. Martial arts, isn't it used to make oneself stronger? How could he practice until the end, but hurt himself instead? This is completely contrary to the way of swordsmanship that Chu Yan has been pursuing for a long time, with killing as the main body, and it is completely incomprehensible. In the silent hall, Chu Yan fell into deep comprehension, and everything fell silent. #C2126 Breaking Heaven Sword is also something you can move. After seeing the matter in the Great Hall of Sorrow, Anai Shindao also fell silent. However, as the news spread, more and more people knew about the astonishing scene that Chu Yan created in the Great Hall of God's Sorrow. As a result, more Nishan Dao members rushed back to the mountain gate, went straight to the Nishan Great Hall, looking for Emperor Ningtian for proof. Among them, like Ouyang Nantian, the faction who wandered in the 10 Directions star field for countless years, looking for the person who should be ordered, rushed back to the mountain gate as soon as they received the news. In less than 10 days, more and more people gathered in Nishan Great Hall. And some young members followed Master back to the mountain gate one after another, and the quiet mountain gate in the past gradually became lively. In Ouyang Nanshan's residence hall, Chu Yan sat cross-legged, as if an old monk was still in place, and remained motionless for 10 days. Swish! Suddenly, Chu Yan's eyes opened suddenly, and 2 sword lights burst out. Right, that is it. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan's figure disappeared directly, turned into an afterimage, and rushed towards the gate of the palace. Boom! Boom! 2 beams of golden light exploded, and the Berserk Emperor's prestige swept across, directly shattering the defenses outside the palace gate. A black afterimage like a long arrow rushed out of the palace gate, and accompanied by the golden light exploding all over the sky, it rose into the sky and rushed towards the main peak square in the distance. However, within 3 breaths, Chu Yan, who was at full speed, fell from the sky like a black startled rainbow, and landed in front of the black altar on the main peak square. Because the speed was too fast, the moment it landed, the blasted air wave brought up a large swath of wind and swept across the entire square. Who is this kid? In front of the black altar and the black iron greatsword, there are several young warriors sitting cross-legged, as if they are trying to comprehend something. Swept by the strong wind that Chu Yan landed on the ground, his body shook twice, turned his head together, and looked at Chu Yan, who was dressed in black and focused on his face with sullen expressions. Have no idea. Never seen it. It's strange, the next martial emperor realm, dare to come to comprehend the Duantian divine sword. Humph. Another rookie who doesn't understand the rules. Hey, wait for the fun to watch. Several young warriors, seeing Chu Yan sitting cross-legged, ready to comprehend the Duantian sword, suddenly laughed and communicated with their spiritual consciousness. These people are all strong against the Shinto, and the disciples they accept, like Chu Yan, are not considered full-fledged members of the against the Shinto, but they are qualified to comprehend the Duantian sword. According to the rules established by the sword god Qingmu back then, not only those who are against the gods, but also warriors from all over the world, can come and comprehend the Duantian sword. All comers are welcome. However, after 700,000 years, the black iron sword is still here, like a dead thing. If it wasn't for the terrifying aura on the sword that made every martial artist tremble, maybe some people really thought it was an ordinary iron sword. Just as he sat down, Chu Yan's consciousness lightly touched the black iron sword, and suddenly found that there was thick rust on the black iron sword, which was half an inch thick. Therefore, the whole black sword looks like an ordinary rusty sword without the slightest luster. Huh. This breath. The consciousness penetrated into He Jian's body, and Chu Yan's expression changed suddenly in an instant. It's so familiar. But, why can't I remember? Chu Yan is very sure that he has definitely encountered this breath before, but he can't remember it for a while, and he encountered it there. Abyss Warrior. Suddenly, Chu Yan's eyes widened, and his pupils suddenly lit up. Good. In the Wangxing Peak battle, when Chu Yan fought against Long Tianyao, the Abyss Warriors summoned by Long Tianyao had such aura. This sword comes from the Abyss. Almost immediately, Chu Yan guessed, is this sword made of some kind of ore from the Abyss, so it has a strong Abyss breath. It doesn't matter, try it first. The next moment, Chu Yan's eyes flashed, and a large black mist surged behind him, and the holy Rakshasa himself rose into the sky. The golden fork, like a heavenly soldier, released a dazzling golden light, and threw it at Chu Yan, covering Chu Yan's whole body, and even Chu Yan's eyes turned into a pair of golden pupils. The raised right hand was wrapped in the sun-like power like golden water, and slowly stretched towards the black altar in front of him. Boom. As soon as the golden right hand came into contact with the altar, a burst of black sword energy rushed towards Chu Yan, and exploded directly. Fortunately, Chu Yan had been prepared for a long time, and the black sword energy slashed on the bodyguard Gang Yuan, which did not hurt Chu Yan. However, Chu Yan was still pushed back a dozen steps by the sword energy, before barely standing still. What a strong sword energy! Surprise appeared on Chu Yan's face, and he looked at the black altar in front of him, somewhat unexpectedly. Ha ha ha, boy, you are also qualified to peek at the Duantian sword, are you dreaming? In the distance, a green-robed warrior saw Chu Yan being forced back by the sword energy, and immediately laughed. Exactly. You didn't even understand the rules of the Duantian sword, so you dared to try recklessly, and you were lucky if you didn't get blasted into scum. Don't think that only the heaven-breaking sword is powerful, and this black altar is not a mortal thing. Let's see if he dares. A group of people looked at Chu Yan with a smile on their faces. However, Chu Yan ignored this person, and focused all his attention on the black altar and the heaven-breaking sword. No. A sword means double-edged, not the yin-yang attribute, so what is it? Could it be that you want to start from this abyssal breath? At that moment, Chu Yan dodged and rushed to the black altar again. The aura on his body changed instantly, turning into Rakshasa true energy. The black true energy gushes out continuously from Chu Yan's palm. In an instant, the black altar in front of him trembled suddenly when it came into contact with Rakshasa's true energy, shooting out a large piece of dazzling black light. Boom, boom. At the same time, the black altar, which had been silent for hundreds of thousands of years, shook. What? Oh my God, move, move. What's the situation? Several young warriors who were still sneering just now looked at Chu Yan and the vibrating black altar at this time. All of them were stunned, their mouths opened violently, revealing their back molars. The altar of the broken sky sword, there is a reaction. As Chu Yan's Rakshasa, true energy, continued to infuse, the black altar in front of him shook more and more violently. An old and eternal breath continuously gushes out from the black altar, spreading towards the entire square like a void shock wave. Frightened out of their wits by the breath of the black altar, several young warriors quickly ran away and retreated to the edge of the square before stopping and turning to look at Chu Yan in the center of the square. Swish! 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 The door of Nishan Great Hall at the end of the square opened suddenly, and more than a dozen figures rushed over. What's going on? Here's what? The Duantian sword moved. Emperor Tianning was the first to rush, followed by the white-robed manager, Ouyang Nantian, and other strong men against the divine way. The moment he rushed out of the hall, he was about to speak, but when he glanced over, his eyes almost fell out of shock. Broken sky sword, how could? It's Chu Yan. Chu Yan is triggering the Duantian sword. Several big brothers, looking at the black-robed Chu Yan with flying long hair in front of the black altar, all exclaimed in surprise. End of chapter. #C2127 Sword Spirit. Chapter 2127. The black altar, the magic light soars to the sky. Everyone in the audience stared at Chu Yan, their eyes were rounded and their mouths opened wide in shock. This kid, you can't really refine this heaven-breaking sword. Emperor Ning Tian had seen Chu Yan's shocking deeds in the God Sees Sorrow Hall. Therefore, when he saw Chu Yan's whole body's true energy and sword energy erupting together, arousing the black altar that had never seen a vision for hundreds of thousands of years, he immediately exclaimed. The white-robed supervisor, Ouyang Nantian, and the group of strong men who defied the divine way all had their eyes twitching. It's only been a few days. It's only been a few days of being honest, and such a big thing happened again. You know, this is the black altar and Duantian sword left behind by sword god Aoki. Who is the sword god of Qingmu? He is the founder of Nishan Dao, a true powerhouse in the divine realm, and all his life's sword skills have been integrated into the black altar and the heaven-breaking sword. If anyone can refine the black altar and the broken sky sword, it is equal to the inheritance of the Aoki sword god. This black altar and Duantian sword are almost symbols of rebellion against the gods, and they are countless times more precious than the god-level spiritual source that was half swallowed by Chu Yan. After all, there is definitely more than one god-level spiritual source in this world, but there is definitely only one inheritance of the Aoki sword god. Back then, before the fall of the Qingmu sword god, he once said that the world is so big, no matter who it is, as long as they can refine the black altar and the heaven-breaking sword, they can get his true inheritance, and any warrior who goes against the divine way must not be stopped. Emperor Xuanhuan in the crowd looked at Chu Yan, his face almost blackened into the bottom of a pot. You know, Emperor Xuanhuan is also a sword cultivator, and even Wuhun is also a Xuanhua sword. Because of this, his title of emperor is honored as Emperor Xuanhua. For so many years, he seldom went out, and spent most of his time comprehending the black altar and the heaven-breaking sword. But now, seeing Chu Yan arouse the black altar, how could he be happy, almost crying? The audience froze. Watching this scene dumbfounded, waiting for a miracle to happen. On the black altar, the magic light soared into the sky, and the sword energy surged across the square. On Chu Yan's body, Raksha's true energy became stronger and stronger, especially the sharp and unparalleled sword intent, forming a tornado of sword energy, constantly crashing into the black altar. Two kinds of power confront each other in the void, and the terror of power makes everyone's face full of astonishment. Boom, boom. At this moment, suddenly, on the black altar, a black figure rushed out of the altar. The black figure is completely blurred, as if it is composed of light and air currents, except for the body shape. The facial features cannot be seen clearly at all. However, the appearance of such a vague figure and the faint aura surged out, but it made the hearts of Emperor Tianning and other strong people against the divine way tremble at the same time. Chu Yan, be careful. A sense of danger rose in Ouyang Nanshan's heart. Although he knew that the Black Altar and the Duantian sword were left by the Aoki sword god and would not hurt anyone, he still couldn't help reminding Chu Yan Dao. Before Chu Yan could react, the vague figure on the Duantian sword raised his hand, and a thick black light shot straight out, hitting Chu Yan's chest. Boom! The magic light exploded, and Chu Yan's body was thrown into the air by the blast, and fell to the ground of the square at the far end. Ah! Chu Yan. Seeing this scene, Ouyang Nantian and the others turned pale, with fright, and quickly flew out, rushing towards Chu Yan. When they rushed to Chu Yan, Chu Yan had already stood up from the ground, looking at the phantom figure on the black altar from a distance. His face was full of color. Powerful. Too strong. There is no counterattack at all, and it cannot be blocked. This is the power of the gods. Moreover, there is still a trace of damage that has been broken for hundreds of thousands of years. At most, it is just an attack from a clone, leaving him powerless to fight back. Divine Realm, it's too scary. Chu Yan, how are you doing? Ouyang Nantian was in a hurry, looked at Chu Yan, kept looking up and down, and only after confirming that Chu Yan was not injured, he heaved a long sigh of relief. I'm fine. Chu Yan shook his head, and while speaking, his eyes were still fixed on the black phantom in the distance. Chu Yan can be sure of the attack of the black air sword just now. That power is almost the same as that of the Abyss Warrior. Although it was obvious that he kept his hands back, he just blasted at his bodyguard, but the power was far greater than any strong man Chu Yan had ever seen. With such power, it is almost impossible to refine the Black Altar and obtain the heaven-breaking sword. Originally, I thought that there was a chance this time, but in the end, I still failed. Sword Spirit. Emperor Ming Tian turned his head and looked at the black phantom in the distance, just in time to see that it turned into a wisp of smoke and returned to the Duantian sword. At the same time, the Duantian sword trembled slightly, releasing a terrifying sword energy, sweeping across the entire square. This is obviously a warning. Unexpectedly, in hundreds of thousands of years, a sword spirit has already been born in this Duantian sword. Emperor Ming Tian, feeling the strength of the sword energy, immediately frowned, and said softly. With the guardianship of the sword spirit, if you want to refine this Duantian sword, the difficulty will at least increase several times. Good. Ouyang Nantian also nodded when he heard the words. The sword spirit has no consciousness, it just wants to protect the Duantian sword, it will prevent all spiritual consciousness from merging, and it will even fight back. It's just strange, this sword spirit is different from ordinary weapon spirits, he just attacked Chu Yan's bodyguard, and didn't kill him. Hearing Ouyang Nanshan's words, everyone including Chu Yan was taken aback. Almost all the powerhouses present have encountered such a thing as a weapon spirit. As Ouyang Nantian said, once a treasure appears, it will be like those monsters guarding heaven, material, and earth treasures. It will be extremely hostile to anyone who approaches or wants to get the spirit treasure, and will attack directly. Under such circumstances, if the spirit of the weapon is weak, it can be killed or subdued directly. However, if Qi Ling is very powerful, then there is no other way but to wait for Qi Ling to generate intelligence and understand its mission, and then follow the rules set by Qi Ling to obtain the spirit treasure. But in front of him, this is the spirit of Duan Tianjin, the power on it must have a trace of divine power. This kind of power cannot be shaken by these people present at all. Everyone in the audience was frowning and their faces were gloomy. In this way, the Duantian sword might really turn into a dead thing, and it would take an unknown amount of time for the spirit of the weapon to develop wisdom. Afterwards, the helpless people had no choice but to give up. Chu Yan followed Ouyang Nantian back to the palace, and began to concentrate on consolidating his cultivation. A few days ago, he was so engrossed in comprehending the words left by Aoki Sword God that he even forgot to practice. Ouyang Nantian didn't bother him either, he was consolidating his soul body in the training hall next to him. 10 days later, Chu Yan came out of the customs and recovered from his injuries. At the same time, his cultivation was stronger than that of the previous few days. The next martial emperor realm, 9th heaven. At this time, Chu Yan, after breaking through the emperor's realm, has consolidated his cultivation base and is at its peak. Brother! Boss! Chu Yan had just walked out of the training hall, but outside the gate, Situ Yang and Little White Bear rushed up anxiously. Problem occurs. Situ Yang and Little White Bear have followed Chu Yan for the longest time, and they rarely do so, so something must have happened. #C2128 The Underworld. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. The sudden appearance of Situ Yang and Little White Bear surprised Chu Yan. In particular, both of them were full of anxiety, and it was obvious that something had happened. Huh! Brother, you broke through. As soon as he rushed to the front, Situ Yang glanced over and found that the aura on Chu Yan's body was completely different. Huh. Yes, I just broke through a few days ago. Chu Yan nodded, then asked. What happened? It has been almost 3 months since the three of them came to Nishandao. During this period, Chu Yan has been practicing alone, without caring about Little White Bear and Situ Yang. Therefore, during these 3 months, Chu Yan didn't know what the two of them were doing. Brother, it's not good, something happened to Lingyun Pavilion. Those guys from the Mingzhu, let's do it. Situ Yang also knew that the matter was serious, so he quickly answered. What? Hades? Hearing this, Chu Yan's face changed drastically, and he shouted anxiously. Whatever you are really worried about, come here. When Chu Yan left the Outland continent and came to the 10 Directions Starfield, what he was most worried about was the Lingyun Pavilion. Even in Lingyun Square, Chu Yan did not kill the group of geniuses from the 3 major forces, but he didn't want to leave behind any enemies and drivers for Lingyun Pavilion after he left. But I didn't expect that in less than 3 months, the Mingzhu would do it. I didn't go to them, but they dared to do it first. How is Lingyun Pavilion now? Chu Yan asked anxiously. Brother, Lingyun Pavilion will be fine for the time being. This time, the Ming clan will not only attack Lingyun Pavilion, but also attack the entire Outland continent and all forces together. Situ Yang hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. A few days ago, Situ Yang received a message from the Ear Emperor, and learned of an earth-shattering event that just happened in the Outland continent. Outland continent, war begins. The Hades had been gathering momentum for hundreds of years, and finally at this moment, they began to conquer the entire outer continent. What was unexpected was that the first target of the Ming clan was the Witch clan who had been protecting them. In less than a month, nearly half of the Outland continent was occupied by the Hades, and a large number of sect forces were uprooted by them. Situ Yang carefully conveyed the information received to Chu Yan. Moreover, the Hades still don't accept the surrender of any forces. Almost all the sects and forces occupied by them were killed or turned into slaves. Those sect forces with powerful spiritual treasures and resources are even worse. Every time a sect is occupied, the Ming clan will confiscate the powerful spirit treasures and all the wealth first. If there is a slight resistance, they will be killed directly. The blood and true energy of the flesh will be swallowed up and turned into a mummy. When Situ Yang said this, his face was full of anger, and even the Little White Bear couldn't help howling. In Chu Yan's eyes, a chill gushed out instantly. Hades! They are courting death. Chu Yan stomped his feet heavily, and the spar floor under him exploded directly, and the powerful force spread like a shock wave, breaking all the spar floor within 100 steps, like a spider web. The current situation is that the Ming clan first attacked the northern part of the outland continent, which is dominated by the Wu clan. It is currently very smooth. The remaining power of the Wu clan is less than 30%. I believe that after the Ming clan strangles them, they will turn to Lingyun Pavilion. Southern region. Situ Yang also said what Huang was most worried about. Regarding the earth-shattering changes in Outland Continent, Tianqi Building naturally got the news immediately. After all, they are in this business, and the news is transmitted much faster than ordinary sects and warriors. Regarding the Mingzhu, Chu Yan had heard Ling Shuangtian mention it before, and the Mingzhu had plans. Even the last time Ling Shuangtian held a celebration for Chu Yan, it was originally a secret gathering of some close foreign forces to discuss countermeasures. However, because Ling Shuangtian's concern affected Chu Yan's cultivation, he did not tell Chu Yan about the specific matters. How long is it estimated? Chu Yan's voice was cold. According to the news from Huang, at least 3 months. Situ Yang quickly replied. Governor Ling, Jiang Yuchuan, and the High Priest have formed an alliance, preparing to fight the Mingzhu. So, after the Ming clan wiped out the Witch clan, they will definitely digest for a while, and at the same time make some preparations, before attacking the southern region. Based on the distance, it will take at least 3 months, and if it is longer, it may take half a year. 3 months. Chu Yan nodded, narrowed his eyes slightly, and secretly sank. 3 months should be enough. With this time, Chu Yan is going to go to the Abyss first, to refine a large number of Abyss warriors, and at the same time, to investigate the situation with Duantianjian. The aura on the Duantian sword is related to the Abyss, that's for sure. At the same time, the land of the Abyss is different from other continents. There is no theory of power or sect here, and all the monsters of the Abyss are scattered. Therefore, it is entirely feasible to subdue a large number of abyssal warriors as a capital to fight against the Hades. Although Chu Yan was angry, he did not lose his mind. He knew that the Hades had been preparing for such a long time, even the Witch clan, the most powerful force in Outland Continent, was in their hands. Although there is a certain advantage in sneak attack, being able to wipe out the Witch clan so quickly shows that the strength of the Ming clan is far stronger than he imagined. Therefore, to deal with the Ming clan, one must have strong combat power, and the other must have a large number. At present, only the Abyss monster possesses such conditions. Coupled with his black puppet refining method, he may be able to create a powerful army in a short time. After making up his mind, Chu Yan found Ouyang Nantian directly without wasting time, explained the situation to him, and prepared to leave for the Abyss. However, Ouyang Nantian gave Chu Yan a map. On this map, the Abyss was marked in the ancient times, the burial place of a lost Abyss force. One thing, Chu Yan was wrong. The Abyss is not without power. In ancient times, the Abyss had the same powerful power as other continents, but they existed in the form of tribes. Moreover, some powerful tribes in the Abyss can even threaten the realm of the gods. Therefore, the battle between gods and demons back then was extremely tragic, and no one in every continent was spared. And it was after the Great War of Gods and Demons that the Abyss completely declined, and no powerful tribal forces appeared again. Ouyang Nantian had participated in the battle between gods and demons, and knew the situation of the Abyss. The map was just some information he collected during the battle. This place of the 4 elephant demon ruins was the main battlefield where God's domain and the 4 Abyss fought. There are countless powerful monsters in the Abyss that have been lost. You can go there to have a look, but be careful. Ouyang Nantian reminded. Thank you, Senior. Chu Yan nodded. Immediately, with Situ Yang and the little white bear, they soared into the sky and headed towards the abyss. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2129 left. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Leaving the gate of Nishandao, the three of Chu Yan flew all the way in a hurry, all on their way. The Star Boundary mountain range is not far from the junction of the Outland continent and the 10 Directions starfield. However, the place where they entered the outer continent was the central region, which was in the battle zone at this time. The abyss is located on the southern seashore, and from here, at Chu Yan's current speed, 1 day is enough. After entering the Outland continent, less than an hour later, Chu Yan and the others saw a medium-sized city in front of them. "Brother, let's go to the city below first to find out the news." Seeing the city below, Situ Yang proposed. After all the news they received before came from Erhuang, and they really don't know the real situation in Outland continent now. It's not that he doesn't believe in Erhuang. To Chu Yan, Erhuang is absolutely trustworthy. It's just that Chu Yan wants to get more accurate information, so as to avoid problems in Lingyun Pavilion during the time when he is going to the abyss, and then he will regret it. You know, Chu Yan's kingdom of God is now deep in the mountain gate of Lingyun Pavilion, connected by a teleportation array. And all of Chu Yan's relatives, including Rakshasa Soul and Tianhun, are among them, and there must be no mistakes. Okay, let's go down and have a look. Chu Yan nodded. Immediately, the three lowered their bodies and fell towards the city below. However, when they approached the sky above the city, they saw bursts of angry shouts and fighting coming from the gate of the city below. Huh? Is there a situation? Chu Yan's face tightened suddenly, and his consciousness rushed to the gate of the city. With a sweep of consciousness, Chu Yan's face changed instantly. We, Tianlongmen, would rather die than submit. Don't let us sit and wait for death. Shit, fart. All the peripheral forces of Tianlongmen have been eradicated by us, and there are only 1,000 people left in your area. If you want to resist, you are looking for death. Damn Mingzhu, dare to look down on our Tianlongmen. Fight with you. Ha ha ha, I'll give you one last chance. The man commits suicide, the woman kneels. Kill. Amidst the shouts of killing all over the sky, the battle broke out immediately. Chu Yan, Situ Yang and the little white bear, with gloomy faces, speeded up and rushed towards the plain outside the city gate. After a few breaths, the three arrived at the place of battle. I saw that a large number of people in purple were fighting with the red-armored soldiers, and the battle was extremely fierce. The warriors in red armor all had a golden god figure embroidered on the leather armor, and those who were killed by the purple-robed men were routed and fell like wheat harvesting. Hades! With a glance, Chu Yan saw those purple-robed people, and his divine sense detected the power of blood on them, and instantly recognized their identities. This is a side army of the Hades, led by 12 strong men, came to attack Tianlongmen. When Chu Yan saw that those purple-robed men killed a red-armored sergeant, they would devour the blood energy of the opponent, and the aura on their body became stronger. On the other side, the disciples of Tianlongmen were obviously terrified by the special tactics of these Mingzhu, and they had no fighting spirit at all, and just retreated blindly. If the fight continues like this, within 100 breaths, all the Tianlongmen sect troops here will probably be lost. Do it. With a low shout, Chu Yan burst out with murderous aura all over his body, and his figure turned into an afterimage, rushing straight to the core of the Mingzhu. Behind him, Little White Bear and Situ Yang also exploded at the same time when they heard the words, charging forward. The three of them are like 3 long arrows. Wherever they pass, Chu Yan is from the tip of the arrow. Wherever they pass, the Mingzhu side is turned on their backs, and they are swept across a large area in an instant. The incident happened so suddenly, not only the Ming clan, but even the people of Tianlongmen were taken aback for a moment. On a small hill in the distance, the three strong men led by the Mingzhu turned their heads to look at Chu Yan. "Boy, you dare to intervene in my Mingzhu affairs, are you getting impatient?" The bloody long knife pointed directly at Chu Yan, and shouted arrogantly. "Wan Lai Long Jin." Chu Yan didn't bother to talk nonsense with him at all. He raised his hand and punched out. The golden dragon's shadow roared in the sky and turned into a golden thunder, rushing straight to the top of the hill. "What, ah!" Seeing the dragon gang blasting towards him, the strong man of the Ming clan narrowed his eyes sharply, and before he had time to react, he was punched directly, and the whole body exploded, blood and flesh flew all over the sky, and the spot was damaged. On one left and one on the right, the other two powerhouses of the Hades were so frightened that they almost lost their minds after being sprayed with dirty blood and pieces of flesh. "Both of you, go back and tell old Song Shue to wait for me, Chu Yan, to kill him." Chu Yan's eyes were ice-like, and he stared directly at the two of them. You are Chu Yan." Hearing Chu Yan's words, the two of them trembled in fright, even their calves began to tremble. Chu Yan's name is well known among the Ming clan, especially recently. Wang Xingfeng ascended to the sky, aspiring to be the first in the list of emperors. At the same time, in Lingyun Pavilion, one person fought alone in the 10 Directions starfield, and dozens of geniuses from the 3 major forces even defeated the 2 powerhouses of Xingtian Pavilion. Such strength is by no means something they can deal with. Roll. Drinking one word was like thunder in the sky, scaring the 2 strong Mingzhu almost to the ground. "Retreat, retreat." The voice trembled, and he gave the order to retreat directly, but before they could react, Chu Yan waved his hand, and behind him Jiao Ming and the 8 dragon warriors appeared directly. "Did I let them go?" Chu Yan looked at the 2 powerhouses of the Ming clan and said coldly. "You too, send me a message. As for the other Mingzhu people, they will all die." When the word fell to the ground, Chu Yan raised his hand and waved it. Jiao Ming behind him brought the 8 dragon warriors and waved the divine soldiers, but he swept out with a halberd. The soldiers passed by hundreds of Mingzhu disciples who were standing stiffly, and cut them off into 2 halves. Okay, you Chu Yan, wait." The 2 strong Ming clansmen dared to stay there, regardless of other Ming clansmen, turned around and turned into 2 purple lights, soaring into the sky, and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. "See? I've met Brother Chu. I'm at the Heavenly Dragon Gate, Yu Lin, thank you for your help." In Tianlongmen, the leading disciple walked up to Chu Yan, bowed and saluted. "You're welcome." Chu Yan cupped his hands in return. Immediately, he turned around directly, rushed into the crowd of Hades on the opposite side, and started killing wildly. As for the Ming clan, Chu Yan made an oath to kill each one he saw. This is by no means empty words, and now, it's time for him and the Mingzhu to settle the score. In less than 100 breaths, tens of people from the Ming clan were all beheaded, leaving no one behind. Next, Chu Yan talked with Yu Lin of Tianlongmen for a while, and learned a lot about it. Taking advantage of the main force of Tianlongmen, the Mingzhu sent a group of surprise soldiers to destroy the foundation of Tianlongmen when they went to another battlefield. The main force of Tianlongmen who received the news is rushing back. As for the battle situation in Outland Continent, it was much worse than the news that Huang had sent a few days ago. The attacking speed of the Ming clan exceeded the prediction of the Tianqi building. The remnants of the Wu clan have been trapped and will be strangled in a short time. Fatty, strengthen the Zhenzong formation of Tianlongmen. Chu Yan thought for a moment, considering that the Tianlongmen city is located at the junction of the north and south of the Outland Continent. If the defense is good, it can greatly slow down the attack speed of the Mingzhu. Okay, big brother. Situyang rushed to the gate tower upon hearing this. Half an hour later, Chu Yan bid farewell to everyone in Tianlongmen and hurried to the abyss. Time is pressing, and there is no room for a moment of delay. End of chapter. Remember in a second. Hashtag C2134 Elephant Demon Market. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. At Tianlongmen, seeing the partial army of the Ming clan, the situation in the outland continent is more critical than Chu Yan imagined. When Chu Yan participated in the Battle of the Emperor List, he felt that the Ming clan was a little too low-key. Unexpectedly, they had such an idea. "Non, my family, its heart must be different." In the entire outland continent, including the martial soul world, warriors, without a martial soul, apart from the Witch clan, only the Ming clan. Although not everyone in the Ming clan does not have a martial soul, but after a certain level of cultivation, almost none of them who become a real strong Ming clan do not have a martial soul. These martial artists who do not rely on martial soul cultivation are different from most martial artists in the martial soul world, and they can definitely be regarded as aliens. However, it is a fool's dream to swallow the entire outer continent in such a tiny place. After a day of flying, Chu Yan finally reached the abyss in the dark. This is a forbidden area. Since ancient times, the strong men who can step into the abyss are extremely powerful in terms of cultivation and strength. Although, in the ancient war of gods and demons, the God clan won and the abyss was defeated, but in the end, the God clan and the abyss demon clan disappeared into the martial soul world at the same time, and it has become a secret until now. Since then, the huge abyssal continent has been full of wandering abyssal monsters. These bloodthirsty and powerful monsters almost became the nightmare of the first batch of warriors who stepped into the abyss to hunt for treasure. Originally thought that the abyss was damaged and there was no more powerful power, but I didn't expect that just these remaining abyss monsters would strangle and devour tens of thousands of warriors in the 10 Directions starfield. Since then, the abyss has become an existence that makes all warriors change their faces when they hear about it. At the same time, let everyone understand how powerful the power of the Protoss is. Billowing black smoke, yellow sand all the time, strong evil spirits, like clouds and waves, rushing in the sky of the abyss. The night here is completely dark, without a trace of starlight, almost to the point where you can't see your fingers. Ordinary warriors are here. The eyes have almost lost their function, and they can only move forward with their spiritual sense. However, the monsters in the abyss are extremely sensitive to divine consciousness. Even thousands of miles away, they can detect the appearance of divine consciousness. In this way, monsters within 1,000 miles will come flooding in like a tide, and will scatter the warriors who have released their spiritual consciousness into minced meat, and then devour them to satisfy their hunger. Every abyssal monster has survived the killing, and its combat power is outrageous. Therefore, in the top 10 battle of the Emperor List, Long Tianyao summoned a few abyssal warriors, which shocked everyone. After entering the abyss, the three of Chu Yan followed the map given by Ouyang Nantian and sneaked all the way. In the abyss, Chu Yan's unicorn pupils and Little White Bear's powerful demon consciousness played a huge role. The demon consciousness distinguishes the divine consciousness of human warriors, and it is more like the innate intuition of monsters and beasts. It can often exist before danger comes. Therefore, the three of them moved forward all the way. Although they occasionally encountered a few wandering monsters, facing Chu Yan, they could end the battle with a few moves. Although these monsters are also very powerful, they are not the target of Chu Yan, and at the same time, the number is too small. The Four Elephants Demon Market is located near the core of the Abyss continent. This is the residence of the four major demon races in ancient times, and it is also the place where the God race fought the final decisive battle with the four major demon races after they invaded the Abyss. After spending half the night, the three of Chu Yan finally touched the area of Xixiang Moxu. The sky is slightly brighter, but the black smoky demonic energy has only slightly faded. The entire Xixiang demon market is full of monsters, yin qi, and the breath of death. The ghostly air flows like the wind, and between the blows, there are ghostly whistling sounds, which makes people feel chilly. The concentration of evil spirit energy here is already 10 times higher than that in the outer abyss. It only takes half an hour for ordinary warriors to be poisoned by these evil energy and invade their bodies and die. Even the 3 of Chu Yan who used the Rakshasa domain were cautious and did not dare to be careless. The burial place of the 4 major demon clans is definitely the core of the abyss. The 3 of Chu Yan all cast Situ Yang's hidden spirit pattern, and relying on the demon sense of the little white bear as a guide, Chu Yan's unicorn pupil explored the way, and slowly approached the 4 huge black shadows in the distance. The speed can't be too fast. If there is an air-breaking breath, it will also alarm the nearby monsters. The rogues hiding in the dark night can hear the low growls and strong stench from their throats from a long distance away. Perhaps Chu Yan and the others can still deal with the 17 or 8 monsters surrounding them, but if there are too many monsters, it will be really dangerous. Once a big battle broke out, I am afraid that all the monsters within a radius of 10,000 miles will be attracted, and it will be as difficult as going to heaven if you want to leave the abyss safely. Under the slightly bright sky, Chu Yan's 5 color pupils could vaguely see that the 4 black shadows not far away were exactly 4 tall mountain bags. These mountain bags are nearly 100 feet high, and they are arranged at 4 corners. They look like 4 huge tomb bags. This place should be the burial place of the 4 major demon clans. With Situ Yang around, it didn't take long to find the entrance of a cave under a hill. Weeds and cobwebs, the hole is wrapped in layers, obviously no one has ever entered it. However, what Chu Yan didn't expect was that after walking through the difficult tunnel passage, after walking less than 10,000 steps, he encountered a group of sleeping 4-clawed monsters. Roar! 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 The appearance of the 3 of Chu Yan awakened all the sleeping 8 4-clawed monsters. These 4-clawed monsters released a strong demonic energy, rushed towards Chu Yan and the other 3, and fought directly. The 8-headed and 4-clawed monsters' combat power has almost reached that of the Middle Emperor Wu. Moreover, the demon's skin, which is like a rock, is stronger than the Emperor's defensive spirit treasure. Ordinary attacks have no effect. Clang! The Haotian sword came out of its sheath, and the sword light slashed, piercing the eyebrows of a 4-clawed monster. Clang! 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 It was like being stabbed on the steel, making the sound of a golden weapon. The skull of the demons was so hard that even the Haotian sword couldn't penetrate it with a single sword. The monster with 8 heads and 4 claws fought with Chu Yan for nearly 100 breaths, before being assassinated one by one. However, Chu Yan was extremely pleasantly surprised. This 4-clawed monster is obviously much stronger than the ordinary monsters outside, especially the magic skin defense, which even the Haotian sword can't break through. The physical defense of the demons is almost exerted on them. Bringing the 8-headed and 4-clawed monster into the Rakshasa space, Chu Yan, who was full of expectations, continued to move forward. After walking through the underground passage for several miles, Chu Yan and the 3 came to this huge underground world after an hour. Strictly speaking, this is an underground palace. All kinds of rocks are everywhere, and some stone palaces have all collapsed. The monster bones scattered all over the ground, many of them have been weathered and decayed, only a stone palace deep in the black mist, which is still relatively intact. Come out, holy Rakshasa, and devour me. When he arrived at the place, Chu Yan would still be polite, and directly summoned the holy Rakshasa, and began to devour the devilish energy of the underground stone palaces. Remember in a second. #C2131 Ancient Powerhouse. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Entering the Shurgong Cemetery, the sky is full of black devil energy, death energy, and evil spirit energy, forming triple black clouds, turbulent and tumbling, extremely rich. These demonic energy pose a fatal threat to ordinary warriors, but to Chu Yan, it is not a big problem. It took Saint Rakshasa less than half an hour to swallow up the devilish energy in the stone palace tomb, so thin that it was not much different from the misty weather in the outside world. When he came in, the breathtaking spirit patterns arranged by Situ Yang along the way temporarily separated this underground palace from the abyss world outside. After all the preparations were completed, the three of Chu Yan walked towards the nearest stone palace. At the entrance of the stone palace, a pile of black bones was piled up to look like a small Beijing temple. A strong death energy rushed out, and even the surrounding void was forced to disperse. There was no need for Chu Yan to greet him. The deity of Saint Raksha behind him just opened his mouth wide, swallowing all the dead energy accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years. These death chi, which are extremely poisonous to ordinary warriors, are a great tonic to holy Rakshasa. Especially this kind, the dead energy accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years, is even more pure to a terrifying degree. Swish! The little white bear rushed forward with one arrow, and was about to crush the pile of black skulls with one palm. Wait! Situ Yang roared, startling little white bear and Chu Yan. It's a waste of things. Do you know what a good material this is for refining spirit patterns? Situ Yang rushed up a few steps and collected the black skulls one by one, saving his income like a treasure. Object, Jade Talisman. This pile of black skulls, all of them were skulls of some kind of unknown abyssal monster, was obviously a small magic circle. But in front of Situ Yang, they had no effect, especially their devilish energy, which was swallowed by the holy Rakshasa, and they no longer had any attack power. But these skulls are rare treasures for Situ Yang. After Situ Yang put away all the 100 black devil bones, the three of them rushed into the underground palace in a flash. The other side. Just when the three of Chu Yan entered the first stone palace cemetery, the two strong Ming clans who had been sent back by Chu Yan before were kneeling on the main hall of the Ming clan, trembling all over, not even daring to lift their heads. Sitting on the main seat of the Mingzhu hall is an old man who is skinny and has no flesh in his body. In a pair of blood-red eyes, the blood-red eyes stared straight at the two kneeling below. This person is none other than the new great elder of the Mingzhu, Mo Xian. With a body of cultivation, he has already reached the 9th level of the upper martial emperor realm, and he is only one step away from the great emperor realm. I didn't expect that Chu Yan to come back again. Inside the hall, an elder of the Ming clan spoke in a low tone. I heard that in Lingyun Pavilion, Chu Yan single-handedly singled out more than 30 geniuses from the 10-star regions. Later, he seriously injured the disciples of Xingtian Pavilion, and even chopped up Lin Mu's clone. That's right. I heard that Ouyang Nantian took him to the 10 Directions starfield. It's very possible that he went to go against God. Against the divine way. That is a force that dares to oppose Xingtian Pavilion, now. In the Battle of the Emperor list, Chu Yan's cultivation reached the peak of the quasi-emperor rank. This time, he may have broken through the realm of the martial emperor in the Tao against God. Breakthrough Emperor Wu. Isn't his combat power even more terrifying? A group of Mingzhu elders heard the report of the two strong Mingzhu who were kneeling on the ground, and there was a sound of discussion immediately. Almost everyone had a look of fear and seriousness on their faces. After all, Chu Yan's reputation among the Ming clan is extremely loud. In particular, several holy sons and daughters of the Ming clan died in the hands of this Chu Yan, almost killing all the top geniuses of the Ming clan's young generation. Snort. Above the main seat, the great elder of the Mingzhu groaned heavily, and the entire hall fell silent in an instant. You bastards. A low-ranking martial emperor scares you like this. Could it be that you middle-ranking martial emperors and high-ranking martial emperors are all decorations, made of mud? Mo Xian, who was full of anger, jumped up, and a pair of bloody red eyes swept across the hall. Wherever he looked, the elders of the Ming clan quickly lowered their heads, not even daring to breathe. This new Great Elder is no different from them, or even completely different. You know, Mo Xian is an ancient Ming clan powerhouse who climbed out of the blood ancestor pool of the Ming clan. After leaving the blood ancestor pool, he swallowed the original Great Elder directly with just one mouthful, and his strength was extremely terrifying. After being personally pointed out by the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor as the newly promoted Great Elder, he almost controlled the highest power of the entire Mingzhu. That's right. Then Chu Yan is just more powerful in leapfrogging, but he is the only one after all. A man in purple robe standing beside Mo Xian said. We Mingzhu, the sun is at the top of the sky, the strong are like clouds, and there are more ancient strong men who will wake up from the blood ancestor pool. To deal with this Chu Yan, you can crush him to death with just one finger. This person's name was Mo Xing, and like the Great Elder Mo Xian, he was also an ancient strongman of the Ming clan who had just climbed out of the blood ancestor pool. His words echoed in the hall, shaking the pillars of the temple, and they all buzzed and trembled. However, when the hundreds of Mingzhu elders below heard it, their faces were filled with bitterness, and they shook their heads slightly. A Chu Yan may be nothing, at most, after all, only the lower martial emperor realm, no matter how strong the combat power is, relying on the number of people, he can pile him up to death. The point is, he has something to do with Anai Dao, that's. Anai Dao. 10 Directions Starfield is comparable to the existence of Xingtian Pavilion. The Ming clan is powerful now, but that is only in the Outland continent. If you want to talk about the power of the 10 Directions Starfield, they are definitely not something they dare to provoke. What's more, he dared to confront Xingtian Pavilion head-on and go against the way of God. I couldn't afford it. Now, even more troublesome. Who dares to touch Chu Yan? If someone who goes against the gods comes to kill him, then, isn't he courting death? Mo Xian and Mo Xing naturally noticed the expressions of His Highness's group of elders. A look of disdain flashed in their bloodshot eyes at the same time. After looking at each other, Mo Xing spoke. Don't worry. A soft drink broke the oppressive atmosphere in the hall, and all the Mingzhu elders looked up at Mo Xing and First Elder Mo Xian. The branches of your various races, according to the original plan, speed up the progress. You must unify the northern part of the Outland continent within 3 months. If Chu Yan and Anai Dao intervene in the middle, I will wait for Gu Ming and will take action. As soon as the words fell to the ground, all the elders in the hall looked happy, and nodded their heads in response. Yes. Second Elder. Yes. Second Elder. These ancient Mingzhu who crawled out of the blood ancestor pool are powerful, they have seen it before. It is said that in ancient times, these ancient Hades once dominated the 10 Directions Starfield, although they were finally strangled by the gods. But relying on the foundation of the Ming clan, the blood ancestor pool, it was revived after hundreds of thousands of years of gestation. The Great Elder is right, a Chu Yan is not worth mentioning at all. Finally, there were elders in the hall who responded to the 2 ancient Ming masters. Humph. You dare to say something, saying that you want to come to our Mingzhu to find trouble, but I want to see, how does this Chu Yan find death? The sound of heavy humming sounded in the hall. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2132 Median Demon Emperor. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Boom. With one punch, the huge sarcophagus lid was blown away. Chu Yan released a clone, approached the sarcophagus, leaned over and looked into the sarcophagus. Inside the huge sarcophagus lay the corpse of an ancient demon. There is no damage to the whole body, even the flesh is completely intact. Moreover, the magic core in this ancient demon body is also intact, without any damage. Can this luck be any better? Unexpectedly, the first ancient tomb entered, the first sarcophagus opened, encountered such a good puppet material. You know, this is an ancient demon-level powerhouse from the ancient times millions of years ago. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan waved his hand, took out the magic core, threw it to the little white bear, and at the same time took out the corpse of the ancient demon in front of him. 5 claws. With a glance, Chu Yan found that the ancient demon had 7 sharp claws, and his eyes lit up. Ordinary abyssal monsters are judged by the number of spiked claws to judge their level of strength. From 1 claw to 9 claws, it is divided into 9 ranks and 3 ranks. And the one in front of him, with 5 long thorny claws on both hands, is dark red and greenish in color, obviously a middle-level ancient demon with 5 claws. This kind of strength is almost equivalent to that of a middle-ranked emperor-level powerhouse. At that moment, without any hesitation, Chu Yan greeted Xie, and then directly used the method of refining the Yin puppet, and began to refine the Yin puppet. Although, after refining, the strength of this ancient demon cannot be restored to its peak state. However, just relying on the physical strength of this middle-level 5-claw, it is definitely not weaker than the strength of the upper Wudi level 5th level heaven. When Xie heard Chu Yan's greeting, he quickly activated the power of the spirit pattern to help Chu Yan refine it. With the joint efforts of the two, in less than 100 breaths, a powerful 5-clawed middle-level ancient demon was finally refined. The Lord is done. The fragmentary memory of this ancient demon was introduced into Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. However, with just a thought, Chu Yan frowned suddenly. Originally, most of the Yin puppets refined by Chu Yan would continue to use the name before it was lost. However, the name of the ancient demon in front of him has more than 30 characters, which is extremely difficult to pronounce. Forget it, I'll call you Naza. Chu Yan thought for a while, and only took the first 2 characters of its name, which is much more convenient to call. Immediately, with a wave of his hand, Chu Yan took Naza into the Pagoda Hall of Consciousness Sea and handed it over to Jiao, then got up and took Xie and Little White Bear towards the next sarcophagus. For the next month, the sound of fists exploding on the sarcophagus lid continued to resound in this underground stone palace tomb. Chu Yan also did not expect that one of the 4 elephant demon ruins had such a large number of ancient demon corpses. Chu Yan collected the corpses, the little white bear devoured the magic core, and Xie searched for ancient treasures. The 3 of them were extremely busy in the underground stone palace that was nearly 100 miles away. A month passed quickly. The underground stone palace cemetery that was nearly 100 miles away was swept away by the 3 of them, over 100 sarcophagi were blown up, and 18 ancient demons were successfully refined. Among them, after refining an ancient demon, its strength reached the lower emperor level, and it was only 1 step behind Jiao. Finally, Chu Yan fixed his eyes on the last stone palace, which is the largest stone tomb in the middle of this group of ancient tombs. This ancient tomb is definitely not simple, so Chu Yan deliberately left it at the end. Walking in front of the stone gate, 1 left and 1 right, Jingguan, which was piled up with 2 piles of black devil bones, was directly swallowed up by the holy Rakshasa. With a smile on his face, Xie went up and collected the 2 piles of devil bones. Compared with ordinary stone tombs, the color of this devil bone is obviously different, dark and shiny, like black crystal. After entering the Sherman passage, the ground in the huge stone hall is all paved with golden shells. In ancient times, the abyss demons used this golden shell as currency. Just looking at the number of these golden shells, one can know that the identity of the owner of this ancient tomb was definitely not simple. In the middle of the empty stone hall, there are 2 sarcophagi, 1 large and 1 small. Chu Yan swept over with his spiritual sense and found nothing unusual, then he threw out both fists and blasted towards the 2 sarcophagi. Boom! Boom! Amidst the 2 violent noises, the coffin lids of the 2 sarcophagi were thrown flying in response, 1 black and the other red, and 2 streams of dead air rushed out of the coffin, turning into a dark wind, whistling in the stone palace, like howling ghosts, making people cry. People are creepy. Swish. With a tremor, a clone rushed out and walked towards the two sarcophagi. Although Chu Yan has not encountered any danger in this month, Chu Yan still remains cautious. Inside the two sarcophagi, there were actually a man and a woman, two ancient demons. And that male ancient demon was wearing a purple crown on top of his head. Obviously, this is the cemetery where an ancient demon king and his queen were buried together. 2 magic crystals were taken out, and there were 3 golden silk patterns on them, completely different from ordinary magic crystals. Swish. Swish. After throwing it to the little white bear, he was swallowed in one gulp. Boom. A violent force exploded in the little white bear's body in an instant, and the blasted air wave, like a mountain peak moving sideways, pushed Chu Yan and Xie La Jiao away more than 10 steps away at the same time. In the eyes of the little white bear, the purple fire was burning, and he quickly sat cross-legged and began to refine this violent power. This is the little white bear. If it were an ordinary martial artist, such violent power would explode in his body, and he would explode and die immediately. Soon, the little white bear's body was completely enveloped by balls of purple light. It lasted for a full 3 hours before the purple light gradually dimmed and slowly returned to the little white bear's body. When little white bear opened his eyes, 2 bolts of purple lightning shot into the void, blasting out a trail of electric sparks. Damn it, you broke through. Xie La Jiao was startled and exclaimed. Oh! The little white bear jumped up from the ground, screaming excitedly. For a whole month, she crazily devoured hundreds of magic cores, and finally let her demon cultivation break through. The first level of the Demon Emperor. Breaking through from the lower Demon Emperor to the middle Demon Emperor, a big step has been taken. One must know that it took less than a year for little white bear to break through to the Demon Emperor realm, and to break through again in such a short period of time. This speed is probably unique in the world of monsters and beasts. Chu Yan, who was full of smiles, was also extremely happy. Next, the little white bear swallowed a few golden pills, and began to consolidate the demon cultivation after the breakthrough, and improve the cultivation of the physical body. For monsters, physical cultivation is much more important than demon cultivation. And Chu Yan and Xie La Jiao walked towards the 2 sarcophagi and began to prepare for refining. An ancient devil king and an ancient devil queen, before they were lost, their strength had reached the realm of a holy emperor. It took Chu Yan a long time to refine these 2 ancient demons using the technique of Yin puppet. The wills of these 2 ancient demons are extremely terrifying. Even after 1,000,000 years of loss, the demonic will remaining in the flesh is not something that Chu Yan can resist with his current cultivation. Fortunately, with the help of Xie La Jiao, the spirit patterns one after another kept impacting the will of the 2 ancient demons, preventing them from forming a joint force. A stalemate emerged, and the refining process lasted for a full day and night, and the progress was extremely slow. Remember in a second. #C2133 King of Ancient Demons. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. For these 2 ancient demon kings, Chu Yan will never give up easily. Therefore, no matter how difficult it is to refine, Chu Yan gritted his teeth and persisted, despite the remnants of the will of the 2 ancient demon kings constantly impacting Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, but he remained motionless. Veins popped up on Chu Yan's face, his eyes were blood red, his whole body was shrouded in the impact of the black ancient devil's will, and even his physical skin began to turn black. However, the holy Rakshasa deity behind Chu Yan poured down a large amount of Rakshasa's true energy, firmly protecting Chu Yan's body, and resisting the will of the 2 ancient demon kings. Like Chu Yan, forcibly refining a puppet whose cultivation base is much higher than his own is extremely risky. It is even possible to hurt the foundation of cultivation, and in serious cases, it is possible to be backlashed by evil puppets and go crazy. However, this time Chu Yan had Xie La Jiao to help him. It was definitely the best opportunity. How could he give up? For 3 whole days. In front of the 2 sarcophagi, the original stronghold of Black Devil energy disappeared at this time. Instead, there were 2 tall ancient demon kings, standing quietly in front of Chu Yan, full of breath, extremely terrifying. The pinnacle of the Emperor realm. It is only a line away from the realm of the Holy Emperor. Chu Yan was full of joy, swallowed a bottle of golden elixir, felt the almost exhausted true energy in his body, and began to recover quickly. At the same time, his eyes swept across the front, and a whole row of ancient demons. 21 ancient demon puppets, each stronger than the last. Although most of them were from the middle martial emperor to the upper martial emperor realm, among them, there were 3 ancient demon powerhouses with great emperor realm strength. Adding Jiao Ming, at this time Chu Yan has 4 puppets whose strength has reached the great emperor realm. More than a month has passed, and there is still time. Afterwards, Chu Yan took Little White Bear and Xie La Jiao and hurried towards the next demon market. The 4 elephant demon markets are arranged in 4 corners, each of which is nearly 100 feet high. Moreover, the underground area is even more terrifying. Like an abandoned city full of stone palaces. In less than 100 breaths, the 3 of Chu Yan arrived in front of the second demon market. The 3 of them looked at the entrance together, and their expressions changed at the same time due to the almost thick black devil energy. The million-year-old magic energy at these entrances is probably the strongest that Chu Yan has ever seen, and there is no one. Death Qi, Sha Qi, Devil Qi, the 3 breaths are mixed together. After millions of years of fusion, fundamental changes have taken place at this time. The purity of these demonic energy, even if it was devoured by the holy Rakshasa himself, it would take 5 days. 5 days later, at the entrance of the second magic market, it was finally clear, revealing the entrance passage leading to the underground stone palace. The 3 of Chu Yan woke up from their cultivation, rushed into the passage, and went all the way. With the experience of the first underground stone tomb, this time, the 3 of them cooperated, and the efficiency was greatly improved. After Xie La Jiao finished arranging the breathtaking spirit array at the entrance, and when he caught up with Chu Yan, who had already entered the stone palace group, the little white bear had already found a sarcophagus. Boom! With a palm shot, the sarcophagus cover flew up. Chu Yan walked over with his avatar, and when he looked at it, he had a bitter expression on his face. The ancient demon in this sarcophagus has been turned into dry bones, and it does not have the conditions to refine puppets at all. Chu Yan and the others often encountered such a situation in the first demon market, but they did not expect that the first sarcophagus encountered at the beginning of this time was a ruined corpse of an ancient demon. Little White Bear, it's up to you. Chu Yan shouted. Ah! Hearing Chu Yan's call, the little white bear immediately looked proud, raised his chin, slapped his chest loudly all day, turned around and rushed to the depths of the stone palace. In a 4-elephant demon market, the number of ancient demons buried is no less than 1 million sarcophagi. If you search for the sarcophagi one by one, you may not find a few complete corpses in a year. Moreover, in this place, I dare not use my consciousness at will, for fear of attracting some hidden powerful monsters. If there is a battle, more monsters will be attracted. This is like a chain reaction. The change of a small drop of water breaks the current calm of the abyss, and will eventually evolve into a raging sea. Therefore, this is also the reason why so many strong men from the 10 directions starfield came to the land of the abyss, and almost all of them were lost in the end. Even if it is a battle against a monster, it will attract demon tides from all directions at any time. Even if you are the Holy Emperor, in this case, you will only be swallowed up by the submerged ones. But now, with Chu Yan taking the little white bear, it's completely different. Those thick sarcophagi made of special materials can block Chu Yan's divine sense and Qilan's pupils from probing, but they can't escape the little white bear's innate demon sense. Therefore, in the first demon market, the 21 complete ancient demon corpses were all found by the little white bear. Swish! Swish! Chu Yan and Xie, following the little white bear, shuttled quickly through the stone palace. In less than 10 breaths, the three of them stopped in front of a sarcophagus. Boom! With a palm shot, the coffin cover flew up, and Chu Yan's avatar looked closer, and his face suddenly became happy, and he found another one. This ancient demon is a 6-clawed ancient demon, and its rank is not low. Taking out the magic core and giving it to the little white bear to swallow, Chu Yan began to perform the ancient dark puppet technique and began refining. Xie casually set up a spirit formation to protect Chu Yan's body, and then he dodged around, looking for ancient demon bones. 3 days passed in a flash. Boom, boom. The peaceful underground stone palace was broken by a string of purple lightning explosions, and the entire underground stone palace trembled slightly. Ah! The little white bear was surrounded by purple lightning, like a god of thunder, jumped up from the ground, raised his head to the sky, and roared. The Middle Emperor marshal 3 heavens. Little white bear's demon cultivation breaks through again. Chu Yan and Xie turned their heads to see that they all looked happy, but the corners of Xie eyes twitched violently twice. It really is a monster. The fat man watched the little white bear rushing towards Chu Yan excitedly, and after turning around a few times, he calmed down and murmured in his heart. It has been more than a month since they came to this underground palace, and the one who benefited the most is the little white bear. From the lower demon emperor realm at the beginning, devouring the demon core all the way, madly promoted to the middle demon emperor 3rd level. This kind of cultivation speed, let alone in the world of monsters and beasts, even in the world of warriors, there is probably only another monster that can surpass him. As for who the other monster was, of course it was Chu Yan, who had just refined an ancient demon and also had a happy expression on his face. 2 monsters. Xie glanced at the 2 of them, the corners of his eyes twitched, he shook his head, and sighed. Go. Continue. Chu Yan waved his hand, and the 3 of them continued to move towards the depths of the stone palace. Now, little white bear's enthusiasm for cultivation is getting higher and higher. As long as she senses that there is a magic core in the sarcophagus she passes by, she will slap it away with a palm. In this kind of sarcophagus, most of the corpses are mutilated, but there will always be a magic core. Therefore, this group of underground tombs, with nearly 1 million sarcophagi, is definitely a paradise for little white bears to practice. Remember in a second. #C2134 Elder Guming. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Time is running out, and there is still 1 month before the Hades attack the southern part of the outland continent. Chu Yan raced against time, hoping to refine a few more puppets. Now, Chu Yan's cultivation is at the 9th level of the lower martial emperor realm. When breaking through the emperor realm, he raised the 9th level realm in one go, so if he wanted to break through again and be promoted to the middle emperor martial, it would probably take a long time. Therefore, these ancient demon puppets refined by Chu Yan will become the main force to attack the Mingzhu this time. Come on, let's take a look at the golden sarcophagus in the middle. Chu Yan glanced at the huge sarcophagus in the middle of the stone palace. Like every demon ruins, there is also a tall, gold-rimmed sarcophagus in the middle of this demon ruins. However, there are 2 in the last demon ruins, but there is only 1 in this demon ruins. It should be the same, also an ancient demon king. Boom! With one palm, the lid of the sarcophagus flew up, and a wave of black air rushed out, sweeping the entire underground palace. However, when Chu Yan's avatar looked into the sarcophagus, it happened that there was nothing but a pile of black bones. Ha ha ha, good stuff, good stuff. Seeing those black crystal-like bones mixed with golden threads, Xie La Jiao suddenly roared with joy. In ancient times, an ancient demon king turned into a pile of demon bones. It can be seen how tragic the war between gods and demons in ancient times was. Even the ancient demon king with a high status in the abyss was so broken. Seeing Xie La Jiao collecting those magic bones with excitement, Chu Yan looked disappointed. However, it doesn't matter, after all, in the first demon market, Chu Yan refined 2 ancient demon kings at once. And even more depressing things happened right after. Next, the little white bear walked around the underground palace for more than an hour, but a complete ancient magic sarcophagus was not found. Seems like good luck. It will be used up all at once, even if Chu Yan is not reconciled. He overturns all the hundreds of sarcophagi around him. Except for a pile of dead bones, there is not a complete corpse of the ancient demon in the sarcophagus. There is no time to waste. It is impossible for Chu Yan to open every sarcophagus to have a look. Therefore, the 3 of them directly exited the second magic market and headed for the third one. This time, the devilish energy at the entrance of the demon ruins was much more terrifying than the second one. Using the holy Rakshasa deity, it took a full 8 days to remove all the magic energy barriers at the entrance. In the remaining time, less than 20 days, Chu Yan and the 3 rushed into the passage of the third magic market. 15 days later, Chu Yan left Xishang Moxu and headed towards the border of the abyss. The fourth Moxu was not investigated, and Chu Yan had to choose to leave because there was not enough time. However, this time, Chu Yan refined 36 ancient demons, which should be enough to deal with a Ming clan. However, the only thing that worries Chu Yan is that this time the Ming clan suddenly launched an attack, and even the Witch clan, the largest force in the outland continent, was wiped out by them. Among them, the Mingzhu probably has some powerful cards. Thinking all the way, after Chu Yan came out of the 4-elephant demon market, he directly summoned an ancient demon king, and flew with Chu Yan and 3 people in front. Different from being cautious when entering the abyss, this time, the ancient demon king opened the way, and the monsters in the abyss immediately scattered and fled as soon as they sensed the ancient demon king's breath. Therefore, the 3 of them flew at full speed, and in less than 2 days, they left the abyss and flew towards Lingyun Pavilion. In one day, Chu Yan arrived at the Jiuxiao mountain range. In the entire 9-zone mountain range, the 9 layers mountain gate formation has been activated, and within 1,000,000 miles, there are patrolling 9-zone Zoman disciples everywhere. Therefore, as soon as Chu Yan approached the Jiuxiao mountain range, the disciples of the Jiuxiao sect discovered Chu Yan. "Brother Chu Yan, you're back." Then, thunderous cheers resounded throughout the 9 mountains. A large figure rushed out from the 9 mountains and flew towards Chu Yan's direction. Headed by Ling Xuantian, Yuan Ba, Mu Feihuang and other 9 big bosses all came to meet Chu Yan with ecstatic expressions on their faces. At the same time, a large number of disciples of the 9 sects poured in like a tide among the countless spiritual peaks. "Great! Brother Chu Yan, finally back. Ha ha ha, this time, let's see if those fellows from the Ming clan dare to come. Brother Chu Yan is here, and I have no worries in the 9 mountain ranges. What a strong breath, hey, Brother Chu Yan seems to have broken through." All kinds of exclamations resounded through the 9 mountains like a tide, and everyone looked at Chu Yan with fiery eyes. Surrounded by a group of bigwigs, Chu Yan followed Ling Xuantian and went directly to Lingyun Hall. "See, Master." Chu Yan bowed to Ling Xuantian. Good. Good. Just come back." Ling Xuantian looked at Chu Yan with a smile on his face, and the sadness that had been suppressed for almost 3 months was swept away at this moment. "How is the current situation?" Chu Yan asked. This. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Ling Xuantian and a group of 9 Xuanzong sect leaders were stunned. "The situation is not good. Immediately, the eighth elder stood up, shook his head, and said, "The attack speed of the Hades is faster than we imagined. They have wiped out the Wu clan, the main force has crossed the central region and is heading towards the south, and—" When the eighth elder said this, he paused for a while, looked up at Xiao Xuanhuan, then turned his head and said, "Moreover, they seem to have a clear goal, heading directly in the direction of our 9 mountain ranges." Huh. Chu Yan frowned when he heard that. The main force of the Ming clan is extremely powerful. It only takes a day or two to destroy a sect force in the places they pass. If it weren't for them not accepting surrender, the speed would be even faster. Now, most of the remaining forces in the outland continent have formed various alliances and are preparing to join forces to fight against the Hades. However, with the current strength of the Mingzhu, there is no such alliance at all. If they dare to confront them head-on, they all hope that the Mingzhu will attack others first, consume part of their strength, and then engage in a decisive battle. So, the army of the Ming clan attacked all the way, and our forces in the outland continent seldom rescued each other. Hearing this, Chu Yan has a basic understanding of the current situation in the outland continent. How strong is the army of the Ming clan? Why did it become so strong all of a sudden? What cards do you have? Chu Yan asked. The overall strength of the Ming clan has not changed much. The key point is that their strength has become terrifying. I don't know where, a group of Ming clan elders who look like dry bones popped up. Everyone's cultivation is around the level of a high-ranking martial emperor. It seems to be called Elder Gu Ming. Elder Gu Ming. Chu Yan was startled. Equals remember in a second. #C2135 against. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. After some conversation, Chu Yan basically figured out that this time the Ming clan came to attack the power of the Jiuxiao mountain range. More than 20 so-called ancient Ming powerhouses, plus millions of Mingzhu troops, the number is not too many, but the most important thing is those 20 ancient Ming powerhouses. According to the news from the investigation, the power of the Ming clan almost all relies on 20 ancient Ming powerhouses, first sweeping away the opponent's powerhouses, and then the millions of tribes swarmed up. Therefore, to defend the 9 mountains, the most important thing is to block the attacks of these 20 ancient Ming powerhouses. In this regard, the 9 mountains are much weaker. Except for Ling Xuantian and Yuanba, whose cultivation had reached the upper martial emperor, the others were basically the middle martial emperor, and the number of them was less than 20. If you use this strength to fight against the 20 strong ancient ghosts of the Ming clan, the result is just to be imagined. Humph. The Ming clan is coming for me. Chu Yan pondered for a while. Of course he knew that the Mingzhu sent this army to advance all the way, pointing directly at the Jiuxiao mountain range, with the purpose of confronting him. At the very least, they thought that if they went to the 10 Directions Starfield, they would also take revenge on Lingyun Pavilion. Even 2 months ago, Chu Yan asked the powerhouse of the Mingzhu to bring the words back, and they planned to send such a force to test it. But this time, their wishful thinking may be in vain. How many come? How many kills? Chu Yan interrupted the discussion of the 9 elders in the hall, and said directly. This. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the 8th elder was taken aback. Chu Yan, it's okay to say that the army of 1 million clans is all right. The clan army of my 9 sects, combined, exceeds 100 million. Even if it is weaker, I am not afraid that I will not be able to deal with it. However, those 20 ancient Ming powerhouses will be in trouble. As soon as the 8th elder said, the other elders in the hall also nodded their heads, their eyes flickering. That's right. According to the news that came back, it is said that every one of the Ming clan's ancient Ming powerhouses, they all have the strength of the upper martial emperor realm. I heard that there is also a special emperor technique, which can control the blood of the opponent. Even if it is a strong person of the same level, if a few people besiege, they will not be their opponents. These guys without martial soul are all practicing strange arts, they are very strong. What to do? Should we escape? In the main hall, many bigwigs from the 9 sects started talking about it when they heard the words of the 8th elder. Chu Yan watched and listened quietly, did not speak, nor thought about interrupting them. Facing the mighty Hades, who came sweeping with their illustrious reputation, under the tremendous pressure, panic is inevitable. In particular, even the Wu clan, the most powerful force in the outland continent, was wiped out by the Ming clan within 3 months. Such a Ming clan, coming towards the 9 mountains, how could it not frighten them? However, for Chu Yan, it was not a big problem. It only takes one battle, but it can make these people cheer up again. At this moment, no matter what you say, it won't have much effect, and it's definitely not as effective as a victory. Brother, they sent them to the door by themselves, don't we need to go to the Mingzhu? Suddenly, Xie Yang seemed to think of something and asked. Chu Yan was startled, then turned his head, looked at the 8th elder, and asked. This time, who will lead the Hades? Hearing Chu Yan's question, the 8th elder was also taken aback, thought for a while, and replied. It seems to be the new 2nd elder of the Mingzhu named Mo Xing. Mo Xing. Chu Yan frowned slightly, and thought for a long time in the sea of consciousness, but he never thought that there was such a person among the core elders of the Mingzhu. Regarding the situation of the Mingzhu, Chu Yan is very concerned. Every once in a while, he will contact Tiankalu to buy top-secret information about the Mingzhu. Especially after getting the Ear Emperor, almost regularly, the Ear Emperor will directly send all the news about the Tianqi Tower and the Mingzhu. In addition, there have been countless battles between Chu Yan and the Mingzhu, and he knows a lot about some of their core elders. However, this Mo Xing seems to have never heard of it. This Mo Xing, and the new great elder Mo Xian, seem to be both strong men of the ancient Ming. I don't know what happened, but they suddenly appeared. Seeing Chu Yan meditating, the 8th elder quickly added. Suddenly appeared. Chu Yan raised his head, looked at the 8th elder, and said, it seems that the Mingzhu's whole card is here. The Wu clan was destroyed by their sneak attack in a short period of time, because of this. This time, Chu Yan's only worry about dealing with the Mingzhu is the whole card of the Mingzhu. Who cares what comes out of him, just do it. Seeming to have noticed Chu Yan's solemnity, the little white bear roared directly, shocking Chu Yan for a moment. Yes. No matter what he does so much, just fight. With a clear thought, Chu Yan, no longer entangled in the Mingzhu's cards, turned to look at Master Ling Xuantian, and said. Master, prepare to go to war. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the entire Lingyun hall fell silent for an instant, and everyone's eyes turned to Ling Xuantian. Staring closely at Chu Yan's eyes, Ling Xuantian saw the confidence and determination, then nodded heavily, and announced. Pass me the order of the 9 sections. From now on, the 9 sects are ready, the sect's life and death battle. The sound of the order fell, like a thunderous drum, resounding through the entire Lingyun hall. War. Fight. Fight. The bigwigs of the 9 sects in the hall shouted in unison, and the fighting spirit, like fire, rushed through the entire hall in an instant. Next, the bigwigs of the 9 sects all rushed out of the main hall, returned to their sects, summoned the sect army and strong men, and prepared to go to war. In the hall, Chu Yan, Ling Xuantian, Yuan Ba and Mu Feihuang, and several other bigwigs were still discussing. But at this moment, on the other side, hundreds of millions of miles away, Wanjiangzong, a second-rate sect similar to Lingyun Pavilion, now has corpses lying thousands of miles away, with blood flowing like rivers. The entire mountain gate and all the elders and disciples were all lost. Except for a small part that escaped by chance, the others all died in the hands of the Nadir army. At this time, hundreds of thousands of Mingzhu disciples were collecting corpses, and they were preparing to bring them back to the Mingzhu and throw them into the ancestral blood pool. On the top of the mountain, in the main hall of the Wanjiang sect, a group of bigwigs from the Ming clan are gathering to discuss the next attack target, the 9 mountains. It's not difficult to destroy the human race. But, an elder of the Ming clan said. But what? On the main seat, Mo Xing was refining a ball of blood. When he heard the words of the Mingzhu elder, he immediately raised his head, and a pair of bloody eyes shot straight down. However, the 9 mountain ranges where the human race is located, the mountain protection formation, has been strengthened by Chu Yan, and it has become the ancient 9 major formations. It is really troublesome to break through. 9 great formations of ancient times. Mo Xing was stunned when he heard this. As Gu Ming, he knows better than anyone else that the ancient 9 major formations are extremely powerful. Even in ancient times, they were top-level formations. Human race, how come there are 9 ancient formations? Mo Xing asked with a gloomy expression. Beside that Chu Yan, there is a spirit pattern master named Situ Yang. It is said that he is a spirit pattern master of ancient blood. He should help the human race arrange it. An elder quickly replied. The blood of the ancient spirit pattern master. When Mo Xing heard this, a look of excitement flashed in his eyes. For these ancient Mings, the temptation of ordinary warriors' qi and blood is no longer great, but the rarely used ancient blood is a great tonic for them. Okay. Send the order, the army will start tomorrow, and 3 days later, it will start attacking the human race. Mo Xing pinched his right hand fiercely, and the blood cells in his hand exploded, spreading a large cloud of blood mist in the entire hall. Remember in a second. #C2136 Exterminate the human race. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Early the next morning, the Hades were dispatched. Mo Xing, the current second elder of the Ming clan, led 20 ancient Ming powerhouses and 1,000,000 clan troops, rolling across the sky like a black cloud. From Wanjiangzong to Jiuxiao mountain range, if it is a straight line, it will not take a day. The dark army of the Hades was like a black tide, and wherever it passed, the sky and the earth turned pale. Some nearby sect forces, sent out to investigate the strong, and saw the Nadir army crossing the border, all of them turned pale and trembled with fright. But after a while, they all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the army of the Ming clan rushing by and heading towards the Jiuxiao mountain range. Ningzhu, go to the 9 Zun mountains. It's over. The human race is finished, and the Ming clan seems to be eyeing them. Oh my god, I seem to see 20 ancient Ming powerhouses. That aura is too terrifying. That's right, I guess our suzerain can't deal with one of them. Oh, after today, the human race will no longer exist. The bigwigs from various sect forces shook their heads and sighed. The menacing, black tide covering the sky, the army of the Ming clan, amidst the admiration of the strong sect all the way, kept approaching the 9 Zun mountain range. Report. A figure flew from the distant sky, rushed to Mo Xing, and said. According to the investigation, the 9 mountains, the great formation of the mountain gate has already started, and the whole sect is preparing for battle. Hearing the spy's report, Mo Xing's face suddenly sank, and said. The 9 mountains still want to resist. I really don't know how to live or die. All the ancient Ming powerhouses following behind Mo Xing suddenly grinned ferociously. Resist. Ha ha ha. Mo Zihua. As the most powerful of the ancient Ming powerhouses, he directly sneered and said. It's just a group of ants, do you think it's safe to hide in the big formation of the mountain gate? When I participated in the battle between gods and demons, I haven't seen what kind of big formation, hee hee. When Mo Xing heard this, he also sneered and said, the ancient 9-fold mountain guard array is just a little more effort. Joking and laughing all the way, a day later, the Mingzhu army finally reached the outskirts of the Jiuxiao mountain range. The 9 mountain ranges that appeared in front of them were completely silent. Except for the great formation of the mountain gate covering the entire 9 mountains, floating in the void and buzzing, not even a ghost can be seen. Seeing this scene, Xie suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, but he couldn't tell what it was. In the past, when attacking other sects, some fought back desperately, some ran away, and some begged for life, but I have never seen it before. Like the Jiuxiao mountain range, there is no movement at all. Come on, come up and shout for me. Xie hesitated for a moment, but decided to send someone to test it first. Yes, second elder. The 3 powerhouses of the Ming clan responded to the command, turned into electricity, and rushed towards the 9 mountain gates in the distance. Although these 3 powerhouses of the Ming clan are not Sanming, their cultivation has reached the middle martial emperor level, and they can be regarded as the top powerhouses in the clan army. They rushed to the nearest position of the great formation of the mountain gate, stopped their figures, and directly stimulated their true energy and shouted. Humans, listen. Huh. Before the first sentence was finished, the eyes of the 3 of them were straightened. I saw that the ancient 9-fold mountain gate formation in front of them was directly split open in front of them. What's the situation? The 3 of them were taken aback for a moment, and looked at each other. All of them looked confused. Let me go in and have a look. Behind him, Xie ordered loudly. Yes, second elder. The 3 of them received the order, and then their figures flashed, rushed into the crack in the formation, and headed towards the mountain range. Their figures disappeared instantly. After this time, there is no more movement. After half an hour, Xie, whose face was covered with veins, finally couldn't help it. Humph. What a human race, dare to play me. The blood in his eyes flickered, and Xie waved his hand directly, saying, Pass my order, the 1st Brigade, attack. With an order, a team of 10,000 people was separated from the tens of thousands of Mingzhu troops behind him, and flew towards the mountains below. Under the leadership of Chief Wan, 10,000 Mingzhu people rushed to the front of the mountain gate formation in just a few breaths. However, just as they were about to attack, the large formation in front of them trembled again, opening a bigger gap. What? Here it comes again. Seeing this scene, Mr. Wan was taken aback for a moment. They were ordered to attack the great formation of the mountain gate, but now, the great formation of the mountain gate was directly opened. This made their situation a little awkward. Let's attack, people have already opened it, so why attack? If you don't attack, just rush in, but the 3 strong clan members just now seem to have disappeared. Second elder, look. After hesitating for a moment, Chief Wan turned his head, looked at Xie behind him, and asked. Rush in. There was a sneer on Xie's face, and he ordered directly. This group of human races didn't even know that a team of 10,000 people from the Ming clan was enough to strangle them directly from the mountain gate. At least, it is absolutely no problem to find the core of their large formation and destroy the core of the large formation. Yes, second elder. Commander Wan followed up with the order. Without hesitation, he turned around and rushed into the crack as big as a city gate with his 10,000 nadir troops under his command. Although the number of 10,000 strong Mingzhu is quite a lot, compared to the 9 mountain ranges that stretch for hundreds of millions of miles, they are just a drop of water, melting into the sea, and disappearing into the endless mountains. However, this time, it was much better than last time. In less than a few breaths, through the large formation of the mountain gate, one could see that a piece of qi exploded above a spiritual peak, and under the flickering of various lights, it quickly returned to calm. Seeing this scene, Xie frowned suddenly. There is no need to guess, the 10,000th team must have met the human race and fought. However, it only takes a few breaths, and the battle is over. This human race can't be so bad. Second elder, all of this human race should have escaped, ha ha ha. The ancient Ming powerhouse beside him, Mo Zihua, laughed and said, it seems that this battle is much easier than they imagined. However, they didn't see it. Just behind them, the core elders of the Mingzhu who followed saw this scene, but their hearts sank and their faces changed at the same time. They knew that at this time, Chu Yan should be in the 9 mountains. For Chu Yan, they have a much deeper understanding than these elders and powerful ancient Mings who just climbed out of the Zhongshui pond. Just as Mo Xing and Mo Zihua were waiting with smiles on their faces, the first team broke the core of the formation and opened it. Suddenly, the mountain gate formation in front of them trembled again, and a gap opened again. At the same time, in the 9 Zun mountain range, on the spiritual peak where the battle just took place, a black spot was shot straight at like 10,000 arrows. What's that? Mo Xing and Mo Zihua were startled and looked up, but when they saw clearly what those countless black spots were, the smiles on their faces froze immediately. Because, the countless black dots that shot there were bloody heads. A full 10,000. Remember in a second. #C2137, haven't seen you for a long time. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. A team of 10,000 people. A total of 10,000 Mingzhu people. They all turned into bloody heads and were sent back. Not only Mo Xing and Mo Zihua, but even behind them, the large group of Mingzhu soldiers all stood frozen on the spot. How long is this? It's less than 10 breaths. Just like that, he killed all of a full-stacked Netherworld team. What a joke. Not to mention the Netherworld army that has swept across the Outland continent and has never met an opponent, even if it is 10,000 pigs, this is too fast. Damn. Bastard. After a short period of silence, Mo Xing only felt a nameless anger rushing out of his body, his whole body was about to explode, and he roared sharply. Attack me! Attack! Roar! 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 Hearing Mo Xing's order, the dark army of the Hades behind them roared in unison. In the eyes of all the Mingzhu people, 2 blood-red flames spewed out at the same time, and the whole body's true energy burst out like a sea tide. The damned human race actually killed 10,000 members of their Ming clan. You know, even against the top 10 forces in Outerland, they never lost so many clansmen at once. Bloodbath the 9 mountains. Bloodbath the human race. Such a roar exploded in the minds of every Nadir clansman, and the furious millions of troops shot together, and a large torrent of attacks gathered together to form a terrifying bloody wave, heading towards the mountain gate in front of them. Big formation slammed down. Boom, boom. The violent sound was earth-shattering, and the exploding blood-colored air wave rushed out to a height of 1,000 feet, completely covering the entire sky. In the endless explosion of air, the gates of the 9 mountains shook violently, like a lone boat in a stormy sea. It will overturn at any time. The sky-shattering air wave rushed into the sky and the earth, scattered and rushed in all directions. After a full 100 breaths of time, it gradually dissipated. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the mountain gate formation in front of them. But I saw that the precarious formation of the mountain gate was wobbling, but it regained its calm again, not even a single crack appeared. Moreover, compared with before, a large black air current rushed out from the large formation, dispersing the sky. The burst of breath became stronger than before. What? This big formation. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Mo Xing and Mo Zihua changed at the same time, and the 2 pairs of eyeballs almost flew out. What a joke! Nearly 1 million clansmen united to attack this big formation, nothing happened at all, and it is getting stronger and stronger. The ancient 9 major formations. It seems that it is much stronger than they imagined before they came here. I don't believe it, how long can it last? Mo Zihua's face was ashen, and he opened his mouth and shouted, keep attacking me. With an order, the millions of Mingzhu attacked again, and the blood-like attack blasted straight towards the female gate formation in front of them. Boom! 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 A burst of air resounded throughout the world, and the entire mountain range trembled. The continuous attack, without any stagnation, all the millions of Mingzhu troops were impatient, and all of them pushed their blood to the limit, violently attacking, blasting out like a tide. This time, millions of Mingzhu warriors did not hold back at all, with the maximum attack and crazy output. Before, maybe it was a temptation, maybe they underestimated the sect guarding formation, but now, in front of the tens of thousands of bloody clan heads, all the warriors of the Ming clan attacked like crazy. In the overwhelming torrent attack, the ancient 9 major formations persisted for a full hour before finally blasting a crack. Immediately afterwards, from the 9 mountains, a large number of figures rushed out, flying towards the army of the Hades. The leader is none other than Ling Xuantian, Yuan Ba, Mu Feihuang and other 9 sect leaders. Behind them, there are countless 9 Zongmen Zongjuan, still elders and experts from various peaks. The number of the 9 Zun Zongjuan far exceeds that of the Mingzhu, reaching nearly 10 million. However, from the perspective of aura, the overall strength is obviously much weaker. Among the tens of thousands of sect troops, less than 10% have reached the emperor level, and most of them are at the martial emperor level. Therefore, even if the number is 10 times that of the opponent, but in terms of momentum, it is still much worse. When Mo Zihua saw the people from the 9 Zun mountains finally come out, he immediately grinned and said, Ling Xuantian, I thought that you would hide in the formation for the rest of your life until you die. Immediately, he raised his hand and introduced Mo Xingdao, who was beside him. This one is our elder Gu Ming, Mo Xing, the current second elder of the Ming race. Hearing this, Ling Xuantian and his fellow bosses all turned their heads to look at Mo Xing. Originally, today I just want you to hand over Chu Yan, so you can let your human race go, but now. In Mo Zihua's blood-red eyes, a fishy light flashed, and he shouted fiercely. You dare to hurt my Mingzhu people, today, you all will die. As soon as the words landed, the million-strong army of the Ming clan behind them roared in unison. Everyone is going to die. All dead. Die. The murderous roar reverberated throughout the 9 mountains, and the airwaves were like waves, shaking the heavens and the earth. It's you who are going to die. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from the distant mountains. Hearing this voice, Mo Zihua and Mo Xing were stunned, turned their heads fiercely, and looked in the direction of the mountains. I saw a figure in a black robe flying towards him like a stream of light. The nearly tens of millions of 9 soldiers stepped aside in an instant, and Chu Yan brought the little white bear across the sky. Chu Yan. In front of the Nadir army, a group of elders trembled when they saw Chu Yan with a cold face and a faint smile on his mouth. Really? Chu Yan is indeed in the Jiuxiao mountains. Everyone, long time no see. Chu Yan sneered and said. At a glance, apart from the leaders Mo Xing and Mo Zihua, and the group of bloody ancient Ming powerhouses, Chu Yan saw many familiar figures among the netherworld elders behind. Seeing Chu Yan's appearance, Mo Zihua and Mo Xing's expressions tightened immediately, and they turned their heads quickly to look around. However, after a quick scan, it was found that only Chu Yan and the 3 of them did not see any strong man against the divine way. Call. Both of them heaved a long sigh of relief at the same time, and the killing intent appeared on their faces again. Chu Yan, don't think that we dare not kill you if you have something to do with Anishan Dao. Mo Zihua shouted sharply. According to the contract between the Outland Continent and the 10 Directions Starfield, the 2 parties cannot go to war, especially the forces of the 10 Directions Starfield, they cannot attack our Outland Continent. Don't be afraid, this time, I'm the only one coming back. Chu Yan smiled lightly when he heard Fang, and comforted him. Afraid? Shit, fart, am I scared? Hearing Chu Yan's words, Mo Zihua was startled for a moment, and then, his face was purple, he shouted angrily. My Saint Clan's ancient powerhouse wakes up. This time, no one can stop us. Our Saint Clan will dominate the Outland continent. Oh, really? Then Xingtian Pavilion agreed. Chu Yan said suddenly. Of course it's the same as, you. Almost subconsciously, Mo Zihua blurted out, but without saying a word, he felt that he had been fooled by Chu Yan, and his face became deformed with anger. He stared at Chu Yan, and shut up quickly. No one who goes against the divine way came, how dare you be so arrogant and seek death? Hee, sorry. Chu Yan shook his head slightly and smiled lightly. It's good to know that you are wrong. As long as you decide on your own, I can consider letting some people of the human race go. When Mo Zihua heard Chu Yan's words, he immediately looked smug, and finally determined in his heart that there was no one who went against God, and there was only Chu Yan in front of him. I mean, I'm sorry, all of you Mingzu have to die today. As soon as the words landed, everyone in the audience was stunned. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2138 Close the door and beat the dog. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. In half a breath, everyone in the Ming clan reacted. What? What did that Chu Yan say just now? He even said that all the millions of Mingzu here are going to die. What's the meaning? Could it be that he meant that he could kill all the millions of Hades here? Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, do you think that you are invincible in the world after you have entered the 10 Directions starfield and entered the Tao against God? A netherworld chief who laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his waist. The other Mingzu people also all laughed, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Although they know that Chu Yan's combat power is very strong, especially the super-level combat power, beheading many saints and saints of the Ming clan. But, that's going it alone, can it be the same? Not to mention the millions of people here, even the 20 ancient Ming powerhouses standing in front, any one of them is enough to rival Chu Yan. One must know that the strength of each of these ancient Ming powerhouses resurrected from the Zhongshui pond is not weaker than that of the superior martial emperor. It is by no means a young genius of the Mingzu, which can be compared. What's more, there are 20 ancient Ming powerhouses, and these are 20 high-ranking martial emperor realm powerhouses. In the War of the Ming clan, to conquer the Outland continent, let alone 20, even 5 or 10 ancient Ming powerhouses would be enough to sweep away any sect other than the top 10. In front of such a powerful force, this Chu Yan dared to speak wild words. Situ Yang, do it. However, when everyone looked at Chu Yan with a sneer on his face, as if watching a joke, Chu Yan grinned and waved his hand back suddenly. Immediately afterwards, a row of black shadows rushed towards the 9 mountains in the distance, towards the main peak of Lingyun Pavilion. Brother, here we come. Hee. Heard the voice. Everyone turned their heads to look, but saw a huge fat figure in the distance, rushing to the front, followed by a bunch of dark things. Altar. Mo Zihua fixed his eyes and saw 9 black altars with a height of more than 10 feet flying towards their direction, following the fat man. At a glance, there are 9 black altars. Judging from the shape of the spirit patterns on the altars, it looks like some kind of large-scale spirit array. Could it be that this Chu Yan brought back some whole cards from an Aishan Dao? A thought flashed in his mind. Mo Zihua and Mo Xing looked at each other, and a look of surprise flashed in the depths of their eyes at the same time. Everyone, quit, huh? He shouted loudly, but before he finished shouting, he saw that the fat man, pulling a long string of altars, suddenly turned around and flew towards the mountain below. What are you doing? Mo Zihua's face was full of doubts, and he didn't understand at all what Chu Yan was going to do. Swish! 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 Like a string of meteors, they lined up across the sky, turned sharply, and fell towards the mountain below, and landed on the top of the mountain in an instant. With a face full of flesh, Xie La Jiao waved his hand, and 9 black altars were lined up directly on the top of the mountain, occupying 9 positions and forming a formation. Hey, it's time for me to show off my power. Raising his head and looking at the sky, Xie La Jiao grinned at a group of Hades who were staring blankly at him, and then flipped his hands over, shaking out a few black magic bones, with a few golden silk threads shining on them. This is the Abyss Golden Yuan Bone of the Demon King. Seeing the magic bone that Xie La Jiao took out, the expressions of Mo Xing and Mo Zihua changed at the same time. As the powerhouses of the Ming clan in ancient times, how could they not know the monsters of the Abyss, and it can even be said that they are unforgettable. But the next moment, before they could react, 9 black lights shot up into the sky. Hum. Buzz, buzz. The disappearing ancient 9 major formations unfolded in an instant, and a large black light, like a double opening sky, shot up into the sky, scattered towards the sky, and spread rapidly. Almost in the blink of an eye, the original 9-color light array had all turned into pitch black. In an instant, the originally clear and cloudless sky was instantly covered by a large formation, and all the light in the sky disappeared, and the sky and the earth suddenly darkened, as if it had turned into night. What? They moved the ancient 9 major formations here. Mo Zihua's mind was buzzing, and he was completely stunned. What are these human races, this Chu Yan, going to do? This kind of mountain gate formation can only be used for defense and is not offensive at all. What is he doing when he brings this formation to the battlefield? Not only Mo Zihua, but also Mo Xing and all the Ming clansmen were all in a daze. However, above the sky, the somewhat different ancient 9 great formation has already begun, enveloping millions of Hades, including tens of millions of human warriors in the 9 mountains. Chu Yan, what are you doing? Elder Mo Xing looked up at Chu Yan, only to find that there was a strange smile on the corner of his mouth, which made his heart shudder. Not long ago, that bad premonition reappeared. Don't do what? Chu Yan shrugged, chuckled, and said, close the door and beat the dog, just for fear that you will run away. What? Afraid we ran away. Nearly 30% of our army of 1 million Ming clansmen are Emperor Realm powerhouses. There are also 20 ancient Ming powerhouses whose strength is comparable to that of the Upper Martial Emperor, and the elders of Gu Ming personally sit in the battle. To deal with a small human race, you still need to run. Wait, that doesn't seem right here. The one who should run seems to be your human race. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, don't you understand that this big formation you have created will leave your human race with no chance of escape? Mo Zihua laughed wildly, he had never encountered such a cooperative one. Idiot. Seeing the smug smile on the other party's face, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold. Swish. At a speed almost invisible to the naked eye, Chu Yan's figure turned into a black lightning bolt and rushed past. When everyone reacted and Xuanhuan looked at Chu Yan, he had already returned to his original position, as if he had never moved. Moreover, there is one more person in hand. So fast. How could it be so fast? All the powerhouses of the Ming clan changed their expressions, but when they looked at Chu Yan, who was grasped by the neck like chickens, all of them stared and opened their mouths at the same time. What? Mo Zihua. He couldn't believe his eyes. An ancient Ming powerhouse whose cultivation had reached the Upper Martial Emperor realm, unexpectedly was caught alive by the enemy in half a breath. How can this be? You let him go soon. In Mo Xing's heart, the bad premonition became stronger and stronger. He raised his eyes, looked at Chu Yan in surprise, and roared anxiously. As long as you let him go, I can spare your life. Let him go. Chu Yan sneered. Immediately, he raised his right hand, grabbed Mo Zihua's entire head, and twisted it fiercely. Click! There was a sound of neck bone breaking, and Mo Zihua's entire head was twisted off alive, and the dirty blood sprayed out from the neck was half a foot high. What? You are bold. Dare to kill me, Elder Gu Ming. Mo Xing exclaimed in shock. Put your head down. As I said, all of you will die. As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan casually threw Mo Zihua's head to the opposite side, and at the same time, an extremely violent breath exploded behind him. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2139 Hongmeng Behemoth. In the eyes of nearly a million trembling pairs, a tall animal body slowly appeared behind Chu Yan. A vast aura that seemed to rush from the ancient prehistoric world picked up a large wind and swept across the entire sky. Hongmeng giant beast. A pair of bloodshot eyes stared behind Chu Yan, the lion and scorpion beast as tall as a mountain. Mo Xing's brain exploded with a buzz. This Chu Yan, the giant primordial beast from there. Isn't this thing extinct in ancient times? How could it be possible to survive in this era? Others don't know that, as a strong man of the Ming clan in ancient times, Mo Xing certainly knew that this giant beast was the most powerful beast at that time. Therefore, almost every Protoss powerhouse will find a way to subdue one as his auxiliary combat power. Under a large number of hunts and kills, the number of giant primordial beasts is almost extinct in less than 10,000 years. Later, the preciousness of a grand mist beast was almost equivalent to a city in ancient times. It was absolutely impossible for someone who was not a strong person with a very high status to own a grand mist beast. Giant beast. Hearing Mo Xing's shocking words, Chu Yan was startled. Isn't it a prehistoric beast? How did the prehistoric beast that guarded the primordial chaotic spirit array turn into a grand, monstrous beast? Could it be that it's so difficult to refine? Chu Yan asked Jiao Ming to refine this black marsh lion and scorpion beast. It was not until the first 2 months that the refining was successful, and it became a puppet. Chu Yan was still wondering why a prehistoric beast was more difficult to refine than the ancient demon king. It turns out that this guy's true identity is a giant primordial beast. Roar. Amidst a sky-shattering roar, the giant beast of the primordial origin, the black marsh lion and scorpion, roared to the sky. The body of the nearly 500-foot-high beast was like a hill. The strong, rushing and rolling back. Great Emperor Realm. Mo Xing managed to stand firm, and when he raised his head, his bloodshot eyes looked at the giant beast, and the eyeballs almost flew out. The cultivation of this primordial monstrous beast has actually reached the Great Emperor Realm. If it was in the ancient times, a giant beast of the Great Emperor Realm was nothing at all. Ordinary primordial monstrous beasts with the lowest cultivation level, that's all. But, is this the ancient times? Of course not. Millions of years after the war between gods and demons, the gods and abyssal demons have all disappeared, so there is no real power left there. Even those of them, the elders of Gu Ming, who were cannon fodder in ancient times, are now resurrected, and they are enough to sweep a continent. But now, a giant primordial beast appeared alive in front of his eyes, which caused a huge spiritual impact on all the ancient Ming powerhouses. What they couldn't understand the most was that this Chu Yan got this and a giant beast from those people. Could it be against the way of God? Mo Xing knows the sea, flash this name. All of a sudden, he looked stunned. Right. It is only possible for an Ai Shindao, who can fight against Xingtian Pavilion, to keep such a powerful whole card. However, why did an Ai Shindao give such a terrifying whole card to Chu Yan? Snort. There were thousands of thoughts in his mind, but Mo Xing still hummed heavily, saying, Chu Yan, don't think that if an Ai Shindao gave you a giant beast, you are qualified to sit on an equal footing with us. Let me tell you, your primordial giant beast is not a real war beast, but just a puppet. More than 20 of us are enough to deal with it. What's more, we still have millions of clan troops and 300,000 Emperor Realm clansmen. Now, I can take a step back. Mo Xing's eyeballs kept rolling, and finally his tone softened, and he said, "As long as you leave now, I can let you go. Although the Hongming giant beast can be dealt with, the price is not small. Once Chu Yan agrees to take back the giant beast, Mo Xing will take action and directly suppress Chu Yan without giving him a chance to summon. In this way, Chu Yan and the human race can be killed with the smallest cost." Idiot. Seeing the light in the depths of Mo Xing's eyes, Chu Yan shook his head and sneered. Immediately, with a wave of his hand, tall figures appeared one after another behind him. Including the 2 ancient demon kings, 36 ancient demons, together with Jiuming, and 8 dragon warriors, all appeared behind Chu Yan. All of a sudden, the large space behind Chu Yan was completely filled. Dark demonic energy, evil spirit energy, and death energy, like a hurricane, swept across the audience. Even the void was impacted, almost distorted. What? Mo Xing and other ancient Ming powerhouses saw the rows of abyssal ancient demons behind Chu Yan, and their minds were like thunder, and their bodies trembled in shock, almost falling directly from the air. How can this be? One mammoth giant beast is fine, why are there still 3 ancient demons comparable to the Great Emperor Realm and more than 30 Upper Martial Emperor Realm appearing? After the ancient war between gods and demons, the abyssal demons and the heavenly realms disappeared at the same time. From then on, the abyss was full of powerful monsters, and it was impossible to enter. This Chu Yan, with so many ancient abyss demons found there, could it be that he dug up the ancestral graves of the ancient abyss demons? Here in the Ming clan, among the more than 20 ancient Mings present, almost all of them are the midterm strength of the Upper Martial Emperor, and he is the only one who is the peak of the Upper Martial Emperor. However, there are 3 puppets on the opposite side, whose strength is equivalent to that of the Great Emperor. Just looking at the aura of the ancient demon king made all the warriors of the Ming clan tremble uncontrollably with feces green faces. 3 Great Emperor-level puppets. If this is a shot, it will be really easy to kill all the millions of Hades here. Give me a hand, leave no one behind. Just when all the Hades in the audience were trembling with fright, a voice that knocked them out of their wits sounded. I saw. Chu Yan waved his hand, and behind him a group of ancient demon puppets bowed together and said, "Yes, my lord." As soon as the words fell to the ground, the 2 ancient demon kings charged towards the Hades with 36 ancient demons. And Jiuming, with the 8 dragon warriors, guarded around Chu Yan. Almost in the blink of an eye, an ancient demon king rushed in front of Mo Xing, raised his hand and grabbed it hard. I block. Mo Xing's eyes trembled as he watched the 7 claw spikes fall. His heart was about to burst, the blood in his whole body exploded, he let out a violent roar, and raised his hand to block it. However, nothing works at all. A high-level martial emperor peak, facing an ancient demon powerhouse of the Great Emperor rank, is like a child facing a grown-up man. As the 7 claw spikes fell, Mo Xing's entire body was directly grabbed and exploded, turning into minced meat and dirty blood scattered all over the sky. His first block, with all his strength, didn't even manage to resist it, and he killed it instantly. Seeing the second elder, Mo Xing, being killed with one move, all the Mingzhu troops were collectively petrified, sluggish in the air. Mom! Run away! Suddenly, there was a terrified howl, and all the Ming clansmen came to their senses and ran away together. #C2140 Dead Mountain and Sea of Blood. A group of ancient demons, led by the king of ancient demons, charged into the army of the Hades, waving countless spiked claws. Like a group of gods of death, wielding their sickles, harvesting fresh lives one by one, not to mention ordinary Ming clan warriors, even ancient Ming powerhouses, they only lost one move. At this moment, everyone understood why the abyssal demons were comparable to the gods of the heavens in ancient times. Even if it was lost in the end, it also caused devastating damage to the Protoss and all continents, including the 10 Directions starfield. These abyssal demons almost exist for killing. Their skin is like steel, even the sharpest spirit soldiers can only make a white mark. And their whole body, including their teeth, are killer weapons, especially the sharp claws on their hands. Even if they are spirit soldiers, they will be broken with one claw. For a time over the entire 9-zun mountain range, in the world covered by a large formation, countless bloody winds were stirred up. The million-strong army of the Ming clan was chased and killed by more than 30 ancient demons, and they were chasing and killing all over the sky, and pieces of them were lost. However, anyone who is swept up by the devilish energy within 100 steps of the ancient demon has no possibility of survival, but in the end, the difference between being cut into more than a dozen pieces is still the difference between dozens of broken corpses. Under Situ Yang's control, the ancient 9 major formations firmly covered a distance of 10,000 li. No one could rush out of this range. If the army hadn't bombed the camp before, and everyone worked together, perhaps about 10 moves could break the formation and escape. But now, all the Hades are being hunted down by the ancient demons. How could they join forces to attack the formation? And 1 or 2 sporadic attacks are like mosquito bites to the formation, and have no effect at all. Therefore, at this very moment, the sky above the 9-zun mountains has completely turned into a hell on earth, where flesh and blood are milled. The sky is full of screams. Limbs and broken arms are thrown everywhere. A torrential rain of blood splattered the sky, and the corpses below had piled up into a mountain. Blood flowed like a river, dyeing the mountain peaks below red, which looked particularly glaring. More than 30 ancient demons fought against millions of Mingzhu troops, but it turned into a one-sided massacre. Whether it is the ancient Ming powerhouse or the elders of the Ming clan, their attacks are meaningless to the ancient abyss demon with skin as hard as steel. In addition to fleeing, there is only death. After this unequal battle lasted for an hour, the fighting spirit of the Ming clan completely collapsed. Surrender! We surrender! The warriors of the Ming clan were terrified and fled in all directions, but they couldn't escape the range of mountains covered by the Great Array. There is no way to go to the sky, no way to go to the earth. You can't fight, you can't fight, you can't escape, you can't escape. Under such a desperate situation, more and more Mingzhu people, who were not considered to have a strong will, completely disappeared, and a large number of them knelt down on the ground, and began to pray for Chu Yan to spare their lives. In an hour's time, 500,000 of the millions of clan troops were killed, and almost none of the remaining 500,000 people could still stand. The strong smell of blood wafting through the sky. The hill-like mountain of corpses and sea of blood below is a scene like hell on earth. Chu Yan, they surrendered. Seeing a large group of Mingzhu people kneeling densely in the sky above the sky, the 8th elder immediately became happy and said, "Yeah." Chu Yan nodded, his face didn't change at all. Ah. Ah. Above the sky, the massacre continues. The Ming clansmen who knelt down and didn't run away, greatly improved the killing efficiency of the ancient demons. The sky seemed to be dropping dumplings, and corpses with expressions of despair and horror kept falling. "Jiao Ming, you guys go too." Chu Yan's voice was cold, but with a biting murderous look. "Yes, my lord." Jiao Ming bowed to accept the order, and with a wave of his hand, the 8 dragon warriors rushed out together. The addition of Jiao Ming and dragon warriors increased the speed of slaughter again. Seeing this scene, the 8th elder suddenly twitched his eyes, looked at Chu Yan's pupils, and shrank severely. It seems that Chu Yan has no intention of letting these people go, and he is really preparing to leave no one behind. Jiao Ming, who holds a 3-pointed and 2-edged knife, has a killing efficiency that is not as good as that of the ancient demon. Almost every time he swings a spear, he can cut a road of flesh and blood. Chu Yan's face was full of blood, and his face was cold, unmoved by the scene of hell. As for the Ming clan, he had already made an oath to kill one of them if he could, and would never let them go. Of course, he would not accept their surrender. Moreover, this battle is just an appetizer. Another hour passed, and above the sky, the figures of the Ming clan had disappeared. A total of 1 million Mingzhu troops were slaughtered, not a single one was left alive. As for the 20 ancient Ming powerhouses, they were the last to be bombarded and killed by the ancient demon kings. Together with the elders from the Ming clan, they all died in the hands of the 2 ancient demon kings. Between the mountains below, there was a mountain of corpses in the sky, and the blood lying there merged into a river of blood, staining the land with a radius of hundreds of miles red. Even the big suzerains like Ling Xuantian, Yuan Ba, and Mu Feihuang, when they saw such a scene, their expressions were all condensed and their spirits trembled slightly. "My lord, this is what you want to live." Jiao Ming, carried a Mingzhu elder who had been abolished, walked up to Chu Yan, and bowed. "Very good." Chu Yan nodded, and then with a big wave of his hand, he took back Jiao Ming, dragon warrior, and all the ancient demons, and asked them to return to the pagoda hall to recover by themselves. Although there was no resistance, the consumption of killing millions of powerful Hades was not small. "Look at the attack plan of the Hades." The next moment, Chu Yan raised his right hand, and his claws turned into claws, grabbed the heads of the elders of the Ming clan on the ground, and began to search for souls. After a few breaths, the Emperor Fire gushed out from Chu Yan's right hand, burning the elders of the Ming clan into ashes. His eyes flickered slightly. From the memory of this Mingzhu elder, Chu Yan already knew that the Mingzhu not only sent this army to attack the Ninezun mountain range, but also sent other tribes to other directions, including Wanjiangzong. Therefore, Chu Yan did not hesitate, and after saying goodbye to Ling Xuantian, he took Little White Bear and Situ Yang and headed towards Wanjiangzong. Last time in Wanjiangzong, because of Chu Yan's intervention, the Ming clan's plan to destroy Wanjiangzong failed. Therefore, this time, the Mingzhu sent a more powerful force to Wanjiangzong. On the one hand, it was because of revenge, and at the same time, after preparing to attack Wanjiangzong, it was used as a stronghold to attack the southern part of the outland continent. After all, the location of Wanjiangzong is in the middle of outland continent, and the geographical advantage is excellent. The 3 of Chu Yan, riding on the black marsh lion and scorpion, flew all the way through the air, their speed increased several times, and rushed towards Wanjiangzong. At this time, the main force of the Ming clan, led by Mo Xian, had already arrived at the gate of Wanjiangzong. #C2141 Wanjiangzong. In the Wanjiang sect, around the tall Lingfang, there are 4 wide and unrestrained streams, with extraordinary momentum. As a second-rate sect in outland continent, Wanjiang sect's power is not as powerful as the top 10 sects, but it is still among the top 100 sects. At this time, the great formation of the Wanjiang sect's mountain gate had already been opened, and the disciples and elders of the sect all over the mountains and plains gathered in the sky in front of the mountain gate, forming a formation as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Thousands of miles away from the Wanjiang sect's mountain gate, the Ming clan's army of millions had already surrounded the Wanjiang sect. Mo Xian stood in the air, with a sneer of disdain, looking down at the Wanjiangzong mountain gate below. "Listen, Wanjiangzong, I will give you 10 breaths of time to get out and surrender immediately, otherwise, the entire sect will be slaughtered, leaving no one behind." Mo Xian's roar, driven by his true energy, shook the entire Lingfang mountain, and even the formation at the mountain gate buzzed. "The ultimatum has been issued, and the 10-hour time will start counting immediately. Surrender." All the bosses of Wanjiangzong were stunned. The power of the Hades swept across the outland continent, and wherever they passed, people were devastated. "When did you hear about surrendering?" These Mingzhu people, as long as they die, they don't keep alive. Up to now, no one in the outland continent knows. This kind of trick was just a few months ago, to fool the sects that were slaughtered at first. Who would believe it now? There are still 5 breaths. Seeing that there was no movement at the mountain gate below, Xie roared again. The last 3 breaths. Seeing that the time was approaching, a gap was opened in the formation of the mountain gate below, and a figure flew over. It was the sect master of Wanjiang sect, Jiang Wuhue. Hee, I really fell for it. Seeing Jiang Wuhue flying towards him, Xie immediately put on a playful smile, turned his head and smiled at a group of Mingzhu elders behind him. I am the holy majesty of the Ming clan, invincible in the world, and whoever dares to disobey when I aspire to the top of the Tianfeng in the outer territory will be counted as their acquaintance. The great elder is mighty. The great elder descended from the heavens, and no mortal dare not obey. Ha ha ha, I sent you to die. A group of Mingzhu elders hurriedly flattered, all of them flattering. Xie, whose jaw kept rising due to a wave of strong flattery, looked at Jiang Wuhue, who flew towards him, his face full of arrogance. Death is imminent, and you need to save face. Could it be that the disciples in his sect will give him a high look when you come out a few breaths later? The elders of the Ming clan followed Xie's gaze, looked at Jiang Wuhue together, and sneered. However, not only Xie, but also ordinary Mingzhu elders like them, have lived in outland continent for tens of thousands of years by watching other people's faces. Especially the witch clan, in order to please them, the Ming clan has to donate a lot of wealth and resources every year, and they have to be submissive, showing a low-browed and pleasing slave image everywhere. It is precisely because of this that for tens of thousands of years, they have called the place served by the Wu clan a comfortable place. Even a few months ago, the army of the Ming clan suddenly launched an attack. When they besieged the base camp of the Wu clan, the group of witch kings even scolded the spies of the Wu clan who came to report the news, saying that it was impossible for the Ming clan to rebel. The Wu clan, which has been the largest force in the outland continent for tens of thousands of years, has long been decayed as the Wu emperor practiced in seclusion day and night. And until the day when the headquarters of the Wu clan was breached, the Wu emperor never showed up, and his whereabouts were unknown. Originally, the Wu emperor who had been staying in the headquarters of the Wu clan was just a clone, not the Wu emperor himself at all. Great Elder, after the Wanjiang sect, when the second elder destroys the 9 mountains, there will be no more serious troubles in this outland continent. Our Saint clan will rule the world, just around the corner. The 9 mountains. It's a serious problem. If it weren't for Chu Yan, who has the God-defying way behind him, he wouldn't be as good as my Dharma eye. Xie's face darkened, he glanced at the Mingzhu elder who had just spoken, and snorted coldly. Yes. Hearing this, the Mingzhu elders were taken aback, and hurriedly responded. That's right, a mere Chu Yan, what is it, even if it is against the gods, with the current strength of my saints, I am not afraid of him. Another Mingzhu elder seized the opportunity and hurriedly spoke. When Xie heard this, his proud smile returned to his face immediately, and he nodded, the blood in his eyes flickered slightly. In the past few months, the Ming clan has swept across the entire outland continent by relying on the continuous resurrection of ancient Ming powerhouses in the ancestral blood pool, and there is no single enemy at all. Except for one Wu clan, after nearly half of the territory was captured by the Ming clan, they suddenly woke up and used the strength of the whole clan to fight. But it was too late, the general situation of the Ming clan had already been established, and most of the elite Wu clan lost, and they still failed. From then on, all the elders and clansmen of the Ming clan were finally convinced that this time, the Ming clan had succeeded. Those who follow me prosper, those who oppose me perish. But now, the dogma that everyone in the Ming clan believes in is that as long as the corpses of the strong in the mainland are continuously collected and put into the ancestral blood pool, more ancient Ming strong will come out. At that time, not to mention the outland continent, even the star region of the 10 directions, the Hades will dare to gamble. Thinking of this, the red light in Mo Xian's eyes became even more ferocious. Perhaps, what the Hades could not do millions of years ago, is now becoming a reality. Just as Mo Xian was imagining a beautiful blueprint, Jiang Wuhui, who was below, had already flown to the front and slowly stopped. Mo Xian and the other Ming clan bosses all turned their heads and looked at Jiang Wuhui, ready to accept the other party's kneeling. However, Jiang Wuhui had an awe-inspiring look on his face, and when he said a word, all the bosses of the Ming clan were stunned. Mo Xian, stop wishful thinking, I, Wan Jiangzong, will never give in. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Mo Xian and the elders of the Ming clan were all stunned, and looked at Jiang Wuhui with surprise on their faces. Unexpectedly, do not surrender. Could it be that Jiang Wuhui is looking for death? Jiang Wuhui, where do you have the confidence to resist my army of the Ming clan with just a Wanjiang sect? Mo Xian's pupils narrowed, looked at Jiang Wuhui, held down the endless killing intent in his chest, and asked. I, Wan Jiangzong, belonged to the human race. Jiang Wuhui pondered for a moment, and then directly answered. What? Human race? Mo Xian was stunned for a moment, unable to react. Isn't the human race also a second-rate force? It seems that Wan Jiangzong's strength is only stronger than that of the human race. Could it be, because of that, Chu Yan? Mo Xian thought, and a person appeared in his mind. Not bad. Jiang Wuhui nodded directly. Humph. You are looking for death. Don't think that Chu Yan has become your backer after joining the God-defying Dao. When Mo Xian heard that Jiang Wuhui was using Chu Yan as a backer, he immediately became angry and shouted sharply. I'm not afraid to tell you that the second elder of my holy clan has led an army to the Jiuxiao mountain range. At this time, I believe that the Ninezun mountain range has been razed to the ground and the entire sect is wiped out, including that. Chu Yan. What? You destroyed the human race. Jiang Wuhui said in surprise, his expression changed greatly upon hearing the words. Seeing Jiang Wuhui's expression, Mo Xian grinned grimly, and threatened again. Surrender, or die. #C2142 Break the mountain gate. Jiang Wuhui, who was originally shocked, was awakened by Mo Xian's threatening words. Looking at Mo Xian again, it became extremely complicated. Surrender. What's the point? In the end, it's not about being wiped out by these Mingzhu and thrown into their blood pool. Anyway, if you die, then die more vigorously. No. We will never surrender. In Jiang Wuhui's eyes, his gaze instantly became decisive, and he turned around and headed back towards the mountain gate without saying a word. Looking at the back of Jiang Wuhui, who was resolutely going, Mo Xian's eyes were filled with bloody murderous intent, instantly ignited. Kill me. Destroy the Wanjiang sect. Don't leave any chicken or dog behind. Without the slightest hesitation, Mo Xian ordered directly. Yes, great elder. When a group of Mingzhu elders heard the words, their eyes suddenly brightened, looking towards the direction of the Wanjiangzong mountain gate, their eyes were full of bloodthirsty light. Why not accept the sect's surrender? Neither the Ming clan elders nor Mo Xian are fools. They naturally know that if they accept the surrender, their speed of unifying the outer continent will be at least 10 times faster. From the time when the Ming clan started attacking the Witch clan, almost every martial artist they met was killed by them, and none of them was spared. And those cities under the rule of powerful sects were directly slaughtered, even ordinary people were not spared. Because not only their ancestral blood pool needs the energy and blood of the strong, but even these Ming clan warriors all need the energy of warriors to improve their cultivation. To put it simply, the more they kill, the more energy and blood they can devour, and the faster their cultivation will improve. Therefore, when a war against the Wu clan came to an end, at least 30,000 members of the Ming clan directly broke through to the Emperor realm. As the battle to attack all the sects in the mainland continued, the cultivation of the people of the Ming clan became stronger and stronger. All of this is due to the ancient Ming powerhouses, like Mo Xian, who crawled out of the Zhongshui pond. Their resurrection not only enhanced the strength of the Ming clan, but at the same time, brought to the Ming clan the complete ancient times, the strongest cultivation technique of the Ming clan. Finally, the incomplete exercises of the Ming clan were completely repaired. From then on, the exercises practiced by the core members of the Ming clan changed from the middle grade heavenly rank to the upper grade imperial rank. Although in the Outland continent, there are almost all emperor-level high-grade exercises, 10 major ethnic forces, and hundreds of overlord sects. However, there are various conditions and restrictions for ordinary emperor-level high-grade exercises to practice. In the end, the number of disciples who can really practice is extremely small. However, this technique of the Ming clan is an extremely rare bloodline technique. The only requirement is the purity of the bloodline. Therefore, among the Ming clan, at least more than 30% of the tribe can practice. The result of such a situation is extremely terrifying. In less than 2 years, the strength of the Ming clan has doubled without the others noticing it. And those big bosses of the Ming clan, in order to confuse the Witch clan and others, even deliberately showing weakness to paralyze everyone. But now, when they showed their claws, let go of their masks, and launched a war against the entire continent, his strength had reached the point where he didn't need to worry about anything. Boom! 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 Millions of Mingzhu powerhouses all erupted, attacking like a torrent of blood, and rushed towards the mountain gate of Wanjiangzong. The sound of violent air waves resounded, and the entire mountain was trembling, and the sky and the earth were covered by the bloody true energy. Millions of powerhouses of the Ming clan began to frantically attack Wanjiangzong's mountain gate formation. Boom! Boom! The blood-colored wind swept across the world, rushing and scattered, and the airwaves rolled and disappeared slowly. However, when Mo Xian raised his eyes and looked in the direction of the Wanjiangzong mountain gate, his expression changed. Huh. It's all right. Not only Mo Xian, but even all the elders of the Ming clan had expressions of astonishment on their faces. They didn't expect that the formation of the mountain gate would be held back by the combined attack of millions of Mingzhu troops. How can this be? Wanjiangzong is just a second-rate sect. How strong is the mountain gate formation? You must know that the Ming clan's attacks on other second-rate forces and the formation of the mountain gates have always been done in one sweep, and almost even half of the mountain gates can be blown away. But now, there is nothing wrong with this mountain gate. Humph. A bunch of trash. Mo Xian snorted coldly, his bloodshot eyes swept over a group of netherworld elders behind him, and the killing intent of the emperor surged out like a tide. Delicious flesh and blood are right in front of your eyes. These useless things can't even be blown away by the formation of the mountain gate. Like Mo Xian, the ancient Ming clan who had just climbed out of the blood pool had a thirst for blood almost to the point of madness. Therefore, when the Ming army went out to fight, it was almost accompanied by a large number of ancient Ming powerhouses. On the one hand, the ancient Ming powerhouse can sweep the opponent's top-level combat power, and at the same time, it can also devour a large amount of flesh and blood to restore and improve its strength. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. If you can't open this mountain gate formation, all of you will give me the Zhongshui pond. Mo Xian's voice was extremely cold, full of killing intent. All the elders and clan members of the Ming clan were so frightened that their hair stood on end. Next, the blood and true energy in the bodies of millions of Mingzhu clansmen exploded together, just like the rough sea surface, instantly picked up the turbulent waves, and evolved into a tsunami that swallowed the world. Boom! 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 A large wave of blood fell from the sky, heavily bombarding the great formation of the mountain gate of Wanjiangzong, and the blasted air storm went straight to Jiuxiao. The great formation of the mountain gate of Wanjiangzong trembled crazily under the attack like a storm, and the light of the spiritual formation on the surface quickly dissipated. On the main peak of the mountain gate, Jiang Wuhui and a group of Wanjiang sect bigwigs were all pale when they saw that the formation was about to lose their hold. Although the Zonman formation has been reinforced by Chu Yan, it can't last long in the face of such a terrifying attack. Sure enough, in less than 10 breaths, the entire mountain gate exploded. Boom, boom. As if a huge bubble burst, and the sky filled with spiritual light, the mountain gate of Wanjiang sect was completely opened. The entire main peak of Wanjiang is still trembling. Kill me! In the sky, the screams of the Ming clan shook the sky and the earth, and countless warriors of the Ming clan, like locusts, roared down densely. In an instant, on the main peak of Wanjiang sect, 2 torrents collided, and the sound of fighting rose into the night. There is no suspense at all. The army of the Ming clan, which has nearly 30% of the emperor's powerhouse, is like a flood passing through. The millions of disciples of the Wanjiang sect cannot stop it. Like rice fields swept by the flood peak, large areas were swallowed up and disappeared without a trace in an instant. The sky was full of blood, countless spiritual soldiers, shouts of killing, laughter, and screams resounded through the clouds. The feast of killing begins. #C2143 I'm late. In less than half an hour, half of the 1,000 spiritual peaks of the Wanjiang sect were captured. The vanguard of the Ming army has already rushed to the main peak of Wanjiang. The disciples of the Wanjiang sect guarding the main peak were almost all elites. They tried their best to barely block the attack of the Ming army, forming a stalemate. However, when Mo Xian flew over with 50 ancient Ming powerhouses, he killed half of the top powerhouses of Wanjiang sect with just a burst of impact. The rest of the Wanjiang sect bigwigs retreated hastily, and all retreated to the square of the main hall, and there was no way out. The members of the Wanjiang sect all had expressions of despair on their faces. Originally, they thought that they might have the strength to fight, but seeing those ancient Ming powerhouses, they could stagnate the opponent's blood, and their combat power plummeted, making it impossible to compete with them. At one end of the square, Mo Xian sneered and looked not far away at a group of disciples of the Wanjiang sect headed by Jiang Wuhui, and waved his hand. Kill them all. When the order was given, Mo Xian also flew out, and went straight to Jiang Wuhui, who was opposite. In the 10,000 Rivers sect, only this Jiang Wuhui has the highest cultivation and the purest blood in his body, and being devoured will help him the most in improving his cultivation. Boom! With just one attack, Jiang Wuhui's body was sent flying upside down, hit the wall of the main hall, and rolled to the ground. Struggling to get up, looking at Mo Xian was full of horror. It's not that Mo Xian's cultivation is much better than him, but because, just now, the true energy in his body froze in an instant, and the palm prince couldn't exert 30% of its power at all. This loser is really aggrieved. Humph. Jiang Wuhui, I'll give you a chance, but you don't want it. Now, die. Mo Xian's eyes looked at Jiang Wuhui, which was blushing, and he slapped out a palm print like a wave of blood, instantly submerging Jiang Wuhui. Even before the screams could be heard, Jiang Wuhui's body was directly blasted into flesh and blood, wrapped in the bloody true energy, and rolled back into Mo Xian's body. Huh. Not bad, not bad. Upper Martial Emperor realm, it's just different. Feeling that the blood energy in his body increased dramatically, Mo Xian's face was full of surprise. According to this speed, if he devours 3 to 5 more, his strength can be restored to the realm of the Great Emperor. At that time, with his combat power and secret skills, he will be invincible under the Holy Emperor. As soon as he raised his head, Jiang Wuhui looked to the front of the palace gate, where two young warriors were looking at him angrily. These two were both Jiang Wuhui's direct disciples, and their cultivation was no more than the quasi-emperor rank. To Mo Xian, they were not in the top class at all. Even these two together, kill, huh? Mo Xian had just opened his mouth, about to order to kill the remnants, when suddenly, a deadly energy surged up in his heart, causing the pores of his whole body to burst open instantly. Not good. He raised his head suddenly, looked at the sky, and with a glance, a huge golden dragon shadow roared towards Mo Xian's pupils. Boom! The golden dragon gang descended from the sky, like a dragon destroying the world. Booming on Mo Xian's body, a golden light burst into the sky. In the entire square in front of the hall, the violent golden might of the fist, like a shock wave, surged along the ground layer by layer, blasting all the stone slabs in the field. Between the lightning and the flint, Mo Xian, who raised his palms, was directly blasted. His legs bent, and he knelt on the ground. On his arms, countless bloody mouths burst open, and purple-black blood gushed out like a fountain. In an instant, in the square in front of the hall, countless pairs of eyes turned their heads to look at it, their faces full of shock. A huge figure, like a black cloud, descended from the sky and hit the ground heavily. On top of the hill-like animal body, a tall black-robed figure stood majestically. Chu Yan. Whether it's Wang Jiangzong or Mingzhu, Wan Dao glanced over and recognized at a glance that the person on the head of the beast was Chu Yan. Several surviving elders of Wanjiang's sect, including the direct disciples of the two suzerain masters, flew over and approached Chu Yan with joyful expressions on their faces. Chu, Senior Chu, my master asked them to kill him. A direct disciple spoke to Chu Yan, and at the same time turned his head to look at Mo Xian, his face full of anger. Sorry, I'm a step late. Chu Yan leaped, jumped off the black marsh lion and scorpion, and landed on the ground with one step, just in front of Mo Xian. Come here. Gang Yuan's condensed claws turned into sharp claw marks, and he grasped them out of thin air. Mo Xian, who was dizzy and bleeding all over his body, was directly grabbed by Chu Yan. Bold. Chu Yan, let us go. Looking for death. Dare I be disrespectful to the great elder? Huh. This Chu Yan, why is he still alive? Where is the second elder? A group of ancient Ming powerhouses and Ming clan elders gathered around and shouted angrily. Second elder. Hearing the questions from the elders of the Mingzhu around him, Chu Yan raised his mouth, sneered, and said. Mo Xing, right. I've already killed him. As soon as the words fell to the ground, all the Ming clan warriors in the audience were stunned. What? Elder Mo Xing was killed by Chu Yan. The whole scene, everyone's eyes stared at Chu Yan in unison, there was silence, and a needle could be heard. However, this silence lasted less than 3 breaths, before it was completely broken by the deafening laughter. Ha ha ha, laugh. I laughed so hard. This guy, isn't he stupid? He came here just to make fun of him. Interesting, ha ha ha, he actually said that he killed Elder Mo, ha ha ha. Could it be that the human race was destroyed? This Chu Yan, stimulated, has gone crazy. Ha ha ha, it's so funny. Ha ha ha, no, my stomach hurts. On the square, hundreds of thousands of warriors from the Ming clan laughed together, and their voices shook the sky. Chu Yan killed the second Elder Mo Xing, how could it be possible? Leaving aside, Elder Mo Xing himself climbed out of the ancestral blood pond, a top-level expert among the ancient Ming experts. Even if Elder Mo Xing didn't make a move, with the army of millions of Ming clans and more than 20 ancient Ming powerhouses, It would not be a matter of moving a finger to wipe out a second-rate human race. Just like in front of you, this Wanjiang sect took less than 2 hours from breaking through the mountain gate to eliminating 90% of the sect's disciples, and the casualties were less than 100%. The human race is much weaker than Wanjiangzong. Even if it takes 10,000 steps back, the human race really defeated the millions of Hades' army who went to attack. At least, there must be news back. It's not possible that the $1 million army of the Ming clan will be useless, not even a single one will come back from the summons. It's just impossible. Don't you find it strange? Why have you attacked the army of the Mingzhu, and the second elder Mo Xing? There is no news yet. Chu Yan naturally guessed what these people were thinking, sneered, and asked. When the words fell, most of the laughter in the audience disappeared immediately, and a look of doubt appeared on everyone's faces. Even Mo Xian, who was caught by Chu Yan, was stunned. Yes. Mo Xing led 20 ancient Ming powerhouses and millions of troops to attack the human race. It has been almost a day, why is there no news at all? Want to know the reason? Chu Yan smiled lightly. Say. What's going on? Hearing this, an elder of the Ming clan stared at Chu Yan closely and asked. Since you want to know, then I will show mercy and tell you. Facing the questioning of the elders of the Ming clan, Chu Yan didn't get angry at all, instead he had a pleasant expression on his face. He just turned around and gave a soft drink. Fatty, it's your turn. Hearing Chu Yan's voice, Fatty Situ grinned and smiled. At the same time, behind him, 9 black altars soared into the air and fell straight down towards the central area of the square in front of him. #C2144, don't you understand? 9 tall black altars hit the ground heavily, shaking the entire square and trembling suddenly. Fatty Situ, with his hands flying, quickly took out handprints one after another, and on the 9 altars, one after another, the spirit patterns continued to light up. What's the situation? What kind of altar is this? What is it for? Who is that fat man, with Chu Yan? Huh. It turned out to be a spirit pattern master, and the technique is quite skillful, not bad. Look, the altar is activated. From all directions, the Ming clan warriors gathered towards the square, watching Situ Yang manipulating the 9 altars. They all surrounded him curiously. Even in front of Chu Yan, a group of netherworld elders looked on in astonishment. In less than a few breaths, the 9 altars flickered, and 9 black lights shot up into the sky. Immediately afterwards, Situ Yang didn't stop at all. He turned his big hand, and 3 devil bones appeared in the palm of his hand. He lifted it and threw it into the center of the altar. Suddenly, a berserk black airflow gushed out from the altar like a black frenzy, and spread around the entire square. 9 black beams of light collided with each other in the sky above Wanjiangzong, and the exploding black energy wave, like a sky curtain, quickly shrouded the entire Wanjiang mountain range. The ancient 9 major formations are fully opened. Brother, it's done. Situ Yang clapped his hands and said to Chu Yan with a proud face. Okay. Chu Yan chuckled, nodded, and when he turned his head and looked at the elders and soldiers of the Ming clan in front of him, he saw that the faces of these Ming clan were still in a daze. Chu Yan, what are you doing? The Mingzhu elder shouted. Seeing Chu Yan laying out the formation, the elders of the Ming clan all looked stunned, not knowing what Chu Yan was going to do. Although very surprised, Chu Yan actually carried such a powerful mountain gate array with him, but what's the use of it? I didn't see that Wanjiangzong's mountain gate formation. Their millions of Mingzhu troops just joined forces to strike, but it exploded directly. Don't you want to know why there is no news about Mo Xing and the $1 million army he brought? Chu Yan chuckled, his voice calm. You see this big formation, don't you understand? Big array. All the elders of the Mingzhu looked up at the 9 great formation in the sky with a look of astonishment. Because, Elder Mo Xing and your million-strong army have all been killed by me, and not one escaped from this large formation alive. Chu Yan explained. What? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fake. I don't believe it. Hearing Chu Yan's explanation, all the elders of the Ming clan roared and shouted angrily. You don't believe it? The corner of Chu Yan's mouth, slightly raised a curve, sneered. It's very simple, let me prove it to you. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan pinched his right hand fiercely, and the elder Mo Xian in his hand was directly pinched and his neck was broken. However, Mo Xian, who had been prepared for a long time, rolled his eyes, and a stream of blood rushed out from both eyes. Want to escape? Chu Yan looked at the red wave of air rushing out of Mo Xian's body, and sneered. Immediately, with a wave of his hand, the holy Rakshasa himself appeared behind him, and 2 golden and silver eyes shot down, piercing fiercely on the red air mass that soared into the sky and fled frantically. Ah! Amidst the shrill screams, the red air mass surrounding Mo Xian's soul was directly vaporized as if being ignited by divine light. Among the secret skills of the Ming clan, the technique of seizing the house is another trump card. If Mo Xian's spirit escaped, and he took another body, relying on the Zhongshui pond, in a few years, he could be revived again. Therefore, of course Chu Yan would not let him escape, and directly destroy the soul together. Call. The Suzaku Emperor fire gushed out from his hand, and Mo Xian's body instantly turned into black ashes. The new great elder of the Ming clan, Mo Xian, has lost his mind and soul. Don't worry, it won't be long before your patriarch, the Zhongshui sage emperor, will go to the abyss to accompany you. With a cold voice, Chu Yan patted the ashes in his hands, then raised his head, and when he looked at the elders of the Mingzhu in front of him, the murderous intent in his eyes instantly ignited. Great. Great elder. Fuck. He killed our great elder. Looking for death. Come on, kill him. Seeing the loss of the great elder Mo Xian, all the big brothers of the Ming clan were stunned for a moment, and immediately exploded. They didn't expect that Chu Yan would kill the great elder Mo Xian so simply and neatly. Everyone thought that Chu Yan would use the great elder as a threat, as a bargaining chip for his escape, and even let the Mingzhu let one Jiangzong go. At this moment, the entire army of millions of Ming clans was blown up in an instant. Die. Without any hesitation at all, seeing a large group of Mingzhu elders rushing over, Chu Yan's true energy rose all over his body, and his fists burst out with golden light, and they smashed straight out. Boom. Boom. 2 golden dragon gangs roared out, emitting a sky-shattering dragon's phlegm. This punch was blasted out, and all the big brothers of the Ming clan who rushed towards Chu Yan were so frightened that their scalps exploded. They could only feel the power of the violent dragon's breath, like the power of the raging sea. The tide, under the collision, made them tremble with fascination. How is it so strong? Before it was too late, a thought flashed in his mind, and the dozen or so Ming clan bosses who rushed to the front were instantly overwhelmed by the roaring dragon gang. Boom, boom. As Long Gang passed by, among the crowd, a group of people turned their backs on their backs. The tide-like crowd was directly blasted out of the 2 avenues. The bodies of hundreds of people were thrown flying all over the sky, smashing towards the wall of the hall in the distance. Although these Mingzhu elders are not weak in strength, their cultivation bases are also around the middle Wudi. Facing Chu Yan, who is the next peak Emperor Wudi, he has no resistance at all. When dozens of bosses rolled down from the wall of the hall and looked at Chu Yan in horror, they finally understood why Elder Mo Xian was killed by Chu Yan so easily. This Chu Yan, the combat power is too terrifying. How long has it been? In about a year, Chu Yan has grown to a level that even they, the elders of the Ming clan, cannot match. Kill me! Chu Yan yelled violently, and a large black light surged behind him. Jiuming appeared together with 2 ancient demon kings, dragon warrior guards, and more than 30 ancient demons. Different from the last time, this time, each puppet has an extra top-grade imperial weapon in his hands. These imperial soldiers are precisely some powerful spiritual treasures that Chu Yan found from the private collection of the elders there when he beheaded millions of Mingzhu troops in Lingyun Pavilion. Plus some of my own collections, armed dragon guards, and abyssal ancient demons, it is enough. Following the appearance of Jiuming and the others, a large wave of yin and evil energy surged out in the entire Wanjiangzong square, causing the entire void to tremble. Hiss. Ancient demon, ancient abyss demon. Hiss. Monster race emperor. Hiss. So many. Seeing the puppets recruited by Chu Yan, the warriors of the Ming clan who were shouting and killing just now, all of them froze on the spot as if struck by lightning, each paler than the other. Swish. 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 Regardless of the reaction of the people of the Ming clan, Jiuming swung the 3-pointed and double-edged spear in his hand, and all the ancient demons and dragon warriors rushed forward violently, waving the best imperial soldiers. #C2145 One Way North. Chu Yan asked the little white bear to protect Fatty Situ, and with a flash of his own figure, he also rushed towards the crowd of the Ming clan. The black marsh lion and scorpion followed behind Chu Yan, and every time the scorpion tail flicked, there were dozens of Hades who were blown apart by him. Chu Yan doesn't look down on ordinary Mingzhu at all, and looks for those ancient Ming powerhouses to attack. After being bombarded and killed by him 7 or 8 in a row, the remaining dozens of ancient Ming powerhouses woke up and formed a special battle formation, surrounding Chu Yan in the middle. This kind of battle formation is extremely complicated, requiring 50 ancient Ming powerhouses to activate it at the same time. However, after 7 or 8 people were killed by Chu Yan, the remaining 40 Gu Ming cast their power, and the power of the battle formation was weakened by more than 30%. A round of 9 people attacking and 9 people being restrained caused some troubles for Chu Yan. However, Chu Yan, who was red-eyed, directly pulled out the Haoyan sword, and the sword intent burst out all over his body. With only 3 swords, he cut the black fog in the battle formation to pieces. With another strike, the heads of the 8 ancient Ming powerhouses were thrown flying, black blood flowed, and the corpses fell to the ground. There was no single enemy in the way of the sword light. The power of the Haoyan sword was fully displayed, and the scattered sword energy caused the other strong Ming clans within a radius of 10,000 steps to be affected, and people were constantly cut to pieces. Chu Yan, holding the Haoyan sword, is like a human-shaped killing god. Wherever he passes, there are flying flesh and black blood all over the sky. In less than 100 breaths, more than 40 ancient Mings all died on the spot. All the chopped-up corpses were mixed together, and it was impossible to tell who was who. The flowing black dyed Wanjiang square black and red. Kill! 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 In Chu Yan's heart, the killing intent was like a tide, which could not be suppressed, and the tornado of sword intent around him continued to skyrocket. Rushing into the air, the tornado of sword intent turned into a wave of swords, like a galaxy full of sword lights, sweeping across the sky, and the sound of sword whistling was earth-shattering. Countless corpses were thrown from the sky, and black blood rained down from the sky. An hour later, Wanjiangzong finally calmed down. At this time, the only ones who can stand still are Chu Yan and his puppet, except for Wanjiangzong, among the hundreds of thousands of disciples who survived by chance. The entire army of millions of Ming clan, plus 50 ancient Ming powerhouses, and Elder Mo Xian, did not have a single survivor. On Chu Yan's side, the only one with losses is Situ Yang. Among his 9 black altars, one was overwhelmed and completely collapsed. It wasn't that there was something wrong with Fatty Situ's spirit pattern technique, but that the almost desperate Nether tribe army who had been killed just now frantically attacked the 9-fold sky formation in the sky, trying to break through the formation and escape. Birthday. Hundreds of thousands of warriors from the Ming clan exerted all their strength, whether it was spirit treasures, spirit weapons or imperial martial arts. Most of them fell on the big formation of the sky. There were even elders of the Ming clan who directly slammed their heads into the spiritual screen of the great formation. Even if their heads were bloody, they did not stop their frantic collisions. Compared with the collapse of the physical body, the group of ancient abyss demons behind him are much more terrifying. A body of skin, like steel, an imperial soldier in one hand, and a spike in the other, like a meat grinder. Wherever they passed, the bodies of the powerful Hades would be turned into powder, and their souls would be swallowed by those ancient demons, one bite at a time. This soul dies. It is the way of death that the Mingzhu people fear most. Therefore, this extremely asymmetrical war lasted only half an hour, and the terrified hundreds of thousands of Hades troops gave up directly and turned to attack the 9-layered sky formation. Under the frantic attack, one of the 9 altars of the Great Formation was finally destroyed. Jiao Ming, good job, let them clean the battlefield. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yan gave an order to the rows of Jiao Ming and Ancient Demon behind him. In the Battle of Lingyun Pavilion, Chu Yan found a lot of wealth from those ancient Ming powerhouses. They attacked the Zoman forces in the outland continent, and the wealth they robbed was extremely astonishing. Even Chu Yan was shocked. Therefore, this time, Chu Yan will naturally not take advantage of Wan Jiangzong, and quickly let Jiao Ming and the others clean up the battlefield. With the experience from last time, Jiao Ming took the ancient demon, starting with the corpse of the great elder, then the strong ancient Ming, and the elders of the Ming clan. None of them were spared. Soon, thousands of storage jade charms were in Chu Yan's hands. After a few words of reassurance, Chu Yan, the surviving disciple of Wanjiang's sect, left Wanjiang's sect directly with the Fat Man and Little White Bear, and headed north all the way. Chu Yan's goal, of course, is the headquarters of the Mingzhu. Flying all the way, after a day and a night, Chu Yan arrived at Mingshan. Instead of directly killing Mingshan, Chu Yan stayed for one night in Minghuang City, the largest city of the Ming clan closest to Mingshan. In the huge and luxurious restaurant, Chu Yan, who had already changed his mind, opened a room. After a series of fights, Chu Yan and Jiao Ming spent a lot of money. Therefore, Chu Yan prepared, adjusted his breath well and prepared, and then with all his strength, he killed Mingshan and begged his mother. At night, after adjusting his breath, Chu Yan sat cross-legged in the room and took out all the thousands of stored jade charms in the Rakshasa space. Tomorrow's battle will be against the headquarters of the Mingzhu, and it is very likely that they will fight against the Zhanshui Sage Emperor. Therefore, Chu Yan must prepare well. To Chu Yan's surprise, among the 1,000 jade talismans, there are countless emperor crystals, at least trillions. In Mo Xian's storage jade talisman alone, there are as many emperor crystals as 10 hills. Although the star coins are used in the 10 directions starfield, Daijing can also be used. In this case, Chu Yan doesn't have to worry about money after arriving in the 10 directions starfield. The next step is to search for various high-level spiritual soldiers and use them to equip them. In the Battle of Wanjiangzong, with the abyssal ancient demon of the top-grade emperor soldier, the combat power has been significantly improved by a large amount. Therefore, Chu Yan took out all the Ling Bao that could be used from all the jade talismans, and distributed them to Jiao Ming one by one. With these spiritual treasures, the combat power of Jiao Ming and the ancient abyss demons has at least doubled. Including the black marsh lion and scorpion, Chu Yan gave him a defensive spirit treasure. I am afraid that even the Holy Emperor will not be able to break through its defense easily. The happiest ones are still Situ Yang and Little White Bear. All the top-level materials capable of refining spirit patterns and spirit formations were given to Fatty Situ, and all those demon crystals and demon cores, which were not less than the number of emperor crystals, were all given to Little White Bear. With these things, the strength of the two will skyrocket again in a short time. Early the next morning, Chu Yan took Little White Bear and Fatty Situ out of the underworld city, and flew straight towards the Mingzhu mountain range. In less than half an hour, the Mingshan mountain, which stretched for hundreds of millions of miles and shrouded in the sea of blood-colored spiritual clouds, appeared in front of Chu Yan. This battle will be Chu Yan's last battle in the foreign land. And the opponent in this battle is also the strongest enemy Chu Yan has encountered since he practiced. The patriarch of the Ming clan, a strong man in the Holy Emperor realm, the Blue Blood Holy Emperor. #C2146 Gather together. Mingshan is located at the northern end of Outland Continent. For this mountain area, which has been closed since ancient times, there is almost no approach. Because the sky of Mingshan, the sea of blood-colored spiritual clouds, is extremely special. Any martial artist or monster near this mountain range will be absorbed by it. Although the amount is not much, it is blood essence. Every loss will have a great impact on the warrior and monster. Since ancient times, there have been very few warriors coming to the weird Nether mountain range. Even monsters and beasts are almost extinct within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. Here, it can be said that there are few people on the beaten track. Possibly, and precisely because of this, the secret plan of the Hades has never been discovered. At this time, the surrounding areas of the Ming mountain range are full of dilapidated buildings, several peaks have collapsed, and countless wildfires are still burning. It is obvious that there has been a great war. A few months ago, the Mingzhu suddenly launched an attack on the Wuzhu. After a while, the Wuzhu reacted and sent an army of strong men to counterattack all the way, almost breaking through the Mingzhu headquarters. But in the end, they still stopped at the outskirts of Mingshan, leaving only this desolate battlefield, which witnessed the powerful foundation of the Wu clan as the largest force in the outer domain. However, all of this has become a thing of the past. In the vast sea of stars, thousands of realms, the dead have passed away. Every moment, some people become strong, and some geniuses lose. Just like the sun rising and the moon setting, and the stars falling and the moon moving, compared to the endless galaxy, they are just passing by in the world, and the sky is just a little bit. All of this has nothing to do with Chu Yan. It is definitely not the purpose of his coming to Mingshan today. Standing in front of Mingshan, the blood in Chu Yan's whole body was boiling, his eyes. "Mother, here I come." Call out. Like a world-shattering meteor, the black lightning-like figure crossed the sky, leaving a long afterimage, pointing directly to the top of Mingshan. Chu Yan fell to the ground with both feet, but he had already arrived. On the outskirts of Mingshan, the tallest remnant peak, thousands of miles away, stared at the huge spiritual peak shrouded in blood clouds in the distance. Mingshan. There is the headquarters of the Mingzhu. Just when Chu Yan was about to soar into the sky and go straight up the Mingshan mountain, his mind suddenly shook and he turned his head to look behind him. I saw, on the sky thousands of miles away behind me, a large area of black spots, like a black tide, surged. Master. The large group of black shadows moved extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they shortened the distance to Chu Yan. The person at the front is none other than Ling Xuantian, the master of the Lingyun Pavilion and the #1 powerhouse in the Cunlong realm. Moreover, beside him, the great elder of the demigod clan, Jiang Yuchuan, the chief deacon of the Great Temple, and the chief priest rushed forward with elites from their respective sects. They're all here. Chu Yan raised his head and looked towards the sky, with a smile on his face, and above the sky, familiar figures appeared one after another. Ah, it's so lively. Little White Bear and Situ Yang. He also followed Chu Yan's gaze, glanced at it, and immediately became excited. Although it is said that the power of Lingyun Pavilion, the demigods, and the Great N Temple cannot be compared with that of the Mingzhu. However, the combination of the three clans, coupled with the support of other forces in the mainland, is so powerful that it cannot be underestimated. Haha, I really caught up. Under Chu Yan's gaze, an overwhelming black crowd appeared in the sky above Chu Yan's head, like a sea of black clouds, completely covering the sky. Immediately afterwards, Ling Xuantian, Jiang Yuchuan, the high priest, including Huang, all descended from the sky and landed around Chu Yan. The other people and horses fell towards the surrounding mountain peaks, and in a short while, they completely occupied several nearby mountain peaks. When acquaintances meet, some greetings are inevitable. Especially Ling Xuantian and Huang were very excited when they saw Chu Yan. Although they did not catch up with Wan Jiangzong in the first battle, they were quite shocked by Chu Yan's record from the news they received. Chu Yan, are you really ready? Ling Xuantian looked at Chu Yan, and seemed to have 1,000 words, but felt that they were redundant. In the end, he only asked one sentence. Chu Yan didn't nod directly, but after sweeping his eyes across the faces of the big men in front of him, he nodded heavily. You. To be honest, Chu Yan didn't guess that they would come. Although Chu Yan has been sending the message back to Lingyun Pavilion and telling Ling Xuantian, Chu Yan knows that the power of the Ming clan in the Outland continent is not limited to 2 million troops. In addition, in the past 6 months, the strong power displayed by the Ming clan has put all sects and forces in the entire Outland continent at risk. At this time, there are very few who dare to openly resist the Mingzhu like Chu Yan. However, Lingyun Pavilion, Demigod Clan and De En Temple are the elite forces among these few. The three big bosses never gave up their thoughts and plans to deal with the Hades since the beginning of the Hades attack. However, the power of the Ming clan is very strong. Even if they form an alliance, it will not be able to play a big role in a short period of time. But at this time, Chu Yan is back. Almost with the momentum of thunder, they defeated the 2 armies of the Ming clan forcefully, and wiped them all out, leaving no one alive. Even the new first elder and second elder of the Mingzhu fell into Chu Yan's hands. It was as if the keystone dropped on the lake that was supposed to be calm would eventually trigger huge waves. Such news quickly spread in the Outland continent, and those fearful sect forces seemed to see a glimmer of light. Coupled with the publicity of the 3 big bosses Ling Xuantian, the situation of the entire Outland continent has undergone earth-shaking changes in just a few days. This battle concerns the safety of the entire Outland continent. We cannot let you fight alone. The high priest looked at Chu Yan, chuckled, and spoke. Chu Yan was startled, and his heart warmed immediately. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes suddenly lit up, and a yellow shadow appeared in front of him. Brother Chu Yan. Yuer's face was full of worried eyes, and she looked at Chu Yan flickeringly, probably because, in front of too many people, her voice was as soft as a mosquito. Yuer, you are here too. On Chu Yan's originally calm face, his eyes suddenly sparkled. During this period of time, Chu Yan hadn't seen Yuer for almost half a year in order to break through the emperor's realm. And the well-behaved Yuer never disturbed Chu Yan. Apart from constantly inquiring about Chu Yan's news as before, she seldom even sent messages. The 4 shining eyes stared at each other, and the hearts of both of them burned like flames. However, both Chu Yan and Yuer are very clear that now is not the time for their children to love each other, and Yuer doesn't want to affect Chu Yan because of herself. However, Chu Yan glanced at Yuer, but his expression changed, as if he found that Yuer was a little different from before. Just when Chu Yan was about to investigate Yuer with his spiritual sense, Huang next to him stepped out in front of Chu Yan and said loudly, Brother Chu Yan, this time, the Tianqi building is neutral, but I, the Emperor, fully support you. In addition to the several major forces that came together, I don't believe it, and I can't deal with the Mingzhu. However, almost as soon as Erhuang's voice fell to the ground, a large blood-colored cloud wave suddenly appeared on the main peak of Mingshan Mountain in the distance. Boom, boom. The thunder was rolling, the air waves were like waves, and above the violent blood cloud, a tall figure appeared. Exactly, the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor. #C2147 8 Emperors of the Underworld. Above the sky, blood clouds rolled, and the overwhelming blood-red cloud sea completely covered the sky. Suddenly, the temperature dropped sharply between the sky and the earth, and the cold and bloody atmosphere spread like a sea tide. Ha ha ha, Mingshan, haven't been this lively for a long time. At the end of the blood cloud, the figure of the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor appeared out of thin air. His pair of blood eyes swept across the several mountain peaks below, and with a sinister smile on his face, he spoke. Behind the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor, 8 tall figures stood majestically, with spiritual weapons in their hands. Huh. For emperors of the Ming clan, for kings of the Witch clan. The high priest glanced at the 8 figures behind the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor, and his expression changed immediately. What? The 4 kings of the Witch clan. When Ling Xuantian heard the words, his expression also changed, and he looked at the sky in shock. The 4 supreme elders of the Ming clan, known as the 4 great emperors of the underworld, are all at the great emperor level. This is not a secret in Outland Continent. However, among the 8 kings of the Witch clan, how could 4 appear, beside the Xuanhuan sacred emperor? Not only Ling Xuantian, but all the bigwigs present, including Chu Yan, all looked puzzled. The 4 kings of the Wu clan, the southeast, the north, and the west, surrendered to the Ming clan. Erhuang's face darkened slightly, his eyes were fixed on the sky, feeling the aura of the 8 great emperor realm powerhouses. His expression instantly became tense. It seems that the Nadir clan are showing their strength today, and this battle may not be easy. Xuanhuan, get out of the Outland Continent immediately, otherwise, we will destroy your Hades today. Hearing the voice of the Xuanhuan sage emperor, the high priest stepped forward with a single step, pointed the wooden stick in his hand at the sky, and shouted loudly. According to the results of their alliance's discussions, the first goal is to let the Hades leave the outer continent. In this way, it is the most perfect plan to reduce casualties and losses without a major war. Destroy my Hades. Above the sky, the voice of the Xuanhuan sacred emperor was instantly cold, but soon turned into a voice of sneering. Hee, today, in the Outland Continent, no one has this ability. Faced with the threat of the high priest, the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor simply ignored it, but turned his eyes, looked at Chu Yan, and said. Want to save your mother? Not bad. Chu Yan stared at the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor, and said slowly. The Xuanhuan sage emperor sneered, and waved his hand, a large wave of blood rolled, and a huge iron cage appeared in the sky. And in the short iron cage, a woman's figure appeared, her breath was extremely weak, and her whole body was bound by iron chains. Chu Yan's gaze suddenly widened almost the moment the iron cage appeared, staring closely at the figure in the iron cage, his whole body trembling under clenched fists. Although I only saw it twice, and one of them was a portrait, the inexplicable pain in Chu Yan's heart, as well as the almost boiling blood, told him that this person was his mother, Lin Muxue. 10 years. It's been 10 years. The #1 talented woman of the Shenwu Shaotian sect back then is now weakened and almost turned into an old woman. In the past 10 years, how much torture has she experienced? What is it, to support her, even if she is in adversity, she must persevere. The answer to all this was already known from Lin Muxue's dim eyes looking at Chu Yan, which became brighter and brighter. Lin Muxue's body was trembling constantly, and she tried her best to turn her body in the direction of Chu Yan, her skinny arm stretched out of the iron cage, but only for a moment, then trembled violently, and quickly retracted it. In the eyes that had been dim for 10 years, but also stubborn for 10 years, a dark red tear rolled down the side of his face. Tick. Tears of blood fell on the cold ground of the iron cage, splashing a cloud of blood, like blooming flowers from the other shore. The blood. In Chu Yan's eyes, streaks of blood continued to burst, and the shining golden light, like a raging lion, let out a deep roar in his throat. He looked up at the blue blood emperor with a face of joking, saying, "Today, you, as well as the Mingzu, will all die." Boom, boom. The sound was like thunder, and the sound was like a tide. Accompanied by Chu Yan's roar, the violent true energy on his body erupted like a volcano. At the same time, the Emperor Wei on Chu Yan's body picked up a wave of energy nearly 100 feet high, and under the impetus of a powerful force, it rushed towards all directions. In an instant, above the sky, a large piece of thundercloud rolled, like a piece of thundercloud from heaven, gathering together. Huh! The next martial Emperor Jiuxiao. This emperor's might has shocked the Tao of heaven. Above the sky, including the Zhongshuo sacred emperor, and behind him, the 8 Mingzu great emperors who were full of smiles, the smiles on their faces froze instantly. Just relying on the emperor's prestige, he can disturb the thunder clouds of the heavens. How did this guy survive the thunder disaster in the emperor's realm? You must know that all the strong men in the imperial realm who have such visions are existences against the sky, and they are definitely existences that are not tolerated by the law of heaven. As a result, even if he passed through the thunder calamity of the emperor's realm, when he fully urged the emperor's breath, he would also attract the wrath of heaven and thunder. The Zhongshuo Saint Emperor, when he chased and killed Chu Yan half a year ago, he remembered it very clearly. At that time, Chu Yan was only a quasi-imperial rank. However, in less than half a year, his cultivation has reached the 9th level of the lower martial emperor realm. Raised a whole world level. Okay. Very good. Chu Yan. The voice of the Zhongshuo Saint Emperor carried a strong killing intent. For some reason, he felt Chu Yan's imperial aura and the vision of heaven in the sky. He suddenly felt that this ant-like boy in front of him had a trace of danger. Little Xiaoyan. In the iron cage, there was the sound of rattling iron chains. Lin Muxue, who was weak, was shocked by the furious waves of imperial power between heaven and earth, but her eyes were fixed on the black-robed man in the distance. Young people, but their eyes are getting brighter and brighter. She didn't expect that Chu Yan would grow to such a powerful level in 10 years. Huh. Mother. Seeing that Lin Muxue couldn't bear her aura at all, Chu Yan quickly restrained her anger and roared with tearing eyes. Among all the people here, only Lin Muxue has the weakest cultivation base, and her body is so weak that she is about to collapse. Of course, she can't bear the outburst of true energy under Chu Yan's fury. Almost, because of his own mistakes, his mother, who was already weak, was injured again, and Chu Yan was heartbroken. Brother Chu Yan. Yue, who was standing beside Chu Yan, quickly pulled the corner of La Chuyan's clothes and called softly. This sound rang in Chu Yan's ears, like spring rain turning into fire, and Chu Yan woke up almost on the verge of exploding in an instant. Yue, I'm fine. Chu Yan let out a long breath, looked back at Yue, grinning lightly at the corner of his mouth, revealing a pale smile. At this time, nothing is important, only the rescue of Mother Lin Muxue is the most important. A strong enemy is at present, and there are many dangers. At this time, not only rely on strength, but also must be calm. The whole world is silent. Only the two calls of Chu Yan and Lin Muxue echoed in the sky for a long time with endless sadness. #C2148 Body of 5 lines. Awakening the martial spirit at the age of 16, Chu Yan at that time was still a boy. However, deep in the memory, the picture about the mother has never disappeared. Regardless of experiencing life and death, or improving cultivation, the hatred in my heart has not decreased for a moment, but has become more and more intense. Deep into the Jedi, life and death battles, near-death breakthroughs, scenes after scenes. Everything is for now. Rescue the mother, let the family reunite from now on, let the father no longer be sad, and let myself no longer feel guilty. Beside Chu Yan, Yue looked at the sky. In the iron cage, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure, tears in his eyes blurred his eyes. Of course Yue knew about the hurt in Chu Yan's heart. And more than once, even in her sleep, Yue heard Chu Yan's murmur. Yue is very clear about Chu Yan's character. After so many years of suffering and hard work, others may only see the dazzling side of Chu Yan, but only Yue knows what Chu Yan did all this for. Back then, that young man who stepped on the medicine sect and broke Ling Xiao, is back again. Brother Chu Yan, I believe in you, and I will definitely be able to rescue my aunt. Yue said softly. The big smart eyes were full of moisture. Looking at Chu Yan, she could feel the hot blood in Chu Yan's body, almost burning. In the iron cage in the sky, the frail figure raised his head with difficulty, his gaze fixed on the black-robed youth. That familiar face is clearly the same as when I was a child. My child. Almost exhausting all the strength in his body, mobilizing the last trace of true energy in the sea of energy, let out a roar. Xiaoyan, let's go. Lin Muxue has been imprisoned for nearly 10 years. From the Dark Temple to the Hades, she knows better than anyone how terrifying and powerful this race is. Especially the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor, whose cultivation has almost reached the peak of the Outland continent, and has cultivated for more than 10,000 years. This kind of strength is enough to make any warrior despair. And Chu Yan, how long has he been practicing? How could he be the opponent of the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor? Today, Lin Muxue is already content to see each other again in his lifetime, and he dare not expect anything else. Although the anger in his heart was overwhelming, there was still a hint of a smile in Chu Yan's eyes when he finally looked at the iron cage. After all, the mother is still alive. Taking a deep breath, the corners of Chu Yan's mouth raised slightly, and with a slight arc, he turned his head slowly and looked at the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor above the blood cloud. Ha ha ha, what a touching scene. The face of the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor was full of jokes. He gently raised his hand, and pointed to the iron cage road, not far away. Chu Yan, in fact, you should thank me. Although your mother is born with the 5 elements body, which is extremely rare. But her cultivation is really bad. If I hadn't been giving her the treasures of heaven and earth to improve her cultivation, what you can see now, I'm afraid, just a pile of dry bones. The body of the 5 elements. Hearing the words of the Xuanhuan Holy Emperor, the expressions of Ling Xuantian, the high priest and others all around changed. The body of the 5 elements ranks 99th among the Qianqiang Emperor physiques in the 10 directions star field. It is because the 5 attributes are born with complete strength, and the strength of the 5 attributes does not need to conflict with each other, which is of great benefit to the cultivation of talented warriors. However, those who practice the magic arts know that this body of the 5 elements is also the best furnace for practicing magic. As long as the ancient method of sacrificial refining is used to continuously guide the power of the 5 elements in his body, and condense them into 5-element blood crystals, as a resource for swallowing cultivation, it can not only improve the cultivation level, but more importantly, it can also make the emperor body promote. It seems that this is the reason why the Hades have been imprisoning their mothers. Really? Song Shui, don't worry, I will definitely thank you all. Chu Yan replied with a growing smile on his face. Looking at the smile on Chu Yan's face, Ling Xuantian, Jiang Yuchuan and others standing beside him felt a cold killing intent pouring out of Chu Yan's body. As bigwigs of various ethnic groups, they certainly knew that those with ferocious faces and shouts of beating and killing were not scary. What's really scary is that this kind of person can keep a smile on his face while his heart is filled with killing intent. Not only Ling Xuantian and the others, But even that Xuanhuan Saint Emperor above the blood cloud changed slightly when he saw the smile on Chu Yan's face. Could it be that this kid is more ruthless than himself? If he really grows up and reaches the same level of cultivation as himself, I'm afraid he will really wipe out the entire Ming clan. But now, since he sent himself to the door to seek death, then, there will never be such a chance. Just when the killing intent in that Xuanhuan Sage Emperor's heart was constantly increasing, suddenly, his expression changed violently, and his eyes widened instantly. I saw that on the top of the mountain in the distance, a group of airflow the size of a human head appeared in Chu Yan's hand. The energy of the 5 elements. On the palm of Chu Yan's hand, what was held was the qi of the 5 elements. Before doing anything, if you can rescue your mother first, then you will have no scruples, so Chu Yan took out 100 ways of 5 elements. The eyes of the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor above the blood cloud instantly became hot and greedy. He never thought that Chu Yan would have the energy of the 5 elements, and it was so huge. If you can get these 5 elements, maybe your own emperor body can be completely upgraded to the body of the 5 elements, and maybe you have the opportunity to hit the legendary, divine realm. At that time, let alone the outland continent, even the 10 directions starfield, he will be an invincible existence. Coupled with the powerful ancient secret skills of the Ming clan, relying on the blood pool, he can truly become an immortal existence, the supreme ruler of this martial spirit world. Seeing Chu Yan put out so much energy of the 5 elements, Ling Xuantian and the others also had a look of astonishment on their faces. Although they knew that the energy of the 5 elements was of great help to the Xuanhuan Emperor, no one spoke to dissuade him. Judging from Chu Yan's current appearance, anyone who dares to stop him from saving his mother may run away immediately. Xuanhuan, what's the matter? The energy of the 5 elements change people. Do you want to do it? Chu Yan sneered. Can. It was impossible for the Xuanhuan Emperor to refuse, so he nodded quickly. Is there any consideration between a useless human woman and 100 ways of 5 elements? As for the bargaining chip to threaten Chu Yan, in fact, in the eyes of the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor, including Chu Yan, all the people in the mountains and plains are nothing more than ants, so what a threat. Okay, here you are. With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, the qi of the 5 elements lit up with 5-colored mysterious light, turned into a 5-colored meteor, and flew towards the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor. At the same time, the right hand condensed out the Gangyuan claw, and grabbed towards the iron cage next to the blood cloud in the sky. Click! Click! With a grip of the Gangyuan claw, the entire iron cage was crushed to pieces, and the gentle power of Gangyuan wrapped Lin Mushua's body and flew towards Chu Yan at a high speed. Ha ha ha, the energy of the 5 elements. On the other side, the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor didn't even look at Lin Mushua, his pair of scarlet eyes stared closely at the 5 elements air ball, and without reaching out to hit it, he just opened his mouth wide, directing the 5 elements air ball directly devoured into the stomach. #C2149 Blood Vessels. The energy of the 5 elements was swallowed by the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor, and the powerful spiritual power of the 5 elements spread in his body like a tide. What a pure power of the 5 elements. The Xuanhuan Saint Emperor, who was wrapped in the spiritual power of the 5 elements, felt extremely happy, and his face was full of surprise. The power of the 5 elements alone is several times stronger than what he has been cultivating on Lin Mushue for 10 years. On the other side, Lin Mushue had been pulled back by Chu Yan, trembling all over her body, looking at Chu Yan with excitement. Tears couldn't stop, bursting out of her eyes, blurring the whole world in front of her eyes. Lin Mushue kept wiping her eyes with her hands, trying to make herself see more clearly the black-robed youth in front of her. Xiaoyan, is that you? Stretching out a trembling hand, she touched Chu Yan's face, and when she touched a small black mole near the ear, Lin Mushua's eyes shone brightly. Mother, mother. With a bang, Chu Yan knelt down on both knees, and knelt heavily in front of his mother, the tears on his face also vented like a torrential rain. Click! The rocky ground below his knees exploded directly, spreading around like a spider web. There is gold under the man's knees, and he kneels down to his parents. Chu Yan, who had never been unyielding, was crying like a child at this moment, a child who saw his long-lost mother. Aunt Yue gently held the corner of Chu Yan's clothes, and knelt with Chu Yan. Her beautiful face was already crying like pear blossoms and rain. Good. Good boy, get up. Lin Muxue hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Chu Yan and Yue up. When her eyes swept over Yue, the sadness on her face quickly turned into surprise. Mother, you have suffered, and the child is guilty. Chu Yan lowered his head, his voice choked. No. No. It's all useless for your mother, who made you suffer. Lin Muxue looked at Chu Yan, and tears burst out of her eyes again. Looking at Chu Yan, who had grown up, she thought that he must have endured a lot of hardships and put in countless efforts in order to be here these years. However, no matter what, today their mother and son are finally reunited. Looking at his mother with trembling eyes, Chu Yan couldn't even imagine how much torture he had suffered to appear in front of his eyes, which was almost invisible on this picture and the portrait. In Chu Yan's body, the majestic wood-type Shinqi surged like a fine spring, pouring into her body along her mother's hand. After some investigation, the anger in Chu Yan's heart ignited again, his eyes full of killing intent raised, and he glanced at the Xuanhuan emperor who was still enjoying with his eyes closed. When Chu Yan turned his head again and looked at his mother, the wood-type Shinqi in his body continued to flow out, constantly repairing his mother's almost collapsed body. Back to the water. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan directly activated the backwater Ju that had not been used for a long time, quenched 30% of the blood essence in the body, wrapped it with wood-type true energy, and poured it into the mother's body. At this moment, Lin Muxue's body quickly regained its youth at a speed visible to the naked eye. The original white hair around the ear instantly transformed into black hair, the wrinkles on the face, and within a short breath, they returned to the youthful appearance they should have. This is the effect of blood connection. Only close relatives can use the blood essence of one party to quickly replenish the lost vitality of the other party. But Chu Yan, because of the loss of 30% of his blood, his hair quickly turned gray and his skin dried up. Xiao Yan, stop quickly. When Lin Muxue yelled, she gritted her teeth fiercely, and with the strength she had just recovered, directly forcibly pulled her hand out of Chu Yan's grasp. Immediately, the infusion of essence, blood and true energy stopped immediately. Xiao Yan, how could you give me your own blood, you are so stupid. Lin Muxue saw that Chu Yan suddenly aged 10 years, her distressed eyes turned red. Lin Muxue is also a martial artist, moreover, she was the first daughter of the medicine sect of the 8 ancient sects in Haotian continent back then. So, of course she knew what Chu Yan did. Mother, it's okay, I have a golden elixir, which can be recovered. As soon as Chu Yan raised his hand, a bottle of golden elixir appeared, and he poured it directly into his mouth. With a urge of true energy, the medicinal power transformed by the majestic golden elixir quickly replenished the blood essence and vitality that Chu Yan had disappeared. This is a 9th grade golden elixir, but it is said to be the highest level elixir in the entire martial arts world, except for the divine elixir. If it was before, Chu Yan might still need a few days to recover and replenish the vitality of the essence and blood, but now, with the 9th grade golden elixir, that is, the time of one breath is enough. Mother, your body is too weak to withstand the medicinal power of the 9th grade golden elixir, so I can only use my own blood essence. Knowing that Lin Muxue was worried, Chu Yan quickly explained. Now your body has recovered by 50%. Next, as long as you swallow these golden elixirs, you will not only recover your body, but also improve your cultivation quickly. While speaking, Chu Yan flipped his hands, took out nearly 100 bottles of 9th-grade golden pills and a jade talisman, opened a bottle of golden pills, and began to explain to Lin Muxue the precautions for swallowing the golden pills. However, at this moment, behind Chu Yan, Ling Xuantian, Jiang Yuchuan, the Great Altar, and the Emperor of the Tianqi building were staring at the hundreds of floating golden elixir bottles, and their eyeballs almost flew out of shock. Come out. God. 100 bottles of 9th-grade golden elixir. This can almost buy the entire Chenglong realm. Even the 9-story Tianqi building of the Tianqi building headquarters can buy 3 of them. 9th-grade golden elixir. In Outland Continent, it has not appeared for many years. At least a few hundred years, but now, when Chu Yan raises his hand, there are 100 bottles. Even if there is only one in a bottle, it is a full 300. Any warrior, even a newcomer to the Qi refining realm who has just awakened his martial soul, with this 100 bottles of golden pills, can directly break through to the Emperor realm within 10 years at most. Not only the group of foreign bosses behind him, but even Lin Muxue was shocked by the extremely strong golden core spiritual power and froze on the spot. As the first daughter of the medicine sect, she certainly knew the preciousness of the pill, and she had heard about it a long time ago. It is said that it is a golden pill that can reach the sky. But I didn't expect that my child, Chu Yan, could take out so many golden pills at once. No. I don't need it, Xiao Yan, you keep all of these, they will have a greater effect on you. After a brief astonishment, Lin Muxue woke up and quickly shook her head and refused. Mother, don't worry, I am now a 9th-rank golden alchemist, and I can refine this kind of elixir at any time. Chu Yan smiled lightly, and quickly explained, hoping to dispel Lin Muxue's worries. At the same time, Chu Yan's heart warmed up, and he was once again deeply infected by the long-lost maternal love. At this moment, Chu Yan was very satisfied and felt like a relative, which was great. Father and elder brother are waiting for you at home. After a while, I will accompany you, to go home. Chu Yan looked at Lin Muxue, and finally said what he had been waiting for many years. Jiao Ming, Dragon Clan War Guard, come out for me. With a soft drink, a large black light and golden light behind him exploded at the same time, smashing the void into pieces. Jiao Ming, holding a 3-pointed and 2-edged knife, appeared in front of Chu Yan with 8 golden dragon warriors. See my lord, see my mistress. Jiao Ming, who possesses spiritual consciousness, found Lin Muxue, who is of the same blood as Chu Yan, with just a glance, and hurriedly paid homage. Jiao Ming, protect my mother. Don't let her suffer any more harm. Chu Yan's voice began to turn cold. When he spoke, his eyes turned slightly, and he looked at the blood cloud above the sky. The killing intent in his eyes could not be suppressed at all. My lord, don't worry, Jiao Ming vows to protect the mistress Xuanhuan to the death. Standing up, suddenly, Jiao Ming waved his hand, and the 8 dragon warriors rushed out, protecting Lin Muxue in the middle. And Jiao Ming took a step forward, already 100 steps in front of Lin Muxue. The 3-pointed double-edged gun in his hand landed heavily, and the might of the berserk great demon emperor rushed out like a tide. Xiaoyan, you. Looking at the scene in front of her, Lin Muxue finally understood that the child from back then has grown up. Careful. After a long time, Lin Muxue finally opened her mouth and said worriedly. #C2150 Battle of the Peaks. The first goal has been achieved. After the mother was rescued, the next step was to deal with the Mingzhu. Chu Yan looked at Lin Muxue, nodded slightly, with a smile on his face, but when he turned his head to look at the Zhanxue sage emperor above the sky, the golden pupils in his blood eyes instantly lit up. It's like the most bewitching sparkle in the dark night sky. For the Zhanxue sage emperor and the Ming clan, it was time to settle the hatred that had been held for so many years. The killing intent in my heart has been condensed to the extreme, and it cannot be suppressed at all. Therefore, Chu Yan wants to kill someone. Turning around with a whimper, the eyes of everyone around Ling Xuantian, Jian Yuchuan, the high priest, Situ Yang, and the little white bear all focused on Chu Yan. In their eyes, the same fighting spirit was burning, and the fire was burning. The energy of the five elements is extremely precious, and it was obtained by the Xuanhuan sage emperor. In today's battle, it will definitely be your death. The Mingzhu and the Xuanhuan emperor will not let Chu Yan and others leave at will. And Chu Yan and the bigwigs from the outland continent will not stop there. Facing the eyes of everyone looking over, Chu Yan looked around the audience, and finally looked at the sky, enjoying the proud Xuanhuan sage emperor, slightly raised the corners of his mouth, grinned coldly, and said with a smile, "Let's start." As the words fell to the ground, the majestic murderous aura rushed to the sky and swept the sky. As Chu Yan's voice fell to the ground, the eyes of Ling Xuantian and others turned to the Xuanhuan emperor in the sky, and all kinds of violent aura rose into the sky, killing the night. Above the heavens and the earth, the void trembled. Battle array. Almost at the same time, the voices of Ling Xuantian and the 8 emperors of the Mingzhu exploded on the mountain peak and the blood-red sky. The sound of rumbling was endless, and the terrifying surge of true energy pushed the void, and the powerful battle formations on both sides appeared at the same time. Although the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor had been cultivating with his eyes closed, refining the energy of the 5 elements, but the 8 emperors of the Mingzhu behind him had been watching the movement below. Therefore, while Ling Xuantian and the others were operating, the 8 emperors came out together, rushed to the front of the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor, and set up the 8 emperors' battle formation, almost completely covering the entire sky. It seems that you are still courting death. In the sky, the eyes of the Xuanhuan Sacred Emperor slowly opened, and 5 colors of black light flashed across the scarlet eyes. The energy of the 5 elements is extremely powerful. Even if he wants to refine it, it will not be a short-term effort. However, after some attempts just now, the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor was full of ecstasy. The purity of this large group of 5 elements qi obtained from Chu Yan was far beyond his imagination. The most valuable thing is that this kind of qi of the 5 elements does not conflict with the way of heaven at all, and perfectly fits with the magic skill he cultivated. Therefore, with this qi of the 5 elements, the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor had already cooled down, and his desire to hit the divine realm ignited again. Of course, before this, all these lifeless ants in front of you must be crushed. Xuanhuan, last chance, take everyone in the Ming clan and get out of Outland Continent. Otherwise, today, your Hades will be wiped out. The High Priest has a special identity, representing the entire Outland Continent, and he spoke again, shouting at the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at the High Priest, and with a sneer of contempt on his face, the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor said, "Destroy my Hades." Humph, ridiculous. I don't know, how confident are you? If you really had the ability, would the Outland Continent be like this now? The Xuanhuan Holy Emperor's words sounded, causing Ling Xuantian and the others' complexions to sink at the same time, and their brows were tightly frowned. Obviously, the first plan they discussed was absolutely impossible. The Ming clan and the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor will never withdraw from the Outland Continent, nor will they let go of any sect or force in the Outland Continent. Xuanhuan, if you want to annex the Outer Continent, I'm afraid you don't have such a big appetite. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the wooden staff in the High Priest's hand, with a dazzling red light, surged up and turned into a solid light, supporting the High Priest's body, and directly flew into the air. Everyone from the Outland Continent, join forces to attack, and we must not let the Hades annex the foundation of our sect's existence. The words of the High Priest were like thunder, but they were meant for all the bigwigs in the Outland Continent. This sentence exploded, and powerful auras shot up from the surrounding mountain peaks, and Ling Xuantian, Jian Yuchuan and other high-ranking martial emperor vice-realm powerhouses rushed out of a large area. In an instant, the aura of a large number of strong men surged, and the expressions of the world changed. Although the strength of the Ming clan has become much stronger in the past few years, at this time, nearly 100 sects in the outland continent have united, and their strength is by no means weaker than that of the Ming clan, and even stronger. After all, in the past few years, the strength of the Ming clan has increased the most, mainly in the middle-level warriors such as the emperor. However, it is impossible for strong people like the upper martial emperor realm to appear in large numbers in a short period of time by relying on a book of powerful exercises or secret skills. Humph. Qing Yuan, you guys want to fight me? The Xuanhuan Saint Emperor snorted coldly when he saw thousands of high-ranking martial emperor-level powerhouses in front of him, and said with a smile. Stop talking nonsense with him, let's do it. With a pair of thunder and fire axes in Yuanba's hands, he swung suddenly and shouted loudly. Yuan Tian 9 Dragons Battle. With a loud shout, the lightning axe in Yuanba's hand was thrown into the air, and a large piece of lightning fell from the sky and struck on his lightning axe. The thunder light that exploded turned into a purple thunder dragon, and rushed fiercely towards the Blood Saint Emperor in the sky. Yuan Tian 9 Dragons, Ju, is an ancient imperial art with extremely powerful power. The thunder dragon roared, the rumbling sound was endless, the void trembled, and the sky and the earth were filled with thunder and lightning. Cut! With a sharp shout, Yuanba's whole body's Xinqi was almost pushed to the limit, and the light of thunder and lightning wrapped in the thunder axe first rushed towards the 8 emperors of the Ming clan who stood in front of the Blue Blood Emperor. Zong Ridong Divine Mantra. The high priest was not idle either. The wooden stick in his hand was dotted with golden light, like a magic pen. He just used the void as paper, and quickly slid across it, leaving traces of spirit spells. In the blink of an eye, a huge talisman appeared. Boom! When the talisman was completed, a large piece of fire burst out from the talisman, and the violent flames almost burned the void into ashes. Give me, go! With a shout, the high priest waved his wooden staff, and the flame talisman like the sun rushed straight towards the sky. At this moment, above the sky, one purple and one red, 2 terrifying attacks shot straight into the sky. Just the force of the explosion, the void was almost shattered wherever it passed, and the violent power made everyone's eyes wide open, and their faces were full of astonishment. Especially the high priest's attack was so powerful that the sun above the sky was paled by it. High priest, guardian of the continent. This kind of mysterious professional is rarely seen, let alone seen them make a move. All eyes in the audience followed the 2 powerful attacks, looking at the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor and the 8 emperors of the Mingzhu in the sky. #C2151 Kill Saint. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Above the blood-red sky, the 8 emperors of the Mingzhu quietly watched the 2 powerful attacks coming, and had no intention of making a move at all. There was even a hint of disdain in their eyes. Immediately afterwards, behind them, the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor raised his hand and waved it. The blood cloud below him rolled over at the same time, like a raging tide. Countless red lights rushed out of the blood cloud, and instantly condensed into one, red cloud wall. Boom! Boom! The attacks of Yuanba and the High Priestess bombarded the cloud wall, blasting 2 groups of sky-going waves, which could not be shaken at all. The power of the Holy Emperor is not something that the 2 superior martial emperors can fight against. Roar! 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 After blocking the attacks of the 2, the cloud wall began to twist and change rapidly as the airwaves tumbling. In less than a breath, the piece of blood soul evolved into a huge red skull, opened its mouth full of fangs, and roared. Gusts of ghostly howling wind swept across the world in an instant. Boom, boom. With an explosion, the huge blood-colored skull suddenly rushed down from the sky, like a meteor. It was picked on a mountain below, and the entire mountain collapsed instantly. Even the tens of thousands of foreign mainland warriors on the mountain peak were instantly swallowed by the monstrous blood light, and the dust all over the sky rushed nearly 1,000 feet into the sky, covering even the sky. This. The high priest, who had just made a move, looked at the collapsed mountain with shock in his eyes. Although he could destroy 1,000 zhang mountain peak, but the blow just now by the Zhangxue Holy Emperor was obviously done casually, and probably not even 10% of his power was used. With a wave of his hand, the land collapsed and the ground cracked. This kind of strength can only be achieved by the Holy Emperor. Not only the high priest, but including Chu Yan, all the powerhouses in the foreign land changed their faces in shock. In this battle, to defeat the Mingzhu and deal with the Zhangxue Sage Emperor. That's the key. What's more, in front of the Zhangxue Saint Emperor, there are 8 Mingzhu Great Emperors, whose strength is so strong that they are probably the top existences in the Great Emperor realm. Ha ha ha, ants who are overwhelmed. Seeing the collapse of the mountain below, the bloodthirsty emperor's eyes were full of bloodthirsty light on his face, and he laughed loudly. To be honest, even if hundreds of forces from the outland continent unite to attack Mingshan, the Zhangxue sacred emperor has never paid attention to them. In his eyes, no matter how many ants there are, they are still ants. Killing one ant and killing 101,000 ants is just a matter of stepping on a few more feet. You have seen the power of this deity. By now, you should understand that if you dare to come to Mingshan, you must be prepared to die. You guys, give it to me. As soon as the words fell to the ground, in front of the Zhangxue sacred emperor, the 8 great emperors of the Mingzhu rushed out together. Defend our continent, go. The high priest waved the wooden stick in his hand, and suddenly, a large number of figures rushed out from the mountains below, facing the 8 Mingzhu emperors who descended from the sky. At the same time, in the main peak of Mingshan Mountain in the distance, a large red tide surged towards this side. The Hades army, move out. The power of both sides erupted completely, a black tide and a red tide charged against each other, like a torrent on both sides, sweeping across the world. The war finally broke out in an all-round way. One side is the powerful Hades who almost occupied the outland continent, and the other side is the defenders who are united by hundreds of sect forces in the outland continent. The collision of these two blood volumes is almost the collision of the two top forces in the entire outland continent, which determines the world. Win. Then the outer continent will restore peace. Defeat. Since then, outland continent has become the land of the Ming clan, and all other races and forces will be wiped out or flee from their homes. This battle is of great importance, and any warrior on both sides will do their best. In terms of the strength of the powerful above the Emperor realm, the Continental Alliance may be stronger. However, the battle in Wuhun world has never been won by numbers. A strong Emperor realm can sweep tens of martial realm fighters, and similarly, a great Emperor realm strong can sweep thousands of high-ranking martial emperors in the same way. Therefore, the 8 great emperors of the Ming clan, together with the combat power of the Zhangxue Sage Emperor, are enough to completely tilt the balance of this life-and-death battle. In the sky, on the ground, and in the mountains, battles are happening everywhere. The entire Nether Mountain range, within a radius of 10,000 miles, is full of gas explosions, and the light caused by martial arts and imperial arts rushes around. Almost every breath, countless warriors were lost, and the strong were annihilated. On the mountain range, the corpses of dead warriors piled up like a mountain, and the blood flowing down from the peak almost merged into a waterfall and rushed towards the plain. This is the most tragic battle that has occurred in the outland continent in the past million years, except for the war between gods and demons. Sparks are flying everywhere, corpses and limbs, groups of disciples gather together, form battle formations, or fight alone. Around Mingshan, the fierce battle was far beyond everyone's imagination. However, unlike the battle between the ground and the mountains, in the sky, the top military forces of both sides have not made a move for a long time. It was not because there was no killing intent between the two parties, but because, on the side of Outland Continent, Ling Xuantian and other bosses were all stopped by Chu Yan. "Master, this battle started because of me, so let me end it." Standing in front of Ling Xuantian, the high priest and others, Chu Yan's resolute expression cannot be questioned at all. Chu Yan, but not far away, the 8 great emperors of the Ming clan are ready to go, especially the 4 witch kings who have just invested in the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor, and they want to use this battle to gain the approval of the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor. "Don't worry, I'm alone, enough." As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan turned around and strode out, just stepping on the void, walking towards the 8 great emperors not far away. Seeing Chu Yan walking over alone, the 8 underworld emperors were all taken aback. "What's the situation? This kid, why is he here alone? Could it be? Boy, are you alone?" Emperor Beiming looked at Chu Yan, frowned slightly, and shouted in a cold voice. It's not because of the pressure that Chu Yan, whose cultivation base is only the lower martial emperor, put him in front of him. It's because, with the current status of this black-robed boy, he might be a member of the rebel god, but that is the 10 Directions starfield, which is comparable to the existence of the Xingtian pavilion. Seeing him walking over so confidently, could it be that he has some special cards? As the emperor of the underworld, how could he be a fool? So when Chu Yan came across the sky, he had enough caution on his face. Not bad. Just me. Chu Yan walked 10,000 steps away, his cold eyes swept across the front, and the 8 majestic Mingzhu emperors nodded and said, "Humph. That's really courting death." Taking advantage of the short dialogue time, Emperor Beiming joined forces with the other 7 great emperors to search the surrounding space carefully, and at the same time issued the emperor technique to completely restrain it. In this way, even if there is a strong man who goes against the way of God, hiding in the void, his body will be exposed immediately. However, what surprised him was that what Chu Yan said was right. There was no one hiding in the void within a radius of 10,000 miles. No. You are wrong. Chu Yan shook his head, and when he chuckled, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Damn it, it's you. Today is the time when your Hades will be destroyed, including him. Gently raising his head, the 8 underworld emperors, with stunned faces, followed the direction of Chu Yan's finger and looked behind him, but found that what Chu Yan was pointing at was the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor. What? He still wants to kill the saint. Remember in a second. #C2152 Fighting Spirit. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Not only the 8 underworld emperors, but even the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor were taken aback for a moment. Originally, he was still on guard cautiously, waiting for the Nantian God Emperor to appear. However, not only the 8 great sage emperors under him, but even himself, using the divine sense of the sage emperors, searched more than a dozen times without finding even a single hair. Chu Yan, he. After repeated confirmation, the eyes of the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor finally fell on Chu Yan. Without the support of an Aishan Dao, how big a wave can a Chu Yan make? Among the young geniuses, perhaps Chu Yan is still a character, but facing the Holy Emperor, he can be regarded as a stronger ant at best. King of ancient demons, come out. With a soft shout, behind Chu Yan, 2 ancient demon kings, holding the Emperor's sword, cut through the void, and strode out. Superior. The 2 ancient demon kings appeared, and the faces of the Xuanhuan Sage Emperor and the 8 underworld emperors on the opposite side were suddenly startled. Chu Yan's body turned into electricity. Wan Lai Dragon Gang. Boom. Boom. Above the pair of fists, a golden glow rushed into the night, and 2 golden dragon shadows roared out instantly. Under the massive dragon's power, the power of the fist was instantly raised to its peak. Almost in a single thought, two 10,000 fierce dragon gangs hit the two emperors of the Ming clan at the same time. Swish! Swish! The two great emperors of the Mingzhu raised their hands to block the attack when they saw the dragon gang. However, they never expected that the power of this punch far exceeded their estimation. The next moment, the figures of the two great emperors were thrown into the air by the countershock force of Wanlai Long gang at the same time. If they hadn't instinctively sensed something was wrong the moment they resisted Wanlai Longying, and instantly increased the defense of the bodyguard, perhaps this punch would have crippled them. It's so strong, well, it's not good. Two Emperor Clan Great Emperors. Throwing 1,000 steps, just when he stabilized his figure, suddenly, his spiritual consciousness trembled instinctively, and he turned his head to look behind him. But I saw that a huge shadow had completely enveloped the two of them, as if a mountain had fallen. Black Marsh Scorpion. Primordial Giant. The eyes of the two were wide open, looking at the giant beast as tall as a hill in front of them, their mouths opened wide. Boom! Boom! Without waiting for the two of them to react, two huge beast palms descended from the sky, smashing the flesh into fine powder. In the blood mist that exploded, the black marsh lion scorpion let out a sky-shattering roar, and the berserk breath of the beast swept the sky with a wave of sound. In an instant, including the Zhanshuo sacred emperor, the 6 Mingzhu great emperors all looked at the black marsh lion and scorpion, and their expressions sank at the same time. What a Chu Yan, I didn't expect that you still have a giant beast. The great emperor Baiming looked at Chu Yan, and the shock in his eyes gradually faded away, replaced by bloody red. Just now, Chu Yan summoned 2 abyssal ancient demon kings, which shocked them extremely. However, in just a blink of an eye, there was actually a giant primordial beast hidden in the void, which cooperated perfectly with the 2 ancient demon kings, and killed the 2 great emperors with one strike. This is a strong man in the great emperor realm. An existence that has reached the peak of the emperor realm at the same time in terms of cultivation and strength. What a loss. Kill him. Standing above the blood cloud, the Zhanshuo Saint Emperor shouted sharply, with bloody eyes full of killing intent. In the entire Mingzhu, except for him, the strongest combat power is the 8 great Emperor Pluto, but in a blink of an eye, Chu Yan killed 2 of them at once. Moreover, as soon as Chu Yan made a move, 2 ancient demon kings, plus a grand beast, these are 3 existences with combat power comparable to the great emperor realm. At the same time, in the distant rear of the mainland camp in Outland, there was also a great demon emperor holding a magic weapon. Because of protecting Lin Muxue, he did not participate in the battle. With such a count, beside Chu Yan, there are actually 4 people whose strength has reached the great emperor realm. At this moment, the Zhanshuo Saint Emperor finally felt a hint of threat, and the smile on his face gradually froze. Not only the Zhanshuo Sage Emperor, but also the 6 Mingzhu great emperors standing in front of him looked at Chu Yan with seriousness and disbelief. When did Outland Continent become so powerful? When did this Chu Yan grow to such an extent? The joint attack of the 2 ancient demon kings and the black marsh lion and scorpion just now was brilliant, killing the 2 companions with one move, but they are strong at the emperor level, especially when they climbed up in the pile of corpses and blood like the Ming clan. The strong. How could it be impossible to see that the biggest credit for the joint kill, just now, was Chu Yan's first strike? A martial artist of the lower level of martial emperor realm 9th heaven, even with a single move, he repulsed 2 great emperor realm powerhouses at the same time. This Chu Yan's combat power is probably already surpassing the great emperor realm. Never underestimate. Swish. 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 At the same time as the Zhanshuo Emperor gave the order, the 6 Mingzhu great emperors rushed out together, circled in different directions, and surrounded Chu Yan in an instant. Baihu, Suzaku, come out. Chu Yan's stern gaze swept over the tense faces of the 6 Mingzhu emperors one by one, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and then he shouted. Roar! Roar! A ball of white light blasted the sky-shattering roar of the tiger, and the white tiger martial soul with wings on its back appeared in front of Chu Yan, stepping on the strong wind. Chirp! Chirp! The resonant sound of the phoenix sounded like a startling 9 nights, the flame soared into the sky, and the divine bird soared. A pair of fire wings and 9 colorful feathers pulled out 9 colored rays of light. Diantianjiu. Battle soul possession. At the same time as the Baihu and Suzaku Wuhun appeared, Chu Yan's body shook, and the 2 Vientiane avatars flashed left and right, and appeared at the same time. Immediately afterwards, a pair of golden pupils swept across the white tiger martial soul above the sky, looking at a Vientiane clone among them. The tiger's eyes flashed brightly, and the whole tiger's body turned into a ray of white light, rushing straight into the body of the Vientiane clone. Immediately afterwards, the body of the Vientiane clone trembled, and a large piece of white light surged and twisted. In less than a breath, a tiger-headed human figure appeared in front of everyone. The corners of the grinning mouth and the golden eyes shining with the light of the animal pupils gave people an extremely domineering feeling. War. Battle spirit. Emperor Baiming looked at the tiger-headed man in front of him, and his face changed instantly. He never thought that Chu Yan's martial spirit had already been promoted to the rank of battle spirit. Not only the great Baiming, but also the bigwigs from the outland continent who were watching the battle, such as Ling Xuantian, Jiang Yuchuan, and the high priestess, were all stunned. The next thing was Suzaku, who also rolled up a wave of fire and rushed towards another Vientiane clone. It was as if the fire was ignited, and a fireman with wings on his back stepped out of the sea of flames and appeared in front of everyone. Two battle spirits. If he was just surprised just now, then now, the corners of Emperor Baiming's eyes have started to twitch, and his eyes are full of shock. This Chu Yan actually awakened 2 battle spirits. You know, as long as the warriors of the Ming clan have practiced the secret arts of the Ming clan, they will lose their martial soul. But relying on the powerful secret techniques of the Ming clan, they have an absolute advantage in fighting against martial souls with martial souls of the same level. However, after arriving at the Emperor realm, the situation changed somewhat. Warriors who break through the Emperor realm have a certain chance of mutating their martial souls and awakening the fighting spirit. The appearance of the battle spirit has completely changed the rule of heaven that the martial spirit of a warrior cannot fight a warrior with a physical body. Moreover, the combat power is extremely terrifying. Now, 6 against 6, we can start. Chu Yan smiled coldly, looked at Baiming Dao with a sluggish face, and said softly. P.S. Thank you 18126 for your tip. Thank you? H? Y? P? N? Oh, for tipping. Equals remember in a second. Hashtag C2153 Shameless Sneak Attack. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. The battle begins in an instant. Whether it is Chu Yan or the 6 emperors of the Mingzhu, they all want to strike first and take advantage of the first attack. Originally, before Chu Yan summoned the Abyssal Demon King, the Black Marsh Lion and Scorpion, and the dual battle souls, the 6 emperors of the Mingzhu didn't think that Chu Yan was a threat at all. But now, even the blind can see that this battle has become evenly matched. Moreover, judging from the initial collision, even Chu Yan's side still has some advantages, because no one knows whether the current Chu Yan has already shown all his cards. So now, in the eyes of the 6 emperors, Chu Yan has been regarded as an opponent of the same level. I finally understood why Chu Yan stopped other people and came to challenge alone. Boom! The 12 figures collided fiercely at a speed that could hardly be seen with the naked eye, just for a flash. With a punch Chu Yan swung, the Baiming Great Emperor who was rushing in front of him was knocked back by more than 10 steps. Sure enough, it's so powerful. This son's emperor body is at least on the list of emperor body, within the top 100. Emperor Baiming, whose arms were numb, looked at Chu Yan with astonishment on his face. Even if he prepared ahead of time and raised his whole body strength and true energy to the peak state, but this was the first head-to-head confrontation, he still lost. As a great emperor, being knocked back 10 steps by the opponent. In the battle history of Emperor Baiming, it is absolutely rare. Blood Ghost Wandering Soul Technique. With a loud shout, in the body of the great Baiming, at the same time, the figure of the great Baiming, like a bolt of lightning with black smoke, circled behind Chu Yan. The speed is extremely fast. If it is not entangled with black smoke, you can definitely see a series of long after images. Almost in the blink of an eye, a huge circle of black smoke completely closed the circle, surrounding Chu Yan. This ring of black smoke was just at the height of the two of them. The figure of Emperor Baiming flew along the black smoke without turning around, and was instantly plunged into the black smoke. It was completely covered, and it was impossible to see where it was. Chu Yan's consciousness gushed out in an instant, sweeping towards the large circle of black smoke around him, but after sweeping around, Chu Yan's consciousness could not detect the whereabouts of Emperor Baiming at all. In other words, because the speed was too fast, Emperor Baiming was in any position of the black smoke ring. Die. At the moment when Chu Yan was stunned, the black smoke circle on the left burst open in an instant, and a figure rushed towards him, and when he raised his hand, there was a bloody palm print, which blasted straight at Chu Yan's face. So fast. At the same time that Chu Yan turned around, the palm print was almost 3 steps in front of him, and Chu Yan only had time to activate the double body training and body protection to strengthen the defense. Boom. With a muffled sound, the bloody palm print slapped Chu Yan's chest again, and collided with the bodyguard Gang Yuan, exploding a burst of bloody energy. Aha! Under the muffled hum, Chu Yan's figure retreated violently, and after 7 or 8 steps, he finally stood up. This move greatly exceeded Chu Yan's expectations, and he did not expect that the Emperor Baiming would not fight him head-on, but played this hide-and-seek trick. The pupil of the unicorn. Since the consciousness was useless, Chu Yan directly activated the unicorn pupils, and a pair of 5-color pupils swept across, instantly seeing through the wandering soul technique. I saw that Emperor Baiming had a smug face. His body was like a blood-colored lightning, running in the black smoke circle. The blood-colored chi in his body was constantly condensing, and he was about to strike again. Obviously, the successful blow just now gave Emperor Baiming some confidence. This blood phantom wandering soul art is his housekeeping emperor art, not to mention a mere low-ranking martial emperor. Even a great emperor of the same level cannot see through it at all. If you can't see through it, you can't know where he is, when to make a move, and the opportunity to fight is firmly grasped by yourself. One trick, eat all over the world. This sentence, when applied to Emperor Baiming, absolutely fits. There must be no less than 10,000 strong men who died under Baiming Great Emperor's move, and more than half of them were in the Guangdi realm. After Emperor Baiming became the head of the 8 emperors of the Ming clan, he rarely used this trick again. The corner of his mouth curled up, and while he was running at a high speed, he glanced from the corner of his eye and saw that Chu Yan was still standing there, motionless. The great Emperor Baiming, whose Jinqi had been raised to the extreme, stopped for an instant, and bloody lights shot out from both palms, and he slapped out again. This time, he used 90% of his strength, with absolute certainty, to slap Chu Yan into a serious injury. You know, the tentative palm just now used only 50% of his strength to slap Chu Yan back 7 or 8 steps. The next martial emperor is the next martial emperor after all. No matter how strong the combat power is, it is impossible to fight for strength with the great emperor realm powerhouse. Boom, boom. The blood palm blasted out, and there was a sound of explosion, and it was in front of Chu Yan in an instant. This scene is exactly the same as before. However, just when Xueming thought that his palm print was about to hit Chu Yan, suddenly, he saw a gleam in Chu Yan's eyes, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Wan Lai Long Jin. Without looking at it at all, Chu Yan raised his hand and punched it to the left. The roaring dragon's shadow fist, under the strength, directly blasted a big hole in the void. What? The pupils of Emperor Baiming dilated instantly, and in the pupils full of astonishment, the Golden Dragon gang rushed straight towards him. Boom! With a shocking explosion, the Golden Dragon fist collided with Baiming's blood palm, and the force of the explosion turned the entire void into dust. In the waves of the sky, the figure of Emperor Baiming was thrown into the air like a kite with a broken string. Puff! Just after reaching the top, the countershock force in his body erupted, and Baiming's physical body was instantly injured, and he opened his mouth to spit out a big mouthful of blood mist. You, how did you see through? It fell heavily on a mountain below, and the corners of Emperor Baiming's mouth were covered with blood. He stared at Chu Yan with horrified eyes, and yelled loudly in disbelief. Humph. Thinking of this against, huh? Chu Yan sneered, and opened his mouth to answer, but before he could finish his sentence, in the sea of consciousness, the Qilin Wuhun let out a roar that shook the sky. At the same time, deep in Chu Yan's heart, an extremely cold breath of death surged up. Mysterious water shield. Almost without thinking, Chu Yan shouted sharply, turned around suddenly, and the black basalt power rushed out of his body, condensing into a huge light shield. Just as the spirit shield was formed, a black gun shadow pierced the Xianshui shield in the black smoke circle behind him. Boom, boom. The two black lights were annihilated at the same time, and the terrifying wave of vigor swept across like a flood, directly colliding with Chu Yan's body, and retreating a dozen steps. Xuanhuan, you actually attacked. Chu Yan, who stood firm, suppressed the tumbling blood in his body, looked up at the blood cloud above the sky, and said coldly. As a holy emperor, he is so shameless. End of chapter. Remember in a second. #C2154sword/emperor. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. Not only Chu Yan, but also Ling Xuantian and the high priest who were standing in the distance rushed over directly. Xuanhuan, thanks to the fact that you are still the emperor of the holy emperor, you unexpectedly attacked a junior. Are you ashamed? Yuanba raised his voice, cursing after that Xuanhuan sage emperor. In my martial soul world, strength is the most important thing. In the battle of life and death, it is taboo for others to intervene. Song Shui, as the master of the Ming clan, how can you violate it? Ling Xuantian also asked sharply with anger on his face. Humph, don't talk nonsense with him, let's go together. The high priest dropped the wooden staff in his hand, and the light of the talisman on his body flashed violently. Even in the distance, Little White Bear and Situ Yang, who were fighting in the dark with the army of the Ming clan, turned into two lightning bolts and charged towards them. Everyone stop. Chu Yan said, stopping everyone from saying. This battle, whether it is one-on-one or one-on-two, I, Chu Yan, will bear it all. When the words fell to the ground, everyone in the audience was stunned. What? 1-2. What a joke. This is a great emperor, plus a holy emperor, not two pieces of wood. Ha ha ha, that Xuanhuan sage emperor, can kill whoever I want, and I need to pay attention to these ordinary festivals. Above the blood clouds in the sky, the Xuanhuan sage emperor laughed wildly, looked at everyone with a proud face, and said with a smile. If you refuse to accept it, let's do it together. The bigwigs from the outer domain, who had calmed down a little, were furious again when they heard the words of the Xuanhuan sacred emperor. What? Shameless. Damn. A foreign race is a foreign race, so shameless. Go up together, kill him. Kill him. This group of foreign bosses did not directly participate in the battle, but kept guarding near Chu Yan. One is to guard against the 8 underworld emperors and the Zongxue Saint Emperor, and at the same time, to take care of Chu Yan. No one expected that the Zongxue Saint Emperor would suddenly attack Chu Yan and make such remarks. How could this make them not angry? Seniors, leave it to me. Seeing the excitement of the crowd, Chu Yan hurriedly spoke again to stop the crowd from talking. Chu Yan is very clear that this level of fighting is meaningless at all, because of the large number of people. Although these bigwigs from the outland continent all have combat strength comparable to that of the Great Emperor, but the outcome of the battle with the Zongxue Sage Emperor, who is one world away, is beyond guesswork. Maybe, after this battle, all the top combat power in outland continent will be lost here. This is not the result Chu Yan wants, so naturally, he has to stop it with all his strength. At the very least, he had to wait until he had killed all the 6 Mingzhu great emperors first, and then find a way to deal with the Zongxue Sage Emperor. Chu Yan, you. Ling Xuantian looked at Chu Yan with a worried expression on his face, wanting to dissuade him. Master, outland continent has been severely damaged, and there can be no more losses. Chu Yan's face was determined and his tone was firm. But the high priest and others surrounded Chu Yan, looking at Chu Yan with the same expression of hesitation. Although they knew the purpose of Chu Yan's move, that brazen Zongxue Saint Emperor was really too. Don't worry, I will be careful. Chu Yan smiled lightly and nodded. Okay, watch out. Ling Xuantian nodded, and together with the others, retreated to the top of the mountain just now, watching with a solemn face. He knows Chu Yan better than others. Therefore, Ling Xuantian knew that once Chu Yan made a decision, he could not change it at all. Governor Ling, Xiaoyan. The worry on Lin Mushua's face was heavier than anyone else's. If Jiao Ming and the others hadn't stopped her just now, she might have rushed over. So, when Ling Xuantian was waiting for the boss to come back, Lin Muxue hurriedly asked. Even Yuer beside her looked worried, looking at Ling Xuantian nervously. Ma'am, don't worry. Turning his head slowly, looking at Lin Muxue, Ling Xuantian squeezed out a smile, and said consolingly. I know Chu Yan, he will not do things he is not sure about. And, this time, he came to the Mingzhu mainly to save you. Now that the purpose has been achieved, if there is any danger, with Chu Yan's strength, it is no problem to retreat completely. In addition, I assure Madam that I will not let him take risks. What is necessary is to ensure his safety even if I use all the power of my entire family. After speaking, Lin Muxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, turning their heads slightly to look at the black-robed figure in the sky, Lin Muxue and Yuer's eyes were still full of worry. After all, they already knew that Chu Yan's opponent this time turned out to be the strongest cultivator in Outland Continent, a holy emperor. As for Chu Yan's current cultivation base, only the lower Wudi Jiuchangshan, the gap in cultivation base between the two is a half-day realm. Although Lin Muxue and Yuer's cultivation bases are not high, but as warriors, they certainly know the concept of a difference of 1.5 days. High above the sky, Chu Yan raised his head, looked at the Zongxue Sage Emperor, then turned his head, and looked aside at the Baiming Great Emperor with a murderous look on his face. Finally, a dazzling golden light shot up from Chu Yan's body. Boom, boom. The tall unicorn body, with its feet on 5-color auspicious clouds, and a pair of dragon eyes that flowed with lightning, burst into the void, and the vast expanse of heaven and earth froze in an instant. Kiran Tianwei, shock. Almost at the moment when the Qilin Wuhun appeared, in Chu Yan's eyes, the same 5-colored mysterious light suddenly lit up, and the two pupils shot straight out like sharp arrows. Qilin Wuhun, Natal Wuhun skill, Tianwei impact, activate. Call out. Call out. 2 ear-piercing sounds of piercing the air resounded, and where the 5-colored eyes passed, the void broke like a water surface, rippling like a shock wave. What, this dot is? Emperor Baiming just saw that Chu Yan had been glaring at the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor just now, and was about to hide his breath, sneak behind Chu Yan, and make a ruthless move. However, he never expected that the moment Chu Yan turned his head, he would summon another martial soul and directly activate the martial soul skill. What made him even more unexpected was that this martial soul skill was extremely rare, the soul impact skill. Therefore, the Baiming Great Emperor, who had no defenses, only felt the flash of five-color thunder in front of his eyes, and was directly hit by the shock wave. Boom, boom. As if being hit by a thunderbolt, Emperor Baiming's body trembled violently, the pupils of his eyes dilated suddenly, and thousands of thunder lights exploded in the sea of consciousness, making his spirit instantly sluggish. Clang. When his mind was in a daze, Emperor Baiming only heard an incomparably crisp sound of swords stinging in his ears. Immediately afterwards, a sharp cold light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes, and it was so fleeting that he couldn't even see it clearly. At that glance, like a shooting star, it flashed across his eyes and disappeared between the sky and the earth in an instant. The next moment, Baiming Great Emperor inexplicably felt that the position of his neck was a little cold, and he was about to fly up in shock. However, he hadn't mobilized his true energy yet, but he found that he had rushed up to the clouds and kept spinning. In the ear, the word shouted, just came. Cut. In Chu Yan's hand, the sword energy on the Haotian sword was instantly restrained, without substance and without splendor, as if the sword just now was not issued from this sword at all. The sword of the king must have two fronts, one cuts the enemy, and the other cuts already. Puff. Accompanied by Chu Yan's murmured words, a long column of blood sprayed a few feet high from the neck of a headless corpse 1,000 steps away, spraying blood mist all over the sky. Remember in a second. #C2155 The spirit of war is alive. Provide you with wonderful novels to read. As the headless body of Emperor Baiming fell towards the mountains below, everyone's expressions changed. Even the other 5 Mingzhu great emperors who were fighting fiercely with the white tiger Suzaku and the ancient abyss demon all turned their heads to look at them at this moment, their eyes following the corpse of Baiming Great Emperor and falling downwards. Baiming is dead, dead. A thunderous voice sounded in the mind, and the pupils of the people kept shrinking, and soon shrank into needles. How can this be? One sword, beheading the top martial emperor's peak realm powerhouse. Even the Xuanhuan sacred emperor above the blood cloud in the sky looked at Chu Yan with a look of astonishment, his eyes flickering red, obviously with a hint of disbelief. Ling Xuantian and the high priestess and other bigwigs from the outer domain all opened their mouths, their eyeballs almost popping out. Even Ling Xuantian couldn't believe it, the scene in front of him was real. Chu Yan, when did he become so strong? With the cultivation base of the next martial emperor Jiuxiao, he killed a high-ranking martial emperor with a single sword. Facing everyone's shocked eyes, above the sky, Chu Yan was holding a long sword, and the surging sword energy around his body made the black robe flutter. In Chu Yan's eyes, there was a bright light like sword energy, which kept flickering. A sword has two fronts, if you slash the enemy, you will also injure yourself. In his mouth, he repeatedly murmured the command of the Duantian sword, and it seemed that a glimmer of enlightenment flashed in the sea of consciousness. However, Chu Yan couldn't accurately capture this sliver of enlightenment at all, and could only watch helplessly as that sliver of mysterious feeling slipped away so quickly. It's a pity. It's a pity. Chu Yan slowly woke up and shook his head. However, as soon as the words landed, the countless gazes staring at Chu Yan all around twitched at the same time. Pity. What a joke. A sword beheaded a strong man in the great emperor realm. What a pity. A sliver of anger began to appear in the heart of the Xuanhuan Saint Emperor, and the killing intent became stronger and stronger in his eyes looking at Chu Yan. Others don't know it, but he knows it himself. Half of the credit for Chu Yan's sword that killed Emperor Baiming just now should go to him. Because, if it wasn't for his sudden attack on Chu Yan, Emperor Baiming would not have thought that Chu Yan's attention had been completely attracted by him. Therefore, when Chu Yan faced the Zongxue Saint Emperor, he suddenly cast the martial soul skill of soul impact on the Emperor Baiming beside him. This time it came suddenly, and it can even be said that it was unprepared. Although the 8 emperors of the Ming clan all rose from the mountain of corpses in the Sea of Blood, they have not participated in battles for nearly hundreds of thousands of years after they took high positions. The combination of several factors made Emperor Baiming die extremely aggrieved. In short, although from the beginning of his contempt for Chu Yan to his later attention, Emperor Baiming still despised Chu Yan from the bottom of his heart. Especially after Chu Yan successively summoned several lean puppets comparable to the great emperor's realm, Emperor Baiming might think that Chu Yan's whole cards are only so much. This wrong thinking finally paid the price. And this price is the life of Emperor Baiming. Humph. Chu Yan, do you think you can really kill my strong nadir? High in the sky, the Zongxue sage emperor snorted coldly, looking at Chu Yan. His whole body was boiling with blood, as if a sea of blood was about to boil. My blood pool of the Ming clan can be revived at any time, any warrior of the Ming clan. Including the Emperor Baiming you just had. Zongxueqi. When these words landed, Ling Xuantian and the high priestess and others in the distance suddenly changed their expressions and reacted instantly. The Ming clan has a thing about the blood pool, and they only found out recently. However, what is certain is that the reason why the Ming clan can grow by leaps and bounds in strength in just a few years is definitely related to this clan blood pool. Zongxueqi, is that right? Above the sky, Chu Yan smiled coldly, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, with a touch of evil. Obviously, unlike Ling Xuantian and others, Chu Yan seemed to have thought of Zongxueqi long ago, and he didn't care. If there is no one from the Ming clan, Zongxueqi can be resurrected. Chu Yan raised his head, glanced at the Zongxue Saint Emperor above the blood cloud, and said coldly. What? The Zongxue Saint Emperor was startled. The 5 emperors of the Mingzhu all changed their faces. Ling Xuantian and the bigwigs from the outer domain were also stunned. Kill all the Hades. In that case, not to mention the Zongxueqi, even if the Tao of Heaven came in person, there would be no way to revive any of the Hades. Annihilation of the entire race, Zongxueqi is just a special spiritual treasure, after all, and of course it needs to be manipulated. Haha, Big Brother is right, kill this bunch of Mingzhu trash. Situ Yang, who was in the distance, threw out 2 spirit patterns in his hands, and blasted a martial emperor of the Ming clan not far in front of him until his body collapsed, screaming wildly. Swish! Almost at the same time as Situ Yang's sound sounded, Chu Yan's figure turned into a black lightning, which shot straight at Emperor Dongming not far away. Cut! He uttered a single word, the Haotian sword in his hand, the sword light shot into the night, and the violent sword intent tornado, wrapped in 5-color sword energy, slashed straight out. Not good. Emperor Nanming didn't expect that Chu Yan's next target would be himself, and his face suddenly changed. The Black Emperor knife in his hand swung a blade light, and slashed at the oncoming sword energy. Boom! The swords and swords collided, and the airwaves rolled over. Emperor Nanming still dared to stay there, but almost at the moment when the sword glow shot, his figure had already flashed out. The next moment, the sharp sword light, after shattering the blade light, slashed straight past the place where he was standing, just now. The power of this sword is only stronger than when he killed Emperor Baiming just now. Emperor Nanming, who had escaped 10,000 steps away, saw the sword light passing by and disappearing into the void in the distance, and his face was covered with cold sweat. Fortunately, hide fast. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, 100 steps behind him, a strong murderous aura suddenly appeared. Tiger fighting spirit. Without turning his head, Emperor Nanming knew that a thunderous palm print behind him must be from his old opponent, the battle spirit of the white tiger. Swish! Emperor Nanming, who had just stood firm, did not even think about it, and directly dodged again to avoid the tiger's palm attacking from behind. Roar! The roar of the tiger shook the sky, the white shadow flashed by, and the palm did not kill Emperor Nanming. How could the white tiger's battle spirit let him go, rolling up the mighty might of the tiger, and as he was running, a large swath of wind raged, chasing after Emperor Nanming. At the same time, Chu Yan, holding a long sword, also chased after Emperor Nanming from another direction. One person and one tiger, the tiger's palm and the light of the sword, like a tide, continuously poured towards the back of Nanming Great Emperor, forcing the fleeing Emperor Nanming to dodge and dodge continuously, and his speed dropped greatly. At this moment, above the sky, a chase began. Ling Xuantian and the other big bosses looked up at this scene in astonishment, the corners of their eyes twitching violently. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes today, they wouldn't have believed that a high-ranking martial emperor realm peak powerhouse was actually being chased flying all over the sky by a lower-ranking martial emperor Jiuxiao warrior with a sword. That look of panic and regret, that still has a bit of the might of a great emperor. Remember in a second.